Chapter 1675. One in the open and the other in the dark represented a secret competition between two great Thunder Dao geniuses. No one expected that an outsider like Xiao Chen could actually attract 100 lightning bolts to light up the plaza in this Thunder Flame Plaza. This was tantamount to declaring war on Shangguan Lei. Everyone felt a terrifying aura spreading in the plaza. Oh no! Shangguan Lei is angry. This white-clad person is really bold. To think that he dares to clash with Shangguan Lei in the Thunder Flame Plaza. Everyone was shocked. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would not be able to resist Shangguan Lei's strong aura. Who knew, not only did Xiao Chen withstand it, but he even pushed back this pressure. This resulted in a situation where both sides competed against each other. Shangguan Lei revealed a cold smile as he unleashed an indistinct killing chi. In an instant, everyone felt a chill spreading through their bodies. Hua Yunfeng thought to himself, oh no. Just as he was about to make a move to stop this, he discovered that it was already too late. The opposing Xiao Chen and Shangguan Lei suddenly unleashed their thunder domains. Rumble. Resplendent electric light immediately burst out of the two. Countless electric lights flickered on their bodies, crackling endlessly. A formless electric field spread out in all directions from the ground. Retreat. Hua Yunfeng's group, who was behind Xiao Chen, quickly retreated. At this moment, they could no longer interfere. Once they did, they would suffer the attacks of the two's thunder domains. The consequences would be dire. Even Hua Yunfeng would not have a good time. Of course, he would not take this risk. Hua Yunfeng was a very realistic person. As long as it was within his capabilities, he would have no problem taking care of Xiao Chen. However, it was not worth it for Hua Yunfeng to take the risk when it was beyond his capabilities. At the very least, in Hua Yunfeng's opinion, Xiao Chen was not worth his full help. The true inheritors of the various sects all stood up at this moment with grave expressions, clearly shocked. However, Shangguan Lei himself was even more shocked. To think that a half-step primal core brat could clash with him in the Thunder Dao and not be defeated. Interesting. Let's see how long you can hold on for. Shangguan Lei roared ferociously as he endured Xiao Chen's thunder domain. Then, he took a step forward and threw a palm strike. He did not add much of his cultivation to this palm strike, only the power of lightning to deal with Xiao Chen. He did not believe that his Thunder Dao could not suppress the other party. Boom. The supreme tribulation lightning in the sky sent down 1,000 lightning bolts at the same time as Shangguan Lei's palm strike. With a thought from Shangguan Lei, thousands of lightning bolts gathered and turned into a lightning ferocious beast that bared its fangs and claws, covering half the sky. The might of this palm strike caused the world to change color, and the wind to blow and clouds to surge, bringing with it an enormous pressure. Just by using his Thunder Dao cultivation, the strength that Shangguan Lei displayed was already so terrifying. Everyone felt a deep fear in their hearts. He was truly worthy of being the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. With such strength, no one present could compete with him. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness flared up, raring to go. This made Xiao Chen feel like he could no longer suppress it. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Xiao Chen also threw a palm strike. 1,000 lightning bolts descended from the sky as well, looking very intimidating. The lightning bolts gathered and turned into a ferocious flood dragon. It did not fear the lightning ferocious beast that Shangguan Lei gathered. The lightning flood dragon and the lightning ferocious beast each covered one side of the sky, plunging the entire plaza into a storm of lightning. Bang! The two palms clashed, and the two formally clashed. A resplendent and dazzling white light burst out from the two palms, piercing the eyes. The berserk lightning-attributed energy kicked up a strong wind. Strands of uncontrollable lightning-attributed energy wreaked havoc in the plaza. Bang! 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 Aside from the ancient stone pillars that had existed for an unknown period of time, everything else in the Thunder Flame Plaza shattered and blasted into nothing. Without exception, the true inheritors of the various sects immediately brought out their veritable essence energy shields to protect themselves as though they were facing a great enemy. When the electric light slowly vanished, two figures stood in the boundless dust cloud. Everyone was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen did not move back at all, but Shangguan Lei did. That's impossible. In the clash of the Thunder Dao, in Thunder Controlling Peak's home ground, Xiao Chen actually knocked back Shangguan Lei in that earlier palm strike. Shangguan Lei's expression turned sullen. Although his strong cultivation prevented him from getting injured, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was weaker than Xiao Chen's. However, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was actually weaker than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen paled, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although he had defeated the other party, he had not expected this. Although he had defeated the other party, Xiao Chen did not have it easy. Shangguan Lei's Thunder Dao was exceptionally tyrannical and ferocious. If not for Xiao Chen having a good foundation and a physique comparable to that of a major primal core venerate, that earlier palm strike would have taken away half his life. Cultivation. It was still cultivation that was lacking. If Xiao Chen's cultivation were equal to the other party's, the other party would not have just taken a step back. Xiao Chen would have been instantly sent flying. Shangguan Lei, what are you trying to do? If you want to find an opponent, just look for me. Why the need to bully a half-step primal core venerate? Just at this moment, Hua Yunfeng's cold voice rang out. Hua Yunfeng could no longer stand by and watch. Based on Shangguan Lei's expression, it seemed like he really wanted to make a move. That was Hua Yunfeng's bottom line. He absolutely could not just watch as the other party made a move. Hua Yunfeng was very clear on how strong Shangguan Lei was. Earlier, the other party only brought out his Thunder Dao cultivation, his late-stage major primal core realm cultivation, and his terrifying saber technique. If Xiao Chen used his full power, given his current cultivation, he would not be a match for Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. Humph. Don't worry. I, Shangguan Lei, will not go to the extent of making things difficult for a half-step primal core cultivator. However, there are some things that need to be resolved today. He is in the wrong for interfering with my junior brother's duel with someone else. If I, Shangguan Lei, do not seek justice for my junior brother, will everyone be able to bully the disciples of my Thunder Saber Xiong Tian's line in the future? The true inheritors of the various sects discussed in whispers. Given this, Shangguan Lei did indeed make sense. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to rebut. He was not a 3-year-old child. The truth of the world was always in the hands of the strong. If Xiao Chen were strong enough, then the truth would be another matter altogether. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. What do you want? Just say it. Good, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let this brat fight my junior brother fair and square. As long as he agrees, I will not use this matter to make things difficult for him. I will also not make a move on him in the fiendish demon battlefield. The moment Shangguan Lei said that, Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen revealed doubtful expressions. Could it be that this Shangguan Lei did not know that Xiao Chen forced back Feng Yu with one saber strike? Whoever loses will have to give up and enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Shangguan Lei showed a sullen expression as he added another condition, the stakes. Xiao Chen, don't tell me that you do not even dare to accept this bet. That would make me look down on you. Shangguan Lei revealed a smile on his face, not afraid that Xiao Chen would not accept it. Everyone exclaimed. This bet seemed somewhat big. The fiendish demon battlefield opened once every 20 years. Just a small gain could change a person's life. If Xiao Chen could not enter, then the loss would be too great. These people had gathered here to discuss the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen said calmly, if you insist on doing this, there is nothing I cannot accept. At most, I will just defeat him again. Are you sure that you can defeat me? Whoosh. Just at this moment, a figure soared through the air. The little thunder saber Feng Yu suddenly appeared and landed on top of a stone pillar. Bathed in the light of the thunder flame, Feng Yu showed a stern expression. His entire being gave off an unfathomable aura. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party had already broken through to peak minor primal core realm. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Chen with just this. Hua Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. Then, his gaze fell on the saber in Feng Yu's hand. There is something wrong with that saber. Xiao Chen, use my saber, then. A purple flame sect true inheritor took out his saber, wanting to hand it to Xiao Chen. This true inheritor's saber was a superior-grade treasure tool forged from divine materials. It was incredibly sharp and could provide the user with many other wondrous uses. Thank you. Xiao Chen rejected the other party's help. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on a stone pillar, facing the little thunder saber Feng Yu. How could he borrow someone else's saber for his final battle? Chapter 1676. There were a total of 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza. An everlasting thunder flame burned at the top of each stone pillar. The stone pillars were both decorations and part of the lightning guiding formation. Xiao Chen and the little thunder saber Feng Yu each stood on a stone pillar. Both of them were excellent cultivators of the lightning Dao. Not only did the thunder flame not injure the two, but it even benefited them. Normally, they could just sit on it and cultivate. As the little thunder saber Feng Yu looked at the nearby Xiao Chen, his heart raced slightly. His senior brother had deep intentions in arranging this duel for him. Feng Yu had to pick himself up from where he fell. Only by defeating Xiao Chen could he truly get rid of the mental barrier in his heart. For the sake of this duel, his senior brother, Shangguan Lei, had put in a lot of effort. Not only had he sought medicinal pills from his master to raise his cultivation to peak minor primal core realm, but he had also fought with Xiao Chen with the lightning Dao. Before the duel, he had even fought with Xiao Chen with the lightning Dao, exhausting and injuring Xiao Chen. Most importantly, the saber in his hand. I have to win. I have no way out of this duel. When Feng Yu thought about the consequences of losing, his gaze slowly calmed down. In contrast, Xiao Chen appeared calm. However, the thunder flame around him flickered, making his expression look somewhat unsettled. Shangguan Lei showed a sullen gaze, having high hopes for his junior brother. Xiao Chen stood casually on the stone pillar, in no rush to come out. He did not feel any psychological burden in the first place. Furthermore, he happened to be slightly injured and could not exhaust the lightning-attributed energy. On the other hand, Feng Yu kept observing Xiao Chen's openings. At the same time, he raised his aura. As his aura rose, the thunder flame under Feng Yu's feet burned even more fiercely. After 15 minutes, it turned into a 30-meter-long, blazing thunder flame. A strong fighting spirit spread in Feng Yu's heart, and the ground trembled slightly. Everyone could feel his desire for victory and his determination to win. One was a peak minor primal core realm, and the other was a half-step primal core realm. Originally, the victor should have been obvious. However, due to the clash of the lightning Dao between Xiao Chen and Shangguan Lei, everyone sensed Xiao Chen's strength and knew that he could not be underestimated. On the contrary, this made it hard for others to judge who would win and who would lose. A person who could surpass Shangguan Lei in the Thunder Dao definitely could not be underestimated. I won't wait any longer. From the beginning to the end, he could not detect any flaws in Xiao Chen's aura. He felt that the other party was like a pool of stagnant water, unchanging even after 1,000 years. Feng Yu lost his patience and leaped out of the raging lightning fire. In the eyes of the many true inheritors, that lightning-fast figure was like a bolt of lightning. They could not see Feng Yu's figure. Hua. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Feng Yu drew his saber. The might of the great path of thunder swept out from his body, shocking the surroundings. Everyone was shocked, and quite a few people revealed stunned expressions. This was actually a Dao tool. No, it was a fake Dao soldier, not a real Dao soldier. What was a Dao weapon? It was naturally a weapon that contained the great Dao. At the very least, it contained a complete great Dao. It could allow the owner of a Dao tool to grasp great Dao energy in advance. If it contained the Thunder Dao, then the person wielding the saber would be able to bring out the complete great Dao energy of the Thunder Dao and control the Dao might. To forge a Dao tool, aside from requiring extremely harsh materials, it also required a person who had attained the Dao to nurture and protect it. This would take a long time. If one slacked off, all their previous efforts would go to waste. The saber in Feng Yu's hand was not a true Dao tool. The Dao in it was incomplete. The true inheritors present were all outstanding talents of their sects. They could tell with one glance. Even so, this saber had been nurtured for at least 100 years. Although the Thunder Dao contained in it was incomplete, it was compatible with the cultivation technique that Feng Yu cultivated. Furthermore, given Feng Yu's cultivation, he might not be able to grasp a true Dao tool. Such a fake Dao tool could be perfectly grasped. Controlling it would be easy, making it easier for him to bring out his full potential. Xiao Chen is going to lose. The moment this saber appeared, many people immediately came to this conclusion. They shook their heads slightly, finding it unfortunate. Even Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression when he saw a Dao tool for the first time. Unexpectedly, a Dao tool was so miraculous. When Feng Yu saw the surprised expression on Xiao Chen's face, he revealed a sinister smile. Using the speed of his charge, he exuded a vast aura. Feng Yu swung his saber at Xiao Chen's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the saber light landed, the strong saber technique caused cracks to appear in the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. Several rocks fell off. This saber technique was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did the stone pillar under Xiao Chen find it unbearable, but it also compressed the air, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and did not hesitate to swing it. This saber strike arrived first despite being launched later. The saber flickered with an autumn water-like luster. Although the light was not bright, it was still very dazzling and eye-catching. For the sake of blocking Feng Yu's saber strike, Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate it, using his full power. The Taiji diagram formed by yin essence energy, yang essence energy, and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian spun slowly. Shadows flashed in the surroundings, forming an even larger Taiji diagram. Dang! The two sabers clashed, producing a startling clang that shook everyone's eardrums. It was even louder and crisper than thunder. Feng Yu took a step back. He felt his palm go numb, and his internal organs trembled. His qi and blood surged, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen was not in a good state, either. After all, the other party's cultivation was high. Furthermore, Xiao Chen controlled the Thunder Dao's Dao might. Without using his Saber Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Chen had to use his full power to block this saber strike. Kaca. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber broke in half. That earlier strike already surpassed the limits of what it could endure. Xiao Chen immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. When the sword is broken, the man is king. When the saber is broken, the man is king. Swordsmen and bladesmen were independent from cultivators and had their own titles. This was because they had a far greater affection for their weapons than other cultivators. Although the description of a broken sword and a broken saber 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 were exaggerated, they were not far off. With their minds connected, it was hard to avoid severe injuries. Seeing this scene, the Purple Flame sect's Hua Yunfeng's group immediately paled, and they quickly stood up. However, just as they stood up, a strong wind containing tyrannical killing qi surged over. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly as he looked at them without saying a word. His threat went without saying. Ha 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 ha. Before my Dao tool, a medial grade treasure tool is indeed worthless. Indeed, you cannot withstand a single blow. Xiao Chen, it looks like you are destined to die today. Feng Yu, who originally thought that Xiao Chen would be tricky to deal with, laughed loudly. Heaven is helping me. As he spoke, he charged forward again with a monstrous aura. He simply did not give Xiao Chen any chance to catch his breath. All he wanted was to take advantage of Xiao Chen's weakness to take his life. Buzz. Suddenly, the half-broken lunar shadow saber buzzed endlessly. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The great Dao might that Xiao Chen had been suppressing for a long time burst out in an instant. The Dao disc behind him quickly condensed into a point and extended 3 meters. Xiao Chen's great Dao might was unleashed to its peak in an instant. The complete Dao Might smashed apart the Thunder Dao Might that Feng Yu forcibly put up in an instant. His overwhelming aura vanished. The half-broken lunar shadow saber chopped down with the saber Dao's great Dao Might. A huge force surged over, and Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool flew out of his hand. Whoosh! At some point in time, Xiao Chen's left hand grasped the remaining half of the saber. Blood gathered at the tip of the saber as he ferociously thrust it forward. Nearly the instant Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool left his hand, Xiao Chen stabbed it into his chest. Then, he used the momentum to hack it down with a palm strike. Holding the half-broken saber in his hand, Xiao Chen leaped into the air. When he landed, he stomped on Feng Yu's chest. By feigning weakness, Xiao Chen made the other party lower his guard before ending the battle with a lightning-quick strike. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen ended the battle, which should have been a fierce battle, with one move. It was so fast that before many people could react, Xiao Chen had already stepped on Feng Yu, preventing him from getting up. Seeing Feng Yu's unresigned gaze, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I said you don't understand, so you don't understand. How can you change your saber at the last moment before a great battle? So what if I give you a Dao tool? You will not be able to hold it, either. Xiao Chen, you are seeking death." Shangguan Lei roared, enraged. Wind and lightning appeared, surging with thunder and boundless hurricanes as they charged over. "Shut up!" Xiao Chen raged in his heart. He quickly turned his head back and could not be bothered to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness. Then, a loud sound rang out. That horrifying tribulation lightning in the sky sent down a thick bolt of lightning, striking Xiao Chen. The 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza collapsed. The entire Thunder controlling peak turned chaotic. Electric light flashed everywhere, startling the countless major characters of the Divine Firmament sect. The core of the tribulation lightning that the Thunder controlling peak relied on to survive actually started leaking out uncontrollably. Within the thick pillar of tribulation lightning, Xiao Chen's expression turned exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, Shangguan Lei's strong aura appeared extremely laughable before him. Xiao Chen was like a river before the sea, scaring Shangguan Lei into stopping in his tracks. 6 purple petals spun quickly in Xiao Chen's right eye, locking onto Shangguan Lei. This caused the other party to tremble and feel a pressure of death enveloping him. Right now, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning was no longer under his control. Even Xiao Chen feared the consequences of executing the divine lightning eye. Furthermore, this Shangguan Lei did not dare to take even half a step forward. "Shangguan Lei, I am not here today because I did something wrong to apologize to you. Furthermore, it is not because I, Xiao Chen, am afraid of you. I only want to tell you one thing. Don't treat me, Xiao Chen, as a pushover that you can squash at will. If you anger me, I will kill both of you." Chapter 1677. Xiao Chen stomped on Feng Yu's chest and shocked Shangguan Lei with his lightning-like aura. Then, the tribulation lightning enveloped Xiao Chen. No one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Right now, Xiao Chen was like a thunder god, inspiring fear in all the true inheritors present. No one knew what was going on with the terrifying lightning-attributed energy in Xiao Chen's body. To think that it actually triggered the lightning core of the Divine Firmament sect's sovereign tribulation lightning. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen felt the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning slowly absorbing it. More accurately, it should be devouring, slowly swallowing up the tribulation lightning. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary tribulation lightning but a lightning core, the core source of the tribulation lightning. Under the stimulation of this lightning core, the bottleneck of Xiao Chen's cultivation loosened somewhat. Xiao Chen's body did not explode and die as he expected. Although this was a good thing, he could sense many of the Divine Firmament sect's major characters flying towards Thunder Controlling Peak. Xiao Chen did not dare to go overboard. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to leave. Xiao Chen used his greatest willpower to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning once more. Aside from fearing the Divine Firmament sect star venerates, Xiao Chen also feared that his physical body might not be able to endure absorbing too much tribulation lightning. After a while, The pillar of electric light encasing Xiao Chen vanished. Then, Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the other half of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. After a while, the pillar of lightning enveloping Xiao Chen disappeared. Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the opportunity to pick up the other half of the saber. Feng Yu was severely injured, but his foundations were not damaged. He would recover after some time. Shangguan Lei stepped forward and quickly caught Feng Yu. Then, he checked on Feng Yu's injuries. But after this battle, it would be hard to get rid of the shadow in Feng Yu's heart. His future might be ruined. Feng Yu was defeated by a broken saber. Furthermore, he held a false Dao tool. No one would be able to accept such a result. As Shangguan Lei looked at Xiao Chen, rage burned in his eyes, nearly spewing out. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Earlier, Xiao Chen already revealed his strength. At the very least, Shangguan Lei could not clash head-on with him in this thunder-controlling peak. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's last words caused his heart to palpitate. Xiao Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The reason why Xiao Chen dared to come to the thunder-controlling peak was not because he wanted to apologize or resign himself to humiliation. Xiao Chen wanted Shangguan Lei to understand that he could not rely on his higher cultivation to do whatever he wanted. He wanted to point out and humiliate Xiao Chen by name. Impossible. Xiao Chen exuded a spirit that said he would rather die in glory than live in disgrace, and it caused the hearts of every true disciple present to tremble. If anyone wanted to hit on him, they would have to think twice. I was too heavy-handed and offended you. Shangguan Lei, remember your promise. Farewell. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need for Xiao Chen to stay any longer, nor was he willing to stay any longer. He turned around and flew back. Looking at Xiao Chen's departing figure, every single one of the true disciples felt a wave of disbelief, and they did not dare to imagine it. Just a half-step primal core cultivator trampled on the little thunder saber and clashed with Shangguan Lei, and he could still leave safely. After this battle, Xiao Chen's name would definitely shake the three blessed lands, attracting the attention of the true inheritors of the various sects. Furthermore, Shangguan Lei's WeChat would definitely suffer a huge blow, no longer as famous as before. Hua Yunfeng smiled faintly. Now, he discovered that he was completely wrong. This Xiao Chen did not need his protection at all. Xiao Chen did not come here to resolve the conflict between him and Shangguan Lei. This was because Hua Yunfeng knew that there was no way to resolve this. Shangguan Lei was a vengeful person, proud and arrogant, not letting Hua Yunfeng see his strength. When Shangguan Lei looked at you, he would always look down on you, treating you like a soft persimmon that he could squash at will. Xiao Chen only wanted to prove one thing by coming here: do not provoke him. If you provoked him, you would not have a good time, either. No one would care about the pleas of the weak. Only the rage of an expert could deter others, instilling fear in the other party, preventing them from acting rashly. This was the truth of the world, it had never changed. Not long after Xiao Chen left Thunder Controlling Peak, he discovered that he could not move. Several invisible wills of soul directly locked down the entire space. Xiao Chen froze in the air, unable to advance or retreat. In front of him, there were several old men with blurry figures in midair, looking at him coldly. How bold of you! You nearly destroyed the foundation of my divine firmament sect, yet you want to leave just like that. Speak. Who sent you? What method did you use to destroy the lightning core of the King Tribulation Lightning? Cold, ferocious roars entered Xiao Chen's soul. His mind buzzed in extreme discomfort. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. To think that this group of Cloud Sea old fogies actually attacked him. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, a thunderous voice rang out in the sky. Let him leave. Since when did my divine firmament sect fall to such a level? The moment this voice rang out, the several old men blocking Xiao Chen showed somewhat unsightly expressions. But Marshal Uncle Xiong, he destroyed the lightning guiding formation and absorbed a lot of tribulation lightning cores. Humph, are you trying to embarrass Yi Zifeng? That person coldly snorted, and the few old men immediately felt waves of fear. Their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to say another word. Xiao Chen immediately felt relaxed. After some analysis, he realized that the person who spoke was the Thunder Saber Xiongtian. This Thunder Saber Xiongtian truly lived up to being one of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen, equal to senior brother. Just this boldness alone was much greater than that of these star venerates. As his body moved freely, Xiao Chen didn't say anything and directly left this place of trouble. When he saw the peak of the Purple Flame sect, he completely relaxed. Fortunately, he did not absorb too much of that lightning core. Otherwise, the Thunder Blade Xiongtian might not have shown himself. Landing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chen reported his identity. After a quick check, he was let through. The red-clad administrator whom Xiao Chen had met when he first arrived personally came out to welcome him. Haha. Brother Xiao. No. Martial Grand Uncle, we meet again. Administrator, he appeared exceptionally warm. After the matter, Yi Zifeng had indeed given him and that white-bearded old man a big gift. Even the sect master personally instructed him to take good care of this junior brother of Yi Zifeng. Martial Grand Uncle, did you fight? Administrator, he asked casually when he saw Xiao Chen go out. Xiao Chen did not hide it. I went to the Divine Firmament sect's thunder controlling peak. The red-clad administrator revealed a doubtful expression. Thunder controlling peak? I heard that Shangguan Lei is gathering the true inheritors of the various sects today to discuss the alliance in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am one of the people invited. The red-clad administrator recalled the recent news of Xiao Chen defeating the little Thunder Saber. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen's travel-weary appearance. He thought that Xiao Chen would not have a good ending if he went to Thunder Controlling Peak and faced Shangguan Lei, so he immediately dropped this topic. Xiao Chen was rather relaxed and did not mind. The battle of the lunar shadow sealing the saber was over. Xiao Chen had tossed aside all the burdens of the past and set out on a lighter journey. The most important thing was that although the earlier battle only lasted 2 moves, it was delightful, achieving his goal. Oh, right. Administrator, do you know where most of the inner sect disciples cultivate? I do. I'll bring Martial Grand Uncle there. There's no need to be so polite. I'll go over myself. As the opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached, Xiao Chen recalled that he still had an agreement with a certain girl. He was going to bring her to the fiendish demon battlefield and work together. Halfway there, Xiao Chen happened to see a group of inner sect disciples walking over. When he looked up, he happened to see Yang Qing among them. Xiao Chen immediately felt that this was a coincidence. Just as he was about to look for the other party, he ran into them. When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen, she showed a stunned expression. She greeted Zhu Wei and Zhu Wei's senior brothers and sisters before quickly walking over. I thought that you were no longer in the Purple Flame sect. During this period, I asked around among the outer sect and inner sect disciples, but there was no sign of you. Where did you go? When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen, she found this strange. Then, she rejoiced. Me? I have a senior brother here. During this period, I've been staying with him, Xiao Chen said directly, not hiding anything. Yang Qing asked doubtfully, senior brother? What senior brother has such a high status that he can directly take in an outsider? Oh, I understand. Yang Qing's voice stopped. She thought that Xiao Chen might not have passed the test and was forced to stay in the sect to do odd jobs. She had heard that true inheritors in the sect could take in servants. Those servants' treatment was no worse than that of outer sect disciples. Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, I haven't said anything yet. What do you understand? Yang Qing feared hurting Xiao Chen's sore spot. She smiled and said, it's fine. I understand. I'm already in the top 10 of the inner sect and obtained the right to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Will your senior brother bring you there? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, my senior brother will not go, but he managed to obtain a spot for me. Upon hearing that, Yang Qing was even more certain of her guess. For him to be able to obtain a spot for Xiao Chen, he had to be a true inheritor. It looks like you are doing well. In that case, I can rest assured. The agreement of alliance still stands. When you go to the fiendish demon battlefield, senior sister, junior brother, and I will take care of you. Yang Qing saw that Xiao Chen was still a half-step primal core cultivator and that she had improved rapidly in the sect in the past 2 months. Yang Qing felt that her strength already surpassed Xiao Chen's. However, she still remembered the agreement and had no intention of giving up on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. In that case, many thanks for your care. You can go first. I think your companions are getting impatient waiting. All right. See you in the fiendish demon battlefield. Chapter 1678. 3 days later, the matter of Xiao Chen defeating the Little Thunder Saber at Thunder Controlling Peak and calmly leaving in front of Shangguan Lei spread throughout the 3 Blessed Lands. The various sects in the Blessed Lands all knew of this white-robed bladesman who dared to tyrannically trample on the Little Thunder Saber before Shangguan Lei, not giving him any face at all. What was even more terrifying was that Shangguan Lei actually let Xiao Chen leave, not daring to make a move despite his anger. Who was Shangguan Lei? He was the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, a late-stage major primal core cultivator just 1 step shy of breaking through to peak major primal core. Even an ordinary star venerate might not succeed in killing Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei was tyrannical and arrogant, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. However, he was such a ruthless person who had been famous in the Grave Sea for a long time. Shangguan Lei watched as Xiao Chen left, not daring to say anything at all. This was simply inconceivable. This piqued everyone's curiosity about this white-robed bladesman's identity. Back at the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chen did not know that he had already caused a huge commotion in the 3 Blessed Lands. Xiao Chen was currently making one final push to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, continuing his preparations. Back then, after Xiao Chen said his goodbyes to Yang Qing and the others, he formally sealed the lunar shadow saber away. From then on, he would no longer care about any of his past glory. He would only bury his pride deep in his heart. The tribulation lightning he absorbed at Thunder Controlling Peak not only loosened his bottleneck but also raised his Thunder Dao cultivation by another level, reaching the peak of the Thunder Domain. The next step was to break through and grasp the Thunder Dao. More importantly, Xiao Chen's Divine Lightning Eye was about to break through the 3rd layer and reach the 4th layer. This was an unexpected joyous matter. The cultivation of the Divine Lightning Eye was abnormally slow. With every increase in layer, its might would undergo a tremendous change. This was especially so after the 3rd layer. The 3rd layer of the Divine Lightning Eye could only overlap 6 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. However, the 4th layer could overlap 10 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Its might would undergo a tremendous change. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had been anxiously trying to make a breakthrough. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the fiendish demon battlefield and show off his abilities. He would no longer fear a head-on clash with the top 10 true inheritors of the 3 Blessed Lands. Meanwhile, in the heaven-shaking mountains Blessed Land, a door plate with the words Confucian Institution flickered above the clouds of the 2 main peaks. It was faintly discernible, like a courtyard in a fairyland. The memorial tablets of many Confucian predecessors and sages stood in the Confucian Institution's imperial ancestral temple. A portrait of the martial epoch's Confucian sage hung on the wall. Yuming, in this fiendish demon battlefield, if you want to obtain the fortuitous encounter left behind by that divine vein expert, you should go to the fiendish demon battlefield. Your chances should be very high. However, if you fight Shangguan Lei head-on, your chances of victory are still only 50%. As for that profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, I have to admit that this little monk is the strongest of the 3 of you. In the study of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, an ethereal voice that contained a righteous aura came from outside. A young man dressed like a Confucian scholar was in the study. He exuded a righteous aura and wore a carefree scarf on his head. His temperament was free and easy, giving off an ethereal feeling. He was holding a book and calmly reading it. When he heard the words outside the room, he slowly put the book down. This person was the strongest true inheritor of the heavenly shaking mountain, Wang Yuming. The righteous aura on Wang Yuming's face turned into a proud sharpness that spread out. Mister, although that Shangguan Lei is the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, it is undeniable that he is bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. However, I am more concerned about the purple flame sects who are Yunfeng. This person is the one who truly hides his strength. There is also our heavenly shaking mountains Cloud Mountain Academies by Yu. Her righteous aura is no weaker than mine. However, the hardest to shake would still be that group of people from the Potala Mountain. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques are a greater deterrent to fiendish demons than the supreme techniques of my Confucian sect. Haha. You are rather open-minded. Recently, a newcomer appeared in the Purple Flame sect. He defeated the Little Thunder Saber in one move and even left calmly before Shangguan Lei. You have to pay more attention to him. Wang Yuming entered deep thought. There are really a lot of newcomers recently. Not long ago, I heard that there was a disciple with the Yang cohort in the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple. In a debate about Buddhist principles, he defeated a senior monk with the Xian cohort. Although these people are not strong enough, they might still be variables. You have to be careful. As Wang Yuming spoke, the old man outside silently walked in. Whoosh! The old man stretched out his hand, and a folding fan silently landed in Wang Yuming's hand. Wang Yuming was startled. The instant the folding fan entered his hand, he found it incredibly heavy. With one look, he could tell that the ribs of the fan were not ordinary wood. It even contained a profound aura. However, it was not a Dao tool or a Dao tool. Wang Yuming gently opened the folding fan and saw two simple lines of a poem written on it: a loyal heart for all eternity, bright like the sun and moon, a body of righteousness writes the spring and autumn. Master used 20 years to write these words. With this aid, you will definitely be able to gain something in the fiendish demon battlefield. Wang Yuming's expression turned grave. He immediately knew how precious this folding fan was. His teacher had spent 20 years on it. Every word contained his teacher's spirit, qi, and spirit, containing the purest righteous aura of the Confucian sect. Divine Firmament Sect, Thunder Controlling Peak above the Thunder Flame Plaza, Shangguan Lei looked at the majestic figure in front with his back facing him, not daring to raise his head. Everyone says that the disciples of my line are bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong they are just boorish men. However, they do not understand that if one cultivates the Thunder Dao like others, considering everything carefully and acting cautiously, how can one comprehend the true meaning of thunder? The Thunder Dao should be arrogant and proud in the first place. Only then can one bring out the tyrannical true meaning of thunder to its fullest. 3 days ago, the lightning guiding formation was broken, and the Tribulation Lightning's lightning core was destroyed. Someone left a heart demon in your junior brother. I do not blame you, Shangguan Lei. I only blame you for not having the courage to charge up at the very end. The Thunder Saber Xiong Tian enunciated every word. Every word struck Shangguan Lei's heart and soul, making him feel exceptionally unbearable. Master, Shangguan Lei knows his mistake. Where is the mistake? Afraid of death. Shangguan Lei lowered his head and whispered, feeling somewhat sullen. At that moment, when Shangguan Lei faced Xiao Chen's questioning and the power of the lightning tribulation, he had indeed felt death approaching. If Shangguan Lei forced himself to attack, it would definitely end in mutual destruction. He could not accept that. In that case, you can die now. Bang! The Thunder Saber Xiong Tian turned around and struck Shangguan Lei with a palm strike without any warning, sending him flying and landing in a sorry state. This startled Shangguan Lei. He felt a horrifying and terrifying lightning restriction planted in his body. When other people's disciples go to the fiendish demon battlefield, their master will give them all sorts of tools. I will only give you one restriction. The moment you enter the fiendish demon battlefield, it will activate. If you cannot break through to peak major primal core realm in half a month, you will explode and die. Every night, before your cultivation improves, you will suffer from the torture of lightning. Xiong Tian continued, if you are not willing, I can remove the restriction now. Shangguan Lei did not hesitate to fall to one knee. This disciple understands Master's intentions. I will definitely not let you down. The Thunder Saber Xiong Tian nodded slightly. Before you go and check on your junior brother. It is just a heart demon. If he can walk out of it, his accomplishments will be even greater. He possesses the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races and is innately compatible with the Thunder Dao. It would be a pity to cripple him. Yes. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached. The top 10 true inheritors of the 3 blessed lands all received instructions from their masters. However, Xiong Tian was the only one who directly gave his disciple a life-ending restriction. Time flew. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield drew closer. Xiao Chen finally broke through to the 4th layer of the divine lightning eye. With a thought, 4 purple petals spun rapidly in his right eye. I did it. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He felt even more confident about his trip to the fiendish demon battlefield. He also vaguely anticipated it. Once the fiendish demon battlefield opened, the inner sect elites, core disciples, and true inheritors of the 100 peak rank 3 sects of the 3 blessed lands and several rank 4 sects would all pour in. In the blessed lands, any 3rd grade sect's inner sect disciple could stand on their own and be comparable to the elders of other sects when they traveled outside. However, the fiendish demon battlefield would welcome hundreds of elites to kill and obtain fortuitous encounters. The intensity of the competition made one's blood surge just thinking about it. Who in the martial Dao did not desire to stand out among the elite outstanding talents, obtain fortuitous encounters, and rise up? Chapter 1679. There were only 2 days left before the fiendish demon battlefield opened. Xiao Chen asked Ling Yu about the situation in the fiendish demon battlefield. The two of them had their own expectations for the fiendish demon battlefield. Since his martial uncle asked, Ling Yu naturally told him everything he knew. Martial uncle, I have never been to the fiendish demon battlefield, either. However, some of the senior and junior brothers in the sect who have been there left detailed information. First of all, this fiendish demon battlefield is an independent world, boundless. Even now, the fiendish demon battlefield has not been completely explored. Based on what we know, there are a few places with the greatest attraction. The first is the 10,000 weapon pavilion. The 10,000 weapon pavilion contains all the weapons that the divine vein powerhouse collected. There are profound weapons, treasure weapons, Dao tools, and even eternal divine weapons. The divine vein powerhouse has lived for who knows how long. Even now, he has collected many weapons. The weapons that he collected, be they profound weapons or treasure weapons, are all peak quality. As for Dao tools, even the most inferior ones are Dao tools. In the outside world, Dao tools are priceless, supreme treasures. Xiao Chen understood now. A Dao tool contained a complete Dao. It would take 100 years or even several hundred years to nurture one. The value of any Dao tool was inestimable. Even rank 4 sects did not have many Dao tools. Being able to obtain a Dao tool in the 10,000 weapon pavilion was indeed a great fortuitous encounter. It would be of great help to raising one's strength. However, in the past 1,000 years, only 2 Dao tools have been circulated. It is simply too difficult to obtain a Dao tool. The restrictions left by the divine vein powerhouse are always like this. The higher the value, the more horrifying the restrictions. Ling Yu paused for a moment before continuing. Next is the 10,000 flower garden. There are all sorts of herbs and immortal flowers in there. Spirit plants that are thousands of years old or even tens of thousands of years old can be seen everywhere. There is also the 10,000 book pavilion, which contains all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques that the divine vein powerhouse collected in his lifetime, including the Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian sects. These 3 great lands of fortuitous encounters have always been the favorite places of true inheritors. The competition there is the greatest, and the fortuitous encounters there are also the greatest. Aside from that, there are also many places of fortuitous encounters, such as the Buddha Seeking Platform, Dao Comprehension Mountain, Black Flame Mountain, Frost Lake. The treasures hidden in those places are all different. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This fiendish demon battlefield was much larger than he imagined. Indeed, this was an independent world. The means of that divine vein powerhouse were truly incredible. Right, there are still some forbidden areas that martial uncle should pay attention to. The forbidden area was not to be barged in. 9 out of 10 people who went in never returned. How about this? I'll help Martial Uncle get a jade slip. I'm afraid I'll forget some important information just by relying on my memory. To be cautious, Ling Yu felt that it would be better to thicken his skin and ask for a jade slip for his martial uncle to look at. He had always been an impatient person. Once he made up his mind, he hurriedly left. This stunned Xiao Chen somewhat. Just as he wanted to ask what was going on with the fiendish demons in the fiendish demon battlefield, he disappeared. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the fiendish demon battlefield that the 3 blessed lands had anticipated for 20 years finally opened again. Boom! The region of sea where the 3 blessed heavenly lands intersected gave off a world-shaking, boundless might. No matter which sect was in the depths of the blessed lands, they all saw an island rising from the sea and hovering in the sky. The island itself was shrouded in pitch-black fog. However, the multicolored light above the island was very colorful. Spiritual energy spread out, forming a strong contrast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless figures soared into the sky and rapidly flew toward the island. All of them had extremely excited expressions on their faces. There were 30-odd people from the Purple Flame sect qualified to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. There were 5 true inheritors, 20 core disciples, and the top 10 elites of the inner sect. The fiendish demon battlefield was extremely dangerous. Although there were many fortuitous encounters, those who were not strong enough would just be sending themselves to death if they went. There was a total of 33 sects in the entire Black Cave Mountain. That was about 600 or 700 people. With the 3 blessed lands added together, there were about 2,000 disciples participating in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's group had gathered at the summit long ago. With Hua Yunfeng in the lead, they flew to that island together. The island in the sky looked very close. However, when they set off, they discovered that it was actually quite a distance away. After leaving the Black Cave Mountain, the group continued flying for 1 hour before arriving near the island. Fortunately, these were all sect elites. Under the influence of the Starry Sea's gravity, flying for 1 to 4 hours was nothing. Xiao Chen casually sized up the place and happened to notice Yang Qing. She found it strange that he was in the middle of a group of core disciples. Xiao Chen gave her a friendly smile as a greeting. Then, he shifted his gaze to the black foggy island. The entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield was there. Although it looked like an island on the outside, it was astonishingly large. The island hidden in the fog was somewhat illusory at first, giving off the illusion that it was a mirage. However, the dense black fog slowly thinned, and some scenes on the island started to appear. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield, the ancient and mysterious gate. It was unknown what the gate was made of. It was covered in rust and appeared very ancient. A statue of a great desolate Aeon holy beast stood on each side. Although it was a statue, it gave off a very lively feeling, appearing very realistic. It gave off a dignified aura. Everyone waited patiently. Once the time was up, that mysterious gate would open automatically. "Why are those monks not here yet?" Ling Yu muttered in a soft voice. Only the sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the Heavenly Shaking Mountain had arrived, each in a different location. Xiao Chen also felt curious. He wanted to see how strong and dressed the orthodox Buddhist sects of the Great Thousand Realms looked like. "They are here," Ling Yu said softly as he looked into the distance. He saw a group of bald monks in the distance, wearing Buddhist monk robes. Under the lead of a monk with bronze-colored skin, a square face, and a serious expression, they were rapidly approaching the island. These monks stood on golden lotus platforms, flying in the air with exceptional ease. Now, all the elites and outstanding talents of the 3 blessed lands had gathered together. "That monk is the Profound Light Temple's Zhen Yuan. I heard that he is the strongest true inheritor of the 3 blessed lands. He is even stronger than Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. That is what the rumors say. However, no one has seen them truly fight before." Ling Yu, who was beside Xiao Chen, whispered, "He cultivates the Diamond Prajna Sutra and already condensed an Arhat Dharma body many years ago. His Diamond Prajna palm is extremely tyrannical." Xiao Chen secretly paid attention but could not make out much. That Zhen Yuan did not smile, and his expression was stern. Zhen Yuan did not leak any of his aura, looking like an ordinary novice monk with nothing special about him. However, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming cast their gazes on this Zhen Yuan monk at nearly the same time. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yuming, the strongest true inheritor of the heavenly shaking mountain. As he held a folding fan in his hand, he exuded a graceful air, appearing scholarly and otherworldly. This fan seems to be extraordinary. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he muttered to himself. As they were about to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen carefully observed the true inheritors of the various sects. If there was anything he needed to pay attention to, he would secretly memorize the appearance. Who is that person? Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a white-clad monk not far away from that Zhen Yuan monk. This monk had delicate features and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, giving off a gentle and casual feeling. The two looked at each other. That person smiled faintly at Xiao Chen, confusing him. Do I know him? Doubts filled Xiao Chen's heart. There did not seem to be such a person in his memories. He had never interacted with monks before. Strange, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he kept an eye out for this person. At the same time, Ling Yu introduced the strong true inheritors of the various sects to Xiao Chen, focusing on the top 10 of the 3 blessed heavenly lands. KACA. The ancient and mysterious gates on the island automatically opened. An ancient and desolate aura came from within, accompanied by terrifying roars. The fiendish demon battlefield officially opened. Chapter 1680. Xiao Chen came to this conclusion because a male purple flame sect disciple was currently trying to persuade Yang Qing to join his team. Who are you? The destination was the same. This was really a coincidence. This would save them a lot of trouble. There were all sorts of complicated environments. Of course, most of the places were ancient and desolate. However, that was true. Yang Qing stood up and walked over to Xiao Chen's side, explaining softly. Xiao Chen showed shock on his face. The other party's way of thinking was rather unique. However, it was rather compatible with Xiao Chen. If not for the fact that he had agreed to the other party before entering the sect, it would not be wrong. It would be true that fiendish demons could be seen everywhere. Never mind, I'll put these minor details aside for now. Xiao Chen asked, do you intend to move with just the 2 of us? Bang! The 2 palms clashed. Senior brother Wu paled and took 3 steps back. Someone behind him caught him. The moment Xiao Chen stepped through the door, he immediately felt a vast, mighty force everywhere. The space here was clearly of a higher level than that of a blessed land. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. I couldn't tell that you're quite popular. The danger was clear. After the other party was far away, Xiao Chen smiled and said, your charm is really great. If I were not capable, I might have fallen earlier. These were the 3 most popular places. The temptation was the greatest, and the competition was the most intense. Yang Qing felt that she had good judgment. Xiao Chen also believed that she would not be wrong in recognizing people. You as well. Now, Xiao Chen verified his guess. This Yang Qing hid a lot of her strength. After giving instructions, Hua Yunfeng led the true inheritors away, leaping up and disappearing from where they were. The fiendish demon battlefield was fraught with danger. Immediately, Ling Yu fell heavily to the ground, his bones nearly shattering. He lay on the ground in agony, moaning in pain. Martial uncle, given our physiques, there is no need to waste time here. Ling Yu possessed a great desolate Eon bloodline in the first place. Furthermore, he had refined the golden life juice source. His physique was no weaker than a true inheritor's. You are going to the Buddha-seeking platform as well? Yang Qing asked curiously when she saw the expression on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to knock Xiao Chen unconscious. After entering the fiendish demon battlefield, there were no rules. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't travel with you. I have to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. The inner sect disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Wu turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked in confusion. A place that contained fortuitous encounters, treasures, and inheritances would definitely be accompanied by many dangers. Indeed. With one more person taking care of this fiendish demon battlefield, it will definitely be safer. Xiao Chen sweated in his heart. The other party really thought too much. If Xiao Chen wanted to obtain a Dao tool, he would have to clash with the peak true inheritors. Now was not the time. Go. Half-step primal core? So that was how it was. No matter who you found to open the back door, just stay here properly. You have no right to speak in the fiendish demon battlefield. Ling Yu smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. However, it will definitely be the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 book pavilion, or the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I'm waiting for martial uncle to decide. Yang Qing was not surprised at the strength Xiao Chen displayed. She smiled and said, I just knew that my judgment would not be wrong. You probably evolved by becoming a true inheritor's servant and just endured it for a while. As for Xiao Chen, that went without saying. Naturally, Xiao Chen's first choice for practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the Buddhist holy land of the fiendish demon battlefield, the Buddha-seeking platform, to improve his saber technique further. Furthermore, he had the support of the Buddhist Surya pearls. Compared to ordinary people, his chances of finding fortuitous encounters in the Buddha-seeking platform were much greater. Hua Yunfeng gathered all the Purple Flame sect disciples and looked at them expressionlessly. Yang Qing smiled and rejected, Thank you, Senior Brother Wu, for your kind intentions. Ling Yu showed an expression of pity. In that case, I'll leave with the other junior brothers. Martial uncle, take care. Their physiques were much stronger than those of the core disciples and inner sect elites. After sensing for a while, they could barely adapt to the environment here. There was no need to waste time meditating. Xiao Chen stood up and acted as if nothing had happened. Then, he went to where the Purple Flame sect's inner sect disciples gathered. The 20-odd inner sect disciples had formed groups, and only one group had not left yet. Xiao Chen nodded and waved the Buddhist Surya pearls on his wrist. I have a fate with Buddha. Although many years had passed since the Buddha-seeking platform, some Buddhist might still lingered on it. As Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qing, who could keep up with him, he entered deep thought. The first time he saw her, he felt that she was extraordinary. Xiao Chen said with a smile as he walked over. Whoosh. Senior Brother Wu, whose arm was already completely numb, felt a chill when he saw the smile on Xiao Chen's face. Then, he quickly led the other inner sect disciples far away. However, this was no wonder. Xiao Chen's confrontation with Shangguan Lei and the news of his fight with the Little Thunder Saber only spread among the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples. Only the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples knew about it. The inner disciples still did not know their names. Yang Qing did not know much, so it was hard to avoid making a mistake. Yang Qing nodded. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The human heart is hard to fathom. Even in the same sect, having too many people will only result in delays and all sorts of trouble. With these lessons, the latecomers all sat down on the ground and adapted to the might and pressure of this place first. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. His expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, On account that we are from the same sect, I'll overlook this palm strike of yours for now. Quickly scram. Ling Yu was raring to go at the side, clearly excited. His strength had improved greatly, and he had high hopes for the fiendish demon battlefield. Martial uncle, let's go as well. The ancient and mysterious doors opened, and the disciples of the various sects immediately rushed to the island. Junior sister Yang Qing, come with us, then. In this fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen would definitely choose to travel alone. Senior Brother Wu revealed an expression of understanding. He thought that Xiao Chen was a relative of an inner sect elder and that Yang Qing had taken a liking to him because of this relationship. To think that Xiao Chen had hidden so much of his strength. Where are you going? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Chen and Yang Qing traveled side by side. As they rose and landed, they moved quickly, moving at a high speed. After bidding each other farewell, Xiao Chen sent off the other party with his eyes. At this moment, many disciples could no longer hold themselves back. They forcefully endured the might and pressure and left the safe zone, preparing to adapt to the environment as they traveled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fiendish demons filled the place. Every time the fiendish demon battlefield ended, less than half of the disciples returned alive. After arriving at this fiendish demon battlefield, junior brothers will have to search for fortuitous encounters. I will only say one thing. The Purple Flame sect does not like killing its own sect members. If we are discovered, I will personally make a move. He is my companion. Before we entered the main sect, we agreed to work together to roam the fiendish demon battlefield. Let's go, then. The ferocious beasts and fiendish demons in that place would more or less be a deterrent. Rest well for now. We will make further plans after we adapt to the environment here. Xiao Chen hid his strength from her, and she hid her strength from him as well. Could she be thinking the same thing as him? However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, Yang Qing did not team up with anyone else. Xiao Chen nodded, and the two followed the crowd and passed through that mysterious door. I'm not afraid. Don't worry. Where are you going? I do not need too many good companions. One is enough. Two is already heaven's blessing. If they went to the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all Ling Yu needed was a good treasure weapon. How could Xiao Chen care about a good treasure weapon? Yang Qing nodded and said, let's go to the Buddha-seeking platform first. We definitely cannot go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion now. There are people everywhere. Even if we obtain fortuitous encounters, it will not be easy to get away. On the other hand, this kind of place that people tend to overlook is safe enough. Even if they had a bad start, they could still put it this way. However, there was a large portion of people who remained calm. Although the fortuitous encounters in this fiendish demon battlefield were great, they were not in a rush. The fiendish demon battlefield sounded like a boundless, desolate battlefield with fiendish demons everywhere. In reality, the depths of the battlefield was a small world. Several cries of pain rang out. It turned out that many sect disciples soared into the air after entering. In the end, they were caught off guard. Unexpectedly, the pressure of the world here was so great. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's goal was different from Ling Yu's. Chapter 1681. After leaving the safe zone enveloped by the mysterious gate, the entire environment immediately changed. A dense ancient aura surged over, desolate and ancient. There was also a weak but omnipresent fiendish qi. That fiendish qi looked ordinary. However, if one breathed it in for a long time, it would make one irritable, bloodthirsty, and murderous. Xiao Chen did not know where that divine vein powerhouse found such a place and made it his resting place. Everyone could find information about the fiendish demon battlefield. As for how much they knew, it would depend on their position in the sect. The jade strip that Ling Yu obtained would definitely be more detailed than what Yang Qing could find. For example, Yang Qing only knew the rough location of this Buddha-seeking platform. However, Xiao Chen knew the specifics. Xiao Chen took out the jade strip and sent his spiritual sense into it. A blurry three-dimensional map appeared in his vision. Then, he continuously compared the three-dimensional map and finally matched the fiendish demon battlefield with the real world. Xiao Chen muttered the words Buddha-seeking platform in his heart. A flickering red dot immediately appeared in the distance on the three-dimensional map, looking incredibly clear. This was a special map that the Purple Flame sect's senior brothers had drawn over a long period of time and integrated into the jade strip. Only rank 4 sects could make such a jade strip, and only core disciples could obtain it. Of course, the map was not omnipotent. Most of the places were covered in black fog, places that had not been explored before. Come with me. After confirming the direction, Xiao Chen led Yang Qing forward at full speed. Along the way, the two occasionally ran into elite disciples of the other holy lands. After exchanging cautious glances, they carefully left. There were no rules in the fiendish demon battlefield. One had to be wary of fiendish demons, but so did the disciples of the other sects. Bang! Suddenly, the sounds of intense fighting came from a small hill not far in front. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and immediately saw clearly. It turned out that a few disciples had discovered a stalk of strange grass that could raise one's physique. Elite disciples of the various sects continuously joined in to fight the ferocious beasts guarding the natural treasures. Xiao Chen casually glanced at it before ignoring it. He had the life juice source and did not care about this strange grass. As for Yang Qing, she only glanced at it indifferently before ignoring it. They continued on their way. The two purposely increased their speed. However, everyone was restricted in this fiendish demon battlefield, unable to move at full speed. Half a day later, a towering skyscraper surrounded by countless Dao wheels appeared in the duo's sight. Myriad weapon pavilion, Yang Qing exclaimed softly, and a hint of passion flashed in her eyes. No one would not be tempted when they saw the countless beautiful Dao wheels. By grasping a Dao tool, one would be able to sense the existence of the Dao in advance. It also had boundless benefits to one's comprehension of the Dao. Owning a Dao weapon was the dream of every disciple. Most importantly, a Dao tool that could catch the eye of a divine vein powerhouse would definitely be of superior grade or peak grade. Perhaps a Dao tool might grasp 2 or even 3 Daos, mutually nourishing each other. Rumor had it that 800 years ago, a disciple of the Divine Firmament Gate obtained a Dao tool that contained 2 Daos. To this day, they were treated as treasures, placed in the Divine Firmament sect's Divine Weapon Pavilion and not easily shown to others. As for that disciple who obtained a Dao tool, he advanced to the Cloud Sea realm at a young age, possessing great fortuitous encounters. Over the past 10,000 years, there were many similar legends left behind, attracting the people who came later to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. Right now, at least 100 people had already passed by the two, rushing to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion. "Let's go," Xiao Chen urged indifferently. Confused, Yang Qing asked, "You don't have the desire to go to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion?" "Naturally, I do. However, not now. Once I go, I have to take out a Dao tool." Xiao Chen's tone was relaxed as if he was speaking the truth. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Take out a Dao tool? That's too difficult. Not to mention the competition among many peak true inheritors, even without competition, subduing a Dao tool would not be easy under the suppression of the Myriad Weapon Pavilion's Dao might." Xiao Chen smiled and did not argue. 4 hours later, a mountain range appeared before the two. According to the map in the Jade Strip, the Buddha-seeking platform was at the summit. This was the only place in the fiendish demon battlefield that had anything to do with Buddhism. The Buddha-seeking platform produced all sorts of wondrous items with a connection to Buddhism. For example, the famous 5 trees and 6 flowers of Buddhism could be found here. Those were wondrous flowers and fruits that were hard to find in the outside world. They were incredibly precious. Be it monks who cultivated Buddhism or those who cultivated the martial Tao, they would receive great benefits after consuming them. However, it was not easy to go up. The flowers and trees in the mountain were boundlessly messy. Dangerous, ferocious beasts hid everywhere. The way to the summit was on the mountain path. Without any other choice, the two could only follow the mountain path to the summit. Several people walked on the mountain path. They all opened their eyes wide as they carefully looked into the depths of the forest. Xiao Chen had the heavenly eye. With a sweep of his gaze, he could easily see every blade of grass and tree in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the Buddhist Sarira beads on Xiao Chen's wrist gave off a faint heat. Xiao Chen understood. This was the Buddhist Sarira beads forming a strange connection with some kind of wondrous Buddhist flowers and plants. Their Buddhist natures were connected, so there was a connection between them. "Wait for me for a while." After saying that, Xiao Chen followed his senses and entered the forest. The connection intensified, and the Buddhist Sarira beads gave off a weak Buddhist light. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on a white flower. 5 petals spread out gracefully. There were large patches of pale yellow on the petals. The alternating yellow and white gave off an exceptionally refreshing fragrance. White jasmine flower, one of the 6 flowers of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. This flower grew on trees and could be consumed orally. Of course, it could be used to brew tea or refine medicinal pills to bring out its effects to the fullest. The white jasmine flower tasted elegant and refreshing. After consuming it, it could directly increase one's cultivation. 1 petal was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Of course, the effects would decrease as time passed. However, even if it could not increase one's cultivation in the end, It could stabilize one's cultivation and condense veritable essence energy. To cultivators, this was simply wondrous. To Buddhist sect people, it was even more useful. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also allow one to understand Buddhist principles, increase one's affinity with Buddhism, and strengthen one's wisdom. Any one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers was innately connected to Buddhism and could strengthen one's wisdom. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and stretched out his hand to pluck this white jasmine flower. However, he sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Chen casually looked around and saw many pairs of scarlet eyes staring at him from the darkness in the depths of the forest. Dodge! After plucking the flower petal, Xiao Chen immediately flashed, fleeing into the forest. Kai! Kai! Sharp cries came from the forest. 4 or 5 small, scarlet macaques bared their teeth as they gave chase. The macaques were astonishingly fast in the forest. Furthermore, they were more accustomed to the environment of the fiendish demon battlefield. Their speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Fearing that he would startle some other ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen did not make a move. He executed the new fish dragon art, and a layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, knocking down many trees as he charged out of the forest and appeared on a small mountain path. The bloodthirsty macaques that had been chasing him immediately stopped their pursuit. They stood on a tree branch and roared at him endlessly. Xiao Chen had long discovered that this mountain path contained remnant Buddhist might. It was much safer than the forest. In the past, there were believers who bowed with every 3 steps and knelt with every 9, sincerely worshipping Buddha. Indeed, when Xiao Chen arrived on the path, those bloodthirsty macaques immediately stopped chasing. One bloodthirsty macaque was as strong as a late-stage minor primal core cultivator. If Xiao Chen got surrounded in the forest, he would be in some trouble. White jasmine flower. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, the fragrant white jasmine flower in his hand, which was filled with a Buddhist nature, immediately attracted the attention of many people on the mountain path. Damn! What a fellow! He actually managed to escape the bloodthirsty macaques without getting injured at all. He is really lucky. He just arrived, and he already found a white jasmine flower. When they noticed that Xiao Chen was unharmed, many of the people with ulterior motives immediately withdrew their thoughts. It was definitely not as simple as luck for Xiao Chen to emerge unscathed from the forest. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Chen wasted this treasure, munching on 3 petals of the white jasmine flower. It tastes pretty good. You should try it as well. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Chen gave the remaining 2 petals to the somewhat stunned Yang Qing. Yang Qing ate it just like that. Although the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers could be consumed directly, this was a wondrous herb. Who would be so ungrateful as to consume it directly? Furthermore, it was so careless. Chapter 1682. Unlike those cultivators who risked their lives in the dense forest and searched everywhere, Xiao Chen only needed to rely on his senses to easily find his target. Fortunately, the strange smell would disappear with a gust of wind. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Compared to the other nervous expressions, it formed a sharp contrast. Only true experts could reap some benefits. Actually, this principle applied everywhere in the fiendish demon battlefield. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After saying that, he shoved it into Yang Qing's mouth. All right, I'll go and meet him. I can't just watch as he destroys our opportunity. Right at this time, a miserable cry attracted Xiao Chen and Yang Qing's attention. Suddenly, something strange happened. A heaven-shaking roar came from the depths of the forest. Countless trees were uprooted. A grade 3 monastery's monk suggested. Xiao Chen continued walking forward. Soon, he felt the Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist heat up. He revealed a smile and quickly entered the dense forest. Buddhist cultivators were not all kind-hearted people. For many people, Buddhist cultivators and martial cultivators were only a method to become stronger. The white jasmine flower truly had boundless wondrous uses. The profound light temple was different. The largest temple of the Potala mountain did not fear the purple flame sect at all. I can cultivate Buddhist cultivation techniques and martial techniques to become stronger, But I don't have to abide by the precepts and respect the precepts. Xiao Chen smiled. Take it. This is just the beginning. Senior brother Yang Feng, you are a disciple of the profound light temple. You are no weaker than the purple flame sect. That kid's main strengths are his body movement technique and his strong body. Senior brother Zhan Ding cultivates the greater teleportation body technique and the Vajra indestructible body, which completely restrains him. If he went to the 10,000 flowers garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, or the 10,000 book pavilion, he would not be able to do so. This MT-seeking mountain has always been our exclusive property. It's him again. Where did he come from? Seeing that Xiao Chen's harvest was increasing, their dissatisfaction intensified. As they looked at Xiao Chen and Yang Qing's backs, rage flashed in their eyes. What made Xiao Chen even more happy was that his Buddha heart was also strengthened further. The Buddha light between his eyebrows was hidden and not emitted. If not for his long hair fluttering in the wind, one might even mistake him for a monk from a temple. The loss outweighed the gain. For the sake of a white jasmine flower, the strongest of the three, senior brother Ma, ended up half dead, losing the chance to continue obtaining fortuitous encounters. Poochie. Whoosh. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. The environment of the jungle was complicated. It was too risky to search inside. After a while, Xiao Chen walked out again with a jasmine flower. After swallowing all 3 jasmine flower petals, the Taiji Yin-Yang True Essence diagram in Xiao Chen's Dantian expanded by 20%. It's a major primal core realm ferocious beast, a black iron demonic ape. Just like that, he walked along the main path towards the Buddha-seeking platform at the peak of the mountain. His harvest alone was more than enough to surpass everyone combined. 5 bald monks were gathered together. Then, he snatched the white jasmine flower from the unconscious man's hand and stomped him to death. Once he succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to make up for it both internally and externally, and his strength would definitely increase by another level. A giant black ape that was 30 meters tall appeared with a roar. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He casually swallowed 3 flower petals and left the remaining 2 for Yang Qing. However, it was not easy to obtain it safely. With a moment of carelessness, he was bitten by the bloodthirsty macaque. His blood immediately flowed out of his body at an alarming rate. Even major primal core venerates could only try their luck outside and see if they could discover the strange plants in the forest on the main road. The eyes of the yellow-faced monk called Yang Feng flashed as he made up his mind. The effect of increasing his cultivation base was not very good. Xiao Chen felt that his cultivation base had only increased by about 20%. Apart from that, Xiao Chen also discovered another effect. After consuming the jasmine flower, his Buddha heart became even stronger. But to Xiao Chen, this place was too interesting. His Surya Buddhist beads were like a cheat. There were the 5 trees and 6 flowers of the Buddhist sects in the depths of the forest. There were many natural spirit herbs, and the jasmine flower was just one of them. Quick, quick, go and save senior brother Ma. These 2 were late-stage minor primal core cultivators. Facing this black iron demonic ape was somewhat taxing. They executed their martial techniques at the same time and quickly struck the black iron demonic ape. This was far weaker than the legendary 10 years of cultivation increase. This had a lot to do with Xiao Chen reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation. In senior brother Ma's hand, there was only a single jasmine flower. The 2 people who came to his rescue had dim expressions on their faces. The life juice source cleansed Xiao Chen's physical body and strengthened his physique. The jasmine flower strengthened his cultivation and cleansed his veritable essence energy. The 2 complemented each other, one internal and one external, greatly benefiting Xiao Chen. Aside from those who cultivated beneficence, monks who focused on cultivating grand aspirations and incense had very few restrictions in the first place. Firstly, it was a waste. Secondly, it could not be digested quickly. Where did this evil Buddhist monk come from? Xiao Chen showed an angry expression. This was forcing him into a dead end. This strange flower melted the moment it entered his mouth, continuously cleansing his veritable essence energy. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the other monks all nodded in agreement. Yang essence energy and the principles of yin and yang slowly circulated in his body, giving off a faint glow. His entire body was filled with energy. In the dense forest, a young man about 500 meters from the main road was captured by 50 bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys, entering a bitter battle. Yang Qing put away the jasmine flower. However, she did not dare to eat it like Xiao Chen. Jasmine flower. However, there were still several bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys behind. Finally, the remaining two fled to the main road and watched as the black iron demonic ape went far away. Aside from the jasmine flower, Xiao Chen harvested all sorts of strange Buddhist flowers and herbs. This was a rewarding journey. Of course, Xiao Chen still focused on the jasmine flower. Xiao Chen was different. He possessed a great desolate Eon bloodline, and his physique had reached the level of a great primal core venerate. Following that, the two seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the mountain road. However, every once in a while, Xiao Chen would obtain a strange flower or herb, feeling relaxed and satisfied. Buddhist sect cultivation focused on merit, aspirations, and incense offerings. Actually, this was easy to understand. If monks were monks, they would truly be a group of ascetic monks who did not eat the food of the mortal world. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no way for them to survive. His companions guarding the main road immediately charged in to save him. The two moved very quickly. However, by the time they arrived, senior brother Ma had already fainted. His face was pale, and teeth wounds covered his entire body. When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen's changes, she muttered in her heart, not understanding what was going on. Ah! Raw. As a result, Xiao Chen's body started to emit a strange and unpleasant smell. These were all impurities that flowed out of his veritable essence energy. As Xiao Chen consumed more jasmine flowers, he felt the effects of his veritable essence energy becoming increasingly obvious. As his veritable essence energy was continuously cleansed, it became increasingly clear and crystalline. The impurities were slowly removed. More importantly, his injuries were not something that could be easily healed. What a fellow! A half-step primal core veritable personage actually monopolized 80% of the strange flowers and herbs in this Buddha-seeking mountain. Be careful. Just as Xiao Chen obtained another white jasmine flower and prepared to leave the forest, a strong Buddhist might suddenly appeared on the main road. This Buddhist might merged with the strong wind, containing the rage of a guardian deity, wanting to force him back. No matter where one went, a rank 4 sect would have a strong deterrent effect. If the Buddha-seeking mountain came to settle the score, the monastery they were in would not be able to endure the pressure. Xiao Chen could only say that he had chosen the right place to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. Xiao Chen had only entered the fiendish demon battlefield for slightly more than a day. His current harvest could be said to be one of the best. The black iron demonic ape's scarlet eyes shone with a spiritual light. Its two palms smashed over like two mountains, sending the two flying. Xiao Chen easily obtained another white jasmine flower. This made the eyes of the other sect disciples searching hard on the main road green with envy. Being able to obtain this white jasmine flower before breaking through to the primal core realm was like heaven helping them. However, the effects of condensing veritable essence energy were very obvious. That Taiji veritable essence energy diagram became more tangible. Clearly, no ordinary person would be able to reap benefits from the forest. Yang Qing shook her head and said, "I did not do much for this white jasmine flower. I don't want it." Xiao Chen had already traversed 2/3 of the mountain road. His harvest was bountiful. This trip was not in vain. However, the black iron demonic ape skin was as tough as steel. The two's attacks could not break through its defense at all. Chapter 1683. Where did this evil monk of the Buddhist sect come from? To think that he was so sinister, sneak attacking Xiao Chen at his most crucial moment. Xiao Chen did not think too much. He faced the other party's Buddhist might and gathered 4 cauldron force before throwing a punch. With a deafening bang, the two fists collided, creating a boundless shockwave that rolled out in all directions. Xiao Chen clearly saw that monk's face. His complexion was yellowish, and his skin was bronze. With one look, it was clear that this monk cultivated the Buddhist Vajradharma, giving him an incredibly strong physical body. Indeed, as expected, you are not an ordinary half-step primal core cultivator. The strength of your physical body is really startling. Yang Feng smiled coldly and shouted, however, now, scram back. Yang Feng shouted, and the energy in his fist light increased significantly. Surging vital qi surged out, pressing over like it could topple mountains and flip seas. You are seeking death. Enraged, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Then, he merged his veritable essence energy and vital qi and pushed hard. Amid a loud rumble, Xiao Chen pushed Yang Feng back like he was a mountain. After pushing Yang Feng away, the bloodthirsty macaques behind him charged over at this moment. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only expose his strength. He used his body as a saber and released the great Dao's might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen threw 6 punches, his fist lights like sabers. The wind howled, looking like resplendent saber lights blossoming in the depths of the forest. After 6 punches, Xiao Chen knocked back the bloodthirsty macaques. However, such an intense battle attracted the attention of the many ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars came from the depths of the forest. Xiao Chen sensed several major primal core ferocious beasts rushing over. He did not dare to linger. With a few flashes, he arrived on the mountain path protected by the Buddhist might. On the other side, Yang Qing was surrounded by a group of bald monks. They did not use any killing moves on her, just holding her back, not letting her come over to support Xiao Chen. On the path, Yang Feng looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had just landed a heavy punch on him, but his body seemed fine. However, his body seemed to be completely fine. He was completely unharmed, and his expression was cold. Benefactor, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. You have to leave him a way out. If you monopolize all the resources of this Buddha-seeking mountain, what will happen to us, the people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield, who worked so hard to enter? Hearing the other party's reasoning, Xiao Chen smiled and said, according to you, what should I do? When Yang Feng saw that Xiao Chen seemed to have the intention to negotiate, his expression turned much warmer as he said, give us some of the white jasmine flowers and other rare Buddhist herbs you obtained. Let's work together on the Buddha-seeking platform. With the help of us Buddhists, we can give you more opportunities on the Buddha-seeking platform. You should also know that compared to the fortuitous encounters on the Buddha-seeking platform, the flowers and plants in this dense forest are completely not worth mentioning. Xiao Chen did know that there was an ancient temple in the Buddha-seeking platform that was completely preserved. There were many Buddhist weapons, Buddhist treasures, and even perfectly refined Buddhist pills. In the depths of the monastery, there was a kind of wisdom tea. After drinking it, it could condense a cultivator's soul force. It could increase a major primal core cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. In the past, there was a legend that a Black Cave Mountain disciple obtained the wisdom tea and broke through to the Cloud Sea realm in less than 10 years. However, the Buddha-seeking platform was now occupied by a group of fiendish demons. Fiendish demons were not like ferocious beasts. They were life forms that existed before the martial epoch was formed. They were born after the destruction of the immortal epoch. After the heavenly court collapsed, the immortal qi went out of control, and all sorts of objects manifested themselves. For example, stones, trees, flowers, and even ordinary livestock. There were all sorts of strange things here. After they manifested themselves, they turned into monsters. They were neither human nor ghost, neither immortal nor demon. They were known as fiendish demons. However, after the destruction of the immortal epoch, the immortal qi of the heavenly court became impure. Hence, most of the fiendish demons had violent tempers and were bloodthirsty. Before the birth of the martial epoch, fiendish demons had wreaked havoc in the world. Fiendish demons slaughtered the various races. This lasted until the sage ancestors of the Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian sects appeared and fought with the fiendish demons. Only then did they gain the upper hand, killing the other party and ushering in the martial epoch. In this age, one could no longer run into fiendish demons in the ordinary world. Even if one ran into them in this special place, the bloodlines of the fiendish demons would be diluted, no longer having the might of their ancestors. However, ferocious beasts could not compare to them. Be it in intelligence or strength, ferocious beasts could not compare to fiendish demons. If Xiao Chen wanted to enter and obtain fortuitous encounters, he would be of great help. With the help of the Buddhist sects, it was indeed a great help. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques and martial techniques were very effective against fiendish demons. However, based on Yang Feng's expression, it seemed like Xiao Chen had something to ask of him, wanting to hand over the white jasmine flower and the other Buddhist sect herbs. Was that possible? Xiao Chen said coldly, "You are overthinking. If you are willing to work together, I can share some of the benefits from the Buddha-seeking platform with you. However, you can stop dreaming if you want the natural treasures that I obtained along the way." Yang Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I will soon show you who is the one living in a dream." Whoosh! Yang Feng's figure turned around, and a Buddhist light flowed. Then, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. His skin gave off a metallic glow. This was the Profound Light Temple's indestructible iron body, a cultivation technique for the physical body. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He gently stomped on the ground, and a boundless killing chi surged out together with his aura like a tsunami. Under the suppression of such a strong aura, Yang Feng's speed immediately slowed. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he attacked at lightning speed. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen sent out 3-hand saber strikes at the same spot, giving off metallic clangs. Yang Feng grunted as he got knocked back 100 meters. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Look! The Profound Light Temple's true inheritors are fighting with the Purple Flame Sect's people. It's him, that white-clad person. He gained a lot on this Buddha-seeking mountain. He is very strong. I just guessed that someone would be jealous. Indeed, the Profound Light Temple's people could not resist making a move. Furthermore, it is an early-stage major primal core true inheritor. This is going to be a good show. Xiao Chen was a celebrity in Mt. Ask Mountain. His every move would attract a lot of attention. Previously, every time he came out of the forest, he would always have a harvest, and it had already caused a commotion. However, due to the Purple Flame Sect's reputation and Xiao Chen's strength, they did not have the courage to do so. Now that they saw Xiao Chen fighting with the Profound Light Temple true inheritor, they were not surprised. This Buddha-seeking mountain had always been the exclusive property of that group of monks. I wonder who will win. What else is there to say? It must be that bald monk. After all, he is a true inheritor of the Profound Light Temple. For him to have such a high cultivation base, he must have cultivated his way up. You should know that it is the hardest for a Buddhist to improve their cultivation base. Right. This white-clad bladesman is merely a half-step primal core cultivator. Although his physical body is astonishingly strong and his movement technique is terrifying, he is not a primal core cultivator. However, this Profound Light Temple monk not only has a higher cultivation, but his physical body and movement technique are also no weaker than the white-robed bladesman's. It's hard to say. The white-robed bladesman has not drawn his saber yet. Indeed, only now did the crowd notice Xiao Chen, who was fighting an intense battle with Yang Feng. Even now, Xiao Chen still had not drawn his saber. No one could think of a reason. Why? After Yang Feng was knocked back by Xiao Chen again, he patted his clothes and smiled. Interesting. However, I have already cultivated my indestructible iron body to the 5th layer. With your cultivation, you can forget about injuring me. As long as I land one punch, you will be finished. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party's physical body combined with the indestructible iron body was indeed difficult to deal with. Indeed, none of the true inheritors of a rank 4 sect were easy to deal with. If Xiao Chen's cultivation was higher, he would not have to put in so much effort. However, it would only take a little more effort. The other party was not Shangguan Lei, so he would not find it difficult to deal with. Right after Yang Feng spoke, Xiao Chen shot over. He stretched out his hand, and 7 beams of light shot out from his clothes. These were the 7 deadly sins that he had not used for a long time. The 7 sabers each gave off a different state. Under Xiao Chen's control, they merged into one. Then, He stretched out his hand and grasped them tightly. Dao might appeared. With the saber in hand, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed, becoming boundlessly tyrannical, swallowing mountains and rivers. The great Dao might immediately put Yang Feng in an extremely difficult position. What saber is this? Yang Feng was somewhat startled. When he saw Xiao Chen's aura change, it felt like he was holding a Dao tool. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. First, there was a saber god. Then, there is a divine saber. The saber is not important. What is important is the person holding the saber. Don't think that I can't do anything to your body of metal. Chapter 1684. With the saber in hand, Xiao Chen's attacks immediately turned sharp. Holding up his saber, Xiao Chen did not dodge. He directly chopped at the opening at the left rib of the profound light temple's Yang Feng. There was nothing special about this move. It was just fast, so fast that everyone seemed to see a mottled afterimage. It was as fast as lightning. First came the electric light, then came the thunder. This reminded everyone of what Xiao Chen said earlier. First came the saber god, then came the divine saber. The important thing was not the divine saber but the person who grasped the saber. Xiao Chen compared himself to the saber god. Originally, everyone looked down on him. Now, they no longer dared to underestimate him. It was just an ordinary move, but it was an eye-opener for everyone, causing them to cry out in surprise. Facing Xiao Chen's careless saber strike, Yang Feng hesitated. He had purposely revealed the opening. Yang Feng had many openings. However, he did not care about them earlier. The indestructible iron body made Yang Feng's physical body incredibly strong, suppressing Xiao Chen's physical body. Yang Feng did not feel any pressure when clashing head-on with Xiao Chen's fistlight and palm saber. As Yang Feng said, he could not injure him at all. However, Yang Feng no longer felt confident when facing this saber strike. Open! Yang Feng shouted. Suddenly, a scripture shining with resplendent golden light flowed on the surface of his skin. His Buddhist might increased greatly, and his indestructible iron body improved further. It was like he truly had the golden arhat protecting his body. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Everything was within his expectations. Suddenly, he raised his saber and chopped down at the speed of lightning. Then, he suddenly stopped. The saber move changed, like a sudden turn of a mountain peak. However, it flowed smoothly, looking wondrous. As Yang Feng raised his saber, it turned into an unending chain of huge waves. The saber light spread out, looking like the huge waves of a long river, one wave after another. By perfectly merging the ferocious mysteries and the chain of attacks, the might of this saber strike appeared boundlessly tyrannical. Even an outsider bladesman could tell that this was extraordinary, indescribably wondrous. Good. Many people cheered in unison. There was practically no one here who could send out such a saber strike. Yang Feng's face immediately sank. He, who was immersed in Xiao Chen's saber technique, felt it even more deeply. All of a sudden, it was as if the wasteland had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, it was as if they were in the middle of the ocean, facing the monstrous waves that were thousands of miles long. He was like a lonely boat in the night, looking around without anyone to rely on. Retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yang Feng decisively chose to retreat. He also could not let Xiao Chen's saber strike his weak point. The consequences would be hard to predict. He only took one step back, and in that one step, he formed a seal with both hands. Between his fingers, a sacred flower bloomed, and seven-colored light filled the air, bringing with it a gentle Buddhist light. As long as the angle deviated, it would not be able to dodge Xiao Chen's saber strike. As long as Yang Feng did not strike at his weak point, he was confident that he could block Xiao Chen's attack and instantly counterattack. Change. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, and his saber technique changed again. He materialized the boundless surging wave to its limits. Then, he pulled it back, not even a splash of water spilling out. This was another perfect move. The spectators even forgot to praise him. It was indescribably wondrous. Breaking 1,000 armies. Suddenly, a heavy crashing sound rang out in the air. The crashing sound made everyone's heart beat faster, wanting to leap out of their chests. Yang Feng felt like he was in a bloody battlefield amid thousands of soldiers as Xiao Chen swung his saber. He wanted to use this saber strike to chop apart thousands of soldiers and sweep away the boundless dust. Breaking the stars. Then, when the saber light was about to chop down, Xiao Chen gently pulled back the saber tip. The aura of breaking 1,000 armies was completely absorbed into the saber tip. Starlight filled the sky, and the saber tip became boundlessly resplendent. It gave off a light even more dazzling than the stars, flickering among the stars in the universe. It seemed like this move of the saber could sweep away the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and destroy the stars in the universe. This startled Yang Feng. Suddenly, he could not keep up with Xiao Chen's change in moves. In other words, Xiao Chen used his startling talent in the saber Dao to forcefully take the lead by one move. Breaking the world. Breaking 1,000 armies, breaking the stars, breaking the world. After stacking 2 moves, Xiao Chen changed his move to breaking the world and chopped down while Yang Feng's expression changed to one of shock. When the saber descended, it was like a lone knight galloping alone, carrying a momentum that could sweep through the world. Xiao Chen pointed at Yang Feng's initial opening. "I admit defeat." While he was surprised and bewildered, Yang Feng suddenly gave up resisting and shouted loudly. Buzz! The saber that swept through the world suddenly stopped when it was about 2 centimeters away from Yang Feng's opening. The saber trembled continuously, buzzing endlessly. The saber intent that Xiao Chen emitted spread out in the surroundings. Yang Feng's heart pounded heavily. He wanted to say something. Pa. Xiao Chen raised his saber horizontally and slapped Yang Feng's face, sending him flying. After he landed on the ground, he bounced off into the distance. On the mountain path of Mount Inquiring, countless people were watching this scene in the open and in the dark. Who could have imagined that a profound Light Temple true inheritor would end up in such a state when facing Xiao Chen? Everyone could see the situation of the match very clearly. When Yang Feng admitted defeat, anyone with a discerning eye could see the reason behind it. Only by admitting defeat could Yang Feng survive. After Xiao Chen attacked with his saber, his inconspicuous flaw became a fatal flaw after Xiao Chen changed his moves continuously. This was a fatal opening that Xiao Chen had forcefully created with his exquisite saber techniques. If Xiao Chen struck Yang Feng, he would definitely be crippled. Although everyone could tell that Yang Feng had left behind so many openings because of his carelessness, it was not easy to tell. However, everyone knew that even if he hadn't been careless, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Xiao Chen. There was no other reason other than the fact that the saber art was simply unbelievable and superb. Damn, he can't be that person, right? Who? It's that mysterious expert that spread through the various sects, the top core disciple of the Black Cave Mountains Divine Firmament sect. I heard that this bladesman defeated him in one move right in front of Shangguan Lei. That is really possible. He happens to be from the Purple Flame sect, and his saber techniques happen to be startling. Furthermore, we are not familiar with him. There are too many coincidences. This is the truth. Immediately, startled cries rang out. The person who dared to anger Shangguan Lei into trembling but did not dare to make a move was the idol of many people. Who would have thought that they would meet here? It's you. As Yang Feng lay on the ground, he revealed an expression of relief when he heard everyone's discussion. Yang Feng had heard of the Black Cave Mountains' mysterious bladesman as well. However, he had not taken it seriously. Yang Feng was very clear on what kind of person Shangguan Lei was. He did not believe that a nameless nobody would force Shangguan Lei into not daring to make a move. There had to be more to the story. However, after exchanging moves with Xiao Chen, Yang Feng started to believe it. The white-robed bladesman before him might not be without trump cards that even Shangguan Lei feared. I am not being merciful with this saber strike. The venerable Xian Bei once saved my life, so I will not kill someone from the profound Light Temple. However, if you keep mocking me, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he looked at Yang Feng, not saying anything more. He had always been decisive when it came to killing. This Yang Feng had already crossed his bottom line. If it were someone else, even if that person begged for mercy, Xiao Chen would still chop down his saber. However, Since the other party was from the Profound Light Temple and chose to admit defeat, Xiao Chen could spare his life. However, there was only one chance. If there was a second time, Xiao Chen would not be polite. After a while, Yang Qing looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. No matter what, she could not have imagined it. Xiao Chen would be the person who charged into the Divine Firmament sect and was viewed as a legend by the many inner sect disciples of the Purple Flame sect. Yang Qing's first impression was that she had always thought that Xiao Chen had become the servant of a true inheritor. Furthermore, because she was too familiar with Xiao Chen, she had never thought that Xiao Chen was the mysterious bladesman who fought with Shangguan Lei. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Chen and said seriously, "Young Master Xiao, you really hid yourself deeply." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. "I have never hidden anything from you. I already said from the start that I came to find my senior brother. It is just that you did not believe me. However, my senior brother is indeed Senior Yi Zifeng. He is fully capable of obtaining a spot for me." Right after Yang Qing spoke, Xiao Chen paused for a moment before continuing. "You, on the other hand, have been hiding very deeply. Even now, I cannot see through you." Yang Qing appeared slightly startled, somewhat surprised. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Back on the ship, I already paid attention to you. At that time, I thought that I already saw through you. Only now do I realize that I cannot see through you completely, never before. However, what does that matter? I only need to remember that you once shielded me without any hesitation. That is enough." Chapter 1685. When Xiao Chen came out, he would definitely have a stalk of the Buddhist sect's strange plant. Xiao Chen suspected that he had run into a mutated black iron demonic ape. "I can't care anymore. If it is not mature, so be it. It is better than someone else taking it away." The white-clad monk was none other than the Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. Right now, he had another identity, Yang Shi, a newly advanced disciple of the Profound Light Temple. He was like a pool of lightning, shocking the various ferocious beasts in the forest. Peak Major Primal Core. "Young Master Xiao, how did you escape unharmed? People like Shangguan Lei, Zhen Yuan, and Wang Yuming definitely would not come. They would definitely go to a land of greater fortuitous encounters." After a loud sound, frost covered that black iron demonic ape's entire body. Yang Qing's peak palm strike knocked it back into the forest. The two smiled at each other and continued heading for the summit. Yang Feng's strength could not be considered at the peak among the true inheritors of the three blessed lands, but there was no need to underestimate him. Even if he could not rank in the top 10, he could still make it into the top 30. This seemingly simple action actually exhausted a lot of mental and physical strength. Fortunately, he did not disappear completely. I can still sense his general direction. After Xiao Chen and Yang Qing went far away, the group of monks from the Potala Mountain gathered together again. With one final leap, a faint purple flame covered Xiao Chen's entire body as he dodged that black iron demonic ape's strike. Then, he landed firmly and heaved a sigh of relief. Based on this trend, it really might be possible. Even senior brother Yang was defeated by him. Who else could stop him? When Xiao Chen looked over, he saw a black wall appear. When he looked up, he discovered that it was a 30-meter-tall black iron demonic ape. Right after the figure vanished, this black iron demonic ape smashed the tree that Xiao Chen had just stood on into powder with one palm strike. Bang! When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw a horrifying scene. The black iron demonic ape had actually followed him silently, right above him. "Young Master Xiao, are you all right?" Yang Qing's complexion paled somewhat, and her voice sounded somewhat weak. Clearly, the rebound from her earlier palm strike made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make his move, a few voices suddenly rang out in unison. Waves of righteous qi spread out in all directions and soared into the sky. Xiao Chen, who was fully focused on fleeing, felt a little tired after a short while. Damn it! How did this black iron demonic ape manage to hide its aura so well with such agility? The black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's body was now immeasurably weak because he had taken the snow lotus. Strange, the black lotus mark left by Master has become so weak. However, This Yang Feng seemed to have forgotten Xiao Chen's final warning. If there was a next time, he would not be lenient. There's no rush. My senior brother Zhen Xian will come later. We already made an agreement. At that time, my senior brother will definitely be able to take down this white-robed bladesman. This was something that could only be done after one's control over one's strength had reached the pinnacle. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he had guessed correctly. This was a mutated black iron demonic ape. The black iron demonic ape was crystalline and flawless. The holy son Ming Xian, who originally thought that after entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he could easily find Xiao Chen by sensing the Black Lotus mark. The holy son Ming Xian entered a berserk state, and the ice on his body fell off. Unyielding might. To the people of the Buddhist sect, no one could endure Xiao Chen monopolizing so many strange flowers and herbs. How terrifying. Young Master Xiao, be careful. Every time Xiao Chen dodged, he would be in danger. This mutated black iron demonic ape was ridiculously strong. Even if there were no other reasons, Xiao Chen would not be willing to fight with such a ferocious beast. It would not end well. He just knew that this earth and fire golden lotus would not be that easy to obtain. Xiao Chen took out a brocade box and carefully moved his body. Just as he put away the earth and fire golden lotus, he sensed a dangerous aura. The most important thing was that it was extremely rare. It could not grow on a large scale like the white jasmine flower. The earth and fire golden lotus had very high environmental requirements. It could only grow in special places. It's fine. I trust you. Whoosh. However, the expression of Yang Qing, who was at the side, changed drastically. Her fine black hair suddenly turned white, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. White snow drifted in the air. However, it did not seem like it had truly matured yet. Xiao Chen did not dare to face it head-on in the depths of this forest. Who knew what other monstrous ferocious beasts would come? Xiao Chen nodded. That was truly dangerous earlier. That black iron demonic ape's movement technique was simply too agile. As it leaped, it did not make a sound. This was simply incredible. The mountain path was an absolutely safe zone. Along the way, no ferocious beasts dared to come here. Inside Buddha-seeking mountain, the Black Lotus mark was weak, appearing and disappearing at times. This made it very difficult for Xiao Chen to determine Xiao Chen's position. Fortunately, the mountain path was already not far away. Xiao Chen's strength was definitely not just at the early stage major primal core realm. It might even be at the peak major primal core realm. Earth and fire golden lotus. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. The earth and fire golden lotus was one of the 6 flowers of the 5 trees and 6 flowers, 1 grade higher than the white jasmine flower. When cultivating in the Buddhist sect, one's Buddha heart was extremely important. It was helpful in comprehending the various ancient Buddhist scriptures and strengthening one's wisdom. Many Buddhist sect martial techniques even had a direct requirement on one's Buddha heart. If one's Buddha heart was not strong, the might of the Buddhist sect martial techniques would be weakened. Relying on the new fish dragon art movement technique, Xiao Chen dashed wildly, dodging the various attacks of this black iron demonic ape. On the mountain path, Xiao Chen and Yang Qing continued walking leisurely. Occasionally, the Buddhist Saria beads would sense something, and Xiao Chen would enter the forest. The strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain all had the effect of strengthening one's Buddha heart. When they reached a certain level, they would undergo a qualitative change. Yang Feng sincerely felt that he was inferior to Xiao Chen. However, it was impossible for him to give up on the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain, especially the white jasmine flower, one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and leaped up, vanishing from a tree branch. The golden lotus petals had not even opened yet. It was like a shy girl covering her face with her hands. At some point in time, it had silently landed in front of Yang Feng. This mutated black iron demonic ape actually ignored the taboo and crossed the mountain path. For Xiao Chen to defeat Yang Feng, it was sufficient for him to dominate this Buddha-seeking mountain. After all, he was a true peak true inheritor. He would go to the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, and the 10,000 book pavilion. Suddenly, the black iron demonic ape's aura soared, instantly reaching a horrifying level. This startled Xiao Chen and Yang Qing at the same time. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, an intense roar suddenly rang out. The 30-meter-long demonic ape in the forest stood up again. At this moment, on a slope some distance away from the Buddha-seeking mountain, a white-clad monk frowned heavily, revealing a confused expression. "Senior brother Yang, what should we do? Are we just going to watch him collect all the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain?" This time, Yang Qing was truly shocked. As she looked at Xiao Chen's sincere gaze, she remained silent for a while before saying, "Thank you. However, there is definitely no conflict of interest between us. After I obtain something from the back mountain of the Buddha-seeking platform, I will leave." Xiao Chen's face sank, and his body shifted back a few steps. Then, he soared into the air and landed on a tree branch. Bang! This time, the Buddhist Sarira pearls sensed something again. Xiao Chen followed the feeling and discovered a golden lotus flower that looked like it was burning with flames. The holy son Ming Xian looked in the direction of the Buddha-seeking mountain, and a light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Every time Xiao Chen leaped up, he had to make precise calculations and use his full power before he could dodge that black iron demonic ape's attack. It was soundless and didn't make any sound. Yang Qing's palm strike in the air looked like a beam of flowing light amid the snowflakes filling the air. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the snowflakes in the air released motes of light. Chapter 1686. The Holy Words of the Confucian Tao, Unyielding Might. With a few shouts, 4 figures landed before Xiao Chen and Yang Qing with a vast and boundless aura that was as heavy as a mountain. The leader was dressed like a scholar. He had a fair face and no facial hair, exuding a scholarly air. At this moment, the 4 arrived with their swords in hand. Their scholarly air turned into a righteous air. Their expressions were resolute, and their eyes shone with an unparalleled sharpness. Their auras soared infinitely. In the blink of an eye, they reached the aura of a peak major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This unyielding might was somewhat similar to his deity's descending. Similarly, it raised one's aura and strength for a short time. However, this unyielding might merged with the righteous air of the Confucian Tao. It was much better than deities descending alone. The 4 each sent out a sword strike. Sword chi surged out, shaking mountains and rivers as they struck the black iron demonic ape. Boom! Space trembled, and that black iron demonic ape's unparalleled aura was forcefully suppressed. Under these 4 sword strikes, it was knocked back. Apart from the leader of the group, the other 3 paled and gasped for breath as they slashed out with unstoppable might. However, the pale-faced scholar sent out several sword flowers in the air. His sword moved like it was a go, and his sword moved like it was a go stone. Metallic clangs rang out crisply and crisply. Great sword technique. Xiao Chen could not help praising softly as he watched, entranced. The other party's sword technique was truly exquisite. His sword moved like it was a go stone, and he used it like a god. He used all sorts of sword moves as he pleased, not sticking to a single pattern. It looked like a random combination, but in reality, every move contained deep meaning. Every time he sent out a sword move, it was a setup. When the 10 moves were over and the setup was set, that pale-faced scholar sheathed his sword and slowly landed. As Xiao Chen slowly descended, a trembling sound came from the air. Some of the previously unremarkable sword techniques suddenly exploded out. These sword moves gathered into a resplendent sword light and left a basin-sized wound on the black iron demonic ape's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The demonic black iron ape's ferocity didn't diminish despite its severe injuries. However, it stopped for a moment and roared a few times before choosing to flee back into the forest. After confirming that the black iron demonic ape had truly gone far away, the pale-faced scholar led his 3 companions over to Xiao Chen and Yang Qing. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected, waiting to see what this group of people wanted to do. Although the demonic black iron ape was powerful enough to appear in the Saber Dao, Xiao Chen did not need the help of others. Initially, it was only because they had not expected the black iron demonic ape to appear. Furthermore, the The black iron demonic ape's ability to conceal its aura was superb, so they did not notice it. However, since Yang Qing made a move and helped him gain some time to catch his breath, escaping would not be a problem. Even without the help of the four, Xiao Chen could still solve the problem in front of him, so he didn't feel particularly grateful. Most importantly, Xiao Chen felt that the four of them were not simply helping him. It felt like they were deliberately showing off their strength. Many thanks to the four of you for helping me. I did not ask for your guidance, Xiao Chen said as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Young Master Xiao is too polite. Even if we did not make a move, young Master Xiao would have dealt with it. I am Wang Ce, and these three are my junior brothers. We are all from the Confucian institution. The pale-faced scholar was rather honest and did not put on airs of taking credit for himself. The Confucian institution? What is your relationship with Wang Yuming? Xiao Chen asked softly, feeling excited. At the mention of Wang Yuming, pride flashed in the eyes of the other Confucian institution disciples. They said, "That is my senior brother. We are all disciples of the same teacher." However, senior brother Wang went to a forbidden land. A forbidden land? Yang Qing exclaimed. However, she soon felt relieved. That's right. As one of the three great geniuses, Wang Yuming is indeed qualified to enter a forbidden land. Wang Ce smiled and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he said seriously, "Let's not talk about this for now. Young Master Xiao, what do you think of our strength?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen answered honestly, "Very strong. If we worked together, I would not be able to deal with them easily. This is especially so for young Master Wang. Your sword skills are a great eye-opener. Your sword moves are like Go, and your moves are casual and relaxed, not sticking to one pattern. However, when you reap the harvest, you are swift and decisive. You kill decisively and efficiently." Clearly, Wang Ce was very happy to receive such an evaluation from Xiao Chen. He smiled humbly and said, "It is not worth mentioning. Compared to young Master Xiao's saber skills, I am still much weaker. Young Master Xiao, why is this person so long-winded and wishy-washy? Even now, I still do not know what he wants to do." Yang Qing's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled and replied, "There is no rush. The people of the Confucian sect are just like that." After chatting idly for a while, Wang Ce said, "We all saw young Master Xiao's battle with that profound light temple monk. Actually, if we want to go to the Buddha-seeking platform, there is no need to ally with that group of monks. The righteous qi of our Confucian sect also has a strong suppressive effect on fiendish demons. That black iron demonic ape earlier was a fiendish spirit ape. However, when it faced our Confucian sect's sword techniques, it was still forced to flee." Xiao Chen now understood. The righteous qi and the Buddhist sect's Buddhist might were indeed similar on a certain level. At the same time, Xiao Chen understood the intentions of the other four. They wanted to work with him to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. "Brother Wang Ce, do you want to work together and go to the Buddha-seeking platform together?" Wang Ce nodded and said, "The Buddha-seeking platform is not simple. The fiendish demons in the temples are all intelligent, no different from us. Furthermore, they are already used to the pressure of the fiendish demon battlefield. With the same cultivation realm, the strength they can bring out is stronger than ours." After coming to the fiendish demon battlefield, everyone, including Xiao Chen, had their strength suppressed. It was just a matter of how much. Young Master Xiao saw our strength earlier. What do you think? Do you want to go to the Buddha-seeking platform together? Wang Ce revealed a confident expression, feeling very confident in his invitation. Xiao Chen exchanged glances with Yang Qing. Then, he said, "I'll discuss this with my companion first." The two walked to the side and communicated via voice projection. Xiao Chen said, "Miss Yang, I do not care what you think. I am already very satisfied with the natural treasures in the forest. Right now, we just need to go to the Buddha-seeking platform and take a look at those ancient Buddha statues. That will be enough." Xiao Chen's goal was very firm. It was to improve his Buddha nature and strengthen the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Everything else was just a bonus. Yang Qing entered deep thought. I don't mind, either. However, young Master Xiao, don't be fooled by the benevolent appearance of that Confucian institution disciple. Xiao Chen looked at the other party in shock. This young Qing seemed to have a grudge against the people of the Confucian institution. She had not shown such an expression when facing that group of bald donkeys earlier. After the discussion, Xiao Chen felt confident and slowly walked over. How was it? What's the result of the discussion? Wang Ci asked. Sure. However, if there are any gains along the way, the two of us want 60%. You can only get 40%. In that case, wouldn't the four of us each get only 10%? A Confucian institution disciple immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Ci's lips twitched slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Young Master Xiao, we are very sincere. In any case, it did not matter. Actually, Xiao Chen could have been more ruthless. 60% or 40% was already a more sincere proposal. That's all, then. Goodbye. Since the other party felt that Xiao Chen was not sincere, there was no point in continuing the conversation. So, Xiao Chen waved his hand and took his leave with Yang Qing. Damn it. Big brother Wang Ci, this so-called white-robed bladesman is really shameless. We helped him out of goodwill, and he actually demanded such a high price. How infuriating. He is simply looking down on the people of our Confucian institution. Elder brother Wang Ci, there is no need to be polite with him. We can just snatch whatever he has on him. Seeing Xiao Chen go far away, the people of the Confucian institution all expressed their dissatisfaction. Wang Ci showed an uncertain expression, rage flashing in his eyes. Aside from Xiao Chen's strength, Wang Ci sought to work with Xiao Chen because of the mysterious item that Xiao Chen had on him. Wang Ci guessed that Xiao Chen definitely had some treasure with a deep connection to Buddhism. Otherwise, he could not have gained so much in this Buddha-seeking mountain. However, Wang Ci was not confident of making a move on Xiao Chen. Based on the girl beside Xiao Chen, she did not seem to be an ordinary person. Just as Wang Ci was at a loss for what to do, a group of people rushed over from below. When he looked up, he saw Yang Feng, whom Xiao Chen defeated earlier, leading a profound light temple disciple towards the summit. The Imperial Light Temple's Zhenxian. Wang Ci immediately revealed a smile on his face. He said indifferently, There will come a time when you beg me. Chapter 1687. There seems to be no path in front. After taking their leave of Wang Ci's group of four, Xiao Chen and Yang Qing continued along the mountain path. Finally, they arrived at the end of the mountain path. There was no path in front, only a tall and precipitous cliff. The Buddha-seeking mountain's peak was on the cliff, the Buddha-seeking platform. The only way to get to the Buddha-seeking platform was to fly up in one go. However, the spiritual energy in this fiendish demon battlefield was boundlessly vast, mixed with the ubiquitous fiendish qi. The space here was much larger than that of a blessed land. Aside from this, there was also a fiendish qi mixed with Buddhist might, looking exceptionally strange. Jumping up here was extremely difficult. Many sect disciples gathered here. As they looked at the 3-kilometer-tall cliff, they all frowned and shook their heads. For now, no one was willing to try. When Xiao Chen and Yang Qing arrived, they did not act rashly. Instead, they calmly observed their surroundings. It should not be a problem for me to jump up. The difficult part is what I will face after I jump up. After carefully looking around, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. However, he did not know what the Buddha-seeking platform looked like or what fiendish demons were inside. Clearly, Yang Qing came prepared. She said, There is a huge temple on the Buddha-seeking platform. After jumping up, you will see the temple gates. The temple has the most fiendish demons of varying strength. The strongest is a tree spirit. I heard that it is a distant sea realm cultivator. Of course, that is news from 20 years ago. I do not know if it is still accurate. A tree spirit was not easy to deal with. A tree spirit that became a tree spirit would have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Furthermore, it occupied this Buddha-seeking platform and gained a Buddhist heart, gaining intelligence. It would be even harder to deal with. Doesn't that mean that there is no way to go up? With a Cloud Sea fiendish demon guarding the Buddha-seeking platform, one would die if they went up. How could they possibly go up? Yang Qing smiled and said, how can that be? No matter what, this fiendish demon battlefield is a place where the divine vein powerhouses pass down their skills in the end. The fiendish demons will not truly take the initiative. Even if they die, the will they leave behind will formlessly restrict the fiendish demon battlefield. Think about it. If there were no restrictions, how could the Cloud Sea experts of the outside world not enter? Xiao Chen understood something. You mean to say that the tree spirit might not make a move personally, but it would be hard to avoid some sort of test. Passing the test left behind by the divine vein powerhouse is the key to obtaining the fortuitous encounter. Yang Qing nodded. That's right. Who is Xiao Chen? Come out. Just as the two of them were discussing, a loud shout suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. It contained Buddhist mantras. The simple sentence caused everyone's eardrums to tremble and their souls to tremble. Many of them even bled from their nostrils and ears. The Buddhist sect's guardian deity Lion Roar. It's the profound light temple's people. Yang Qing's expression changed slightly as she looked down. She saw Yang Feng, whom Xiao Chen had defeated earlier, leading a square-faced monk in yellow monk robes. They quickly leaped up and ran over. Zhen Xian. When they saw the square-faced monk, many people immediately revealed shocked expressions. Zhen Xian was a true inheritor of the Profound Light Temple, one of the top 10 true inheritors of the entire Profound Light Temple. His strength was exceptionally terrifying. It was common knowledge that because Buddhist disciples had a solid foundation, their cultivation grew the slowest. Most of them were not famous in the early stages, but once they reached the later stages, their strength would be stronger than their peers. This was the case for the strongest person of the three blessed lands, Zhen Yuan, who suppressed Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. Although this Zhen Xian could not compare to Zhen Yuan, he was still one of the top 10 true inheritors of the entire Profound Light Temple. Even among the three blessed lands, he could be considered a peak existence among the true inheritors. The crowd was shocked because they had not expected someone of Zhen Xian's status to come to Buddha-seeking mountain, a land of fortuitous encounters that was not considered popular. After a while, everyone understood and focused their gazes on Xiao Chen. They all revealed expressions of understanding. It turned out that Zhen Xian was here to take revenge for their junior brother. Earlier, Yang Feng had been in a sorry state when he lost to Xiao Chen. You sure came fast. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he stepped forward and said calmly, I am Xiao Chen. What can I do for you? I am looking for you. Obediently hand over the Buddhist prayer beads and the Buddhist sect wondrous items in your hands. Zhen Xian charged over with a ferocious momentum, not caring about Xiao Chen at all. Right after he spoke, he charged at Xiao Chen. Zhen Xian clenched his hands into claws and spread his arms, looking like a divine eagle soaring into the sky. His entire body shone with golden light, giving off heavy Buddhist might. As Zhen Xian flew towards Xiao Chen, the cry of a divine eagle rang out in the air. He frowned heavily and sent a claw down. Immediately, a gigantic eagle claw formed by veritable essence energy appeared, clawing at Xiao Chen. A boundless suction came from the claw, kicking up sand and pebbles on the ground as a strong wind howled. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the surrounding crowd felt this suction, they exclaimed and quickly scattered, afraid of getting caught up in the crossfire. How arrogant! Xiao Chen's face sank as he shouted coldly. The 7 deadly sins merged into one, and great Tao energy spread out. Instantly, he stood firmly on the ground, unmoving like a mountain. Just as the gigantic eagle claw was about to strike, the saber strike containing great Tao energy turned into the dragon subduing slash and sent out a berserk chop. Boom! Space trembled. The short exchange between the two created a terrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiao Chen leaped up, looking like a treasure saber being unsheathed. He executed the army-breaking saber technique, forcefully clashing head-on with Zhen Xian. The army-breaking saber technique focused on the word break. It required an indomitable courage. Even if one faced a vast army, one dared to wield their saber and charge forward, killing them all. Zhen Xian's divine eagle claw was extraordinary as well. His body was like a divine eagle. As he moved, he kicked up a boundless strong wind. Zhenxian's 5 fingers were as hard as divine metal. As he moved, he gave off a startling Buddhist might. Dang! Dang! After 10 moves, the two were evenly matched. Zhenxian's initial burst of aura could not increase his advantage, so it slowly weakened. Left with no choice, he soared into the air and returned to the ground. The moment Zhenxian's feet touched the ground, his 5 fingers turned into a palm. Then, he thrust a palm at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, immediately felt the surrounding space twist. A palm radiating Buddhist light headed for him unhurriedly. Break! Regardless of whether it was real or fake, Xiao Chen could not make out what this palm strike was. He raised his saber and executed the flawless saber technique's heaven-swallowing stance. All sorts of mysterious phenomena shot out from Xiao Chen's body. Just as that palm strike was about to arrive, he swung his saber and swallowed it all up. Instantly, Xiao Chen felt his entire body swell up uncomfortably, as if he would explode. The Taiji yin-yang veritable essence diagram in Xiao Chen's dantian spun rapidly. Light and shadows danced in the surroundings, forming an even larger Taiji diagram that merged with the surroundings. Go! After barely suppressing the other party's palm strike, Xiao Chen drew his saber again, mixing the other party's palm strike into his saberlight and sending it to Zhenxian. Damn it! Caught off guard, Zhenxian forced out 100% of his strength. A terrifying Buddhist might burst out, making everyone's hearts tremble. Zhenxian punched and shattered the palm strike and saberlight. However, his body was forced back 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. His expression turned sullen. Senior brother. Yang Feng paled in shock. He had not expected that even when his senior brother made a move, he would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Facing the other party's full-powered, surging Buddhist might, Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally in front of him and barely blocked it. However, he still took 3 steps back. Zhenxian truly lived up to being one of the top 10 true inheritors of the profound Light Temple. Even in the 3 blessed lands, he would rank within the top 10. Although Zhenxian could not do anything to Xiao Chen did not want to face such a terrifying opponent who used his full power, either. In the end, both sides would end up severely injured. Zhenxian held the advantage in cultivation and physical body, so he might have the last laugh. It was not wise to clash head-on with Zhenxian now. At the very least, he had to wait until he broke through first. Let's go. With a thought, Xiao Chen stopped wasting time. He grabbed Yang Qing's hand and soared into the air, flying towards the Buddha-seeking platform. Wang Ce, who rushed over, happened to see this scene and could not help being startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to escape so easily from Zhenxian's hands. Wang Ce was still waiting for the other party to truly fall into danger so that he could help and bargain. When Zhenxian saw Xiao Chen soar into the air, he immediately became enraged. You want to leave? Scram down here! Zhenxian roared, and a gargantuan divine eagle claw descended from the sky. It tore through the clouds and headed for Xiao Chen and Yang Qing, who were in the air. The range of the gargantuan claw did not give anyone a chance to dodge. It looked like it would grab Xiao Chen and Yang Qing to death. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His figure flashed, and he executed Dharmic World. Then, a saber light chopped into the sky. The saber light directly chopped off the divine eagle's gargantuan claw and fell to the ground. Blood leaked out of a corner of Zhenxian's lips. When he saw the descending divine eagle claw, he quickly dodged with Yang Feng. The area below turned chaotic. No one dared to linger, fleeing in all directions. Chapter 1688. However, it was clearly not wise to face Xiao Chen. However, Zhenxian, who was the easiest to go up, closed his eyes and rested, not moving blindly. The words on the signboard were already illegible. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, and the doors rumbled, shaking for a while. However, they did not open. Furthermore, Zhenxian was still waiting for them when they returned. The distribution of benefits was also in his favor. There was no need for Xiao Chen to reject it. When the group looked ahead, it was as Yang Qing said, an ancient, mottled temple. The group was led by a cat demon into the mysterious and ancient temple of the Buddha Inquiry platform. Hovering above the temple was the gigantic head of a female Buddha statue. Floating above the temple, it was exceptionally frightening. Magic skills were left behind by the Buddhist Daoist sect in the previous epoch. In this epoch, the Buddhist sect had returned to zero. The Buddha ancestor was the Mahayana revered Buddha. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "How could they be killed so easily?" The fiendish demons in the temple probably heard the strange movements at the foot of the Buddha-seeking mountain and sensed it long ago. They were just waiting for us. The two black birds that left earlier should be the fiendish demons in human form or their true form. Our movements should have already been exposed. Soon, fiendish demon experts will rush over. Allying with this group of people would be a great help to Xiao Chen, who was about to enter the temple and still had to guard against Zhenxian. The few Confucian institution disciples at the back could not take it anymore. Wang Ci did his best to calm down. He said, "Good, 73 it is. In that case, we will swear an alliance with the will left behind by the divine vein powerhouses in this fiendish demon battlefield." Xiao Chen said sullenly as he looked down. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike traced back to the source. Not only did it break Wang Ci's divine eagle claw, but it also chopped off the consciousness and soul that Wang Ci had attached to it. Wang Ci's physical body was not injured, but his soul was significantly injured. In such a state, he could still ascend the Buddha-seeking platform. Wang Ci's face sank, immediately turning unsightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xiao, there is no need to do this. Zhenxian will recover from his injuries very quickly. If we work with him, what is that?" "Wait a minute." Xiao Chen looked at Wang Ci. Wang Ci was a true inheritor of the Confucian institution and had stayed in the Blessed Lands longer than Xiao Chen. Wang Ci should know a little more. A young girl in white walked out. She had a pair of furry cat ears on her head, and her wild appearance carried a hint of cuteness. "Let's enter the temple first. Without going through a life-and-death battle, there's no way to obtain any fortuitous encounters. This situation, I don't understand either." The Buddhist sects of the martial epoch could not cultivate magic skills, only martial arts. After making their vows, the estrangement between them lessened a little. After all, they were now on the same boat. The two black birds let out strange cries and flapped their wings as they flew into the temple. In the sky, Xiao Chen dispersed his dharmic world and gently leaped with Yang Qing, landing firmly on the ground. Wang Ci and the others immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy, their right hands grasping their swords. "Just look at you, hiding your thoughts and pretending to be magnanimous. No matter how good your swordsmanship is, your awe-inspiring righteousness can't be that high. I don't need to be afraid of you at all. If you want to work together with Zhenxian, I'll kill you now." Zhenxian did not think about anything else for now. He sat down and meditated, quickly recovering from the injuries to his soul. "What's going on? This seems different from what I expected. A fiendish demon took the initiative to bring me to seek fortuitous encounters. Did I hear wrong?" Wang Ci's group was not the only ones who saw an opportunity. The other sect disciples, who had been waiting for a long time, also took action, soaring into the air. This kicked up a boundless cloud of dust that spread in all directions, making everyone cough endlessly. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw something, startling him. When Xiao Chen and the others heard that, they exchanged glances, revealing surprised expressions. Xiao Chen gave those two black birds a strange look. Just as he wanted to do something, he discovered that the black birds had already disappeared, so he could only give up. Amid a loud sound, the huge eagle claw filled with spirituality and Buddhist might suddenly descended. Furthermore, didn't they say that fiendish demons were tyrannical and inhumane? Wang Ci stretched out his hand and scattered the dust. Peering through it, he vaguely saw two figures landing behind the cliff and ascending the Buddha-seeking platform. Seeing Xiao Chen's trump card, Wang Ci made up his mind. Only by following Xiao Chen could he truly gain something. An oath to the will of the Buddha-seeking platform was very restrictive. No one dared to mess around. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw that the sky was dark with dark clouds covering it. Not far away, a stone stele stood with 3 ancient Buddhist characters written on it. Brother Xiao, I've thought it through. We should still form an alliance. You guys get 6, and we get 4. Wang Si shook his head. Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on, either. In the past, a senior brother who survived came out and said that this temple is very dangerous. This temple is full of danger. If 10 people enter, at least half will die inside. Seeing that Xiao Chen was not willing to say more, Yang Qing did not pursue the matter. She could guess some things in her heart. Kaca. Just as Xiao Chen was about to console Yang Qing and tell her that it was just a misperception, a familiar voice came from behind. The Buddha-seeking platform was not easy to climb. Brother Xiao. Earlier, it was 6 and 4. Now, it's 7 and 3. Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qing at the side and discovered that her expression was strange. The young cat-eared girl muttered to herself. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen and the others and said, "Come on in. I will bring you all to search for fortuitous encounters and show you the way." Xiao Chen took the lead and headed for the temple's doors. Xiao Chen's words were like a sword stabbing into Wang Si's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. He did not know how to rebut. The young cat-eared girl glanced at Xiao Chen and the others. She did not find this strange. Instead, she sized them up mischievously. "Young Master Xiao, what was that earlier?" Yang Qing's heart pounded heavily. The earlier scene was truly an eye-opener. Yang Qing knew a little about it. The 4 great temples of the Central Great Realm all had similar Buddhist sect secret techniques. Flying in this fiendish demon battlefield was already extremely stressful. Furthermore, this Buddha-seeking mountain was not low. Furthermore, one had to face the Buddhist might. Wang Si asked seriously as he strode over. In this fiendish demon battlefield, the will of a divine vain powerhouse was everywhere. It was like the heavenly Tao of this small world. As the sky was dark, at first glance, it looked like a cold Buddha's head floating above the temple. Xiao Chen did not explain too much. "It's just some trump cards. My cultivation is much weaker than Zhenxian's. To prevent him from pestering me, I directly used them. The fiendish demon battlefield that opens once every 20 years is open again." Xiao Chen rubbed his eyes vigorously. Only then did he discover that it was just an illusion. The ancient temple's doors were tightly shut. The signboard hung in the air, and 2 small blackbirds chirped. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "I know what you are thinking. You must be disappointed that you did not see Zhenxian injure me. The Confucian sect's righteous qi emphasizes openness. No matter what one's thoughts are, one should be open. That female Buddha statue should be standing in the deep abyss behind Buddha-seeking mountain." Buddha-seeking mountain covered her entire body, only her head could be seen. Right after Zhenxian spoke, the temple's doors suddenly opened. Fearing that Xiao Chen and Yang Qing would go too far, Zhenxian led his 3 junior brothers into the air, resisting the pressure from above as they climbed up with much difficulty. When Zhenxian looked back, it was the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian institutions Wang Si's group walking over with smiles on their faces. Zhenxian felt suspicious, thinking that Xiao Chen cultivated another secret technique. After all, there were all sorts of strange things in this great 1,000 realms. Although cultivation techniques and martial techniques that could allow cultivators to grow larger were rare, they did exist. Zhenxian could vaguely make out the words Buddha-seeking platform. "Let's go." Why is the secret technique that fellow executed so similar to the major magic skill Dharmic world recorded in the Buddhist sect's ancient texts? Wang Si immediately revealed an expression of regret. "I was too careless. I should have made a move earlier and killed the 2 blackbirds. The temple was large and occupied a large area. However, it gave off a death qi that made one uncomfortable." The Confucian institutions group hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following. After saying that, Wang Si took the lead. Yang Qing did not hesitate to follow. Chapter 1689. The group of 6 stepped into the temple and immediately felt a cold and gloomy aura attacking them. They hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. The cat-eared girl leading the way turned her head to look at Xiao Chen and said, "Don't be surprised. Before the old master was alive, We fiendish demons had been managing this temple. We will carry out a test for the disciples who come here to seek fortuitous encounters. Those who can pass will naturally receive various benefits. Old Master? Which old master? Xiao Chen asked cautiously. The young cat-eared girl raised her head and said, "He is the divine vein powerhouse that you speak of. Although he did not create this world, when he subdued this fiendish demon battlefield, he naturally became the master of all the fiendish demons. Even though he has been dead for tens of thousands of years, the will he left behind still influences this world. No demon dares to disobey him. Just like the rules, they have to be obeyed. Those who don't will be struck to death by lightning. There are no exceptions." Upon hearing that, Wang Ci could not help relaxing significantly. It turned out that these fiendish demons had restrictions as well. He smiled faintly and said, "I understand. However, what I don't understand is that most fiendish demons are violent and hostile to our sect disciples. Why do I get the feeling that you don't have the characteristics of an ordinary demon? Or are all the demons in this place like you?" The young cat-eared girl looked at Wang Ci with a strange expression. She said coldly, "To us fiendish demons, most of your sect disciples are tyrannical, not showing any mercy when killing fiendish demons. Every year, there are blind or greedy sect disciples who die on this Buddha-seeking platform." When Wang Ci heard this, he immediately felt embarrassed. "Pretend I never asked. Every hall is guarded by fiendish demons. All you need to do is pass the test and you'll be able to enter. Whether or not you can obtain the treasures in the palace will depend on your own luck." After the cat-eared girl finished speaking, she leaped up gracefully, leaped over a few tall walls, and disappeared from everyone's sight. As Xiao Chen watched her leave, he carefully thought about what the cat-eared girl had said. Wang Ci muttered, "It looks like this place is different from what we imagined. It is not as dangerous as it is rumored to be. Young Master Xiao, why don't we split up?" Seeing that this temple was not as scary as rumored, Wang Ci and the others immediately thought of something else. He didn't want to travel with Xiao Chen anymore. Xiao Chen said generously, "As you wish. Goodbye." Wang Ci and the other three revealed smiles. Then, they rushed in with anticipation, preparing to rush to Wise Heart Palace. "Senior brother, where are we going?" "Of course it's the Hall of Wisdom. We need to be quick. Otherwise, when more people arrive, we won't be able to get anything out of it. Damn it. If I had known that this temple had such rules, I wouldn't have given in to Xiao Chen's mood and given him a 30-70 split. Who does he think he is? He even dares to lecture me on how to cultivate righteous energy." Feeling some regret, Wang Ci revealed some anger on his face. When he thought of what Xiao Chen said to him, he showed a displeased expression. Only Xiao Chen and Yang Qing remained. Yang Qing said, "Young Master Xiao, what brings you to this Buddha-seeking platform?" Xiao Chen said honestly, "I want to comprehend it. I don't have any requests for the enlightened heart tea or other medicinal pills. Originally, I thought that this place would be an ancient holy land of the Buddhist sect. It looks like I was wrong. What about you?" Yang Qing paused for a while before saying, "I'm here to retrieve something. Now that we are here, it is time to part." Xiao Chen did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. He nodded and said, "I'll take my leave here, then." Yang Qing glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled bitterly to herself before leaving. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. Along the way, he had not been able to help Yang Qing much at all. His usefulness to her was negligible. Given that, this girl was indeed loyal to him. Actually, it did not matter if she came alone. Indeed, Yang Qing only wanted to help him out a little. However, she had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Xiao Chen did not need her help at all. Naturally, he did not need her help. Now that they had arrived at their destination, they had their own things to do. Of course, they had to go their separate ways. With the Buddhist prayer beads in hand, Xiao Chen wandered around the temple aimlessly. The doors of the halls that represented fortuitous encounters were all tightly shut. When Xiao Chen probed with his spiritual sense, he would get bounced back. There was an impenetrable energy protecting him. After opening a door and defeating the fiendish demon guarding it, he could search as he pleased. Of course, the different halls might have other tests aside from the fiendish demon guarding them. Xiao Chen did not care about this. His original purpose was to search for a fate with Buddhism, to see if he could comprehend anything that would be of help to the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, a good temple had become so utilitarian. Furthermore, there were fiendish demons residing in it. Xiao Chen did not think that there would be any fate with Buddhism left. Even if there was, it would be tainted by the dust of the world and the filth of the human heart. Hence, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to open any of the doors. However, that did not matter. In any case, he had already obtained plenty of unexpected gains before he came up. With the help of those strange flowers and herbs, his Buddha nature was much stronger than before. Furthermore, his veritable essence energy was cleansed by the white jasmine flower. Furthermore, Xiao Chen obtained an even more precious earth and fire golden lotus. No matter how he looked at it, this trip was worth it. As Xiao Chen casually toyed with the Buddhist surya beads in his hand, he entered a different state of mind as he walked through this ancient, dilapidated, sinister temple. His heart was calm, and an invisible Buddhist glow was emitted from his body. Vaguely, it formed a faint connection with the ancient aura in this place. Xiao Chen himself did not feel anything special. He only felt that there was something special about it. He only felt that aside from being cold and dilapidated, everything he saw was the peace of the Buddhist sect. The heart of a pure child. Under the hazy moonlight, the young cat-eared girl sitting on the roof revealed a shocked expression as she looked in the direction where Xiao Chen was. Flap, flap, flap. Just at this moment, a black crow flew over and landed on the young cat-eared girl's arm. Someone else is here. The young cat-eared girl's figure flashed, and the doors of the temple suddenly opened. Then, she appeared out of nowhere and walked out. There were many people outside, but the ones leading them were two bald monks. The young cat-eared girl looked around and fixed her gaze on the monk on the left. This was Zhan Xian, who had just finished treating his injuries. Whoosh! The appearance of the young cat-eared girl elicited startled cries. The various sect disciples behind whispered to each other. Like Xiao Chen and Wang Ce, they did not know what was going on. However, they did not dare to ask anything. The reason was none other than, with Zhan Xian blocking the way, who dared to interrupt him? That would just be seeking death. Are you here to search for fortuitous encounters? Come in with me. Seeing the young cat-eared girl turn around, Yang Feng asked softly, "Senior brother, what's going on?" Zhan Xian's expression did not change. He replied indifferently, "Just go in and take a look, and you will know." After saying that, Zhan Xian strode forward and entered the temple. The various sect disciples behind quickly followed, not wanting to fall behind. The young cat-eared girl repeated what she said to Xiao Chen's group, leaving the group of people exchanging glances with each other. Then, she prepared to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Zhan Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. His gaze locked on the young cat-eared girl, his tone somewhat hostile. Right after Zhan Xian spoke, a formless Buddhist might spread out. Suddenly, it put a huge pressure on everyone. What advice do you have? Zhan Xian asked coldly, have you seen a white-clad bladesman with a young girl who exudes a cold intent by his side? This is not a question that I should answer, nor is it something you should be concerned about, the young cat-eared girl replied softly without changing her expression. Zhan Xian snorted coldly. Interesting. To think that a lowly fiendish demon like you really thinks of yourself as the master of my Buddhist sect's holy land. Whoosh. Right after Zhan Xian spoke, he executed the killing move that he had been storing up power for a long time in one breath. Zhan Xian spread his 5 fingers into claws. His fingers immediately glowed with a golden light, looking like they were made of metal. Zhan Xian's figure flashed, and a divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light spread its wings and flew up from behind him. This allowed the eagle to move as fast as lightning. It did not even leave an afterimage as it charged over to the young cat-eared girl, preparing to grab her. Who could have imagined that this surefire lightning-fast attack would grab nothing? The young cat-eared girl turned into an exquisite white cat and nimbly dodged. The white cat gently leaped up and landed nimbly on the roof. Then, It turned its head to look at Zhenxian. Then, it leaped up a few more times and vanished from everyone's sight. Zhenxian withdrew his technique, feeling depressed. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Little evil creature, you ran fast." Chapter 1690. Zhenxian pushed off with his feet and blocked Wang Ce. The other Buddhist sect disciples surrounded him without saying anything. However, the young cat-eared girl vaguely felt that something was wrong. She casually picked up a Buddhist scripture. Before she could look at it, it turned to ashes in her hand. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen refined almost all the strange flowers and herbs that he had consumed earlier. Cripple him. Wang Ce walked out alone with a cocky expression. The young cat-eared girl revealed a mocking smile. Xiao Chen, who had returned to reality from his transcendent state, broke out in a cold sweat from the true meaning of this saber strike. Strange, whoosh. Most people would ignore this signboard when they saw it. "I'll go over and take a look." Xiao Chen sighed softly and chose to give up. There were really no fortuitous encounters in this place that he could pick up. He quickly sat down cross-legged and held the Buddhist Surya pearls in his hand. Then, he started to comprehend the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Far away, the young cat-eared girl on the roof looked at the doors of the Wisdom Heart Hall. While in the mundane world, one's heart sought to transcend. Once one's mundane heart was resolved, it was eternal. The esteemed monk who created this saber technique was simply too terrifying. No wonder the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was classified as a forbidden technique in the hidden spirit temple, not favored by the orthodox sects. However, now, Xiao Chen was fully capable of taking a gamble. Zhenxian's sudden attack startled the disciples of the other sects. Only Zhenxian dared to be so bold. Does my heart look good? One of the main reasons why many people could not obtain a Dao tool was that while they were strong, they could not block the attacks of the true inheritors of the other sects. Xiao Chen's vague connection to the nameless temple suddenly became clear at this moment. He pushed open all the doors, and the dust fell off. When he looked around, it was indeed as he guessed. Zhenxian revealed a smile. "It looks like we do not need to go through the test of the Wisdom Heart Hall again." With this thought, Xiao Chen decided to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion to search for a Dao tool. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the door of a distant palace was open. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she saw a black heart. It was so black that it caused her heart to palpitate. With just a single glance, the cat-eared young lady's expression changed drastically. What remained in the scriptures were the comprehensions left behind by countless high monks in the Heart Cultivation Palace. However, there were too many of them, and it was impossible to obtain all of them. He could only take one and use it for himself. As soon as he thought of it, Xiao Chen put away the Sarira beads and walked back. In any case, this Buddha-seeking platform was very different from what he had imagined. If even the most glorious past couldn't last forever, then what was the point of living? After rising to his feet, Xiao Chen was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he began to practice the heart of the mundane in the Heart Cultivation Palace. From the number of praying mats on the ground, one could imagine how many people had meditated here in the past. The ancient mottled murals on the walls proved the glory of the past. The huge Buddha statue on the ground could be vaguely distinguished from the exquisite carving. As long as there was a great battle, he would be able to break through, and he would no longer have to be afraid of joining hands with the top disciples of the blessed and heavenly lands to cause trouble. Hey! Although there were all sorts of concerns, there was no doubt about the might of this saber technique. It was compatible with his saber Dao. This was definitely Xiao Chen's strongest move. 4 hours later, all his comprehensions were condensed into 8 words: resolving the heart of the mundane is eternal. This was how human nature had always been. Xiao Chen gently moved the Sarira beads with his right hand. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. As he observed his surroundings, he also used the Buddhist beads to digest the strange flowers and herbs that he consumed earlier, strengthening his heart of the Buddha. This was similar to what Xiao Chen comprehended earlier. No matter how glorious the past was, it couldn't last forever. What was the point of living? Just one Zhenxian alone could deal with him. Furthermore, there was still Yang Feng and the other monks. At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help but feel immense regret. If his companions were still around, he would have been able to escape by working together and using unstoppable might. The black crow flew back to the young cat-eared girl's arm. Then, its figure flashed, and the temple doors opened. Xiao Chen absorbed all the burning scriptures. Immediately, the words of countless esteemed monks appeared in his mind. It was a very simple principle. At the final moment, if others could not obtain it, they would definitely think of ways to prevent you from obtaining it. Such an obsession was because the heart of the mundane was covered in dust. If one could not comprehend the mundane, the various things of the mundane were all fabricated. However, the moment Xiao Chen came out, he saw Zhen Xian and Yang Feng rushing over, leading the monks of the various monasteries of the Potala mountain. Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. Xiao Chen looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the headless Buddha. Suddenly, he felt a sense of comprehension. Dilapidated, chaotic, and decaying, this was the scene that Xiao Chen saw. Xiao Chen did not go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion first because he had some misgivings. He needed the ability to fight one against many. The Sarira beads in Xiao Chen's hand released a faint light. Slowly, only a portion of the chaotic words remained. Only a portion of comprehension related to resolving the mundane remained. Time was just this cruel. No matter how prosperous one's incense was back then, no matter how many powerful and accomplished monks there were, they could not withstand the mercilessness of time. The result went without saying. No matter what trump cards Wang Ce, had, he had nowhere to run. This time, she could not dodge like when she faced Zhen Xian. Without saying anything else, Wang Ce turned and fled. This was the Black Lotus Church's holy son Ming Xian. Xiao Chen felt that he would break through his bottleneck at any moment. The opportunity of the Buddha-seeking mountain made his accumulations even stronger. Once he broke through, Xiao Chen was confident that he could immediately fight with the top 10 disciples of the Three Blessed Lands. However, the young cat-eared girl could not answer Xiao Chen. The holy son Ming Xian grabbed the young cat-eared girl's neck with one hand and lifted her up. Just earlier, the other three holy son Ming Xian's companions wanted to work together to kill Wang Ce. Who could have imagined that Wang Ce would make the first move? They all died miserably, and Xiao Chen obtained all the gains. The others probably only thought about it and did not dare to make a move. After all, this temple was very strange. Not everyone was as strong and confident as Zhen Xian. Even if the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique did not improve, it would still be able to compete head-on with peak people like Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. No wonder such a place was empty. There would not be any fortuitous encounters of the Buddhist sect. Naturally, there was no need for fiendish demons to guard it. Just in that instant, Xiao Chen comprehended the true meaning of resolving the mundane in the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and branded it in the depths of his soul, making it hard for him to forget. If one was not careful, one might end up falling into the demonic Tao if one was not careful. As for Zhan Yuan, Xiao Chen still could not figure him out. He needed to improve the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique further before he would be confident. A gentle breeze blew, and the scattered scripture leaves on the ground drifted around Xiao Chen before burning up. There was a large pile of tattered prayer mats on the ground, as well as a collapsed headless Buddha statue and some yellowed Buddhist scripture leaves. The place was dark and empty. With one glance, one could see everything clearly, but there was nothing there. If I resolve the mundane, would I still be me? The white-clad monk said to the young cat-eared girl with a faint smile. Senior brother, where are we going now? Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat confused. His forehead swelled up, and a swastika appeared uncontrollably. Her eyes suddenly released a dense, black gem-like light as she peered through the white-clad monk's clothes. She saw that his ribs were crystalline and transparent, giving off a Buddhist light, looking ethereal and spiritual. After walking for a long time, Xiao Chen had not seen any palace hall whose doors were open in the first place. Most temples were similar to the Heart Cultivation Hall. It was a place where monks meditated and practiced Zen. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that he had coincidentally obtained a great opportunity. Zhenxian showed an uncertain expression. After a while, he said, "Get a few people to stand guard outside the temple. The others, follow me to the Heart Cultivation Palace." Feeling cautious, Xiao Chen walked over while holding the Buddhist prayer beads. Then, he raised his head to take a look. From the tattered signboard, he could barely make out that this was the Heart Cultivation Palace. As Xiao Chen continued looking in, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This was a perfect and flawless Buddhist holy body. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, he felt a cold sweat all over his body. This was too scary. This saber strike put an even stronger pressure on him than breaking the mundane. Resolve the mundane. Can the mundane really resolve the mundane? Plop. Greed. Xiao Chen and his senior and junior brothers all died because of this greed. There were too many scriptures, boundlessly messy. When Xiao Chen heard them, it felt like a buzzing noise. He could not understand anything. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who had already entered the depths of the temple, did not know that many people had already arrived at the Buddha-seeking platform. He continued walking casually. When Xiao Chen saw the person who arrived, his eyes lit up. The other party wore white monk robes, looking spotless and extraordinary. He gave off a gentle Buddhist might, inspiring trust. The word breaking the precepts was so bold that it made one feel uncomfortable. Chapter 1691. A trace of irritation appeared in her body for some reason. Her bright eyes turned from pure black to scarlet. For some reason, Xiao Chen's words rang out in her mind. The righteous qi of the Confucian sect emphasized openness. Even if one had any schemes, one had to say it openly. Grandpa Tree had reached the limits of his lifespan long ago and could not use his full power to block that evil Buddha holy son. Lingering here would only attract trouble, which was not what she wanted. Zhenxian entered deep thought. Then, he revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder. This fellow killed his fellow sect members. That's why his heart was broken. At this moment, the young cat-eared girl was already standing on the wall, coldly eyeing the holy son Mingxian. After entering the temple, no matter how strong the other party was, the young cat-eared girl would not fear him. The other fiendish demons did not say a word. They attacked at the same time, surrounding the holy son Mingxian. However, it seemed like there were some restrictions, preventing the holy son Mingxian from bringing out his full strength. The little strength that he displayed was not enough to make the holy son Mingxian retreat. The old face on the wall said in a deep voice, "It is the girl who came with that bladesman. No matter who you choose, you will be able to resolve this calamity." Zhenxian's face lit up in joy. He mainly cultivated beneficence and could not kill recklessly. However, subduing demons could increase beneficence, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. "Speak. Did you see a white-clad bladesman with a stern face? If you do not speak, I will gouge out your eyes." The young cat-eared girl nodded. "I understand." The holy son Mingxian smiled and said, "Interesting. To think that a fiendish demon born in response to a calamity and considered itself the master of the temple. What dense fiendish qi. You fiendish demon indeed revealed your true form in the end." The holy son Mingxian forced his way in. Then, he swept his gaze around, trying to sense the distance from Xiao Chen. However, in the next moment, hundreds of branches shot out of the ground, each of them a lethal weapon. They grew continuously and tangled together, forming a flood dragon that charged at Mingxian. Then, she fell over, dying with a remaining grievance. The holy son Mingxian revealed a smile as he swung his hand. The young cat-eared girl crashed into the wall, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the stone table in the courtyard morphed into a humanoid stone monster. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The sound waves shook the entire palace, and many of the monks behind him fell to the ground, covering their ears in pain. However, in the blink of an eye, the cat-eared girl's expression changed greatly. The scripture echoing in her ears entered her sea of consciousness and soul. Bang! The holy son Mingxian muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head and chose to give up. He looked around and said coldly, "Come out, then. Stop hiding." I'll deal with them in one go. Soon, the monks said joyfully, Senior Brother Zhenxian, there are 5 wisdom tea leaves and a bottle of Buddhist sage pills in his spatial ring. Withered yellow tree branches hung from the walls. This was where the star venerate level tree spirit was. The holy son Ming Xian frowned slightly. It looked like the rumors were true. There were indeed star venerate level fiendish demons in this Buddha-seeking platform. A palm imprint smashed over, completely shattering the branches, turning them into countless tree splinters that fluttered in all directions. The cat-eared girl, who was doing her best to suppress the fiendish demon blood in her body, showed an extremely unsightly expression. When she saw Zhenxian charge in, she could no longer control herself. Wang Ce was at the brink of death. Although he held his sword and did his best, the many monks still beat him until he was covered in wounds. Furthermore, Zhenxian did not even make a move. His heart shattered, and the fiendish qi invaded him. Zhenxian's life force quickly faded. He looked at the terrifying cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light, filled with dissatisfaction. The cat-eared girl said coldly, showing no expression on her face. However, there was an inviolable will in this place that interfered with his mental energy, preventing him from sensing it. After thinking for a while, she came to an answer and quickly left this place. I can see the answer in your eyes. Tell me, where is he? Ming Xian asked with a smile as he pressed forward. The holy sun Ming Xian floated in the air, showing an outstanding grace and an indescribable grace. Some of the more serious ones even had a tyrannical nature, living off killing. No matter what, they could not break free. However, the immortal epoch was destroyed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer existed. The world was in chaos, and the immortal qi was no longer pure. No fiendish demon could break free from the tainted immortal qi in their bloodlines. Unyielding might, unyielding might. Panic filled the holy sun Ming Xian's face, fear, and confusion. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The cat-eared girl became even more terrifying. A dense scarlet light spread from her body, looking exceptionally strange. That evil Buddha holy sun drew out all the fiendish blood in your body, causing the end of your life. It is almost exactly as the prophecy said. It depends on your choice. Whether you choose a bladesman with a pure heart or the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakaya, both can resolve your calamity. The many monks behind paled in fright. They cried out in horror and fled in all directions. The cat-eared girl found this strange. She asked, the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakaya? Wang Ce, who was on the ground, showed an unsightly expression. He felt incredibly ashamed and boundless regret. However, the claw mark on his chest caused him incredible pain. At this moment, he could not even get up. The holy sun Ming Xian withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. A look of deep disdain flashed on his face. The shattered rocks on the ground slowly gathered with much difficulty. She did not die. The holy sun Ming Xian was not trying to purify her. Instead, he was using the scriptures to draw out the innately tainted bloodline of fiendish demons. Unyielding might. Once one grasped the Confucian sect's holy words, one would become stronger the stronger one would be. This would allow one's combat prowess to increase greatly in a short time. This was one of the Confucian sect disciples' life-saving means. It was extremely difficult to successfully cultivate. Rumor had it that the Azure Lotus Church's sect ancestor had 3,000 Nirmanakaya cultivating in the world at the same time. When the 3,000 Nirmanakaya obtained the Tao and merged with their true bodies, they could attain a supreme great Tao. A Buddha is born from the heart. All things are fated. You can use this to become a Buddha. You are just a golden jade on the outside but rotten on the inside. You even used an evil technique to temper your physical body. Let's see how you are going to destroy your mortal body in the future and achieve a dharmic body. Grandpa Tree, the people with a pure heart and a dark heart in the ancient Buddhist prophecy have all appeared, the cat-eared girl said with difficulty as she leaned against the wall with a pained expression. Wang Ce used the holy words of the Confucian sect once again. However, he was horrified to discover that his righteous qi did not improve. However, just at this moment, a tree branch suddenly appeared on the ground, charging at Ming Xian at lightning speed. The Nirmanakaya was born according to the emotions of the world's sentient beings. It might be completely different from the true body's character. They might not be the same person at all. This divine vein powerhouse has opened at least 6 apertures. Otherwise, the will that he left behind would not be so strong. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, barely dodging. 3 black crows descended from the withered old tree and turned into 3 strange people covered in feathers. On the other side, the cat-eared girl showed a pained expression as she did her best to suppress the berserk aura in her body. Covered in a scarlet light, she arrived at an ancient wall behind the temple. The cat-eared girl revealed a cold, mocking smile. Isn't this person too naive? If he wants to purify me, he needs to be at least a Cloud Sea Realm cultivator. This place does not welcome you. Sir, please leave. Back then, the evil Buddha Holy Sun felt disdainful. Now, he was right. After killing his fellow sect member, he could not even use unyielding might anymore. Evil Buddha Holy Sun, go. Don't let the filth on your body contaminate this ancient cloud temple. The fiendish demons of the world all appeared after the destruction of the immortal epoch with immortal chi. This was what it meant to be born in response to a calamity. Your black star cat's eyes are really pretty good. Thanks to your fate with Buddha, you can actually see my heart. That is something that even the profound Light Temple's abbot could not discover. Zhen Xian put away the tea leaves and distributed the medicinal pills to the others. Then, he looked coldly at Wang Ci and said, "You are just a pitiful worm. Just live and die on your own. There is no need for me to break my abstinence for you." Haha. That startled me. It turns out that your heart is broken and you cannot use the holy words of the Confucian sect. A Buddha image sat on a lotus platform behind Zhen Xian. This Buddha image also held Buddhist prayer beads and threw a palm strike. Without even thinking, Zhen Xian raised his arms, and the divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light soared into the sky. With one step, it arrived before the cat-eared girl. Whoosh! The Holy Sun Ming Xian waved his hand and sent out an intense, piercing Buddhist light, blasting the stone monster into countless pieces of rubble that fell to the ground. A star venerate level fiendish demon? Unyielding might. The cat-eared girl looked at Xiao Chen with bloodshot eyes. After pausing for a moment, her figure flashed, heading straight for the back of the temple. The cat-eared girl did not get angry. She continued to look at the Holy Sun Ming Xian coldly with a trace of disgust in her eyes. Zhen Xian laughed loudly and attacked at lightning speed, thoroughly injuring Wang Ci to the point where he could no longer fight. Then, he said coldly, "Search his body." In front of Huishin Hall, the Azure Lotus Church came from the Buddhist and Daoist religions. They believed in the Ajati matriarch. They were very strong and had many believers. However, the Buddhist and Daoist religions did not like them. The so-called Nirmanakaya was similar to the Daoist religion's incarnation. However, it was different. Under the boundless might, the terrifying flood dragon formed by intertwining tree branches suddenly shattered, turning into wood shavings that drifted down like white snow. A white figure descended silently. As Xiao Chen held the Buddhist Saria pearls, he happened to see the scene of the cat-eared girl killing Zhen Xian. The cat-eared girl roared and used her greatest willpower to jump off the wall, no longer daring to stop the Holy Sun Ming Xian. "You want to convert me?" The hand hidden in Zhen Xian's sleeve stretched out at lightning speed. Every fingernail was scarlet, 1 centimeter long, and incredibly sharp. This was the original sin of fiendish demons. They were born in response to a calamity, born impure. Suddenly, Zhen Xian's expression changed when he felt a terrifying fiendish qi. Zhen Xian swept his gaze across and happened to see the cat-eared girl giving off an increasingly dense scarlet light. 3 unremarkable stalks of grass on the ground swayed gently and turned into 2 cold, youthful girls. A handsome man walked out of the bamboo forest in the distance, holding a long sword in his hand. Zhen Xian's sword pierced through Zhen Xian's chest. Then, he ferociously grabbed and crushed Zhen Xian's heart. An old face appeared on the wall. A few willows fell down, soothing the young cat-eared girl's violent heart. As the Holy Sun Ming Xian walked over step by step, his gentle appearance became exceptionally terrifying in the young cat-eared girl's eyes. The young cat-eared girl hid her hands in her sleeves. She did not even look at Zhen Xian's group, wanting to walk past them. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared on the Holy Sun Ming Xian's right hand. Then, he held the Buddhist prayer beads between his index and middle fingers and formed a hand seal. The Holy Sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and gently fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Then, he recited a scripture and said, "As I have heard, all life is sinful. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless, delivering all life from suffering." Could it be that the person she chose to resolve her calamity was not Xiao Chen? Wang Ci was very talented, having succeeded in practicing it half a year ago. However, he discovered that he could not use it now. "You want to debate Buddhist principles with me? Unfortunately, I do not have time to debate with you now. I will use a faster method." Xiao Chen said that the Holy Sun Ming Xian was narrow-minded but pretended to be magnanimous. There was no need to fear him. The stone monster spoke in the human language with a coarse voice. Ming Xian said with a smile as if he was joking, "Stop nagging. Don't force me." Chapter 1692. When Xiao Chen sensed that startling fiendish qi, he stopped practicing the mundane heart and followed the fiendish qi over. Unexpectedly, the moment he landed, he saw such a startling scene. Xiao Chen was not shocked at Zhen Xian's death. After all, he did not have a good impression of this bald monk. He would not feel any pity for Zhen Xian's death. However, he found it somewhat strange. When he saw that young cat-eared girl earlier, she had not been this strong. Now, she was a little too strong, instantly killing Zhen Xian in one move. No matter how careless Zhen Xian was, he should not have been able to instantly kill her in one move. Clearly, that young cat-eared girl's current state was not quite right. It was like a genius with a great desolate Eon bloodline activating his bloodline. However, the situation of the young cat-eared girl was even worse. That aura was too sinister and uncontrollable. It did not follow any rules. After all, even after activating his great desolate Eon bloodline, Xiao Chen would not be able to hold on for long. He had to quickly withdraw it. If the young cat-eared girl could not withdraw her bloodline, she might self-destruct and die soon. As Xiao Chen watched the young cat-eared girl leave, he entered deep thought. She still had some rationality left. Earlier, she had suppressed her murderous intent toward him. She left in a hurry. Is she trying to save herself or is she trying to do something else? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen followed. This young cat-eared girl had many secrets. It was hard not to be curious. Soon, Xiao Chen saw the young cat-eared girl in the distance. He did not dare to get too close, carefully following her. The young cat-eared girl used her hands and feet to move quickly. She was already losing control of her fiendish qi. Where are we going? Xiao Chen wondered, feeling suspicious. The young cat-eared girl did not enter the hall. Instead, she moved quickly, venturing deeper. After a while, Xiao Chen's doubts were resolved. The young cat-eared girl left this ancient temple through the back door. With a thought, Xiao Chen's figure flickered a few times, and he also left through the back door. Behind the temple was a vast, empty space. At the edge of the empty space was a deep abyss. In the deep abyss stood the female Buddha statue that Xiao Chen had seen before. It was very tall and looked stifling. "Yang Qing!" Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He saw Yang Qing standing at the edge of the cliff. She was looking at the Buddha statue, speechless for a long time. The cat-eared girl's target was Yang Qing, and she quickly ran toward her. Hearing Xiao Chen's call, Yang Qing turned her head. When she saw the cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light and completely transformed, her expression changed drastically. "Stop!" Xiao Chen bellowed and quickly chased after her. Having witnessed the cat-eared girl's strength before, he knew just how terrifying she was right now. He could instantly kill Zhen Xian in a single exchange. Against Yang Qing, there was even less to say. Damn it, it was too late. Xiao Chen stopped halfway. He discovered that he no longer dared to rush over to the cat-eared girl and stop her. Without much thought, Xiao Chen executed the divine lightning eye in an instant. 10 violet petals appeared in his right eye and spun rapidly. Thunder rumbled and dark clouds roiled as 10 terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning appeared. The wrath of the heavens was bound to strike with lightning. As a fiendish demon, the cat-eared girl was extremely sensitive to lightning tribulations. The moment the thunderclouds appeared, she sensed the subtle changes in the world. When the cat-eared girl looked up, she saw 10 thunderclouds gathering from all directions, gathering above her head. With a thought, the 10 petals in Xiao Chen's right eye merged into a complete purple flower of lightning. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness flared up. At this moment, the tribulation lightning in the sky also gathered together, sending down a terrifying bolt of lightning, illuminating the surroundings. While all this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye, with a thought from Xiao Chen. The cat-eared girl's survival instincts made her stop moving. Then, she raised her hands to the sky and formed a clump of dense scarlet light, encasing herself within. Boom! The moment the cat-eared girl did all this, the purple lightning formed by the 10 bolts of tribulation lightning descended at this moment. Bang! The tribulation lightning pierced through the scarlet shield of light and blasted the cat-eared girl into the air. Then, she lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that the cat-eared girl was severely injured and weak, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He felt mentally fatigued, and his footsteps became somewhat unsteady. Yang Qing's figure flashed and landed beside Xiao Chen. Then, she supported him and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen shook his head. He only felt somewhat fatigued. The might of the divine lightning eye's 4th layer had shocked him. The drain on him had also surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chen's mental energy was completely drained. He could not use it again, nor could he drive Dharmic World. Speaking of which, why did you come to this place? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. This deep abyss, this female Buddha, everything was strange. Yang Qing remained silent for a long time before pointing at the female Buddha. I came for her. Her? Yes. This is the Kasyapa Buddha. Of the 3,000 Nirmanakaya bodies, only one is female. She is known as the Miaoyin Buddha Mother. This Buddha statue is one of the 8 remaining Miaoyin Buddha Mother statues in the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen did not understand. What does this have to do with you? Yang Qing looked at the Miaoyin Buddha Mother statue and smiled bitterly. Because I am just someone's Nirmanakaya body. I need to absorb the remnant faith energy of this Buddha statue and then sacrifice myself to complete my true body. Actually, it is not really a sacrifice. The true body is me, and the Nirmanakaya body is me. There is no difference. On the topic of sacrifice, Yang Qing was very open-minded. She did not feel any nostalgia or anything else. Xiao Chen understood. Now, he finally understood the many mysteries surrounding Yang Qing. It was somewhat unfortunate. However, it was as Yang Qing said. The Nirmanakaya was the true body, formed randomly based on the emotions of the world. Although the Nirmanakaya body's character and temper were different from the true bodies, they were still one body in the end. There was no difference. As the two spoke, they did not notice that the severely injured young cat-eared girl was recovering at an incredible speed. Whoosh! The young cat-eared girl recovered most of her strength. Suddenly, she leaped up, moving as nimbly as a cat. Like a flash of lightning, she flew towards Yang Qing. Be careful. Xiao Chen reacted slightly faster. He instinctively stood in front of Yang Qing and grasped the 7 deadly sins in his hand. Damn it! Why are you always ruining my plans? I'll choose you, all right? The young cat-eared girl's remaining rationality raged and dissatisfied. However, she did not have much time left. She could not afford to wait. The young cat-eared girl moved at a speed that Xiao Chen could not see clearly. Her long, sharp, and slender finger tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. The cat immediately controlled all of Xiao Chen's life force. As long as she willed it, she could thrust her finger in, and Xiao Chen would become like a deflated balloon, his life force quickly vanishing. Immediately, Xiao Chen, who held the 7 deadly sins, did not dare to move at all. If you want to live, don't move. The young cat-eared girl snorted coldly. Then, she gently moved her finger and cut open Xiao Chen's forehead. Blood seeped out. The young cat-eared girl moved her finger, using the blood as ink to carve a mysterious mark. Pa, pa, pa. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian gently crushed the rock demon's head with his feet, producing crunching sounds as black blood seeped out. Many fiendish demons died miserably around the Holy Sun Ming-Xian. The other stone shards on the ground were still moving, wanting to gather together, showing their strong life force. Tribulation lightning? The Holy Sun Ming-Xian, who saw all this, ignored it. The sudden appearance of the tribulation lightning attracted his attention. Who is undergoing tribulation? It does not seem like it. It feels like someone summoned the tribulation lightning. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian thought back to the information he obtained. Xiao Chen controlled the tribulation lightning on Thunder Controlling Peak to face Shangguan Lei. A brilliant light flashed in the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's eyes. Then, he revealed an expression of joy. Instead of hiding properly, you dare to search for fortuitous encounters everywhere. You are seeking death. Boom. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot, and a Buddhist might spread out. The many stones still moving stubbornly shattered into powder. The stone monster, which had an exceptionally tenacious life force, was completely annihilated. After doing all this, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian did not rush to leave. He felt a gaze on him from start to end. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian understood. It was that star-venerate level tree spirit. If it was truly capable, it would have come out and destroyed me long ago. Clearly, it feared something, or perhaps it did not have long to live. However, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian could not be careless. He had to guard against the other party risking his life. After thinking about what backup plans to prepare, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian gently leaped up and chased after the tribulation lightning's aura. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian moved strangely fast. His feet did not move at all. Only a black lotus imprinted on the ground seemed to carry him, leaving behind many afterimages. After leaving the temple, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian looked up and happened to see the transformed cat-eared young woman withdrawing her finger. The young woman withdrew her fiendish qi and continuously condensed it in her body. Finally, she turned into a white cat and slept at the side. Before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, he revealed a fatigued expression. Then, he turned to look at the Holy Sun Ming-Xian with shock in his eyes. It's him. Chapter 1693. Before Xiao Chen could figure out what the mark on his forehead was, he held up the 7 deadly sins and stood in front of Yang Qing. When Xiao Chen saw this white-clad monk arrive, 4 words automatically appeared in his mind. This person is hostile. I finally meet you. I'm the Black Lotus Church's Ming-Xian, a profound light temple Yang generation disciple. When Ming-Xian saw Xiao Chen, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and introduced himself. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of surprise. To think that a Black Lotus Church disciple could join an orthodox Buddhist sect and even enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's mind was in a mess. He really could not figure it out. The orthodox Buddhist sects and the Black Lotus Church, which believed in the evil Buddha, were mortal enemies. To think that this white-clad monk openly joined the profound light temple. Young Master Xiao, what's going on? Xiao Chen did not have time to explain his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. He whispered, go and absorb the Miao Yin Buddhist mother's incense first. I'll block him. If necessary, I'll lure him away. Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate this Holy Sun Ming-Xian. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than Xiao Chen's, but the other party's cultivation was also much higher. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than his, but more importantly, the other party felt unfathomable and unfathomable. If Xiao Chen did not break through in his cultivation, he did not have much chance of defeating the other party. If only he had more time. Take care. Yang Qing did not delay. After saying take care, she leaped into the air and jumped off the cliff, heading for the base of the Buddha statue. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian smiled softly and said, not bad. Finally, there are only the 2 of us left. Come back with me. Right after the Holy Sun Ming-Xian spoke, he leaped into the air and flew over, not wanting to drag things out lest something unexpected happen. Right after the Holy Sun Ming-Xian spoke, he left behind many afterimages in the air. Each afterimage looked dignified, like an ancient Buddha forming all sorts of hand seals. A vast and boundless Buddhist might immediately spread out in the surroundings. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's palm pressed down, both real and fake. Immediately, the boundless Buddhist might condensed into a solid golden light and burst out from his palm. Then, it pressed down on Xiao Chen with overwhelming force. In the face of this enormous pressure, Xiao Chen's face was expressionless, as if he was stiff. His entire body was motionless, like a solidified statue. Imperceptibly, the space around him was affected, as if it had turned into a taut giant ice cube. Suddenly, Xiao Chen moved and shouted, "Break!" As Xiao Chen held the 7 deadly sins, he gave off great Tao energy and executed the army breaking saber technique. The army breaking saber technique was most suitable to execute under such immense pressure. The greater the pressure, the more ferocious it would be. Xiao Chen raised the saber from the bottom to the top. He was like a lone warrior holding a spear, facing an army of thousands, piercing through the sky. Kaca! Kaca! The surrounding frozen space immediately shattered. The saber released a resplendent light as it clashed with the Holy Sun Ming Xian's palm strike. The saber strike that Xiao Chen nurtured with his heart burst forth with absolute lethality in the face of adversity. The moment the saber light appeared, the incredibly sharp saber light pierced through the various Buddhist lights and Buddhist might, leaving thousands of holes in them. When the saber light clashed with the palm wind, Xiao Chen held the upper hand, knocking the Holy Sun Ming Xian back in the air. The Holy Sun Ming Xian frowned slightly in surprise. Unexpectedly, the half-step primal core Xiao Chen could erupt with such a strong saber strike. Then, Xiao Chen soared into the air. Now that he held the upper hand in his aura, he grasped the opportunity and smoothly followed up with army-breaking saber technique. The dark clouds in the sky cleared, and starlight fell. As the saber light swept out, it seemed like it would destroy the stars. When the Holy Sun Ming Xian landed, he did not fluster in the face of danger. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he quickly formed hand seals. A black lotus bloomed under his feet. When the star-breaking saber technique landed, the Holy Sun Ming Xian's body suddenly gave off a bright black Buddhist light. Then, he formed hand seals with his right hand and blocked that unparalleled saber light. Scriptures echoed in the surroundings. The Holy Sun Ming Xian gently raised his right hand, and scriptures gathered. The space around him continuously rose in level, looking like it was turning into the legendary Buddhist spiritual mountain. Change. Xiao Chen felt heavy resistance as he descended. He raised his saber and changed his move in one breath, executing the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. All the potential in his body was forcefully squeezed out amid the intense pain, turning into an unparalleled bright saber light that charged forward. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's heart ached, and he revealed a pained expression. The Dharmic seal immediately broke. Xiao Chen did not pause at all. The saber light circled around, and the star-breaking saber technique, which he had just collected, was executed berserkly at lightning speed. Oh no! The Holy Sun Ming Xian thought to himself as he pressed his palms together and retreated. Boom! The instant the Holy Sun Ming Xian pressed his palms together, a similarly ferocious Buddhist might burst out of his body and clashed with the star-breaking saber technique. In the clash, loud sounds rang out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's aura held the upper hand. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's Buddhist might that he hastily unleashed could not neutralize the star-breaking saber technique. After being knocked back, Xiao Chen broke through the layers of Buddhist might and roared ferociously as he executed breaking the world. The berserk saber light immediately went out of control. The boundless saber might was like tens of thousands of wild horses breaking free from their reins, roaring ferociously and wanting to destroy the world. In this short exchange, Xiao Chen perfectly brought out his exquisite saber techniques and cultivation, catching his opponent off guard. The Holy Sun Ming Xian finally found this excellent opportunity. The moment he executed breaking the world, Xiao Chen knew that the Holy Sun Ming Xian could not escape. The Holy Sun Ming Xian had nowhere to retreat to. Breaking the world swept away all of the Holy Sun Ming Xian's Buddhist might and defensive martial techniques formed by various hand seals. Then, he chopped down on the Holy Sun Ming Xian's shoulder. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and Xiao Chen revealed an expression of shock in his eyes. After the saber cut in by 1 centimeter, It could not go any deeper. Instead, it got stuck in the other party's shoulder bone. What kind of physical body is this? He. You've played enough, right? The Holy Sun Ming-Xian did not care about the wound on his shoulder. He just smiled casually at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen thought to himself, oh no. Then, he let go of the saber with his right hand and tried to retreat. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian smiled faintly and did not panic. He held the index and middle fingers of his right hand together, and a string of Buddhist prayer beads dangled from them. After brewing for a while, he ferociously pushed forward. Bang! After retreating several meters, a shockingly strong force knocked Xiao Chen into the air. His internal organs ruptured, and when he landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen's entire body hurt. Aside from his damaged internal organs, cracks of various sizes appeared all over his body. Some of his outer bones even shattered completely. What hand seal is that? When Xiao Chen saw the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's hand seal, he revealed a horrified expression. In that earlier moment, the force that the other party sent out was already infinitely close to the casual strike of an ordinary star venerate. Feigning weakness before severely injuring the other party with a lightning-fast strike. When Xiao Chen thought about his earlier exchange with the Holy Sun Ming-Xian, he could not help smiling bitterly. Originally, this was the method he used to defeat the Little Thunder Saber. However, someone used it on him. This was karma. This was truly retribution. To think that you still have the strength to fight. Your physical body is extraordinary. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian casually tossed aside the 7 deadly sins on his shoulder and revealed a shocked expression. He discovered that Xiao Chen had actually fainted from his injuries, yet he still had a strong life force. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian could not help feeling surprised. This physique was startlingly strong. While the Holy Sun Ming-Xian was shocked, Xiao Chen was even more shocked. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian's full power attack, breaking the world, only left an unremarkable wound on the other party's shoulder. Compared to your fleshly body, my fleshly body is nothing. Xiao Chen did not care. He stood up with much difficulty, not choosing to give up. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian said indifferently, you are not qualified to compete with my physical body. If not for you comprehended great Tao energy, it would be impossible for you to injure me. What bold word! However, Xiao Chen did not say much. He had not been able to improve his Blue Dragon War body further. He had only forcefully relied on the life juice source to improve his physique. In terms of physical body, he really could not compare to the other party. Do you still want to continue fighting? Just obediently give up, and I can let you suffer less pain. The sect venerate never said that he wanted your life, so you can rest assured, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian said softly, sensing that Xiao Chen still had some trump cards and did not want to push him too hard. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help raging in his heart. He laughed maniacally and said, don't worry. Even if he does not kill me, I will definitely kill him. Sooner or later, I will personally charge into the Black Lotus Church and take the head of that sect venerate. The Kunlun realm's demonic calamity and the deaths of countless brothers could not be in vain. He would charge into the Black Lotus Church not for himself but for the fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm who sacrificed themselves in the demonic calamity. Chu Yang, Yang Shisan, Fu Hongyao, too many. Ignorant. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian snorted coldly, revealing some disdain. He stopped speaking nonsense and prepared to end the battle quickly. Breaking the mundane. The moment the Holy Sun Ming-Xian moved, Xiao Chen immediately seized the opportunity to suck the 7 deadly sins into his hand. Xiao Chen executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane smoothly. The surging mundane world and all sorts of scenes unfolded together with Xiao Chen's saber light. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian's footsteps slowed as a warm scene appeared before his eyes. That was the scene of him living with his parents and brothers before he became a monk. These were the most beautiful memories in his heart. No matter what he became under the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate's instructions, he would never be able to forget these mundane events, a worry that he could never sever. Break! Xiao Chen shouted coldly, and a golden swastika shot out from his forehead. A golden Buddhist swastika appeared behind him. A 3-kilometer-long saber light shot out from the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's hand and merged with the weapon in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, the saber light pierced towards the Holy Sun Ming-Xian. Whoosh! The Holy Sun Ming-Xian suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. However, it was already too late. The 3-kilometer-long saber light in the Buddha's hand bore the brunt of the attack and pierced through his chest. Xiao Chen bathed in a Buddhist light. The Buddhist monk's saber followed closely behind, piercing through the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's chest. Puci. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian roared in pain. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen's shoulder. Bang! The two got knocked back at the same time. Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. After he fell to the ground, he found it hard to stand up. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian wobbled but did not fall over in the end. However, the might of breaking the mundane also entered the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's body, causing his complexion to pale and black light to appear. On the ground, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. He had already done his best. If the other party insisted on fighting, then he could only take the risk of activating his Great Desolate Eon bloodline in his current state. However, it was hard to guarantee that the other party might not have a Great Desolate Eon bloodline. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. The 30-kilometer-long Buddha image in the deep chasm suddenly shattered into countless specks of dust, scattering in all directions. Chapter 1694. In the boundless deep abyss, the towering Buddha image turned to dust, and a beam of light soared up from below. This was Yang Qing, who had absorbed the Buddha Mother's incense. Before she landed, she threw a palm strike at the Holy Sun Ming-Xian. The palm wind contained a cold intent. Everywhere it passed, it arrived before the Holy Sun Ming-Xian in the blink of an eye. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian did not have time to think. He simply threw a palm strike. Boom! The two palms clashed. Yang Qing knocked back the Holy Sun Ming-Xian with one palm strike, not moving at all. After absorbing the Buddha Mother's incense, her strength soared rapidly. What a strong palm strike! The Holy Sun Ming-Xian took a few steps back before he barely stabilized himself. Shock appeared on his face. After being struck by Xiao Chen's breaking the mundane, Ming-Xian was clearly injured. He could not circulate much veritable essence energy to clash with Yang Qing. Instead of retreating, Yang Qing advanced. She burst forth with a terrifying Buddhist might. The Buddha Mother's 30-kilometer-tall figure appeared behind her, exuding might without anger. A terrifying might spread out, making the injured Ming-Xian feel unbearable. It had been many years since Ming-Xian had such a feeling when facing someone of the same generation. This was truly surprising. What exactly happened for this girl, who was not worth mentioning earlier, to grow so much stronger? She actually vaguely showed the might of a star venerate, catching everyone off guard. Ming-Xian's expression immediately turned grave. The Buddhist prayer beads in his hand released a resplendent black light. A black lotus bloomed under his feet, and a gigantic black Buddha image appeared behind him. Bang! Another palm strike clashed. The two were evenly matched. The Buddha images behind them had a stern expression and a ferocious expression. They fought intensely as well. However, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian was injured. This intense clash instantly deepened the injury on his chest. The saber intent contained in the 7 deadly sins still stabbed into his chest lingered for a long time, continuously invading his meridians and internal organs. What was more serious was that the true meaning of breaking the mundane had severed the most beautiful memories in his heart. His heart was supreme, but it hurt his soul. A strange sense of loss and grief lingered for a long time. The mundane world was hard to break, and obsession was hard to dispel. No matter how strong one's physical body was, the human heart was made of flesh. Yang Qing drifted back with a grave expression. Unexpectedly, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian could still clash head-on with her despite his severe injuries. If Zhongxian hadn't been injured, he would have had to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. With no time to think, Yang Qing shouted coldly and charged over once more. After forcefully clashing for another 3 moves, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian finally could no longer endure. Blood continuously oozed out of the 7 deadly sin on his chest. Drip, drip, drip. It landed on the ground. Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, stood up with much difficulty. He revealed an expression of luck. Fortunately, Yang Qing appeared at this crucial moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he still had some trump cards up his sleeve, his injuries were too severe and he couldn't use them at all. If he forcefully used it, the consequences would be extremely severe. Even without the other party doing anything, he would still die. The Holy Sun Mingxian was unexpectedly strong. This was especially so for his strange physical body. Xiao Chen wondered how he cultivated it. Let's go. Yang Qing knew when to stop. After forcing back the Holy Sun Mingxian, she no longer pushed back. Then, her figure flashed back and quickly left with Xiao Chen. Damn it! Rage burned in the Holy Sun Mingxian's eyes. For the first time, anxiety appeared on his face. He had not expected such a result at all. Something that should have been in the bag turned out to be an accident. The Holy Sun Mingxian had always taken everything into account. Even when facing a star venerate, he could retreat calmly without losing his elegance. However, today, an insignificant Xiao Chen actually managed to injure him. Furthermore, he was significantly injured. That unremarkable woman had inexplicably become stronger all of a sudden. It was also inexplicable. Kaka. The Holy Sun Mingxian pulled out the 7 deadly sin from his chest. Then, like he was venting his hatred, he used all his strength to break the saber in half and tossed it to the ground. However, this 7 deadly sin had been specially refined and was no ordinary weapon. After it broke, it immediately scattered. It turned into 7 beams of light of different colors and flew towards Xiao Chen, not doing much harm. Damn it! The Holy Sun Mingxian roared furiously, venting all his frustration and dissatisfaction on his feet. Then, he stomped on the ground. A crack appeared on the cliff, trembling endlessly. The crack extended downwards, looking like it would shatter at any moment. The Holy Sun Mingxian looked around and saw the unconscious white cat. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his expression instantly turned cold. Who knew, this white cat felt his gaze and quickly got up. Then, it nimbly chased after Xiao Chen and Yang Qing. It turned out that the white cat had woken up long ago and had been pretending to be asleep. Interesting. After venting the rage in his heart, the Holy Sun Mingxian completely calmed down. His expression recovered its gentle expression as he closed his eyes and started treating his injuries. Clearly, the urgent matter now was not to show off his bravery but to quickly return to his peak. He had to re-evaluate Xiao Chen's strength. Then, he would find the other party and take him down at lightning speed. The demonic bone Saria, the mission that his master gave him, had to be completed. This concerned the great cause of the Black Lotus Church, something that could change the entire Buddhist sect in the Great Thousand Realms. Yang Qing quickly led Xiao Chen down the mountain. After walking for another 2 hours, she did not see the Holy Sun Mingxian chasing after her. Only then did she relax. There was no need to be polite between the two. Xiao Chen did not thank her. He asked, "You did not finish absorbing the power of the Joss flames, right?" It felt too fast. It would be very difficult to absorb all the power of the Joss flames in such a short time. Yang Qing nodded and smiled softly. "I can't do anything about it. That Holy Sun Mingxian is too strong. If I had continued to absorb it unhurriedly, young Master Xiao, you would have died." Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. In his life, he had rarely been saved by a woman. He asked, "Where are you going next?" Reluctance flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. Her expression turned somewhat complicated. "I forcefully absorbed the power of the Joss flames into my body. After a while, my body will explode and I will die." Ah. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the other party incredulously. He could not accept this. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. Even if I did not forcefully absorb it into my body, I would have chosen to sacrifice myself after absorbing the power of the Joss flames. It is just a matter of time. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to stay a little longer. Now, I have no choice." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Qing's entire body exploded. However, there was no blood or bones. Instead, it turned into a 9-colored spiritual aura that contained a dense Buddhist light. It flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. This caught Xiao Chen off guard. He was stunned for a long time before recovering his wits. As they chatted, Yang Qing's body exploded. It was really hard to accept. Xiao Chen looked up at the sky and entered deep thought. He did not know if he would get a chance to see Yang Qing's true body again. However, there was a great difference between an emanation body and a true body. Their personalities were very different. Xiao Chen thought for a while and concluded that it was best not to interact with a woman who dared to cultivate an emanation body. She would definitely be someone who was both righteous and evil. Or perhaps, she was an evil cultivator. At the back of the temple on the Buddha-seeking platform, the holy son Ming Xian opened his eyes and saw the 9-colored spiritual energy flying into the sky. After his shock, he revealed an expression of understanding. It turned out to be the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter's emanation body. No wonder. No wonder. That is already a famous expert of the Great Thousand Realms. Exceptionally difficult to deal with, however, since you spoiled my plans, I will repay this debt sooner or later, even if you are the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. On the other side, Xiao Chen still did not feel very safe. He traveled alone and found a quiet place. After leaving behind a simple formation, he calmed down slightly. Right now, there was only one thing to do: break through quietly. In the earlier battle, Xiao Chen had already broken through his bottleneck. If he were too severely injured, he could break through the limits of the veritable personage realm on the spot. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen swallowed a medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng had given him. The medicinal pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, and a cooling sensation spread throughout his body. The pain in his body immediately eased significantly. Naturally, the medicinal pill that Yi Zifeng had given him was not inferior. Soon, Xiao Chen's strong physical body allowed him to recover from most of his injuries. It is time to break through. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time already. However, when it truly arrived, his heart was calm. Chapter 1695. Advancing from the veritable personage realm to the primal core realm was to merge the 3 essence energies into one and form a core. Xiao Chen's yin essence energy came from the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy he absorbed and refined. Xiao Chen's yang essence energy came from the heavenly yang pill, which was comparable to the 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. As for veritable essence energy, it was like a mediator between the two. However, it was different. Be it yin essence energy or yang essence energy, their ultimate goal was to temper veritable essence energy, to continuously perfect it. In the end, a cultivator's cultivation was based on veritable essence energy. When merging the 3 essence energies into one, the most important thing was balance, the conservation of yin and yang. Only then could one form a primal core. Xiao Chen had reached this point long ago. The Taiji diagram in his Dantian slowly formed its second cycle, allowed him to not have to spend any effort on balancing it. This was already the most perfect Tao of balance in the current world. It originated from the immortal epoch's Daoist sects. Now, it belonged to Xiao Chen alone, something he could use. In the Great Thousand Realms, there was a saying, first become human, then become a deity. After transcending mortality and becoming a veritable personage, one would take a brand new step on the long martial Tao. The veritable personage realm was the foundation. It determined how far one could go in the future and how much potential one could bring out. Many people understood this point. However, not many people could do it. Not everyone's physical body could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. Those who could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy might not have the opportunity to subdue them. Furthermore, not everyone could be like Xiao Chen, enduring silently and maintaining a calm and peaceful state of mind. Even when facing many dangers, the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church, the provocation of the Divine Firmament sect, and the encirclement of the Divine Shield Army, he did not force a breakthrough. Furthermore, he did not rush to make a breakthrough because he wanted to make a name for himself. Xiao Chen let nature take its course, succeeding when the conditions were right. After continuous tempering and adjustment, he finally reached where he was today, step by step. This was because from the start to the end, Xiao Chen had not forgotten his original intention: to search for the moon, to find Liu Ruyue, to find the person he loved the most, to obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and to complete the revival of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Everything that Xiao Chen experienced in the Great Thousand Realms was just fleeting. His final battlefield would definitely be the Central Great Realm, where geniuses gathered and the outstanding talents of the Great Desolate Hundred Races. The heavens would not disappoint those who set their minds to it. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. With a thought, the black and white Taiji diagram formed by Yang essence energy and Yin essence energy in his dantian slowly merged and shrank. After being cleansed by hundreds of jasmine flowers, his Yin and Yang essence had become extremely pure, sparkling and translucent, emitting a silk-like luster. This was especially true for the Yang essence refined from the Sky Yang pill. It was originally contaminated with the residue of the pill, so the problem could be big or small. After this round of cleansing, the dregs of the pill were completely expelled from the body. There was no longer any hidden danger. Since the Yang Yuan and Yin Yuan energies were too vast and pure, the process of merging Xiao Chen's 3 Yuan energies into one was rather slow. Around him, an even vaster black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared, dancing light and shadow, flickering and disappearing. Amidst the light and shadow, the entire world alternated between black and white, and a unique Tao rhythm circulated. A Daoist rhyme that was different from the Buddhist might was exceptionally mysterious, causing one's imagination to run wild. Time passed by the minute and second. Although Xiao Chen's progress was slow, it went smoothly, without any obstructions at all. This was how a breakthrough came naturally. When the bottleneck was no longer there, one just had to let nature take its course. 4 hours later, the Yin essence energy, Yang essence energy, and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian had already shrunk to the size of a palm. The light they gave off was boundlessly resplendent. The light shone through Xiao Chen's body. His bones, flesh, skin, and even his soul all received great benefits in the process of merging the 3 Yuan energies into one. The flickering light on the surface of Xiao Chen's body intertwined with the surrounding Taiji diagram, vaguely connecting with the entire world. This was the fiendish demon battlefield. Not only was the space here of a higher level, but the spiritual energy here was also several times that of the outside world. Breaking through here was much better than breaking through in a blessed land. This was something that Xiao Chen had not expected. After another 7 minutes, the extremely condensed Yang essence energy and Yin essence energy finally merged into his veritable essence energy. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram, which originally circulated extremely slowly, spun violently at 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, faster than before. Thousands of beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was daytime. Xiao Chen could clearly see every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had chosen a desolate place in the fiendish demon battlefield, where the situation was constantly changing. Such a large commotion did not attract the attention of others. As that light spun, Xiao Chen felt a brand new veritable essence energy flow continuously in his meridians. Strong energy filled his entire body, making Xiao Chen feel his strength erupting rapidly. This continued for an entire hour before the feeling of his strength increasing abruptly came to a stop. The boundless light in the surroundings suddenly withdrew, returning to his body as if nothing had happened. When the light vanished, Xiao Chen looked within himself and discovered a fingernail-sized crystal primal core in his dantian. The primal core had 9 golden stars carved on its surface. Each golden star flickered with light. Upon closer inspection, it was piercing and bright. One could not look directly at it. A 9-star primal core. This was the most perfect advancement. Even in the Great Thousand Realms, it would allow one to look down on the many outstanding talents. Xiao Chen could not help revealing joy in his heart. After leaving the Kunlun realm and experiencing all sorts of things, he finally managed to condense this primal core. Looking at that completely solidified crystal, Xiao Chen rejoiced. His cultivation directly soared to peak minor primal core realm. When one first entered the primal core realm, The primal core realm was mostly soft. There would even be some viscous veritable essence energy inside. A completely solidified crystal was the mark of peak minor primal core realm. One more step and one would reach the major primal core realm. Only by successfully breaking through could one increase the capacity of the primal core realm. That required continuous tempering, merging the primal core with the power of the world. This was an extremely important step. Many people would never be able to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, Xiao Chen felt that his 9-star primal core could contain much more veritable essence energy than that of a regular major primal core expert. Every shining golden star was condensed with incomparably pure quintessential essence. Most regular primal core cultivators had only 2 or 3 golden stars. Even in the Blessed Lands, those with more than 5 golden stars were extremely rare. Rumor had it that Shangguan Lei had only condensed 6 golden stars, and he already stood at the top of his generation in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an irrepressible tyranny burst out from them. His aura felt like he had been reborn. This was not something that Xiao Chen liked. However, he had just advanced to the primal core realm and could not control it as he pleased. The tyranny and strength of a 9-star primal core could not be easily hidden. Shangguan Lei was incredibly tyrannical, making many people not dare to meet his gaze, aside from his Thunder Dao and his irascible character. A large part of the reason was his 6-star primal core, which formlessly suppressed others. When I run into that Holy Sun Ming Xian again, I can give him a huge surprise. Xiao Chen was a proud person. Although he was not willing to show it to others, he could not help but feel dissatisfied after being suppressed so miserably by someone of the same generation. Xiao Chen indeed had the capital to feel dissatisfied. A half-step primal core cultivator was already at a huge disadvantage against an early-stage major primal core cultivator like the Holy Sun Ming Xian. Now that Xiao Chen had broken through, it could barely be considered a fair fight. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He muttered to himself, "I have to go and find a good saber that suits me." If Xiao Chen had a Dao tool earlier, he would not have ended up in such an awkward situation where he could not injure the Holy Sun Ming Xian even after he struck him. Who is it? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. After advancing to the primal core realm, his senses were extremely sharp. Even the tiniest changes within 50 kilometers could not escape his notice. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and leaped several kilometers, landing at the place where the sound came from. He saw a white cat filled with wildness stepping on the ground. It did not make any sound as it leaped around extremely quickly. Xiao Chen recognized this white cat. It was that young cat-eared girl. When her fiendish qi erupted, she had drawn a strange mark on his forehead before vanishing. Xiao Chen had nearly forgotten about this matter. She came at the right time. The young cat-eared girl's intelligent, black gem-like eyes revealed a surprised expression when she saw Xiao Chen. She was surprised that Xiao Chen had discovered her in advance. What was more, she was surprised that Xiao Chen's strength had changed so much in just half a day. Chapter 1696. As his aura locked onto the white cat, Xiao Chen showed a cautious expression. The scene of the other party killing Zhen Xian with one claw was still fresh in his mind. The feeling that the transformed white cat gave Xiao Chen was even more horrifying than that of the Holy Sun Ming Xian. "Why are you so cautious? The fiend blood in my body has already entered your body." The cat-eared girl's body swayed as she turned back into a pretty young girl. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen with a displeased expression. "What?" This startled Xiao Chen. These words were truly unexpected, somewhat hard to accept. When Xiao Chen thought of the other party's appearance after transforming, his heart could not help but tremble. He did not want to end up like that. The young cat-eared girl rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, "You gained something, yet you still want to act innocent. You sect disciples are all like that." When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt somewhat speechless. He ignored the other party and closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to check for the power of his bloodline. Aside from the familiar blue dragon bloodline, there was only ordinary human bloodline. There was no other strange bloodline. "Is she lying?" Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he opened his eyes. He discovered that the other party did not show any intention of attacking him when he closed his eyes. Her expression did not change, either. Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "You came to me just to talk about this?" "I did not sense any fiendish demon bloodline." "You can go now." The young cat-eared girl was not surprised. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Naturally, the current you cannot sense that noble fiendish demon bloodline. It will slowly appear as you grow stronger. Fiendish demons are born in response to calamities. They are naturally impure. You are already an impure person. In the future, you have to be wary of others drawing out the fiendish demon bloodline in your body. However, you have a heart of innocence that has been tempered 1,000 times. Even if it is drawn out, you will not end up in a sorry state like I did." Seeing the other party speak so seriously, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. He checked again but still did not find anything strange. "There's no need to worry too much. To you, this noble fiendish demon bloodline is definitely more beneficial than harmful." Xiao Chen slapped his forehead and said, "All right, I'll believe you for now. Can you tell me where you came from?" The cat-eared girl calmly said, "I never lie. You should have believed me. I am a stray cat that the old abbot of the ancient Cloud Temple took in. After the ancient Cloud Temple declined, the Seven-Aperture Sovereign Emperor brought me into the fiendish demon battlefield." Xiao Chen was startled. The old abbot of ancient Cloud Temple was that nameless ancient temple? As for sovereign emperors, Xiao Chen had heard of them. After entering the divine vein realm, they would be addressed as sovereign emperors. They were between sovereign personages and martial gods, so they were qualified to be addressed as sovereign emperors. "I'm the only fiendish demon in the Great Thousand Worlds with the original fiendish demon blood flowing in my veins. Of course, I'm no longer one. I had no intention of transferring my bloodline to you, but you ruined my plans time and time again, so I had no choice but to forcefully transfer it to you. It's actually better to leave it for the owner of that Nirmanakaya. I can feel that her real body is also full of desire for the demon blood." Xiao Chen came to a sudden realization. So, when he attacked Yang Qing back then, he wanted to transfer the demon blood to her. If he hadn't saved her, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. However, the old abbot said that everything has a cause and effect. "You definitely have a fate with Buddha. Back then, when he transferred this demon blood to me, he said that the next owner of the demon blood would definitely be someone with a fate with Buddha." The little cat blinked as it looked at Xiao Chen. However, it could not see how he had a fate with Buddha. "I've already said what I needed to say. Goodbye." After saying what needed to be said, the young cat-eared girl turned back into a white cat and quickly left Xiao Chen's sight. A fate with Buddha. It seemed like the lingering soul of the Mahesvara Buddha that Xiao Chen met in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had said something similar. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had coincidentally obtained the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. It seemed like he really had a fate with Buddha. It was impossible for him to have a fate with Buddha for no reason. Never mind. I'll worry about this in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I still don't know if the demon blood is real or fake. Xiao Chen had always been decisive when doing things. He knew what was important and what was not. He would not be indecisive. After checking his bloodline again, Xiao Chen set his mind on his way to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Now that Xiao Chen's strength had increased significantly, he discovered that he could travel very fast. He could leap high in this fiendish demon battlefield without any obstructions. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet. Without needing to gather veritable essence energy, he easily traversed 1 kilometer. After a while, the towering 10,000 weapon pavilion appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Thousands of strands of complete Great Tao energy descended from the top of the pavilion, forming a 7-colored light that competed with each other. When Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance, he felt heavy pressure and found it difficult to move. He had to circulate his veritable essence energy before he could adapt. The vast Tao might extinguished the complacency in Xiao Chen's heart after he advanced. Before the Great Tao, he was still far from it. Xiao Chen calmly entered the first floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Naturally, there were no good weapons on the first floor, only some superior grade profound weapons. However, Those that could catch the attention of a divine vein powerhouse were naturally peak-quality superior-grade profound weapons. Aside from these, there were some special superior-grade profound weapons that would attract the attention of the cultivators here. Those were the profound weapons that some sovereign personages or sovereign emperors once used. As far as Xiao Chen knew, there were 3 grades of weapons: profound weapons, treasure weapons, and Dao weapons. For now, Xiao Chen did not know what weapons were stronger than Dao weapons. Profound weapons were the weakest. However, they were weapons that ordinary veritable personages and primal core venerates used. Those sovereign personages and sovereign emperors must have used profound weapons when they were young. If one could obtain a profound weapon that they used, there would definitely be some Dao left behind. After comprehending it, one would gain many benefits. Hence, although the hall on the first floor was filled with profound weapons, there were many sect disciples who seriously chose and broke the restrictions. There was no competition here. If one was lucky and obtained a superior-grade profound weapon that a sovereign personage used, it would be a great gain. It would not be inferior to a treasure weapon. Every weapon floating in the air looked like it was hovering. However, restrictions surrounded it. One could only draw the weapon after breaking the restrictions. However, the restrictions on the first floor were rather simple. They were not difficult for the cultivators who came here. Xiao Chen raised his foot. The moment he stepped into the hall, the various sect disciples who were choosing weapons felt an instinctive threat. Their bodies instinctively felt threatened, and they either turned their heads or turned around to look at the entrance. Who is this person? He is just a minor primal core venerate. Why does he give off such great pressure? Clang. Just as many people felt confused, 10 sabers of the thousands of weapons floating in the air in the hall unsheathed themselves and stabbed into the ground around Xiao Chen. The sabers trembled and buzzed endlessly. A strange saber intent spread out uncontrollably. It is the Dao left behind by a sovereign personage. These are all profound weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Damn! Where did this white-clad person come from? We worked so hard but could not find a profound weapon that a sovereign personage used. The moment he arrived, he delivered it to us. The 100-odd disciples in the hall all showed shocked expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Some of them revealed greed in their eyes. However, when they thought of the instinctive fear they felt when Xiao Chen first entered, they all dispelled this greed. Xiao Chen shook his head and casually waved his hand. He absorbed all the Dao contained in the 10 sabers. The heroic appearances of many sovereign personages when they were young immediately appeared in his mind. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a sharp light appeared in them. He thought to himself, these are truly weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Even though their cultivations were not high at that time, they still benefited a lot. After the Dao was absorbed, the 10 sabers immediately turned ordinary. The spiritual energy in them dimmed significantly, returning to their ordinary state. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the 10 sabers returned to their scabbards. Clang! Clang! Just at this moment, a familiar figure fell down the stairs of the second floor in a sorry state, grunting in pain. After that figure stood up, he quickly headed for the doors. This was where Xiao Chen was. This person showed a flustered expression. He did not look where he was going at all, nearly crashing into the doors. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and gently placed it on that person's shoulder, firmly pinning him to the ground. That person looked up in shock. When he saw that it was Xiao Chen, his face lit up in joy. Martial uncle. This was the Purple Flame Sect's Ling Yu, who had entered the fiendish demon battlefield with Xiao Chen. Ling Yu, quickly hand over the treasure weapon in your hand. Before Xiao Chen could exchange pleasantries, the disciples who injured Ling Yu rushed over. Chapter 1697. The disciples of the other sects had more or less heard of it, and their hurried footsteps immediately came to a halt. It's him. He is the white-robed Xiao Chen. The words that were originally intended to threaten Xiao Chen turned into all sorts of cries of pain. In the blink of an eye, only 2 true inheritors remained standing. One of the 2 true inheritors, a blue-clad youth, shouted coldly when he saw Xiao Chen fiddling with his short sword. Even if Xiao Chen could face Shangguan Lei, there were more than 100 people rushing over. What was left behind was a group of cultivators from the various sects, who could only swallow their saliva and look at each other in dismay. That Dao tool was definitely even more incredible. The news of the white-robed Xiao Chen defeating the Little Thunder Saber with one saber strike on Thunder Controlling Peak and facing off against Shangguan Lei had set the Black Cave Mountain abuzz. Xiao Chen did not draw his short sword, but he felt a cold sharpness and a weak aura of the great Dao. However, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I won't hide it from you. Let's not talk about that. Who left these injuries on you? Ling Yu had not wasted all his hard work and time. Xiao Chen, this is not your problem. Just stay out of other people's business. Ling Yu found this somewhat inconceivable. Just earlier, he was still thinking about how to deal with this problem. Several Black Cave Mountain core disciples in the passageway recognized Xiao Chen, and their expressions changed slightly. The veritable essence energy that surged out of Xiao Chen's primal core was weaker than he expected. However, he was still satisfied. Boom. Just this point deterred anyone from acting rashly. Xiao Chen still did not say a word. He sent out another palm strike. This palm strike was even more tyrannical and tyrannical. Like before, he used his full power. However, the might that erupted out was even more ferocious. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Xiao Chen was not famous now, Shangguan Lei's reputation was very resounding. Shangguan Lei could face off against Xiao Chen and leave calmly. These people were at least late-stage minor primal core cultivators, and they were all core disciples of the various sects. Otherwise, they would not have dared to fight for peak treasure weapons. Dusting off his hands, Xiao Chen walked straight to the second floor as if he had done something very casual. You can fight back how I did to you. I won't help you. As long as Xiao Chen refused to hand over the ink cloud sword, they could work together. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be curious. What kind of precious weapon could make such a person so angry? Even if it was a Dao soldier, it was probably only SOSO. But after 3 palm strikes, the situation had completely reversed, leaving them dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. A large group of people appeared on the stairs of the second floor. All of them were brimming with killing intent, and their cultivations were not ordinary. All of them were core disciples of various sects. 1 or 2 of them were actually true disciples. It seemed like every time he used his full power, he could dig out more of the potential of his 9-star primal core. It was indeed a good sword. The 10,000 weapon pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 most popular forces in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen received the short sword. The words ink cloud were carved on the scabbard. Just by holding the scabbard, he could feel the surging energy contained in the sword. This was the difficulty of fighting for a Dao tool and a precious weapon. It was not like subduing a weapon would make it yours. The blue-clad youth turned his head slightly and looked at the other heavenly profound sect true inheritor from the Black Cave Mountain. He said, Brother Jianghu, don't you agree? Of course, Xiao Chen would not do that. He had already comprehended the Saber Dao's great Dao energy. With this thought, the blue-clad youth no longer showed any fear. A ferocious look appeared on his face once more, and he was about to speak up in agreement with the two. How strong! When Xiao Chen pushed out with his palm strike, 6 stars lit up in the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. However, the speed of the explosion was even faster. The 100-odd core disciples and the 2 true inheritors on the ground crashed into the wall like sandbags. He is already as strong as Shangguan Lei. How did he do it? The main thing is those 2 true inheritors. I can deal with one. However, with 2 attacking together and the attacks of the others, I can't block them at all. Xiao Chen, why are you still not handing over the ink cloud sword? Are you really thinking of blocking so many of us for your friend? Jianghu retorted coldly, making his intentions clear. Jianghu was originally Xiao Chen's greatest competitor. However, at this moment, Jianghu wanted to work with him. When the disciples on the first floor saw this, their lips twitched. Are those really the core disciples of the various sects? Bang! The veritable essence energy in the palm wind knocked the 2 true inheritors, who had just turned around, into the wall. 5 golden stars flickered on the crystal primal core. If one used it for 3 to 5 years, one would be able to condense a Dao. The comprehension of a cultivator would be even better than obtaining a Dao tool. Is this still the martial uncle that I know? After flipping over the 2 true inheritors, Xiao Chen tossed them to Ling Yu's feet, one in each hand. At the same time, he returned the short sword to Ling Yu. After all, true inheritors were already very strong. In their opinion, if one of them fought against the peak minor primal core Xiao Chen, the odds of victory would be 40 to 60. If the two worked together, they would be able to win. A strong wind kicked up by veritable essence energy howled in the surroundings. The long hair of the 2 true inheritors fluttered wildly, and they found it hard to keep their eyes open. Bang! 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 If the two still dared to stand here, they would be seeking death. Then, they landed on the ground. This strike was very ruthless. They felt like most of their bones had shattered. Infused with the great Dao's might, Xiao Chen drove his veritable essence energy. Resplendent purple energy flowed through the meridians in his body. It was like a surging river gushing endlessly, giving off thunderous roars. All the energy in his body burst forth as he pushed his palm forward. The 2 true inheritors felt bitter in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything more as they turned and fled. They already knew how horrifying Shangguan Lei was. Right now, Xiao Chen's strength rivaled Shangguan Lei's. The crystal stone primal core lit up 6 stars. Their expressions immediately turned grave. This was a treasure weapon that was about to give birth to a great Dao. No wonder everyone coveted it. Before the 2 true inheritors could say anything, they vomited blood and went flying. Without the strength of a true inheritor, they were caught off guard and went flying. After they fell to the ground, they howled in pain. Aside from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's various Confucian sects, the Potala Mountain's various temples, and even the Black Cave Mountains sects, there were also these people. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen had no chance of victory at all. One had to be able to face the encirclement of more than 100 people and still be able to flee calmly. This was how people were. If they could not obtain something, they could not obtain it. With the 2 true inheritors holding the line, the other core disciples of the various sects immediately felt much more confident. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. Then, he walked over and picked up the many core disciples piled together like they were cabbages before tossing them out. Ling Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and took out a short sword. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It looked like he still needed some time to familiarize himself with the full might of a 9-star primal core. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's aura soared. His originally suppressed tyrannical aura was already frightening. Without Xiao Chen suppressing it, it was released to its heart's content. What treasure weapon did you find? It's this. 3 palm strikes. With just 3 palm strikes, Xiao Chen severely injured a group of core disciples and 2 true inheritors, rendering them incapable of fighting anymore. Martial uncle, since when did you become so strong? Ling Yu gaped, speechless for a long time, completely stunned. Bang! With a thought, Xiao Chen sent out another palm strike. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly, and his clothes flapped loudly. His long hair and stern face looked exceptionally scary. Before this strong palm wind, the many core disciples found it hard to move, not to mention working together. Even their freedom of movement was restricted. No wonder Ling Yu was in such a sorry state despite his great increase in strength. Before Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced, he might not have been able to take it. Just the thought of witnessing the birth of a complete great Dao energy at one's own hands was exciting. As long as 1 or 2 people stood out and called on everyone present to attack together, why would they fear an insignificant Xiao Chen? However, the silent Xiao Chen did not say a word. He raised his head and looked at them coldly. Then, a strong aura erupted from his body. Ling Yu recalled that when his martial uncle was a half-step primal core cultivator, he could barely exchange 100 moves with him. Before entering the mountain, Xiao Chen was clearly not this horrifying. Xiao Chen's strong quintessence knocked back the 2 true inheritors who bore the brunt of the attack. The core disciples of the various sects behind them, who were about to chime in, were all stunned. Chapter 1698. They could run about freely. However, the cultivators who came here faced many restrictions. When that person walked out, he did not show a smile on his face as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. One had only a small wound on its body, a fatal strike that struck a vital point. The other had died a miserable death. The injuries on its body were clearly the result of a combined attack. By the fourth floor, nearly everyone was a treasure weapon. Every one of them was a superior grade treasure weapon. However, there were not many peak treasure weapons. Xiao Chen found this name somewhat familiar. After a while, he recalled it. It was the top true inheritor of the Heavenly Profound sect. This had attracted a Confucian scholar from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, who had chased after it with great difficulty. In a moment of carelessness, that sword suddenly turned around. Thank you. However, the two corpses simply lay there, while the others ignored them. Their expressions were cold, causing people to feel an indescribable chill. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Nice to meet you. Everyone, there is no need to misunderstand. I will not take this saber. Don't worry." Xiao Chen smiled disdainfully, revealing a trace of mockery. A Dao tool was very mighty. When combined with his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy, its might increased. Ling Yu must have found that short sword on the 5th floor. After being surrounded, he fled to the 1st floor and lured away most of the cultivators. The Heavenly Profound sect's Gongzi Mo? Whoosh. This was a Dao tool with a thick saber on its back. It gave off a heavy feeling. This saber was definitely boundlessly tyrannical, focusing on being bold and unyielding. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. When he looked around, he immediately discovered the two corpses. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, Ling Yu had told Xiao Chen to take note of some people. This Gongzi Mo was one of them. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Thank you. You are very fortunate. The Heavenly Profound sect's Gongzi Mo. I met you at Thunder Controlling Peak before. Aside from the restrictions of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, every good treasure weapon had its own temper. If one was not fated, it would be exceptionally difficult to subdue them by force." A strand of sword chi pierced towards Xiao Chen's eyes. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge it. At the same time, Xiao Chen infused his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy into the saber. The smell of blood. The Dao might of these sabers were all incredibly strong. However, Xiao Chen found it unfortunate that they were not treasured sabers that he could use. In such an environment, subduing a Dao soldier was already difficult enough. No one would be willing to be distracted by something unimportant. Regardless of whether he needed this saber or not, who wouldn't be happy to be acknowledged? The 5th floor was filled with top-notch precious weapons, but there were only a few people subduing precious weapons. Be careful, don't be reckless. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the sword landed in front of the Confucian scholar. "I'll give it to you." They hurriedly retreated and gathered together. They spread out their true origin shields and assumed defensive positions. The scabbard slammed into his abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. His facial features were squeezed together. The value of the Dao tool had already caused these disciples of the righteous sects to completely disregard human nature. Immediately, some people revealed surprised expressions when they saw the direction it was coming from. This small demonstration allowed Xiao Chen to personally experience subduing a treasure weapon in preparation for subduing a Dao tool. There was a total of 3 treasure weapons on this floor, all of them of different shapes. When Xiao Chen entered the 2nd floor, there were still profound weapons hovering in the air. However, there were already a few treasure weapons among them. There were only 20-odd people in the pavilion, making the great hall seem rather empty. The Dao tool chose its master. Any bladesman would feel happy when they saw this scene. One of the 3 treasure weapons seemed to sense Xiao Chen's gaze. With a whoosh, it flew over to him. The sword immediately trembled like a wild horse, trying to struggle free of Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen did not even look at it. His figure flashed as he entered the 3rd floor. Most of the treasure weapons on the 3rd floor were profound weapons mixed in. Nearly all the 6th floor was filled with Dao tools. Even if they were not Dao tools, they were treasure weapons like the ink cloud sword. With a thought, The Dao tool on the ground sensed Xiao Chen's killing intent and charged at Gongzi Mo whoosh. The treasure sword came out of its scabbard on its own. When the sword came out by 1 centimeter, it gave off a piercing light. The sharp sword light made one's heart tremble. For example, the person who subdued a treasure sword. The sword flew around in the air, moving freely in this 10,000 weapon pavilion, which gave off immense pressure. The Confucian scholar resting on the ground reminded Xiao Chen out of goodwill when he saw that he was about to go to the 6th floor. Xiao Chen could sense the bloodline of one of the great desolate eon's 10,000 races. Furthermore, that person's cultivation had reached late-stage major primal core realm. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt many cold gazes. The 10 true inheritors of the various sects, who were subduing Dao tools, all stopped what they were doing and looked at him coldly. Subduing a treasure weapon was an extremely difficult process. It might even be dangerous. The weapons that were not subdued in the 10,000 weapon pavilion were all hot-tempered horses. The 10,000 weapon pavilion was a natural horse farm. Xiao Chen forcefully clamped down on that formless sword qi with 2 fingers, turning it into a tangible sword light less than 1 centimeter away from his face. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. He looked around, searching for a Dao tool that was suitable for him. Xiao Chen ferociously clamped down with his left hand and drove the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, lighting up 6 stars on his 9-star primal core. When the Confucian scholar on the ground saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The other cultivators subduing treasure weapons were startled. Xiao Chen pressed his hand on the sword hilt and smashed the entire sword into the ground. The scabbard sank into the ground by 1 centimeter, but it no longer moved. The greatest taboo was being interrupted and sneak attacked. Every time an outsider arrived, the people subduing the treasure weapon would be very careful. The less trouble, the better. Xiao Chen's target was the 7th floor, the highest floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He did not want to get embroiled in a fight before he entered. This Gongzi Mo did not give Xiao Chen any face at all. He said indifferently, "In the fiendish demon battlefield, strength speaks for everything. This is not thunder controlling peak. Don't play any tricks." A huge force spread out. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he clenched his fist tightly. However, he showed no intention of letting go. The true inheritors that dared to be here were definitely not like the 2 people on the 1st floor. While they might not be comparable to his sect's Hua Yunfeng, they were at least at the true profound realm. In an instant, 10-odd elite true inheritors stared at him. Even Xiao Chen felt some pressure. Xiao Chen let go, and the sword light shattered like ice. Then, he pushed his left hand forward. Although the Heavenly Profound sect was a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain and could not compare to the Purple Flame sect, the top true inheritor was definitely worthy of his reputation. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of how to subdue a weapon. Then, he headed for the 6th floor. Xiao Chen did not have any direct requirements for the saber. He only wanted one thing: fate. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You want it? In that case, I'll give it to you." Everyone focused on subduing the Dao tool they wanted, not bothering about anything else. Even when Xiao Chen entered, he only gave it a quick glance. The Dao tool shone brightly, and Gongzi Mo's expression changed as he forcefully caught this saber. This Dao might spread out, and the pressure on the 6th floor was immense. Gongzi Mo was immediately knocked back, and blood leaked out of his lips. "Haha. You think you can give up just because you said so? Do you think you can speak? Subdue this saber and give it to us. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving alive." Sometimes, when a treasure sword was unsheathed and released a strand of sword qi, one might even lose their life. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Comprehending the saber Dao's great Dao energy on his own was rather interesting. "Friend, there will be Dao tools if we go up another floor. The pressure there is even greater. If we are not careful, we might really die." Clang. When the others discovered that Xiao Chen did not show any signs of making a move, they continued to subdue the peak treasure weapons. Their expressions were focused and strenuous. That Confucian scholar stuttered in shock. He had not expected happiness to come so suddenly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to subdue this treasure weapon so easily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he looked at the treasure sword that the Confucian scholar chased earlier. Then, he narrowed his eyes and grasped it. Xiao Chen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the 5 or 6 people present. They stopped subduing the treasure weapons and looked at him warily. It was like taming a fine horse. It was not as easy as one imagined. If one ran into one with a bad temper, one might even end up hurting oneself. A weapon that caught one's eye and aroused a strong desire in one's heart was the weapon that one wanted. Of course, if one truly subdued a Dao tool, then these people would pay attention to one at all times and suddenly attack. After charging up to the 6th floor, Xiao Chen clearly felt the pressure increase. His feet felt like lead, making it difficult to walk. He had to constantly expend veritable essence energy to resist this pressure. When facing a Dao tool that Xiao Chen got along with, Xiao Chen still dared to threaten him. He was overestimating himself. Unfortunately, you cannot handle it. Chapter 1699. After sending Gongzi Mo flying with a single strike, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. No one on the 6th floor dared to look down on him anymore. Gongzi Mo paled. He hesitated about activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline to regain his face. However, who knew that after Xiao Chen comforted the Dao soldier, he went straight up to the 7th floor without even looking back. 7th floor. It turned out that Xiao Chen's target had been the 7th floor all along. The true inheritors of the various sects present were all stunned. Their faces sank, and they all revealed surprised expressions. The 7th floor was a place that even they did not dare to go to. Everyone knew that the 7th floor stored the best Dao tools. However, the people who dared to go to the 7th floor were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns in the 3 blessed lands. Not only did they have to be strong, they also had to be courageous and charismatic. The 7th floor was filled with Dao soldiers. As dozens of Dao might layered over each other, it was boundlessly majestic. Under that pressure, he still had to subdue the Dao soldiers. If he was not careful, he would die on the spot. You are famous in the blessed lands, dazzling among your peers. You are even more famous in the entire Grave Sea cluster. You already have a bright future ahead of you. As long as you follow the prescribed order, you will be able to become an important figure in the sect. In the future, you will be able to roam the Sea of Clouds freely. However, now that you have come to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion's 7th floor, you must have the determination and courage to believe that you are already dead, that all the glory has nothing to do with you. Without great courage, no one would dare to go up to the 7th floor. For example, Gongzi Mo was strong enough and had the bloodline of the desolate 10,000 races. However, he didn't dare to go up. There was no other reason. It was because he cherished his life. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen, who had just been threatened, turned around and directly stepped into the 7th floor. The thought of using his great desolate Aeon bloodline to take a gamble immediately vanished. Now, he felt a stifling sense of defeat. When facing such a courageous person, even if he used his great desolate Aeon bloodline, the other party would still dare to fight with his life on the line. Cowering before the battle, how could one talk about victory? Xiao Chen, who had charged into the 7th floor, did not care about what Gongzi Mo thought. He was a person who did not dare to enter the 7th floor. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. This person wasn't worth remembering. The entrance to the 7th floor was a barrier formed by a curtain of water and light. If one wanted to enter the 7th floor, they had to pass through the barrier first, which was equivalent to setting up a threshold. Before this barrier, Xiao Chen felt a surging might and pressure that felt like a surging wave. Just by standing there, he felt an immense pressure, making it difficult for him to move. Hua! A figure appeared on the water screen. It was Xiao Chen himself, looking at him coldly. With a thought, Xiao Chen immediately guessed the purpose of the water screen. Only by killing himself could a dead person enter the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion's 7th floor. Only those who had forgotten about life and death and dared to fight with their lives could enter the 7th floor. Immediately, Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of air. Those who dared to enter the 7th floor, aside from those who were extremely strong, were all ruthless people who dared to risk their lives. They did not care about the glory in front of them. They only wanted to obtain a Dao tool and fight for their future. Their vision was no longer limited to the Cloud Sea cluster. This kind of person was the most terrifying. However, fortunately, Xiao Chen was such a person as well. He desired this kind of competition, which could make the hot-bloodedness in his body surge again. Spreading out his great Dao energy and forgetting about life and death, Xiao Chen strode forward and passed through the water screen. Kaca. Xiao Chen's figure on the water screen immediately shattered. After entering this door, he no longer cared about life and death. What a strong pressure! The moment Xiao Chen entered, he felt an immense pressure everywhere. The air pressed down on him like waves. Xiao Chen. Just at this moment, a soft exclamation rang out. Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the top true inheritor of his sect, Hua Yunfeng. At this moment, Hua Yunfeng was subduing a treasure sword. Normally, Hua Yunfeng was calm. Now, he found it difficult to move, feeling a mountain-like pressure. When Hua Yunfeng saw Xiao Chen arrive, he revealed a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Chen nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Then, he started to observe the environment of the 7th floor. The 7th floor was very vast, especially with the few people scattered around. It appeared even more spacious. Another difference from the other floors was that the ceiling was extremely high. When one looked up, one could not see the ceiling clearly. It was at least 3 kilometers tall. Furthermore, due to the support of the Dao Might, when one looked up, one would get the misconception that it was infinitely tall. All the Dao tools formed a small circle in the middle and climbed all the way to the ceiling. Including Xiao Chen and Hua Yunfeng, there were only 8 people on the entire 7th floor. The Potala mountain had a total of 3 monks. Aside from Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen, there was a woman who cultivated righteous qi and 2 other Confucian scholars from the heavenly shaking mountain. That woman had delicate features and looked valiant and formidable. She looked even more righteous than the male Confucian scholars. When she saw Xiao Chen looking at her, she smiled faintly and continued subduing the Dao tool that she wanted, a Confucian sect sword. The 3 monks ignored Xiao Chen's arrival, focusing on subduing the Dao tool that they wanted. As for the 2 Confucian scholars, they only glanced at Xiao Chen indifferently and ignored him. However, it looked like the situation was not good, including Hua Yunfeng's. Subduing the Dao tool was still a long way off. The Dao Might here was too strong. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. The various Dao tools were even more unruly and unyielding, showing their pride. For example, one of the 3 monks was trying to subdue a heavy bronze Buddhist staff that glowed with Buddhist light, and after a few attempts, he failed. After a few attempts, not only did he not manage to touch it, but he even got severely injured. Fortunately, the monk's indestructible iron body had already reached a certain level, so it was not a big problem. It is time to find the Dao tool that I need. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the pillar formed by the Dao tools in the middle. Then, he looked from bottom to top, carefully searching. This saber has no scabbard, showing off its sharpness. It does not know how to endure. Not suitable. This saber has no edge and is very heavy. It is the first choice for vital qi cultivators. Not suitable. The Dao contained in this saber is the flame Dao. It has nothing to do with me. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Xiao Chen rejected 10-odd Dao tools with one glance. Then, he looked higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he had finished choosing everything he could see. Whoosh! Enduring the immense pressure, Xiao Chen could only soar into the air and continue choosing. Those who bite off more than they can chew will fall sooner or later. Nan Jin, one of the 2 male Confucian scholars, looked at Xiao Chen with increasingly higher standards. He coldly eyed him in disdain. The others also revealed mocking expressions at Nan Jin's actions. Xiao Chen truly did not know his limits. The Dao Might of the 7th floor was boundlessly vast. Even standing on the ground was difficult. To think that Xiao Chen dared to fly up. He was truly suicidal. Brother Xiao Chen, don't be too rash. This place is different from the outside world. If you accidentally trigger the rage of the Dao tools, you might be affected by the attacks of many Dao might. It is best to be careful. Hua Yunfeng could not bear to watch this. However, Xiao Chen was an honored guest of the Purple Flame sect, after all, so he warned Xiao Chen out of goodwill with a slight frown. Many thanks for Brother Hua's warning. I will be careful. Xiao Chen thought to himself, although these people have abandoned their obsession with life and death, the cautiousness in their bones cannot be changed. If not for the special reason that he could not find a Dao tool that he liked, Xiao Chen would not have taken such a risk. However, Xiao Chen would never compromise. The saber was a bladesman's second life. All the more, he could not afford to be careless. He absolutely could not choose a random saber. If he wanted to choose, he had to choose one that he liked. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out the full might of the saber. A vast Dao might surged over. Xiao Chen felt like he was carrying a mountain as he soared into the air. The pressure was immense. Whoosh! Suddenly, for some reason, a prideful sword drew out by 1 centimeter. A strand of intense, dazzling light, accompanied by a strand of sword qi, stabbed at Xiao Chen. This caught Xiao Chen off guard, startling him. Fortunately, he had been careful, remaining cautious. Xiao Chen threw a punch with all his might, shattering this strand of sword qi. However, his fist was dripping with blood. The injury was too horrible to look at. Even his bones were exposed. This showed how sharp the sword light was. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword qi shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the environment in the 7th floor to become even worse. This brat is really seeking death. The other male Confucian scholar, Gong Sun Po, shook his head and continued subduing the sword that caught his eye. Slowly, Xiao Chen figured out the pattern. After he reached a certain height, he would get attacked by a Dao tool every 100 meters. Hence, after ascending for less than 1 kilometer, Xiao Chen was already riddled with wounds. His white robes were stained with blood. Slowly, the expressions of the others changed as they looked at Xiao Chen. They all felt a horror in their hearts. This white-clad man's will was too tenacious. The Dao tools here were the best of the best, not much different from each other. There was no need to fly so high and take such a huge risk, all for the sake of a saber that caught their eye. The Dao tools that these people chose were not to their liking. However, as long as they were passable, it would be fine. As long as one could bring out a Dao tool, it would already be an incredible matter. It would definitely shake up the entire Grave Sea. In the future, one would be confident of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm, gaining boundless glory. Xiao Chen's stubbornness was truly foolish. Where did this fellow come from? Why does he not have the air of a famous sect at all? Hua Yunfeng's heart pounded. Right now, Xiao Chen looked like a barbarian to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear appeared at lightning speed, thrusting at Xiao Chen in an irregular manner. A spot of cold light flashed in the surroundings. The expressions of the 7 people below changed. This spear was too fast and too cold. It was merciless. They could not dodge it. The piercing cold light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Xiao Chen had already grasped the spear. However, Xiao Chen forcefully pushed the spearhead back by 2 centimeters, avoiding a vital point and stabbing into his shoulder. Cold qi entered Xiao Chen's body, and the great Dao energy of the Ice Dao spread throughout his body. His body immediately wobbled, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. His 9-star primal core bore the brunt of the attack, getting sealed in ice. Xiao Chen's limbs turned cold, and his entire body turned stiff. His body slowly fell. The ice froze his other injuries, making him completely numb. Buzz! 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 The spear still trembled endlessly. Even after the sudden strike, its energy did not diminish. Instead, it poured into Xiao Chen's body in an unending stream. I've gone too far, despair welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. His limbs turned numb. It felt like even his blood was frozen. He could not activate his great desolate Eon bloodline even if he wanted to. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen's consciousness turned hazy, a bright saber light flashed above the Dao tool pillar. Xiao Chen's originally lifeless eyes caught sight of this saber light and saw half of the Dao tool. In the next moment, the saber light vanished, and he could no longer see it. An intense, irrepressible desire immediately welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the Dao tool that I spent so much effort to find. I absolutely cannot give up here. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 1700. The most tenacious will from the bottom of his heart allowed Xiao Chen to withstand this boundless pressure, not giving up even in the face of adversity. Influenced by this will, the frozen blood in Xiao Chen's body slowly started to surge and flow in his body once more. After recovering his qi and blood, Xiao Chen used all his strength and shouted. Then, he grabbed the spear with his right hand and ferociously pulled it out. Like he was venting, he tossed the spear to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frost froze all over Xiao Chen's body and fell to the ground. He regained his mobility, and the energy of his 9-star primal core broke through the ice. In the next moment, Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy, expelling 80% of the cold qi. A resplendent flame burned on Xiao Chen's palms. Hua Yunfeng, who was about to make a move to save Xiao Chen, felt startled when he saw this scene and stopped. After tossing the spear away, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He roared ferociously and flew forward at lightning speed, heading for the treasure saber that interested him. Could this fellow have really succeeded? Such a scene, a startling counterattack, excited the others. Some of them felt anticipation, some of them envious, and a faint murderous intent lingered in their hearts. Xiao Chen, who was going against the flow, made a breakthrough in his aura, reaching a whole new level. This made his aura flourish. Saber light and Dao might spread all over his body. His white robes were stained with blood, adding to his elegance. His body was covered in wounds, showing his glory. The only woman present could not help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Compared to the elegant and scholarly Wang Yuming, this person seemed to be more manly. The heavenly shaking mountains Wang Yuming was handsome, elegant, and outstanding. He was the dream lover of many women in the heavenly shaking mountain. Of course, this woman only felt this out of pure admiration and did not have any other intentions. She did not even have any other thoughts about Wang Yuming. This person's name was Bai Yu. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he was one of Wang Yuming's 3 great opponents. I see it. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. After reaching 2 kilometers, he peered through the layers of Dao might and saw the treasure saber that was imprinted in his heart. The saber was sheathed. It was 4 feet long, straight and tough. It was an extended Dao tool that looked like a horizontal saber. Perfect. Other than perfect, Xiao Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe it. This was the companion he dreamed of. Bang! But just as he got close, the saber suddenly moved. With lightning speed, the end of the scabbard stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest. Poochie! In the air, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he plummeted toward the ground at a speed several times faster than when he had arrived. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen felt as though his entire back was falling apart. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Pu. When the scholar named Nan Jin saw Xiao Chen's miserable appearance after falling from the heavens to the bottom of the valley, he could not help but mock him. I thought he was some kind of shocking figure, but it turns out that he's only SOSO. Hee hee. Nan Jin smiled coldly and ignored him, continuing to subdue her Dao tools. However, Xiao Chen's Dao tool did not look like it would submit at all. After it exhausted its energy and stamina, failure was only a matter of time. Hua Yunfeng walked over with a bitter smile. He stretched out his hand and said, I respect you for being a man. Xiao Chen, who had fallen to the ground, was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. When he heard this, he could not help but smile. He took Hua Yunfeng's hand and pulled him up. Xiao Chen took out the 2 medicinal pills that Yi Zifeng left behind. Xiao Chen consumed one and gave the other to Hua Yunfeng. Phoenix Blood Pill. This is the holy pill for treating injuries that Martial Grand Uncle obtained in the Great Thousand Realms. Hua Yunfeng smelled it and immediately recognized it. However, he did not accept it. You are not keeping it for yourself. Given your tenacity, even if you fail again, You will not give up, right? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I already consumed it twice. If I consume it again, the effects will be much weaker. Most importantly, I only have one chance. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that the saber would only give him one more chance. If he failed, he would never succeed. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to gather his aura 3 times. Doing it in one go would be the best. However, Xiao Chen failed. It was hard to avoid his aura weakening a second time. A third time, no matter how strong his will was, it would hit rock bottom. Some things could not be changed by a person's will. After all, the body was made of flesh and blood. When Hua Yunfeng heard that, he accepted the Phoenix blood pill. That is too unfortunate. You should choose something else. It might not be the best. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with determination. I do not know if it is the best or not. I only know that it is most suitable for me. If I cannot obtain it, I will leave the 10,000 weapon pavilion. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng could not help feeling stunned for a while as he watched Xiao Chen focus on treating his injuries, not discouraged at all. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng muttered to himself, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Bai Yu, who had been paying attention to the two, was also stunned for a while. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? The others had long since stopped paying attention to Xiao Chen. They did not believe that Xiao Chen, who fell to the ground in a sorry state from that gentle strike, had any chance. As Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries, he quickly thought about the reasons for his earlier failure. The first was that he was too severely injured and lacked experience. He got injured the first time he encountered the Dao Tool's attack. After that, he continuously dodged every 100 meters, accumulating strength, causing his injuries to erupt. By the time he got close to that treasured saber, his combat prowess was already less than 20%. The second was that he did not expect that Dao Tool's attack speed to be so fast and ferocious. The Dao Tool did not give Xiao Chen a chance to react at all, stabbing him down. The final reason was that Xiao Chen's will was not strong enough. The instant the Dao Tool struck him, the cold assaulted his body. Xiao Chen's primal core and blood froze. His first reaction was to give up. After entering this door, he had already given up on life and death. If he still gave up, he would simply be lying to himself. Whether he truly had the boldness to risk his life or not, whether he truly had the determination to go all out in one go, was the key to success. Did he? Yes. Xiao Chen asked himself 3 times in his heart. Each time, it penetrated deep into his soul, into his bones, and into the surging hot-bloodedness in his entire body. After repeating it 3 times, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the treasured saber at the top. Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. With a howl, he charged up decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiao Chen ascended, he resisted the pressure, advancing without retreating. As he ascended, the Dao Tools along the way attacked him continuously every 100 meters. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not dodge. The more he dodged, the more cautious he became. Under the suppression of the Dao might above him, his injuries became even more severe. This was because every moment he delayed worsened his injuries by 100-fold. As Xiao Chen ascended, he absorbed all the attacks from the Dao Tools. However, because he was too slow, his injuries only accumulated and did not erupt. His combat prowess did not decrease. It was as if a monstrous flood had accumulated to a terrifying degree, but it had just touched the dam. The moment it touched the dam, it was safe. In the next moment, when the flood's energy erupted, the dam would collapse. Right now, Xiao Chen felt the same way. He only had 3 seconds to recover to his peak state. In these 3 seconds, the accumulated injuries would erupt, and his injuries would be even more severe than the previous time. However, these 3 seconds were sufficient. These 3 seconds were what Xiao Chen lacked. He looked at the unruly Dao Tool and saw the treasured saber stabbing at him at lightning speed again without hesitation. With Xiao Chen's peak combat prowess, the lightning-fast speed of that treasured saber seemed much slower in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly before the Dao tool could injure him. Rumble. The treasured saber struggled continuously in Xiao Chen's hand. The entire hall of the 7th floor started shaking intensely. The treasured saber erupted with startling energy. Xiao Chen showed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. Veins popped out on his arms as he refused to let go. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. It looked like the 3 seconds would be up soon. The horrifying injuries from dozens of Dao tools would erupt. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's clear eyes shone with a golden light. He opened his great desolate divine eyes and instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. The tyrannical dragon might of the ancient blue dragon spread out from Xiao Chen's body. He shouted ferociously, sounding like a true dragon roaring. Get down. Xiao Chen held the treasured saber with his right hand and ferociously pulled it down. Bang! 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 The Dao tools formed a circular pillar. As Xiao Chen descended at lightning speed, there was a loud sound. Boundless Dao might fluctuated, and the descending Dao tools were knocked away by Xiao Chen. Dang! The final second passed. Xiao Chen knelt on one knee while holding the scabbard. He stabbed the end of the scabbard into the ground. All the injuries and the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline erupted. Xiao Chen could no longer hold back. All the skin on his body ruptured, and blood spurted out. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the scabbard and slowly fell. The blood washed away the dust, revealing an ancient word on the scabbard. Tyrant. From the moment Xiao Chen opened his eyes to the moment he landed, only 6 seconds had passed. Many people turned their heads and discovered that Xiao Chen was already holding a Dao tool. He tyrannically knocked away hundreds of Dao tools before landing on one knee. A berserk aura spread out. Together with the blood-soaked Xiao Chen, everyone was startled. Nan Jin, who had chuckled at Xiao Chen earlier, was stupefied. Her eyes nearly fell out. What's going on? The 3 monks blocked the aftershock of Xiao Chen's landing. Their expressions were as shocked as if they had seen the Kasyapa Buddha. Their movements completely froze. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat agitated, showing an excited expression. Xiao Chen really did it. The heavenly shaking mountains Baiyu looked around at the Dao tools that Xiao Chen knocked away. He felt somewhat speechless. This person was truly too tyrannical. Too ruthless. They were already ruthless enough, daring to take the risk and enter the 7th floor. However, compared to Xiao Chen, they were far from comparable. At the same time, the hundreds of layers of Dao might encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion were also disrupted. The Dao might went out of control, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions, stirring up winds and clouds. The entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled. A terrifying mysterious phenomenon enveloped the 10,000 weapon pavilion, spreading to every corner of the fiendish demon battlefield. Amid this chaotic and mixed Dao might, only a tyrannical aura was exceptionally clear. Everyone who felt it trembled in fear. Chapter 1701. On the 7th floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber. His entire body was bathed in blood, on the verge of collapse. Not only were there many different great Dao energies in the injuries that had accumulated in his body, but there were also great Dao energies that were either icy cold, scorching hot, lightning, or disdain. There were dozens of great Dao energies, not just one. There were also the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline. When the layers of great Dao energies exploded together, it was like a dam bursting, unstoppable. Xiao Chen's strong blue dragon war body and strong and resilient physique were like a dam bursting in a flood. Xiao Chen allowed the many terrifying Dao energies to run rampant in his body. His body was like a pool of stagnant water. If he did not control it, it would be extremely horrifying. In the next moment, he would explode and die. This was not an exaggeration at all. The might of a Dao tool was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen endured dozens of different great Dao energies in one go. When they layered over each other, it could be said that his body was filled with demons. All the blood vessels in Xiao Chen's body burst, and blood oozed out of his body. He looked like a horrifying blood person. Hua Yunfeng reacted quickly. While the others were still in a daze, he took advantage of this chaotic moment. His figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Chen. Then, he placed a palm strike on Xiao Chen's back. At this crucial moment, Hua Yunfeng sent a mouthful of warm veritable essence energy into Xiao Chen's body. Hua Yunfeng was fire attributed in the first place. Although he did not comprehend the fire Dao, he already grasped the flame domain and could control fire energy as he pleased. This mouthful of warm veritable essence energy was a life-saving straw. It temporarily neutralized the various chaotic great Dao energies in Xiao Chen's body. It gave the body a precious chance to catch a breath, and the originally stagnant body functions began to improve. Xiao Chen's originally stagnant body was like a highly efficient and precise machine moving slowly. Whoosh! Just at this moment, many murderous gazes landed on Xiao Chen at the same time. The appearance of a Dao tool would definitely change the ranking of the three Blessed Lands geniuses. To put it more accurately, it might even affect the ranking of the various factions for the next few hundred years. Be it to themselves or to their sects, it would have a direct impact. The outstanding talents here, be it the monks or the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian scholars, were all decisive and intelligent people. They instantly felt a murderous intent. You leave first. I'll hold them off for a while. There was no point in saying anything more. Hua Yunfeng turned around and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he threw a palm strike and sent Xiao Chen flying toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Hua Yunfeng had always been a calm and scheming person. He cherished his reputation. His character was very well demonstrated on the thunder controlling peak. He would help Xiao Chen to the best of his ability. Beyond a certain price, they would consider all sorts of consequences and make their move. But now, when it came to the interests of the sect, he was incomparably decisive. At this moment, they had to protect Xiao Chen. No matter what, a Dao soldier had landed in their sect. It was definitely better than ending up in the hands of the other sects, even if they did not obtain the Dao tool. After sending Hua Yunfeng flying with a palm strike, Xiao Chen leaped into the air, using the momentum to leap out of the entrance. He turned his head and looked deeply at Hua Yunfeng, who had helped him delay the others. This person was worth befriending. With just a glance, he quickly turned around. Given the current situation, if he stayed here, he would definitely die. Not only would he not be able to help the other party, but he would also be a burden. Hua Yunfeng probably had some life-saving means and would not die so easily. The instant Xiao Chen turned his head back, his face sank. He discovered that the valiant female disciple of the heavenly shaking mountain was already waiting here. Bai Yu was very intelligent. After she sighed when Xiao Chen obtained the Dao tool, she immediately knew that this was an opportunity. Her figure flashed out of the chaotic 7th floor and arrived at the entrance, waiting for her prey. Xiao Chen's first reaction was to draw his saber. However, when he did so, he could not draw it out of its scabbard. A stunned expression appeared on his face. A confident smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. It looks like you did not have time to completely subdue this saber. Hand it over, then. Boom. However, who knew, after Xiao Chen revealed a stunned expression, he simply held the sheathed tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering oneself first before shattering others. Xiao Chen was already injured to begin with. When his heart shattered, all sorts of intense pain appeared, pushing the pain from the heartbreaking stance to an unprecedented level. The sharpness of this move surpassed all the previous ones. Bai Yu revealed an extremely shocked expression. She had not expected Xiao Chen to dare to clash head-on despite being so severely injured. When the weapons clashed, Bai Yu did not suffer any injuries on the surface. However, her chest instantly shattered, and the intense pain made her tremble. There was no way to draw it in the first place. I was just lying to you. Xiao Chen did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he directly knocked Bai Yu into the air and quickly descended. Bai Yu fell by the wall, clutching her chest. She showed an expression of unbearable pain. She had never experienced such intense pain in her life. Xiao Chen entered the 6th floor. The many true inheritors immediately discovered the blood-soaked Xiao Chen. They all showed stunned expressions. Then, they looked around and fixed their gazes on the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Their hearts immediately raced as two exciting words appeared in their minds. Dao Tool. The strongest person here, Gongzi Mo, thought quickly, wondering if he should use his great desolate Eon bloodline to gamble. However, when he thought about how Xiao Chen knocked him back with one move earlier and how helpless he felt, he feared that Xiao Chen still had a desperate move. If he attacked now, both sides would end up injured, and the others would benefit. However, anyone would be reluctant to give up just like that. Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? Gongzi Mo felt conflicted. Bang! How could Xiao Chen care so much? When he saw Gongzi Mo's unfocused gaze and restless thoughts, his figure flashed and he stabbed the scabbard into Gongzi Mo's chest. Gongzi Mo was knocked into the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled, and his eyes filled with horror. When Gongzi Mo saw Xiao Chen's ferocious gaze and tyrannical aura, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in his life. He was hesitant, decisive, and soft. The opportunity was right in front of him, but this Gongzi Mo could not grasp it. It could only be said that despite his strength, he was still trash in the end. I'll spare your life. Xiao Chen, who no longer had the strength to continue attacking, said coldly. Then, before the others could react, he quickly rushed down. Gongzi Mo held his wound and heaved a long sigh. He felt that it was good to be alive. However, Gongzi Mo suddenly thought of something, and heavy regret appeared on his face. That bastard attacked so ruthlessly and decisively. If he could kill me, how could he not kill me? He was simply injured and could not continue killing me. The blockhead Gongzi Mo finally became smart for once. However, he was heavily injured, so he could not give chase. Gongzi Mo roared, "Bunch of fools. What are you all standing there for? That bastard is injured. Quickly chase after him. He holds a Dao tool. How can we let him off?" The true inheritors of the other sects startled to their senses. They all showed regretful expressions, frightened by Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen reminded them, they immediately came to their senses and gave chase. The vast sixth floor was now empty. Only Gongzi Mo remained. He clenched his fist as he lay on the ground, continuously pounding the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I hesitate? That earlier moment might have been the best opportunity for Gongzi Mo to obtain a Dao tool in his life. However, not only did he not accomplish anything, but he even got severely injured by Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he even had to thank Xiao Chen for sparing his life. Gongzi Mo's thoughts were in a mess. Regret and hatred filled his heart. His lips twitched, and he could not breathe properly. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Capture him. He holds a Dao tool. When Gongzi Mo reached the fifth floor, he could no longer muddle his way through. The cultivators of the various floors all startled awake and chased after him, not willing to let up for even a moment. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he held the tyrant saber. Aside from occasionally causing some chaos, he did not linger. However, the chase did not stop. There were people from the sixth floor, the fifth floor, the fourth floor, the third floor, the second floor. Instead, the number of people chasing increased. Gongzi Mo managed to reach the first floor with much difficulty. Kill him. He holds a Dao tool. Countless shouts came from the second floor, startling the cultivators on the first floor to their senses. Greed appeared in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chen, preparing to pounce over. A nameless flame immediately flared up in Xiao Chen's heart. The moment it flared up, it burned even more fiercely. The sixth floor, the fifth floor, the fourth floor, it was one thing for those people to chase after him. However, the weakest disciples of the sects on the first floor were like ants. Yet, they dared to bully and humiliate him. This was intolerable. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and spread out his Dao energy. Then, he slammed the tyrant saber on the ground. Clang! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out, controlling the profound weapons on the first floor to shoot out with Dao energy. The profound artifact saber that contained Dao energy wasn't something that the people on the first floor could block. In that instant, miserable cries rang out. The cultivators launching themselves at Xiao Chen were either injured or knocked into the air. They were either injured or sent flying one after another, falling to the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was especially so when a group of people got knocked into the air. Under Xiao Chen's control, they happened to block the entrance to the second floor, buying him some precious time. Xiao Chen turned around and gently drifted out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. After he landed, he did not even look back as he rushed forward. Boom! Just at this moment, the 1,000-odd beams of Dao Might light encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion vanished, leaving only a scarlet beam of Dao Might light. The light coalesced into a majestic and tyrannical figure. When that figure roared, the entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled intensely. Then, that figure laughed loudly, looking tragic and stirring. Amid the desolation, there was a mocking look of disdain for life and death. That lingering laughter rang in the ears of everyone in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. After the laughter faded, that figure seemed to feel incredibly delighted. It turned into boundless scarlet light and returned to the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. The sky instantly turned dark. Boundless darkness encased the fiendish demon battlefield. Only the scarlet light on Xiao Chen's body soared into the sky, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it! Now, I can't leave even if I want to. Amid the scarlet light, Xiao Chen felt helpless as he held the trembling tyrant saber. Although he knew that this might be some kind of inheritance, this was not the right time. After a while, the scarlet light vanished. However, the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand became even heavier. At the same time, Shangguan Lei, Wang Yuming, and the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, who were hundreds of kilometers away from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all felt this Dao Might. Chapter 1702. In a desolate area of the fiendish demon battlefield, black clouds shrouded the land, thunderclouds surged, the air was filled with miasma, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, crushed stones stood in great numbers, and in the distance were undulating mountains. Occasionally, fiendish demons roared ferociously as they came from the mountains to a forbidden land of the fiendish demon battlefield. The environment was vile and demons were everywhere. Very few people walked out alive, and there were no fortuitous opportunities within. Other than demons, there were more demons. However, to some people, cruel and brutal demons were the best opportunity. At this moment, the plain of rubble was filled with rows and rows of demon corpses. There was no end to them. Many of them had even been eroded by the wind, leaving only their skeletons exposed. Amidst the strong winds, a tall and sturdy figure holding a saber dripping with blood was looking into the distance. A peak major primal core fiendish demon had just fallen before him. Wounds covered this fiendish demon's body, and it was not wearing any armor at all. Crackle! Lightning flickered around his body, giving off crisp sounds in the air. This person was none other than the Purple Flame Sect's Shangguan Lei, the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. In the extremely distant sky, the Dao Might was chaotic, stirring up winds and clouds. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Dao soldiers appear. Shock flashed in Shangguan Lei's eyes. In the entire fiendish demon battlefield, no one had managed to take away a Dao tool in the past 1,000 years. A moment later, he grinned, making people feel that it was exceptionally scary. Master's teachings were indeed correct. Temper yourself in peace and constantly surpass yourself. Opportunities will always appear on their own. While he was in the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen had to improve every day. Otherwise, he would have to endure the pain of lightning corroding his heart. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. After trying it once, they would never want to try it a second time. Hence, when Xiao Chen came to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not seek out any fortuitous encounters, completely immersed in killing fiendish demons. He enjoyed the thrill of the hot-bloodedness brought by the battle between life and death. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen's strength had risen to peak major primal core realm, only one step away from the Cloud Sea realm. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. He was determined to obtain this Dao tool that appeared. Su su su. As Xiao Chen stepped on the corpses strewn all over the place, he moved 1 kilometer with each step, heading for the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Eventually, his speed increased. With every step he took, a corpse would be crushed and dust would spread everywhere. In the 10,000 flower garden, he relied on his own strength and the folding fan left behind by his master. In this place, Wang Yuming swept through all directions, and no one could contend against him. The huge garden was almost completely occupied by him. All kinds of exotic flowers, rare herbs, natural treasures, almost everything that could be found was found by him. If there were some places that were truly too dangerous and impossible to enter, the harvest would be even more astonishing. When something strange happened in the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome and refined face. Dao soldier? To think that there really was someone who obtained a Dao tool. That was originally Xiao Chen's next destination. Who knew that someone would get there first? Xiao Chen had already heard about the difficulty of obtaining a Dao tool from his predecessors. One could not obtain one just by having sufficient strength. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Originally, he wanted to sweep through the 10,000 flower garden and refine the exotic flowers, rare herbs, and natural treasures he obtained. When his strength improved again, he would be absolutely confident of subduing a Dao tool. Who knew, however, that's fine. It might be easier to obtain in your hands. Wang Yuming smiled faintly, revealing heavy confidence. Then, he slowly opened the folding fan in his hand and soared into the air. Thousands of flowers looked very beautiful, competing with each other in beauty. As the fresh flowers danced, Xiao Chen moved through the hundreds of flowers. Not a single leaf touched him, looking indescribably elegant and free. Bang! 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 The profound light temple's Zhen Yuan was publicly recognized as the strongest existence in the three blessed lands. Zhen Yuan's choice was the same as the purple flame sect's Shangguan Lei's, tempering himself among the fiendish demons and not searching for fortuitous encounters. Zhen Yuan bared his upper body. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were painted gold as he fought an intense battle among the fiendish demons. When Zhen Yuan attacked, he gave off a Buddhist light, appearing ferocious and tyrannical. The chest of the fiendish demon that Zhen Yuan punched cracked like broken rocks, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Zhen Yuan's fist technique was completely different from the Buddhist sect's martial techniques, a mixture of real and fake. His moves were bold, complementing his indestructible iron body that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Zhen Yuan, who was surrounded by the fiendish demons, appeared exceptionally relaxed. His expression was as calm as still water, not showing any joy or anger. Dao tool. When Zhen Yuan sensed the mysterious phenomenon caused by the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he frowned slightly, revealing a grave expression. He was not very interested in the Dao tool. Instead, he was thinking about something else. A Dao tool did not appear for 1,000 years. Once it did, it would definitely be exceptionally precious. It would definitely cause a chain reaction, triggering a huge storm. Is there going to be a change in the fiendish demon battlefield? While Zhen Yuan felt doubtful, the many fiendish demons surged with killing chi, taking advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Boom! Zhen Yuan punched the ground, and a golden fist light shot out. Buddhist might erupted, and a huge swastika appeared on the ground. The fiendish demons charging at Zhen Yuan got blasted away, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they were purified on the spot. When the fiendish demons landed, only rows of peaceful corpses remained. After making up his mind, Zhen Yuan leaped into the air and rushed in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dust on the ground sank. A huge Buddhist swastika appeared on the flat ground, looking like it had existed since ancient times. Xiao Chen, who had not gone far from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, did not know that he had startled the top geniuses of the three blessed lands. Even if he knew, he would not have time to care. At this moment, the scarlet Dao light that suddenly appeared above the 10,000 weapon pavilion entered the tyrant saber, making it exceptionally heavy. The tyrant saber's movement technique was significantly affected. The mysterious phenomenon startled the cultivators of the various sects near the 10,000 weapon pavilion. This was especially so in that moment earlier. The sky had turned dark, and only that scarlet Dao light encased the tyrant saber. Everyone knew that the Dao tool was in Xiao Chen's hands. As far as the eye could see, there were figures moving in all directions, all of them leaping towards his location. After all, this was the fiendish demon battlefield. The level of space was different. No one dared to fly continuously. Xiao Chen did not need to sense it to sense that there were no blind spots. No matter where he went, he would run into people. As long as he encountered some obstruction or delay, he would be surrounded. At that time, even if he was very capable, only death would await him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were severe, and he was not even 10% of his peak strength. Earlier, he had charged out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion in an incredibly dangerous manner. Then, he ran into such a situation. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. That beam of light really did him in. Brat, you are really incredible. To think that you dared to play with yourself so ruthlessly and still not die. This is truly a miracle. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making the somewhat despairing Xiao Chen rejoice. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul. The mysterious dragon seal hidden in the 9-star primal core, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul sitting cross-legged, spoke at this crucial moment. Senior, when did you wake up? When you broke through to the primal core realm, I woke up automatically. Originally, I wanted to teach you some things. When I saw you fighting for the Dao tool, I did not startle you. Your performance is pretty good. If it is not what I love, what is the use of it? A man should have the air of a man. Senior overpraises me. Does Senior have a way to quickly recover from my body's injuries? Xiao Chen asked in anticipation. If he were not injured, no one would be able to stop him from leaving this fiendish demon battlefield if he wanted to. How did he end up in a situation where even a group of ants could surround and kill him? Haha. Do you think I'm a deity? Dozens of great Dao energies intertwined. You already have the blessing of the blue dragon bloodline by not dying. Yet, you want to recover quickly? How naive. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's emotionless words immediately dashed Xiao Chen's dreams. I cannot help you recover from your injuries. However, I can help you absorb the great Dao energy in your body. However, you have to find a place to treat your injuries quickly. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you will really end up crippled. After all, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor carried the hope of the blue dragon bloodline. He could not leave Xiao Chen to die. This was the greatest help he could offer. All right. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could absorb all the great Dao energies that made Xiao Chen uncomfortable, preventing him from driving his veritable essence energy. At the very least, his injuries would not worsen, and he could recover 20 to 30% of his strength. With the tyrant saber in his hand, Xiao Chen would have some hope of escaping. Whoosh! The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul moved at lightning speed. A vast suction came from the dragon seal. The dozens of great Dao energies in Xiao Chen's body flew uncontrollably to the dragon roar hidden in his primal core. Ah! Xiao Chen could not help crying out in pain. It felt like dozens of sharp knives were moving around in his body. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. Xiao Chen let out a soft cry. Then, he gritted his teeth and stopped screaming. He picked up the tyrant saber in a direction with fewer people and quickly ran over. All right, good luck to you from now on. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's weak voice came from the dragon roar. Xiao Chen immediately felt much more relaxed. At the very least, he could circulate his veritable essence energy slightly. His meridians were no longer blocked by the great Dao energy. However, the injuries to his meridians had not healed yet, so he did not dare to use his veritable essence energy rashly. If he used too much force, he might end up killing himself. Right now, his body simply could not withstand too much damage. Xiao Chen. It's really him. Is that a Dao tool? Just at this moment, 7 or 8 people appeared in front and coincidentally met with Xiao Chen. All of them showed pleasant surprise on their faces. There was 1 peak minor primal core cultivator, 4 middle stage minor primal core cultivators, and 3 early stage minor primal core cultivators. All of them were core disciples of rank 3 sects. With one glance, Xiao Chen figured out the other party's strength. He did not hesitate to make the first move. Kaca. Kaca. The heavy tyrant saber struck the people who spoke and knocked them back, causing them to vomit blood. In one exchange, Xiao Chen tore an opening. While his companions were still stunned, he flew away. Damn! After him. Relying on the tyrant saber's sudden increase in weight and the horrifying Dao might, Xiao Chen dragged his injured body forward without stopping, charging forward. True inheritors. After clearing 5 stages, Xiao Chen's face sank. As he looked at the people blocking his way, he frowned. No matter which sect's true inheritors it was, they would not be able to obtain victory in a short time. As long as these true inheritors paused for a moment, they would be able to delay for a moment, and the large group of pursuers would immediately surround them. Dong! 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 Who knew how many people had gathered behind him? However, the heavy footsteps and the trembling of the ground told Xiao Chen that danger had not left. Hand over the Dao tool, and I'll let you go. The person who arrived showed a cautious expression, not revealing any openings. He was also very careful when facing the injured Xiao Chen, not giving him any opportunities. That's impossible. The saber was the dignity of a bladesman. If one lost their dignity, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen showed a determined expression as he raised the tyrant saber and charged forward. If there was still a chance, he would not give up. You are seeking death. When that true inheritor saw that Xiao Chen still dared to charge over, he smiled coldly and prepared to kill Xiao Chen. Puci. Suddenly, a white afterimage appeared behind that true inheritor. Caught off guard, a scarlet light appeared on that true inheritor's neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out, and he fell over. When the white afterimage appeared, it was the young cat-eared girl that Xiao Chen had parted ways with. Now, she suddenly appeared again. Come with me. Right after the true inheritor spoke, the young cat-eared girl turned into a white cat and ran in front, leading the way. Chapter 1703. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before following them. At this time, the injuries on his body could not be effectively suppressed. If this dragged on, it would only get more and more hurtful. This kitten in front of him had to believe him for once even if she didn't want to. Following behind the cat-eared young lady, Zhongxian moved swiftly, taking many turns here and there. Surprisingly, he managed to perfectly avoid the encirclement, not running into a single enemy. Many times, he even brushed shoulders with the disciples of the various sects, but in the end, he was never discovered. An hour later, the cat brought Xiao Chen to a valley where hundreds of flowers were blooming. They entered deep into the valley and stopped in front of a hot spring. The cat-eared girl reverted to her human form and looked at Xiao Chen. They probably won't be able to find this place for the time being. You should take a break. Xiao Chen was mentally fatigued. The tyrant saber became even heavier in his hand. Thank you for saving me, the cat-eared girl said calmly. In any case, you saved me once, so I have to repay you, right? This hot spring has a miraculous healing effect. Sometimes, when I go out and get injured, I will come here to soak in it. You should quickly heal your injuries. I have tried my best to help you to this point. They will find this place sooner or later. Xiao Chen understood that while the fiendish demon battlefield was large, it was also small. The disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield were not elites or outstanding talents. Xiao Chen could make a rough estimate based on his location and some other conditions. There were also quite a few people proficient in tracking. If they worked together, it would not be difficult for them to track down a person. If all of them came, the cat-eared girl alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Clearly, she wouldn't be able to help him to the end. Xiao Chen was already very grateful that he was able to help him by so much time. Naturally, he had no more complaints. When the young cat-eared girl saw Xiao Chen enter the hot spring, she revealed a startled expression in her eyes. Unexpectedly, he had kicked up such a huge storm in the fiendish demon battlefield right after leaving the temple. Dao soldier. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to obtain a Dao tool from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, much less a peak Dao tool. Ordinary Dao tools could not possibly cause such a huge mysterious phenomenon. In the past, Dao tools had been taken away. However, none of them had been like what Xiao Chen did, shaking up the entire fiendish demon battlefield. When that peerless tyrannical aura stirred up the winds and clouds in the surroundings, every cultivator felt their hearts tremble. Who wouldn't fear such a Dao soldier? Who wouldn't be tempted after learning that Xiao Chen was seriously injured? No one. The thousands of people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield were all tempted, including the core disciples of the rank 3 sects. The weakest existences all revealed their ambitions, wondering if they could be lucky enough to secretly obtain it. Once he obtained this saber, even if he could not use it himself, he could exchange it for the sect or trade it away. He would also be able to find a huge fortune for himself. In the past, all the cultivators who obtained a Dao tool had reached the Cloud Sea realm at the very least. 50% of the possessors of Dao tools successfully comprehended their own Dao, what more the superior grade Dao tool in Xiao Chen's hand. The fortuitous encounter and value it represented was self-evident, and it absolutely surpassed any of the previous encounters. Perhaps choosing him was the right choice. The young cat-eared girl muttered. Then, she turned into a white cat and left again. Soon, someone would find this place again. She would not be of much help if she remained here. Being able to help Xiao Chen find a place to rest temporarily was already a great help. In the hot spring, as the hot water entered Xiao Chen's body, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The wounds on his body warmed and healed at a visible pace. Brat, this hot spring is only somewhat effective on external injuries. It is not of much help to your internal injuries. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind again, telling him the bad news. Xiao Chen replied, I can feel it. These injuries will take at least half a month to recover completely. The wounds left by those great Dao energies will be hard to treat in a short time. When Xiao Chen checked the wounds left by the various Dao tools in his body, he felt horrified. The price he paid to obtain the Tyrant Saber was truly horrifying. In the past, Xiao Chen had always used great Dao energy to attack his opponents. This time, he suffered. Furthermore, it was dozens of great Dao energies. The Dao marks were hard to remove, and they were everywhere in his internal organs and meridians. Even if his injuries healed, he could not circulate his veritable essence energy as he pleased. If he used too much force, his injuries would worsen, resulting in a permanent hidden injury. Not to mention 6 stars, he could not even light up a 9-star primal core. Xiao Chen even had to continue suppressing his strength. He could circulate only half of his veritable essence energy. I can remove the Dao marks in your body. However, I will need some time. Quickly recover from your internal injuries. Leave the Dao marks to me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice sounded somewhat weak, but it was heavy and forceful. Xiao Chen did not dare to delay. In reality, this was not the time to relax. 2,000 or 3,000 sect disciples were searching for Xiao Chen outside. Many cultivators with special bloodlines and good tracking skills were slowly narrowing down the search area. The people searching for Xiao Chen outside the valley were split into 3 groups. One group was the sect disciples of the Black Cave Mountain, one group was the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars, and the last group was the Potala Mountains monks. The leader of the Black Cave Mountains' many true inheritors was the Divine Firmament sect's second strongest person, Berserk Saber Liang Zimo. Since Shangguan Lei was not around, he held the highest prestige. The leader of the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars was the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. For some reason, the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Bai Yu, who was second only to Wang Yuming, did not participate. The leader of the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple's Zhen De was rumored to be Zhen Yuan's junior brother. The two of them were disciples of the Venerable Xian Bei. 4 hours later, the 3 groups gathered outside the valley at nearly the same time. All sorts of signs indicate that the trail of Xiao Chen's aura reached this valley and broke off. It is very likely that Xiao Chen is hiding here, the Berserk Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. Frenzied Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. His eyes were burning with passion. Liang Zimo had heard that the Dao tool that Xiao Chen obtained was also a saber. As a bladesman, he was even more interested in it than the others. The Confucian institution's Meng Qi hugged his sword as he looked at the valley. He said indifferently, "It looks like we all came to the same conclusion. However, this valley is rather large, and mental energy cannot probe too far into the fiendish demon battlefield. If he intends to hide from us, it will not be easy to find him. A ruthless look flashed in Liang Zimo's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Bring Hua Yunfeng out." Before the strange gazes of the other Blessed Land's true inheritors, the injured Hua Yunfeng was tied up and brought to the very front. Under the temptation of the Dao tool, the Black Cave Mountain's true inheritors, who were supposed to be allies, actually attacked their own people. This was truly shocking. However, when the Confucian institution's Meng Qi thought about it, he understood. Within the Black Cave Mountain, the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect were both rank 4 sects. They had always firmly suppressed the Purple Flame sect. If the other party obtained the Dao tool, the Divine Firmament sect would be under the greatest pressure, followed by the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the other 2 Blessed Lands. Before the temptation of a Dao tool that could change the ranking of the various major factions, what did the Verbal Alliance count for? Actually, it was reasonable for the Divine Firmament sect to do such a despicable thing. The berserk saber Liang Zimo gathered his breath and shouted ferociously, "Xiao Chen, I know that you are in there and can hear me. Your senior brother, Hua Yunfeng, is in my hands. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you do not come out, I will break one of his fingers until I chop off one of his arms." The thunder might of Liang Zimo's body rang out like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Inside the hot spring, Xiao Chen heard it immediately. His expression instantly changed drastically. Without thinking, he rushed out of the hot spring while holding his saber. "Brat, you have not gotten rid of even half of the Dao marks in your body. Don't be rash." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The warm spring water washed away the blood and fatigue on Xiao Chen's body. After 4 hours of recovery, his injuries had already healed significantly. The only problem was the Dao marks left in his body by the many great Dao energies. Ignoring the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and zoomed in. Then, he saw Hua Yunfeng, who was pushed to the ground. Damn it! As Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber, a murderous intent leaked out of his eyes. If not for buying time for himself, how could Hua Yunfeng, and the other 2 be in such a sorry state? Chapter 1704. Inside the valley, Xiao Chen could not stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He found it hard to calm his heart or calm his anger. Possessing a Dao tool was the original sin of being hunted. Xiao Chen could only accept it. However, he could not tolerate such underhanded methods. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had formed an alliance with the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. "Xiao Chen, your time is up. Since you do not show yourself, don't blame me for being cruel." The Divine Firmament sect's berserk saber Liang Zimo showed a sullen expression. When he saw that there was no movement in the valley, he could not help feeling enraged. He raised his saber and prepared to chop off one of Hua Yunfeng's fingers. Hua Yunfeng's expression was unsightly, but he did not show any fear. He only thought that the ugliness of human nature was even more terrifying than he imagined. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiao Chen would not come out. If Xiao Chen came out, he would definitely die. For Hua Yunfeng to become the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, he was much calmer than ordinary people. This Liang Zimo looked enraged and ready to kill Xiao Chen at any moment. However, even if Liang Zimo were 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to do so. No matter what, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect. Liang Zimo could not bear the consequences of killing their top true inheritor. At most, he would just cripple one of his arms. Liang Zimo's greater purpose was to infuriate Xiao Chen and force him to show himself. This was an overt plot. Hua Yunfeng saw this more clearly than anyone else. He despised this underhanded method in his heart and hoped that Xiao Chen could see through it. "Stop!" Holding up the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen rushed out of the valley and looked coldly at Liang Zimo. When Xiao Chen looked around, he immediately felt a heavy weight in his heart. The true inheritors of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Potala Mountain were actually gathered together. When Xiao Chen looked behind him, he saw many core disciples hiding everywhere, hoping to take advantage of the excitement. The appearance of the Dao tool attracted nearly all the disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield. At this moment, they all gathered outside this valley. Liang Zimo's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "White-robed Xiao Chen, you are indeed a man. I thought that you would hide in this valley forever." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the other party. Then, his gaze landed on the two Divine Firmament sect disciples pressing down on Hua Yunfeng. Killing chi surged out from his gaze. This immediately caused the two of them to tremble in fear. For some reason, they pulled Hua Yunfeng back 2 steps. "Release Hua Yunfeng. Whether you want the Dao tool or my life, everything is negotiable," Xiao Chen said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word. Liang Zimo grinned. "Untie him." The 2 true inheritors immediately loosened the ropes binding Hua Yunfeng. Liang Zimo stepped forward and grabbed Hua Yunfeng, saying, "Hand over the Dao tool. I will give him to you." The Confucian institution's Meng Qi and the Profound Light Temple's Zhen De raised their eyebrows, and their expressions changed slightly. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection. They exchanged glances and sent voice projections. "To think that this Liang Zimo is using us as decorations, wanting to take the Dao tool for himself. Zhen De, what do you think?" Meng Qi sent a voice projection. Zhen De replied, "Both the Buddhist sects and the Confucian institution have very few people who use the saber. Let's work together. After we obtain this saber, we can auction it off at sea and give it to someone who truly uses the saber. After maximizing the benefits, we can split them evenly." "That's what I was thinking." The two hit it off and reached a simple agreement. Whoosh. Without much thought, Xiao Chen tossed the tyrant saber in his hand at Liang Zimo. Clang. The instant the saber was tossed, the melodious sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out in Xiao Chen's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. It was like some sort of emotion had awakened in his body. Liang Zimo did not notice this at all. Wild joy appeared in his eyes as he caught the tyrant saber and kicked Hua Yunfeng away. Then, he retreated to the protection of the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. How heavy. However, the moment Liang Zimo caught the tyrant saber, he felt like he had caught a mountain with his bare hands. He could not react at all. After catching the tyrant saber pulled him to the ground with a plop, and he fell flat on his face. Clang. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. He drew his sword, and a sword light shone like the red sun. Righteous Qi surged out as he thrust it at Liang Zimo. The Profound Light Temple's Zhen De leaped into the air and swung the Buddhist staff in his hand, grasping the end. The mountain-like staff head tore through the air, giving off a terrifying howl as it smashed at Liang Zimo. Damn it! Liang Zimo brought out his will of thunder, and his entire body flickered with electric light. He cursed in his heart and used all his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Finally, he managed to stand up while holding the tyrant saber. Liang Zimo smiled coldly and grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, ready to draw it. However, when Liang Zimo pulled, he discovered that he could not draw it at all. His expression changed drastically. Puci. Without giving Liang Zimo any time to react, Meng Qi's sword pierced through his chest. The Buddhist staff in Zhen De's hand ruthlessly smashed Liang Zimo into the air. Before the tyrant saber could warm up, a shockwave shot out in a direction that Zhen De and Meng Qi did not expect. After him, the entire place immediately turned chaotic. Everyone focused their gazes on the tyrant saber as they flew towards it. Saber. My Dao tool. Liang Zimo lay on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. He appeared dispirited and dispirited. Blood leaked out of his mouth as he coughed continuously. The planned attacks of two peak true inheritors were not that easy to deal with. They immediately inflicted severe injuries on Liang Zimo. This was especially so for Zhen De's mountain-like Buddhist staff. The vast strike landed on Liang Zimo's body. All the ribs in Liang Zimo's body shattered, and his internal organs shattered. This made the wound from Meng Qi's sword even more slippery. At this moment, Liang Zimo did not even have the strength to stand up. The most helpless thing was that no one cared about him. Everyone was chasing after the tyrant saber, rushing over in a frenzy. Seeing the chaotic scene, Xiao Chen led Hua Yunfeng back to the valley entrance and removed the restriction on Hua Yunfeng's body. Whoosh! Hua Yunfeng heaved a long sigh. Then, he sighed, I should not have shown myself. It is truly not easy for a bladesman to meet a treasured saber that suits me. This was especially so after Hua Yunfeng personally saw how much effort and price Xiao Chen paid for this saber. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. That saber has only one word, tyrant. However, I tried 3 times and failed to draw it. Instead, when I tossed it out earlier, it came out of its scabbard. Hua Yunfeng showed a strange expression. It came out of its scabbard? I didn't see it. Xiao Chen pointed to his chest. It was here. Just earlier, I understood why I could not draw this saber. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, I held the saber and left, abandoning senior brother Hua to flee alone. After that, I lost the feeling of being a tyrant. Even though I forcefully subdued this saber, it felt ashamed and was not willing to be used by me. The true way of the tyrant is not to show off and fight viciously, to dominate the world. Instead, it needs to have a pure heart, to value relationships and righteousness. It needs to have the pride and courage of a tyrant, and even more, the feelings and boldness of a king. Only then can it be called the way of the tyrant. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, What you said is not what I like. What is the use of it? It is the same for sabers and swords. In the past, I often read in ancient texts that some famous sabers and swords directly shattered after changing owners. In the past, I thought that was just a story. Now, it looks like the rumors are true. Between this gain and loss, Xiao Chen gained a lot. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, it looked like he obtained a Dao tool. However, in reality, he did not manage to subdue the tyrant saber. Holding it in his hand, aside from attracting boundless disaster, he did not gain anything. Now, while it looked like he lost the tyrant saber, he gained the tyrant saber's acknowledgement. Xiao Chen had already unsheathed it in his heart. Regardless of where it was, this saber already had Xiao Chen's mark on it. Suddenly, a pained grunt entered Xiao Chen's ears. When he looked over, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Hua Yunfeng followed Xiao Chen's gaze and could not help smiling. Heaven is watching what people do. This Liang Zimo sneak attacked and injured me while I was fighting with the 6 experts. Now that he ended up like this, I can only say that he deserves it. Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Xiao Chen's eyes were clear. He already had a plan in his heart. I'll let this situation be a little more chaotic, luring out those ambitious people. I'll treat my injuries properly and recover to my peak combat prowess. Be it Shangguan Lei, Wang Yuming, the profound light temple's Zhende, or the Black Lotus Church's holy sun hiding in the dark, they were all tigers and wolves and could not be underestimated. Using this tyrant saber to draw out all these threats was simply the best. After all, aside from Xiao Chen, no one in this vast fiendish demon battlefield could draw out the tyrant saber. What was mine would still be mine in the end. Chapter 1705. The appearance of the tyrant saber incited many people to fight over it, giving Xiao Chen an excellent opportunity to rest. He did not need to worry about anything else. He could focus on treating his injuries to prevent any hidden injuries that he could not get rid of in the future. Back then, Xiao Chen's experience in the Kunlun realm was still fresh in his mind. Now that he was in the Great Thousand Realms, he had to be careful not to make the same mistakes as before. Martial uncle. Senior brother Hua. As the two chatted, the core disciples and true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect all rushed over. The originally anxious group of people relaxed significantly when they discovered that the two were fine. This group of people from the Divine Firmament sect is really too much. We have to take revenge for this. To think that they took advantage of senior brother Hua while he was down. After learning about Hua Yunfeng's experiences, the many true inheritors all felt aggrieved, rage burning in their hearts. Back then, at the Divine Firmament sect's thunder-controlling peak, they had agreed to form an alliance to fight the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Potala Mountain. To think that they used such despicable means for the sake of a Dao tool. This was simply despicable, despicable. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Of course, we have to take revenge. However, now is not the time. Now is actually the best time to search for fortuitous encounters. The disciples of the other sects are all going to fight for the Dao tool. This is an opportunity for us. Ling Yu asked, feeling confused, "Martial uncle, why are you not anxious at all? Right now, the most important thing is to help you snatch the Dao tool back." A peak Dao tool was the greatest fortuitous encounter. All the disciples of the sect would benefit from it. There was no greater fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield. Otherwise, the other sect disciples would not be like this. Every single one of them seemed to have gone mad, fighting to the death, and fighting to the death. Even those who were not in the mood to fight ran over to join in the excitement, trying to fish in troubled waters. Hua Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. "There is no need for you to worry about this. Xiao Chen has his ways. After I recover my strength, I will bring everyone to sweep through the various lands of fortuitous encounters." No matter how the others fought, they could not draw the scabbard. This tyrant saber had already recognized Xiao Chen as its master, and it already bore his mark. Sooner or later, it would return to Xiao Chen's hands. There was no need to worry. Many disciples were skeptical, but they were satisfied with this arrangement. With Hua Yunfeng leading the way to seek fortuitous encounters, there would definitely be a great harvest at this juncture. 1 hour later, with the aid of the medicinal pills, Hua Yunfeng's injuries healed rapidly. He led the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors and core disciples to bid farewell to Xiao Chen and leave the valley. Although his injuries were terrible, his cultivation was not as terrible as Xiao Chen's. With the help of the elixir, he recovered very quickly. With the help of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen continued to clear the Dao wounds left by the Dao tool in his body. His heart remained as still water, calm and unperturbed. On the other side, the fight for the Dao soldiers had completely descended into chaos and white-hot. Meng Qi and Zhan De had wanted to join forces to suppress them, but they were not strong enough. Even though the two of them had joined hands, they were still unable to dominate the scene. In the end, the two of them actually began to fight. Each of them had their own selfish motives. How could a verbal alliance last long? Damn, what a heavy saber. I can't pull it out at all. Haha. I managed to snatch it. It's mine now. Amid the chaotic crowd, the tyrant saber kept changing hands. However, no one could successfully pull it out. Instead, they ended up bringing trouble for themselves, getting surrounded and attacked. Just when it looked like there would never be a winner, a clap of thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A tyrannical, heart-stopping aura came from the distance, accompanied by the claps of thunder. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder rumbled endlessly. "Where are the Divine Firmament sect disciples?" A loud shout rang out. The Divine Firmament sect's Shangguan Lei finally rushed over from the Forbidden Land. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Shangguan Lei bathed in the lightning, he looked like an aloof war god, looking down coldly at the various sect disciples below. "It's Shangguan Lei." Shangguan Lei appeared. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Shangguan Lei spoke, startled cries rang out in the chaotic crowd. The Divine Firmament sect disciples responded to Shangguan Lei's question with excitement on their faces. "Senior brother Shangguan, you finally came out. This tyrant saber will definitely belong to my Divine Firmament sect." The moment Shangguan Lei landed, the Divine Firmament sect disciples crowded around him, boosting his aura. "Senior brother." The many disciples respectfully greeted Shangguan Lei. When they felt the peak major primal core aura from him, the people around them all felt immense pressure. Shangguan Lei swept his gaze around, and a formless pressure spread out, forcefully silencing the 2,000-odd sect disciples present. No one dared to meet Shangguan Lei's gaze. Even the profound light temple's Zhan De and the Confucian institution's Meng Qi, who fought the fiercest earlier, avoided each other's gazes. They did not dare to clash with Shangguan Lei, feeling shocked in their hearts. How terrifying! To think that he is already a peak major primal core cultivator. Just this cultivation alone is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. How exactly did he cultivate? After reaching the major primal core realm, one's cultivation would progress extremely slowly, reaching peak major primal core. In the entire Grave Sea cluster, one would be considered an expert. After all, the sect masters of some rank 3 sects in the outside world were only at this level. However, Shangguan Lei's potential was clearly not limited to this. Furthermore, he was still so young. He would definitely reach the Cloud Sea realm in his lifetime, becoming a star venerate or even higher. Zhenda thought to himself, right now, this Shangguan Lei's aura actually looks even scarier than senior brother Zhen Yuan's. What exactly did Shangguan Lei experience in the past few days for his improvement to be so terrifying? Meng Qi felt the same way. When he compared Shangguan Lei to Wang Yuming, he felt that the originally evenly matched situation was about to be broken. Shangguan Lei was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. His gaze never left a disciple holding the tyrant saber. That was the top true inheritor of a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Under Shangguan Lei's gaze, he felt immense pressure. Sweat continuously leaked out of his forehead. Shangguan Lei recognized this person. He looked straight at the other party's bright eyes and suddenly shouted, "Ma Tianliang, are you seeking death? Why are you still not handing over the Dao tool?" Shangguan Lei's voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking people's hearts and entering Ma Tianliang's soul. It felt like a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Ma Tianliang's sea of consciousness. This startled Ma Tianliang into trembling, and the tyrant saber in his hand flew out uncontrollably. Whoosh! The crowd scattered. No one dared to get close to the Dao tool lest Shangguan Lei target them. Everyone scattered, leaving behind a large, empty space where the Dao tool was. Now, no one showed any interest in the item that everyone fought for earlier. They could only watch in dissatisfaction. "So, it is a tyrant saber. With your appearance, you think you are fit to wield this saber?" When Shangguan Lei saw the ancient words on the scabbard, he revealed a mocking expression, making Ma Tianliang feel ashamed. "Only I, Shangguan Lei, am fit to wield this saber." The word tyrant was deeply engraved in Shangguan Lei's heart. He showed a stern expression, exuding strong self-confidence and a tyrannical aura of thunder. No one dared to block Shangguan Lei, automatically opening a path for him. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. Wang Yuming landed, holding a folding fan. He had finally rushed over from the 10,000 flower garden. "It's senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang is finally here." The people of the Confucian institution immediately became excited. The others also showed joy on their faces. Finally, someone who could suppress Shangguan Lei's limelight appeared. "Wang Yuming, you dare to compete with me?" Shangguan Lei shouted coldly as he looked at the descending Wang Yuming with a murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Yuming opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. "Others might fear you, Shangguan Lei, but why would I, Wang Yuming, fear you?" Shangguan Lei's eyes flashed. He suddenly discovered that this Wang Yuming had already reached peak major primal core realm. Wang Yuming's aura was no longer as overbearing as before. He said, "This saber is perfectly compatible with my Dao. It was born for me." "Wang Yuming, what is the point of you going?" Wang Yuming said indifferently, "There is no need for you to worry about that. I have my own reasons for making a move." "Interesting. Do you really think that you can compete with me just by relying on some natural treasures to advance to peak major primal core realm? Receive my saber strike." A saber appeared in Shangguan Lei's hand as he leaped into the air, sending out a saber light. The saber light flashed, turning the sky as resplendent as the sun, disappearing in a flash. "Purple chi comes from the east." Wang Yuming closed the folding fan in his hand, and the righteous chi in his body turned into the rising sun, sending down strands of pure purple chi. He used his veritable essence energy and righteous chi to clash head-on with this saber strike. Kaca. A crack appeared in the folding fan, and Wang Yuming took 3 steps back. He felt his arm go numb, and his expression could not help changing drastically. "How can this be? My cultivation is the same as his. Why is there such a huge difference in strength?" Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. His cultivation came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood of fiendish demons. Wang Yuming relied on external items to advance. How could he compare to Shangguan Lei? An ancient loyal heart like the sun and the moon, a body of righteous qi traces the spring and autumn. After putting himself at a disadvantage with one move, Wang Yuming quickly took out the 2 lines of the poem his master left in the folding fan. The crack in the folding fan mended, and a vast righteous qi poured out. Wang Yuming's cultivation soared again, bursting out with an aura that rivaled that of a star venerate. Xiao Chen exchanged another move with Shangguan Lei, forcing back the other party, who was closing in on him. Shangguan Lei somersaulted in the air and landed, causing the ground to tremble. He looked at Wang Yuming and said, "No wonder you are confident to compete with me. However, let's see how long this broken fan of yours can help you." Shangguan Lei did not fear Wang Yuming, whose aura soared to that of a star venerate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two faced off, a figure suddenly appeared, standing on a lotus flower. His figure was like a phantom, and he grasped the tyrant saber before Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. Tyrant saber? This was the strongest person of the 3 blessed lands, the profound light temple's Jin Yuan. As he held the tyrant saber, he showed a grave expression. This saber is an inauspicious item. Although every master ruled the world, they all died under their own saber. Aside from the tyrant saber, it has another name, the saber of misfortune. This saber needs to be handed to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping. Jin Yuan held the tyrant saber as he looked at Wang Yuming and Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei mocked, "Do you think that I will believe your words? Stinky monk, cut the crap and hand over the saber." In the clouds, a vertical eye quietly flew away. In the valley, Xiao Chen opened his forehead and sent the heavenly eye back into his forehead. Then, he revealed a doubtful expression. Tyrant saber? Saber of misfortune? Chapter 1706. The Saber of Misfortune? Xiao Chen stood up and muttered to himself, feeling confused. Then, he asked the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, "Is there really such a saying? Do you believe it?" Although the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice in the dragon seal was weak, it still contained some disdain. Xiao Chen made up his mind. In that case, this monk is here to deceive me. Naturally. I have interacted with this group of bald donkeys too much. They are always talking nonsense, acting like they are the only sober person in the world. It is just a different path. There is no need for too much explanation. However, every master of that saber did end up committing suicide. Xiao Chen immediately felt speechless. After all that talk, it turned out that Jin Yuan was telling the truth. That is indeed the case. However, that monk said something about handing it to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping was clearly selfish. Can't you tell? Furthermore, why did all the masters of the tyrant saber end up committing suicide? That is just arrogance and conceit. Their understanding of the path of an overlord is wrong. The path of an overlord is never about ruling the world alone. If one stubbornly insists on doing things their own way, wanting to trample on the entire world, not leaving others a path to survival, how could the heavens leave you a path to survival? Even if these people did not obtain the tyrant saber, they would still end up in a miserable state. Xiao Chen understood. So, it is not the saber that has a problem. It is the person wielding the saber that has a problem, magnifying the flaws in their hearts. That's right. For example, that person here is called Shangguan Lei, right? I don't know which master taught him. With such a temper and character, even without the tyrant saber, he is destined to end up in a miserable state, taking the wrong path. If he happens to obtain the tyrant saber, he will definitely end up in the same state, committing suicide. Then, as the rumors spread, the reputation of the saber of misfortune will continue to spread. Do you think you can blame it on the saber? After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's explanation, Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. It was as he expected. Xiao Chen had already recovered from his injuries. The 3 experts of the Blessed Lands had all appeared. However, there was still one person who had yet to say anything. The Black Lotus Church Holy Son was still hiding somewhere, waiting for Xiao Chen to show himself. It looked like this fellow was even more cautious than Xiao Chen thought. To think that a Dao tool did not tempt him. Forget it, even if he doesn't appear, I'll have to show myself. If the Black Lotus Saint still thought that his strength was limited to the Buddha-seeking platform, then Xiao Chen would teach him a harsh lesson. Set off, snatch the saber. Moving like the wind, Xiao Chen executed the steps of the new fish dragon art, advancing quickly in this fiendish demon battlefield, where the spiritual energy was vast and the pressure was immense. On the other side, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming did not believe what the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan said. Xiao Chen believed that Xiao Chen had selfish motives and just wanted to bring the Dao tool to the profound light temple. As Zhen Yuan looked at Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming, he entered deep thought. If these two worked together, he might not be a match for them. However, it did not matter if this tyrant saber was the saber of misfortune or not. In a very short time, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming's strength would increase tremendously. This was not a good thing for the profound light temple, which was in competition with them. The Buddhist sects also needed incense and fame, as well as their own faction. It wasn't that he was far away from the mortal world and untainted by dust. Zhen Yuan also had a direct competitive relationship with these two. Be it public or private, he could not let the other party obtain this saber. However, it would not be easy to resolve this matter peacefully. Zhen Yuan thought for a while before saying, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if the two of you are willing to hear it." A cold light flashed in Shangguan Lei's eyes as he said, "Speak." Wang Yuming nodded, willing to hear it. "Brother Shangguan, if I give you the saber, are you sure you can block Brother Wang and I working together?" Zhen Yuan asked as he looked at Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei remained silent for a while. He felt unconvinced in his heart, but he still answered honestly, "I can't block it." Then, Zhen Yuan looked at Wang Yuming. Wang Yuming shook his head and said, "Same. All right, if that's the case. Since that is the case, then the three of us will make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever of the two of you can block a palm strike from me will get this saber. If you cannot block it, then it will belong to me, and the profound light temple will hold on to it." Shangguan Lei smiled coldly and said, "However, what if the two of us block it?" Zhen Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, I will withdraw from the fight for the Dao tool and lead the disciples of the Potala mountain far away from this conflict." "Good. It is settled, then. The three of us will swear an oath on the will of the dead sovereign emperor. Whoever breaks the oath will die a violent death." Wang Yuming did not even think about it before directly agreeing. No matter what, Wang Yuming felt that receiving a palm strike from Zhen Yuan would be no problem. Shangguan Lei did not hesitate either. If he could not even receive a palm strike from Zhen Yuan, then he really did not need to live anymore. "Good." Zhen Yuan revealed a faint smile. After the three agreed, they prepared to swear an oath. The others present all revealed startled expressions, wondering if Zhen Yuan had gone crazy and underestimated Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The fight for the Dao tool, which had lasted for a long time, was finally coming to an end. Everyone knew who the Dao tool would go to in the end. Was the monk Zhen Yuan just boasting again? However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The tyrant saber in Zhen Yuan's hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably, trying to struggle free. A vast tyrannical aura swept out from the saber scabbard. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, kicking up boundless dust. It was like there was something extremely attractive to the tyrant saber, making it struggle for all it was worth. Even Zhen Yuan could not control it. "Come back!" A shout rang out. The tyrant saber flew out with a whoosh, heading for the owner of the voice. The expressions of Zhen Yuan and the other two, who had finished discussing and were preparing to snatch the tyrant saber, changed drastically. They did not know what happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three soared into the air and chased after the tyrant saber. However, halfway through the chase, they suddenly discovered a white figure standing on a small hill in front. This person stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tyrant saber. Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen looked at the three people who had been chasing him, he admired the interesting expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen could not help smiling. "I say, the three of you are trying to decide who this saber belongs to in public. Have you asked the original owner?" Shangguan Lei's face sank. "I was wondering who snatched this saber." "So, it is you. I was just wondering where to look for you. Now, You deliver yourself to me. Before Shangguan Lei finished speaking, a saber appeared in his hand. Then, he used instant flash to charge at Xiao Chen. Wang Yuming entered deep thought. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand, not attacking rashly. On the other hand, Jin Yuan's expression was the most interesting. His plan looked like it would succeed. Unexpectedly, it failed in the next moment. Anyone would feel upset and depressed at such a feeling. Fortunately, Jin Yuan came from the Buddhist sect and possessed a stronger mental state than ordinary people, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing Shangguan Lei charge over, Xiao Chen's face sank. Without even thinking, he placed his hand on the saber hilt. In the next moment, he drew the saber. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, a bright saber light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 2 different Great Dao rings immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. One was the Thunder Great Dao, and the other was Xiao Chen's Saber Great Dao. The two intertwined and merged. When the Saber Dao and the Thunder Dao worked together with Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it was simply a perfect fusion. Shangguan Lei's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to hold back. He roared, "Purple Thunder 7 strikes." As Shangguan Lei's saber descended from the air, he hacked down 7 times in a row. Every time he did so, he would attract a bolt of thunder that shook the heavens. The thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble. After the 3 saber strikes, the world felt like only majestic thunder remained. The sky changed color, and thunderclouds churned. The air turned dry. As the saber in Shangguan Lei's hand absorbed more and more lightning, it turned bright and piercing, looking like the blazing sun. Every saber strike drove boundless lightning-attributed energy. Every saber strike was Shangguan Lei's peak strike. However, every time he attacked, it would surpass the previous peak. When Shangguan Lei's saber descended, 7 peak-level lightning strikes layered over each other. The saber strike landed. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attached itself to the saber. Before this terrifying saber strike landed, it pressed down on the slope under Xiao Chen's feet, causing it to sink in. Resolving the mundane, after drawing the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen did not hold back, either. The other party's Purple Thunder 7 strikes could threaten a star venerate level existence. If Xiao Chen got careless, even with the tyrant saber, he would still be the one defeated. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. At this instant, his expression no longer showed any humanity. Surpassing the mundane, the 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Resolving the mundane, achieving eternity, the tyrant saber showed neither joy nor sorrow. It was like an iron-faced Buddha that saw through the fickleness of the world as it swung down. A tall Kasyapa Buddha image appeared behind Xiao Chen. As he swung his saber, he drew his Buddhist monk's saber and mercilessly swung it. It was clearly a Buddha, but it did not contain any gentle or warm Buddhist intent. This was different from any Buddhist sect martial technique. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Shangguan Lei, who was fighting with Xiao Chen, felt a sense of guilt in his heart for committing a great sin. Even the benevolent Buddha was heartless to him, killing him. He could not help feeling horrified, and a weak opening appeared in his mental state. When the 2 sabers clashed, this weak opening widened with the clash of the 2 powerful martial techniques. Kaca! A melodious clang rang out, and the treasure tool in Shangguan Lei's hand broke. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shangguan Lei's mouth. The instant his saber broke, his aura plummeted. Then, Xiao Chen's 2-layered Dao might knocked him back. As Shangguan Lei stood firmly on the ground and looked at the broken saber in his hand, his expression turned extremely unsightly. There was even a terrifying saber wound on his chest. This saber strike had chopped through the bones and flesh of his chest in one breath, nearly chopping him in half. However, no blood spurted out. This was because the saber intent was too tyrannical. It remained in the gap, blocking the recovery of the wound and preventing blood from spurting out. Plop! Shangguan Lei cried out silently in pain. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. As for Xiao Chen, his arm was already numb, and his palm had cracked. The bones in his right hand, which held the saber, cracked in the instant they clashed. If he had lasted any longer, his entire arm would have been crippled. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said with a cold expression, "This is my, Xiao Chen's, saber. Aside from me, no one else has the right to decide its fate. Not even you, Jin Yuan." Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was raring to go. Clearly, he wanted to take this opportunity to attack.
Chapter 1238. Holy Heaven Academy. This scene was too unexpected. No one had expected such a scene to occur. 3 of the top 10 sects in Great Metropolis World would forcefully barge into Holy Heaven Academy. This was really shocking and unexpected. What happened? Many people were guessing. Who would have thought that Lin Fei of Holy Heaven Academy would personally bring people out? A random red-robed guy killed 2 half-step immortal emperors? Half-step immortal emperors. No one would have thought that Lin Fei didn't apologize and instead threw out such a sentence. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? The square was instantly in an uproar. Lin Fei's words were so overbearing. No one present dared to offend any of the sections. Lin Fei offended 3 at once. In the sky, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he stood in the sky. His bold words made the legend become reality. The Skycrack sect held a meeting. It was said that Lin Fei was very arrogant and everyone paid attention to him. Rumors were just rumors. No one saw it with their own eyes. Today was the first time they saw Lin Fei's domineering aura. The name Demon Lin was not fake. The moment Lin Fei said that, the people of the 3 great sects immediately became like provoked ferocious beasts, thoroughly provoked. Demon Lin, if you have the guts, you won't be able to hide the fact that you killed our sect leader. Demon Lin, do you dare to admit that you killed our sect leader? You killed our sect leader and you still dare to be so righteous. You are probably the only one in the world. The elders of the 3 sects were all furious. They stared at Lin Fei as if he had killed their father. Wow, there was a huge uproar on the square. Everyone was shocked. Immortal Emperor Xian Zong, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying, and Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had all died? That was impossible. All of them had been famous for a long time and each had their own trump cards. How could they have died in the hands of Demon Lin? That was too unrealistic. Everyone's first reaction. That was absolutely impossible. On second thought, the situation today was very much in line with what they had said. Among the 3 immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't get along with Fiend Lin. The other 2 were about the same. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely attend such a grand event today. Everyone knew the reason. In the end, none of them came. The death of 3 immortal emperors was a huge matter, so the elders and disciples of the sect would definitely not spout nonsense. Faced with the accusations of the elders of the 3 sects, Lin Fei did not move at all. He said calmly, "It seems that everyone does not intend to give me face." Lin Fei shook his head. "I won't give it to you. Don't tell me you can kill us right in front of us? If you don't give me an explanation today, not only will you be finished, the Holy Heaven Academy will be finished as well." The elders of the 3 sects looked at each other with a hint of pride in their eyes. Under such circumstances, they really didn't believe that Demon Lin would dare to attack them. Who would dare to do that in front of so many people? They wanted to use the power of public opinion to suppress Demon Lin. As long as Demon Lin admitted to it, everyone would be secretly afraid of his cruel methods and keep a certain distance from him. Lin Fei stretched out his finger and flicked it at them. Saber light flashed. "Not only did you not give me face, but you also dared to shamelessly threaten the Holy Heaven Academy. I will never show mercy to such people." Even though he didn't know that they guessed it was because of him, Lin Fei didn't care anymore. Such a big day was just the right time to show off his might and prevent future troubles. Hua hua hua, 2 long rivers of wind source astral wind rushed out from Lin Fei's left and right hands, turning into endless green gales that howled out and enveloped the people of the 3 sections. Hua hua hua, the gales howled and the flesh of the immortal emperor elders at the outermost area flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight and in an instant only white bones were left. The wind source astral wind danced up and down and the sky was filled with green shadows. Demon Lin really dared to attack. That was what the elders of the 3 sects wanted. "Demon Lin, die. Today we will destroy your Holy Heaven Academy," they shouted. Their shouts were replaced by fear in the next second. One by one, the immortal emperor elders turned into white bones in less than 2 breaths and fell from the sky. "Damn it, what is this? My physical body. Save me, I don't want to die." Many elders of the 3 sects came this time. Although it wasn't a sea of people, they stood together in a large group and looked quite imposing. As Lin Fei threw out two sword rivers, the situation became chaotic. What a terrifying astral wind. This kind of divine power is too terrifying. That elder just now has the combat power of a first-step immortal emperor. We even went to watch the ceremony when he became a great emperor. That's a first-step immortal emperor. He turned into white bones in a few breaths. Demon Lin is really cruel. He attacked without saying a word. He wants to kill them all in one fell swoop and kill them all in the sky above the square. Many of the people in the square were related to the three sections. At this moment, seeing the white bones falling, their hearts sank to the bottom of the pond. Demon Lin's strength was too terrifying. With one divine power he could easily kill a first-step immortal emperor. Demon, a peerless demon. Killing them was equivalent to going against the three sections. Demon Lin's decisiveness in killing meant that the three sects couldn't win against him. Those forces who had planned to attack in private immediately gave up and their backs were covered in cold sweat. Legend had it that the three sects were powerful and they never failed to deal with the people they wanted to deal with. What was going on today? You guys, did you see that? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu, who was sitting in the front row, said to the disciples behind him. The young man who had looked down on Lin Fei turned pale and lowered his head. He wasn't a match for Lin Fei's divine power. Lin Fei could kill him in a second. Could it be that Lin Fei hid his strength that day? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu warned his disciples. As the disciples of an immortal emperor, each of them had the right to be arrogant. Today they finally saw what a peerless demon was. Lin Fei was a peerless demon. The three sects are really aggressive. Could it be that Demon Lin killed them secretly? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu was deep in thought. Luckily I didn't target Lin Fei. The other sects probably won't be able to sleep well at night. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu planned to personally visit Lin Fei after the ceremony ended. Maybe there would be an unexpected gain. The astral wind was still howling. The few sect elders who were in the astral wind, the strongest few, were filled with fear. The aura of death descended on them. They were aggressive, but in less than one round, they all died in Demon Lin's hands. They didn't expect such an outcome. In the astral wind, they struggled and begged Lin Fei for mercy. They were afraid. One divine power gave them a huge slap in the face, causing them to spit out 3 liters of blood. Would Lin Fei let them off? Of course not. Chapter 1239. Get someone to clean up. In a short period of time, the aggressive people from the three sects were all dead in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Fei displayed his savagery and domineeringness, confirming his reputation as a demon. The people from the three sects were killed just like that. Even if they surrendered in the end, he still killed them all. Especially the last strike, it showed how terrifying it was. Many people knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to survive that divine ability. Just that divine ability alone made Demon Lin's strength so terrifying. What if he attacked? No one dared to imagine how terrifying that would be. Terrifying, it was simply terrifying. They wouldn't dare to think about attacking Demon Lin in the future. That was the only thought in everyone's mind. They knew that they wouldn't be able to start such a massacre. Very quickly, a disciple of the college took the corpses away. The square returned to normal. Sorry for making everyone wait. Lin Fei cupped his fists at the crowd and spoke casually, as though nothing had happened earlier. Out of the 10 sects, the 3 sects didn't have any representatives. As for the rest, Lin Fei greeted them one by one. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei. Demon Lin lived up to his name. If it was a normal person, they would have chosen to lower their heads right away. After all, the 3 sects wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. In the end, Demon Lin killed the people from the 3 sects without saying a word. Because of that, none of the sect elders present dared to give Lin Fei face. They had to smile on their faces and list Lin Fei as a dangerous person in their hearts. At the same time, they secretly distanced themselves from him. Today, Lin Fei wiped out the people from the 3 sections. The people from the 3 sects would probably rush over soon. This was a dead end that couldn't be solved. If Lin Fei dared to do that, he would definitely have to pay the price. Lin Fei greeted them one by one. After a short while, it was time for the ceremony. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Junior brother, what they said just now, could it be true? Saint 33 found a chance and asked quietly. Senior brother, I am here. Lin Fei didn't say it clearly and just chuckled. Senior brother, I believe in you. Saint 33 was no ordinary person. He was able to tell what Xiaochen was talking about, and his heart leaped in fright. Junior brother was indeed junior brother. He didn't even know when he would make a move. Amazing, truly amazing. Fellow Taoist Lin, how have you been? Just when he thought that no one would come, another unexpected person came. It was Qin King. Lin Fei was curious as to why this fellow would come. However, today was a ceremony and those who came were guests. As long as they weren't here to cause trouble, he didn't care. Long time no see. Qin King stared at Lin Fei and his eyebrows jumped. Mother asterisk her. What kind of medicine did this kid eat this time? Why is he giving off such a scary vibe? He's like an ancient beast. I heard you wanted to be the dean of the academy, so I came uninvited. Qin King laughed. He did not look like he had done to Lin Fei. It is a great honor to have Qin King here. This way please. Lin Fei found a place for Qin King to sit down. Not long after, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Fellow Taoist Lin, how have you been? The Flower Empress arrived. Her strength had increased since the last time. She had already become a second-step Celestial Emperor. Lin Fei was puzzled. What were they trying to do by coming here one after another? After exchanging a few pleasantries, he brought them over. Qin King and Flower Empress were both veteran Celestial Emperors. Many people were surprised that they came one after another. When did their relationship become so good? All sorts of guesses appeared. After that, more Celestial Emperors came one after another. Lin Fei did not know the names of some of them. Could it be that my reputation is so great? Lin Fei blinked. He received another Celestial Emperor. His heart was full of questions, but he could only suppress them in the end. He would think about it after the ceremony. Lin Fei believed that he would definitely be able to get some answers. If they were guests, he would be polite. However, if they had any ill intentions, he might beat them to death with his ancient god power. It's time for the ceremony. Lin Fei, please come up. Saint 33 became the master of ceremonies. Lin Fei tidied up his clothes and slowly walked up to the stage that was already prepared in front of everyone. As long as the ceremony was over, he would be the new dean of the Holy Heaven Academy. Qin King, congratulations on becoming a second-step Celestial Emperor. The Flower Empress smiled and congratulated him. Qin King returned the greeting. You too. We've finally taken that step and become second-step Celestial Emperors. Then why are you here? The Flower Empress asked. Why can't I come? I'm here to congratulate you. Qin King wasn't going to be tricked by Flower King, so he said in a serious tone. Is that so? The Flower Empress obviously did not believe him. Why don't you tell me why you're here? Qin King asked. Have you fallen for fellow Taoist Lin? You know me. I have indeed fallen for fellow Taoist Lin. Don't you think he's a suitable cultivation companion? The Flower Empress said. Let me ask you, how many young geniuses in the world can compare to fellow Taoist Lin? Humph, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The Qin King sneered. Speaking of which, the dean's ceremony was not a big deal. In the past, Saint 33 would not personally attend. However, it was different now. Lin Fei was the most powerful dean apart from the Divine Heaven Old Ancestor. Saint 33 was naturally happy. Holy Heaven Academy, a small academy. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by tens of thousands of people? A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Boom 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 in the sky, a battleship with flags hung all over it appeared and stopped in the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy. A strange voice came from the warship. This is the Tongtian sect's warship. The Qin King and the Flower Empress exclaimed. Who didn't know about the Tongtian sect? The higher-ups on the plaza recognized the symbol on the warship. It was the symbol of the Tongtian sect. Master, they're too presumptuous. Let me teach them a lesson. The bloody figure was formed by the demonic vine. Along the way with the chaotic armor and chaotic divine sword, his battle power increased by leaps and bounds. His expression was cold and murderous. Not for now. Lin Fei waved his hand and stopped the bloody figure from going up. Tongtian sect? I didn't expect them to come so quickly. However, I've already set up the chaotic reincarnation array. As long as I make a move now, I can make all of them stay. After measuring his strength, Lin Fei made a calculation. Where did this mad dog come from? Whose master didn't lead the dog properly? Hurry up and lead the dog back. If you make me angry, I'll beat you to death. Lin Fei's voice was deafening. Lin Fei, how dare you? Open your dog eyes and look. What warship is this? This is the Tongtian sect's warship. On the warship, a half-step immortal emperor elder shouted at Lin Fei. Bang! Lin Fei flicked his finger, and the half-step immortal emperor elder exploded on the spot. A puny half-step immortal emperor dares to jump around? I really don't know how to write death. Too domineering. He killed him just like that. Sect leader, he's Lin Fei, an arrogant person. On the warship, a middle-aged man whispered to an arrogant young man beside him with a gloomy face. Arrogant indeed. The young man's eyes flashed with disapproval. Great metropolis world's peerless demon? The young man smiled. Put away the warship. Let's go and meet this kid. Shen Wei's warship was put away. A group of people appeared in the sky. They were clustered around a young man in embroidered clothes. Isn't that the Sky Fisher sect's deputy sect leader, Immortal Emperor Fei Yin? I know the few elders beside him. They're all Sky Fisher sect elders. What's going on? Why isn't Immortal Emperor Shuemantian here? Strange, really strange. Many people knew the Sky Fisher sect's people. At this moment they couldn't figure out what was going on. The appearance of the Sky Fisher sect shocked them even more. Even though the higher-ups knew that the Sky Fisher sect was the Sky Fisher sect's backer, most of the people below did not know. At this moment, they finally understood how terrifying the Sky Fisher sect was. No wonder it could sit on the #1 sect. Their backer was amazing. But why did such an amazing backer come back to the Holy Heaven Academy? A big question mark appeared in everyone's mind. Lin, Taoist Lin, this is our Sky Fisher sect's new sect leader, Duanyun Immortal Emperor. Fei Yin had wanted to call him Lin Fei, but he changed his mind. Duanyun Immortal Emperor? Everyone was shocked. Where did Immortal Emperor Shuemantian go? Why did they change their sect leader? And this sect leader seemed to have a powerful background. He should be from the Sky Fisher sect. Wasn't everyone shocked? Many people thought about what had happened with the 3 sections. Could it be they thought of a terrifying outcome? They didn't dare to think further. If all of this was true, then Demon Lin was too terrifying. Sky Fisher sect's Duanyun Immortal Emperor? Qing Emperor and Flower Emperor weren't from the great metropolis world. They knew a lot of information. Duanyun Immortal Emperor and the others knew some things. He was a very amazing Immortal Emperor. He was only a peak first step Immortal Emperor, but he had already cultivated a supreme secret technique. Rumor had it that he had once killed a 3rd step Immortal Emperor. He was a true first step heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. Such a sick Immortal Emperor came to the great metropolis world to be a sect leader? Only a weirdo would believe him if his brain was clamped between a door panel. Flower Emperor and Qing Emperor quickly saw some clues. That brat Lin Fei might have done something atrocious again, causing the Heavenspan Gate to start making arrangements in the great metropolis heaven. Such a young sect leader. Looks like I have to congratulate the Sky Fisher sect for having a new sect leader. Ah. Lin Fei's expression did not change as he chuckled. Let's see what happens first. When he killed Immortal Emperor Shuemantian, Lin Fei thought that he didn't spread the news. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Especially the huge Chaos God Mountain. Who would dare to let it go so easily? It was impossible for Lin Fei or Immortal Emperor Shuemantian. The reason why the Sky Fisher sect found him should be related to Immortal Emperor Shuemantian's death. Lin Fei's words caused the expressions of many Sky Fisher sect elders to change. What a move to disrupt morale. Duanyun Immortal Emperor was too young and the Sky Fisher sect was the top sect. Many old fellows probably wouldn't be convinced and would cause trouble in secret. Lin Fei wanted to make things difficult for them. Especially Vice Sect Master Immortal Emperor Fei Yin. Chapter 1240. Waves were stirring. Another good show was about to begin. There were many people present who didn't like Lin Fei. His killing spree just now made them subconsciously fearful. 1-step Immortal Emperors, half-step Immortal Emperors he killed without batting an eyelid. His methods were ruthless. After the Sky Cracking sect came, they brought out the Sky Connecting sect. They were excited. The Sky Cracking sect was something they looked up to, so the Sky Connecting sect was a place they would never be able to enter. The Sky Connecting sect was a true power. Half-step Immortal Emperors and first-step Immortal Emperors were nothing in such a sect. Rumor had it that a first-step Immortal Emperor was merely a person in charge of a sect in the Sky Connecting sect. Any first-step Immortal Emperor was comparable to a sect elder in a low-level world. Demon Lin is dead for sure. The Sky Cracking sect brought out the Sky Connecting sect. According to Lin Fei's character, he will definitely not accept it. By then, Divine Sky Academy will definitely be removed from the list. A brute who only uses violence is so weak in front of a true power. Many Immortal Emperors were watching the show. The opposing big shots snickered secretly. Lin Fei could have offended anyone, but he had to offend the Sky Cracking sect which had the support of the Sky Connecting sect. This was going to be a good show. Previously, Lin Fei had killed a half-step Immortal Emperor from the Sky Cracking sect. Those first-step Immortal Emperor and half-step Immortal Emperor experts who had just reached the Sky Connecting sect didn't dare to think that they were powerful after seeing Lin Fei kill them with ease. The combat power of a genius was indeed terrifying. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan, as the vice-sect leader, wanted to be the sect leader more than anyone else. After Immortal Emperor Shuemantian's Jade Stone was broken, he used the power of the sect to temporarily take the position of sect leader. The Sky Connecting sect didn't really care about the sect leader's position. They just needed to complete the various tasks on time. They thought that the position of sect leader was already set in stone. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups sent a young man to be the sect leader of the Sky-Splitting sect. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although he was arrogant in the Sky-Splitting sect, he was instantly in trouble when he met the disciples of the Sky Connecting sect. The position of sect master could not be handed over so easily. In the name of sparring, he planned to show off his strength. In the end, the other party defeated him in a single move, and all the old fellows in the sect were convinced. The position of sect master was gone. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan seized the opportunity and used his flattering ability to quickly curry favor with the new sect master, thus securing his position as the vice sect master. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan finally found an opportunity to teach Lin Fei a good lesson after seeing how arrogant Lin Fei was and didn't put them in his eyes. Based on his usual observations, Immortal Emperor Fei Yan could guess the sect master's intention. It seemed like he wanted to capture Lin Fei and interrogate him. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan was even more excited. Today was the day to perform well. Kneel down to welcome me? Lin Fei laughed. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? How dare you say such a thing? Provoke me? Attack them uncontrollably? If Lin Fei was an ordinary person, if he really dared to do that, once he did it, he would fall right into the other party's trap, and then the other party would have a reason to deal with him. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. He was the demon Lin that outsiders spoke of. What is your surname? Surname? Immortal Emperor Fei Yan was stunned. Was there something wrong with Demon Lin's head? He thought that he was frightened by him. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan, Vice Sect Master of Sky Fisher Sect. He purposely puffed out his chest. Are you afraid? Then kneel down to welcome the Sect Master. It is an honor for a small academy like yours to have the Sect Master come personally. Immortal Emperor Duanyun was very satisfied. Back then, Immortal Emperor Fei Yan was quite useful. He came to Sky Fisher Sect to fight for the position of World Lord. Even though it was a small world, the position of World Lord was still very tempting. Ever since he came to Great Metropolis World, Immortal Emperor Duanyun knew about Lin Fei. He was a terrifying person in Great Metropolis World. Those old fellows all admitted that. Moreover, after the death of Sky Fisher Sect's Sect Master, Immortal Emperor Duanyun investigated and found some potential enemies. Lin Fei was at the top of the list. The investigation by the higher-ups was just an excuse. Fighting for the position of World Lord was the key. They had to find someone to take the blame. Immortal Emperor Duanyun chose Lin Fei and brought people here personally. If he could make Lin Fei, a genius of Great Metropolis World, kneel down to welcome him, he would invisibly establish his prestige in Great Metropolis World. By then, no one would dare to look down on him. It would be beneficial for him to control Great Metropolis World in the future. Immortal Emperor Duanyun let the Vice Sect Master do it. So it's Immortal Emperor Fei Yan. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Fei chuckled. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan said proudly, since you know me, why don't you kneel down to welcome me? If Lord Sect Master is unhappy, you will be the first to bear the consequences. He thought about how Lin Fei would feel when he knelt on the ground. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan became even more proud. So what if you are powerful? You can do whatever I want. After one slap, you still have to raise your head and wait for the second slap. The disciples of Divine Sky Academy were all furious. The Immortal Emperor's aura shrouded them and they all panicked. Kneel down. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan laughed. He secretly glanced at Lord Sect Master's expression and felt even more proud. As long as I succeed today, Lord Sect Master will definitely treat me as his right-hand man. Do you think that kid will kneel? Qing Emperor asked Flower Emperor. What do you think? Flower Emperor asked. Probably not. Qing Emperor said based on his understanding of Lin Fei, he might attack but once he does he will fall into a trap. That Immortal Emperor Fei Yan is really a despicable person. He did this for Lin Fei. If it were you, what would you do? Flower Emperor asked with a smile. Bow down. Qing Emperor thought for a while and said, the Tongtian sect is very powerful. We can't offend them. Why don't we make a bet? Flower Emperor's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. I heard that you obtained a good treasure in the land of inheritance. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan could not wait to see Lin Fei kneel down. It was a wonderful feeling to see a genius kneel in front of him. Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared in front of Immortal Emperor Fei Yan. He punched Immortal Emperor Fei Yan's head. Kneel your A**. I am the dean. I will kneel just because you want me to. Are you my father or mother? Immortal Emperor Fei Yan's body shone brilliantly. The sky full of runes and the immortal armor that he was proud of were shattered into pieces. He was dumbfounded. His immortal armor was shattered? Are you still kneeling? Lin Fei's slap came down. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan took a punch and his consciousness stopped. It was as if he was about to fall into darkness. A mouthful of teeth flew out from his mouth. The person who dares to make me kneel is not born yet. Lin Fei retaliated with a backhand slap. Due to the immense force, Immortal Emperor Fei Yan's body twisted 365 degrees to the left. His entire body was twisted like a fried dough twist with blood gushing out incessantly. He was no longer breathing. Damn, he can't even take a hit. How dare he be an immortal emperor? Lin Fei stopped and said casually. To the people present, this scene was unforgettable. 2 slaps had killed an immortal emperor and turned him into a fried dough twist. That was the most terrifying thing. How many people present could do that? Chapter 1241. Lin Fei was probably the only person who dared to say such a thing to the vice sect master. Duanyun's celestial emperor was a very arrogant person. In a place like Great Metropolis World, Duanyun's celestial emperor thought that there was no one who could compete with him. Even if there was, they would be young elites or even geniuses from other worlds. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin would dare to kill deputy sect leader Fei Yan in front of him? Although he was his dog, he was the first one to get close. Duanyun's celestial emperor was really unhappy. You are really bold. Duanyun's celestial emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. I, as a sect leader, have underestimated a hero. You dared to kill someone in front of heaven-reaching sect. Amazing, really amazing. Perhaps only the Duanyun Immortal Emperor alone knew what this meant. The elders of the 3 great sects had been killed earlier. Although everyone was shocked that Skycracking sect's deputy sect leader had been killed, their strong hearts had already accepted Demon Lin's brutality. As expected, he was a brutal fellow. Everyone knew that Fei Yan's celestial emperor was a dog of Sky-reaching sect. Even if he was a dog, no one present dared to kill him in front of him. Demon Lin had done it. More importantly, he had casually beaten him into a dough twist. This kind of method, this kind of power, they knew that they could not do it. Qing Emperor, you have lost. The Flower Emperor smiled. You are so good. You managed to predict all of this. Qing King's face fell. The impossible had actually happened. Lin Fei had really attacked. Fei Yan's celestial emperor, Skycracking sect's deputy sect leader, had been beaten into a dough twist. Any celestial emperor's body was really strong. Under the heavenly Tao lightning, their bodies would improve greatly. There was a huge difference between a celestial emperor's body and a normal celestial body. Qing Emperor knew that it wouldn't be hard to kill Fei Yan's celestial emperor. A second-step celestial emperor had the ability to crush. It was so clean and decisive. Qing Emperor knew that he couldn't beat someone into a dough twist on the spot. To beat a celestial body into a dough twist required fierce and domineering power. It's not that I calculated it, it's that Lin Fei himself is such a person. The Flower Emperor said, think back to the inheritance grounds, fellow Taoist Lin was being chased by the Immortal Emperor. From the start to the end, Zhang Xian had never thought of surrendering. It was no surprise that something like this would happen. The Tongtian Gate would never have thought that someone would dare to make a move on them. Let them eat a shriveled up one. Qing King had to admit that Lin Fei was stronger than him. Back then he might have had this mentality, but now, it was gone forever. Lin Fei's heart stirred slightly. The quality of the people that come from the great sects is indeed different. I beat him up like a fried dough twist on the spot. If he can recognize me as his master, he won't make a move. He's not easy to deal with. The sect of transcendence was a powerful force, a hegemon in the myriad worlds. Lin Fei was fearful. If there was a suitable reason, he could kill all of them without worrying about what the Tongtian Gate would say. Unfortunately, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor did not make a move. Thank you for your praise. I'm a very bold person when I make a move. I'll kill any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Lin Fei said seriously. You and I are both geniuses. We are both young and have high positions. How about we spar? I have always wanted to know the gap between us. Lin Fei did not intend to let the Crack Sky sect have it easy. Let's fight first. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor's eyes flashed with displeasure again. A bumpkin was a bumpkin. He dared to spar with him? He kept putting gold on his face. This was the first time he had met such a person. Coming from the Tongtian Gate, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor always remembered that he was a high and mighty figure. He was a second-step Immortal Emperor at such a young age, a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. He was not someone a bumpkin like Lin Fei could compare to. This violent maniac. Only a country bumpkin would look at the sky from the bottom of a well, unable to differentiate good from bad. Elder Ming, Elder Fong, go down and spar with Dean Lin. Don't embarrass the Crack Sky sect. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor was unmoved. Yes. The two elders were the only remaining hidden cultivation elders. Their expressions could not help but change slightly. Even though they could not predict Lin Fei's strength, they knew that he was a terrifying opponent. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor was from the Tongtian Gate. Even if they were not fated, they could not reject him. Daoist Lin, you killed the vice sect leader. We have to fight. Once the two of us attack, you can only surrender. The two hidden elders were peak first-step Immortal Emperors. Their auras soared into the sky. They shouted and their Tao of sacred powers swept over. Their first attack was to kill. They had to win. Even a nobody dares to make a move. Lin Fei casually glanced at them and walked up just like that. The attacks of the great Tao of mystical powers rained down on Lin Fei's body like a torrential storm. A layer of obscure flowing light flashed across his body. Whoosh, a water-like sword swept across the two peak first-step Immortal Emperors. In the sky there were two more heads. The heads of the heaven-cracking sect's hidden elders. So weak. Lin Fei smiled. It's better for sect leader Duanyun to do it himself. This time, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor's expression turned ugly. Two secluded elders had been killed with a single sword strike. This person was simply not putting the Heavenspan Gate in his eyes. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor did want to let the hidden elders test Lin Fei's strength. When he beat the vice sect leader up, he paid more attention to Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, the two hidden elders died. This was a slap in the face. They were indeed weak. Damn it, there is no reliable person in the heaven-cracking sect. Hidden elders? Their strength is like dog shit. No wonder they haven't shown it yet. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor cursed in his heart. The two hidden cultivator elders died with their eyes wide open. They were both famous experts. Back then, when they became famous, Lin Fei was still unknown in some corner. Unfortunately, they did not know how terrifying Lin Fei's strength was. The difference was too big. It was normal to be killed instantly. It seems like we came to the right place. The Flower Emperor's eyes lit up. Daoist Lin must have obtained some benefits in the inheritance ground. This sword attack is filled with ferocious power. It relies on strength to completely crush the opponent. What a domineering sword. The Qing Emperor and the Flower Emperor had advanced to the second-step Immortal Emperor not long ago. Killing two hidden cultivation elders in one move was not something he could do for the time being. Lin Fei did it. They had to admit that Lin Fei was more amazing than them. It was true that there would always be someone stronger than you, and there would always be someone stronger than you out there. A heaven-defying genius was indeed terrifying. He had the power to kill experts above his level. The stronger Lin Fei was, the happier they were. The premise was that he could survive. It was obvious that Lin Fei was provoking the Tongtian Gate disciples. He might even kill them here. Sect leader Duanyun, you don't dare? Lin Fei stared at the Duanyun Immortal Emperor. I will kill two of your Immortal Emperors with one sword. Let's see how long you can endure. Dean Lin, you are indeed amazing. You are just a country bumpkin and I didn't put you in my eyes. But now I feel that I need to change this view. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor said, you are very suitable to be my follower because you are qualified. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor took a step forward, then another 2 steps. After 3 steps, his aura soared into the sky and crushed over. This was the aura of a second-step Immortal Emperor. Ordinary Immortal Emperors would be suppressed and unable to move. It was indeed shocking for a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor to say that he wanted to be a follower. It wasn't casual. It required a certain amount of talent. Many Immortal Emperors would only be able to be servants and would not be able to become followers. Your aura is good to scare people, but it is still too weak to deal with me. Lin Fei laughed and charged forward. I feel that a disciple of a big sect like you is qualified to be my follower, even if it's just SOSO. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and a monstrous vortex appeared. It shrouded Duanyun Immortal Emperor and the crushing aura tore a hole on the spot. Such a fierce power only shrouded Duanyun Immortal Emperor. The elders surrounding Duanyun were also enveloped. They instantly felt the needles landing on their bodies. Their powerful bodies began to distort, scaring them so much that they immediately fled. They glanced at each other in dismay. That grab almost caused them to die under the hands of their opponent. It was truly terrifying. Lin Fei, this child, was also frighteningly ferocious. In a short period of time, everything that Lin Fei had done had made them regard Lin Fei as a great devil. At this time, Lin Fei's demonic aura was monstrous. If it wasn't for the Duanyun Immortal Emperor, they would have run away immediately. An invincible guy. 5 Mountain Sword Mountains. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor realized that this Lin Fei was a strong enemy. He attacked with a powerful secret mystique. The 5 sword mountains turned into 5 sword rivers and surged over. The sharpness of the metal made everyone realize that this was a terrifying mystique, a mystique that was cultivated with metal. Dang dang dang, the 5 sword rivers cut on Lin Fei's 5 fingers. Suddenly, it was like metal colliding with metal. Brilliant sparks flew, but Lin Fei was unscathed as he blocked the cutting power. Satisfying, really satisfying. The 5 mountain sword mountains failed in its first attack. It gathered momentum again and its power increased again. Everyone could only see rays of light in front of them. Get lost. Lin Fei clenched his hand into a fist. Suddenly, he flicked one of his fingers at one of the sword rivers. The sword rivers surged and roiled as they were repelled. Then, he flicked his second finger at a second sword river, sending it flying hundreds of millions of miles away. It even sliced off a 30,000-meter tall mountain. The divine power had truly reached the great success stage and became an ancient divine power. Lin Fei could already use absolute power to suppress any power. As an expert of the Tongtian sect, there was no doubt about Duanyun Immortal Emperor's strength. The 5 mountain sword mountains mystique could even kill a second-step Immortal Emperor. A powerful mystique or secret technique could affect one's strength. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor, who came from the Tongtian sect, had powerful mystiques and secret techniques. Naturally, it was not an exaggeration. When he used a great mystique, the mystique of an immortal emperor was above all the other immortal emperors. Seeing that his mystique couldn't do anything to one hand, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor thought, "This guy's physical body is so strong. No wonder he is so arrogant. He has the capital to be arrogant." Chapter 1242. Above the academy. 2 silhouettes moved up and down so fast that their figures couldn't be seen. Only some powerful immortal emperors could barely see their figures moving. 4 ordinary immortals, they could only see 2 terrifying auras exploding. Bang bang bang, large swathes of the void exploded. Saint 33 immediately activated the Grand Formation. The void exploded into pieces, but the terrifying auras couldn't affect anything in the academy. As soon as the Grand Formation of the Mountain Gate was activated, many people realized that the formation was extraordinary. The power of the 2 heaven-defying geniuses was perfectly blocked outside. The range was compressed in the void. Otherwise, with the strength of the 2, the aftermath was enough to raise the academy to the ground. In the void, the power spread out like waves and everywhere it passed, the void was torn apart. In the void, Lin Fei was like a great demon. A 3-legged black cauldron spun and pressed down. The void was obliterated into nothingness. This was an ancient emperor's divine weapon, and it had terrifying suppressive power. With this suppression, the void of billions of li instantly caved in and shattered with a bang. Such a terrifying power, but Lin Fei's body only shook a little and he perfectly withstood it. His 2 hands slapped upwards, and the terrifying 3-legged cauldron was slapped away. Sect Master Duan, your strength isn't enough. After slapping away the 3-legged cauldron, Lin Fei punched the air. The punch was like a meteor and it landed on Duan Yun's chest. A bright light exploded, and Duan Yun spurted out a mouthful of blood. True self-world-destroying seal. He raised his hand again and Lin Fei's terrifying seal pressed down on the spot. Freak, what a freak. How can his divine power be so terrifying? It's more terrifying than any divine power cultivator I've ever seen. Every punch and kick has reached the level of breaking through with brute force. This kind of thing shouldn't exist. Duan Yun's immortal armor was uneven, full of fist marks. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He summoned the 3-legged cauldron to block in front of him, and the ancient divine weapon caved in. You're no match for me. Lin Fei's clothes fluttered and another seal came down. Duan Yun put away the 3-legged cauldron and his heart ached. The terrifying power almost destroyed the divine weapon. Not necessarily. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a black bead. It was the size of a fist and it spun rapidly, dissipating the power of the seal. You can perfectly reduce my attack power? Lin Fei strode over, his 6 arms smashing down on the black pearl. Every time his palms landed on the pearl, his attacks would be nullified. Country bumpkin, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Unfortunately, you don't know that there are many good things in the myriad worlds. Duanyun Immortal Emperor laughed, as long as I control this bead, you will always surpass me. This was Duanyun Immortal Emperor's trump card. He could kill a heaven-defying second-step Immortal Emperor and a third-step Immortal Emperor, but he was helpless against Lin Fei. There was no need to mention how sullen Immortal Emperor Duanyun felt. Lin Fei's strength was limitless. No matter what kind of attack it was, he could break it with a single blow. Duanyun Immortal Emperor's power was very strong, but he still could not suppress Lin Fei. He had no choice but to use his most powerful treasure, which was an emperor's divine weapon given to him by his master. This bead really has some tricks up its sleeve. Lin Fei was not surprised. After all, he came from the heaven-connecting sect and was a heaven-defying immortal emperor. It was normal for him to have a life-saving treasure. Isn't it just a broken bead? I think you need to use your immortal power to activate it. Let's see how long you can activate it. Lin Fei laughed and rushed over again. His attacks were like a storm, punching and kicking. Duanyun Immortal Emperor was drowned in the storm, unable to escape. The black bead spun very fast, and Duanyun Immortal Emperor's expression changed. His immortal power was consumed like water. 10%, 20%, 30%, the black bead was a good thing, but it could not withstand Lin Fei's violent attacks. Duanyun Immortal Emperor's immortal power was constantly consumed, and he realized that he had overlooked an important problem. His opponent was Lin Fei, a devil from the great metropolis heaven. Relying on this treasure, Duanyun Immortal Emperor could usually counterattack, relying on his tyrannical power to reverse the situation. Unfortunately, Duanyun Immortal Emperor met a terrifying opponent, who could not be viewed with the eyes of an ordinary person. The power to counterattack was disintegrated. Using 3 secret techniques consecutively, he still could not suppress Lin Fei, and Duanyun Immortal Emperor finally panicked. Great Metropolis Heaven actually has a genius that is more powerful than me. Bang! 6 rainbow lights slapped on the black bead. The black bead's speed slowed down and it seemed to be powerless. A part of its power blasted on Duanyun Immortal Emperor. You lost. The opportunity flashed by. Lin Fei attacked with his sword. It was a fast and ruthless sword. With a slash, Duanyun Immortal Emperor's head flew into the sky with a bloody light. His body disintegrated and the black bead also stopped. Come here. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the black bead landed in his hand. He threw it into the heaven and earth furnace, suppressing it. You win. The head flew out and a body reassembled. Duanyun Immortal Emperor was revived. Lin Fei's sword swept across the sky and landed on Duanyun Immortal Emperor's neck. With just a thought, Duanyun Immortal Emperor would face death for the second time. As expected. Lin Fei replied with a smile. Duanyun Immortal Emperor lost. His celestial power was exhausted and he was powerless. He was killed by Lin Fei with 1 slash, and he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. I admit that you are stronger than me. If I had enough celestial power, it would be impossible for you to defeat me so easily. Lin Fei said in his heart, I didn't even use my full power. I only used 60% of it. You lost anyway. Lin Fei said, this is the truth. You better let me go. Will be good for you. Duanyun Immortal Emperor said, otherwise my master will arrange for other disciples to come. At that time you will be in endless trouble. At this moment, Duanyun Immortal Emperor was very calm. Kill you? Lin Fei shook his head, wrong, wrong, wrong. Why would I kill you? I am a good person. Fighting and killing is not suitable. I have my ways to deal with people like you. Lin Fei unceremoniously took away Duanyun Immortal Emperor's treasures. As for Duanyun Immortal Emperor's gaze, he completely ignored it. After taking away most of the treasures, Lin Fei was satisfied. The 3-legged cauldron and the black bead were also unceremoniously taken for himself. This was what a loser deserved. Now you can leave. He lost all his treasures, elixirs and miraculous medicines. Duanyun Immortal Emperor only had 1 immortal armor left on him. It was tattered and almost scrapped. He was in a very bad situation. You are ruthless. Duanyun Immortal Emperor said harshly. At this moment he was not Lin Fei's opponent at all. I really hope that you will come again next time. Lin Fei laughed, if I were you I would leave immediately. Otherwise if we encounter danger later, it's possible that we'll be eaten alive. You have guts. Next time I will definitely make you pay. Chapter 1243. Lin Fei is a devil deliberately tricking people. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun turned around and left, cursing in his heart. How could he do such a thing? With one sentence from Lin Fei, Immortal Emperor Duan Yun knew that he was in danger. This was not the territory of the Through Heaven sect, but the Great Heaven World, an inconspicuous small world. He was wounded, his vitality was greatly damaged, and his treasures were gone. He could not prevent someone from ambushing him in the dark. This was the reason why he left. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun came from the Through Heaven sect. He was quite famous, and he was a second-step heaven-defying immortal emperor. With such an opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that someone would secretly kill a heaven-defying immortal emperor. It was worth it to pay a price. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Duan Yun had turned into a toothless tiger. Although he looked fierce, he was easy to deal with. You don't want your things? Seeing Immortal Emperor Duan Yun leave, Lin Fei did not stop him. He shouted at his back. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun, who was leaving, almost vomited blood. This was intentional. Just as expected, there was a commotion in the square. Lin Fei descended from the void and closed the array of the sect. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Not killing you doesn't mean that others won't kill you. A heaven-defying immortal emperor. Lin Fei did not need to know whether that guy was dead or not. Anyway, he knew that it was not easy to return to the Through Heaven sect. He would have to fight a big battle, and his vitality would be greatly damaged. He would not come to find trouble with him for a while. Senior brother, continue? Lin Fei walked out unscathed. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even the heaven-defying immortal emperor of the Through Heaven sect could not do anything to Demon Lin. If they had any doubts before, the battle just now made them know how terrifying Demon Lin was. It was easy for him to destroy the forces in their hands. Among the 10 major sects, except for the 4 major sects, the other sects had complicated expressions. Many of them looked at Immortal Emperor Wu Mu. This guy had good means. He knew that Demon Lin was extraordinary and had a certain relationship with him. They no longer doubted the death of the leader of the Through Heaven sect. This must be Demon Lin's doing. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun from the Heaven Connecting sect was a heaven-defying immortal emperor who was more than 10 times stronger than them. In the end, he still suffered a crushing defeat and left without saying anything. Of course, whether or not they could return was still a question. Should I properly improve my relationship with Lin Fei? This was the only thought in the sect leader's mind. Once Lin Fei got excited, their sect wouldn't have a good time. They were immortal emperors, but in front of Lin Fei they were nothing. He could kill them with just a flick of his finger. In the following ceremony they worked extra hard. If they didn't work hard now, when would they leave a good impression? As for those forces that had come, they had truly broadened their horizons today. It wasn't that they hadn't seen domineering people before, but they had never seen someone as domineering as Demon Lin. In the 6 major sects, Immortal Emperor Witchwood saw this and sneered at their actions. Opportunists, what's the use of sucking up to us now? I have good taste. Haha, after the Tong Tian Gate, no one else came to disturb him. Lin Fei successfully became the new dean. All the major sects came to congratulate him, saying that he was young and promising, and all kinds of polite words were thrown at Lin Fei. Lin Fei could only laugh at this. This was a world where the strong were respected. Without strength, people wouldn't even bother to look at him. Sect leaders, if there's nothing else, why don't you stay and have a good gathering? I have something to discuss with all of you. After the ceremony, Lin Fei found the 6 sect leaders and said that he wanted to have a gathering. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't know what this demon Lin Fei was going to do. No problem. Immortal Emperor Witchwood was the first to say. What a bootlicker. The other sect leaders looked at him in disdain. It's rare for us to come here, and it's Dean Lin who invited us. How would we dare to not accept? Yes, there's nothing going on in the sect. None of the sect leaders would reject an invitation. Lin Fei nodded. Tonight, I will invite all of you to a banquet on Invincible Peak. I hope that everyone will come on time. Definitely. Definitely. At this moment, Lin Fei's words were already very intimidating. Fellow Taoist Lin, you are so impressive. The 10 great sect leaders of the Great Sky World are all so scared of you that they don't even dare to breathe loudly. The Flower Emperor smiled brightly as he walked towards Lin Fei. Of course not. Lin Fei chuckled. They are just giving me face. I wonder why fellow Taoist Hua is looking for me? Nothing, can't I look for you? The Flower Emperor said plaintively. Lin Fei said indifferently, if fellow Taoist Hua has nothing to do, I will go and greet everyone. Not saying? I'll leave. Lin Fei was very clear that this woman, the Flower Emperor, was not an ordinary woman. Back then, she had already passed the second emperor tribulation and become a second-step immortal emperor. Her strength was even stronger, so she definitely wouldn't rashly come knocking on his door. Then I won't disturb you. The Flower Emperor did not say anything. He smiled and turned to leave. I'll look for you another day. She left just like that? Lin Fei was slightly startled. He had still underestimated this woman. Humph, humph, another day is another day. I'm not afraid of what tricks you play. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and chuckled. You've been defeated? As soon as the Flower Emperor left, the Qing Emperor mocked the Flower Emperor. What do you think? The Flower Emperor asked. Why don't you give it a try? No rush, no rush. The Qing Emperor shook his head. In any case, we are all working for others, so there's no rush. Me too. The Flower Emperor said coldly. In today's battle, Lin Fei's power has reached a large extent. Today he left behind those 6 sect leaders. Maybe something big will happen. You should plan what to do next. The Flower Emperor flew through the air. Looking back at the Holy Heavens Academy, he sighed softly. This Lin Fei's growth is really fast. Soon he will be the #1 person in the great sky world. I have to report this matter as soon as possible. The Qing Emperor thought, if Tang Tian Sect's immortal Emperor Duan Yun can suppress Lin Fei, then everything will be fine. Who would have thought that Lin Fei is so strong? Tang Tian Sect became a stepping stone. Things have become troublesome. That woman is right, the great sky world is about to change. Shaking his head, the Qing Emperor also left. After the Flower Emperor and the Qing Emperor left, many immortal emperors took the initiative to congratulate him. Lin Fei was still very polite to the immortal emperors. He greeted them with a smile. Today's ceremony was livelier than expected. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun of the Tang Tian sect had suffered a crushing defeat, which made Lin Fei stand out. None of the forces, big or small, were unconvinced. Every force came to express their goodwill. After greeting the immortal emperors, Lin Fei handed the remaining matters to Saint 33, asking him to arrange it personally. Saint 33 was very familiar with this. He found someone to arrange it. Even though today's battle had given the sky-piercing gate a slap in the face, Saint 33 was still very excited. This was especially true for the 6 sect masters. In the past they had always looked down on him from above. They had never humbled themselves to cater to him. Junior brother, you're really amazing. You scared them with one sentence. This feels good. The lively day passed quickly. Soon night fell. The battle in the day immediately spread throughout the great sky world, causing a huge uproar. If the previous rumors of the land of inheritance were doubtful, then today's battle was real. No one dared to doubt it. Those forces that did not go were all panicking. The people of the top 10 sects could be killed easily, let alone these sections. Now all the sects were anxious. They personally brought congratulatory gifts to the Holy Heavens Academy. No matter what, they had to show off. As a result, the entrance of the Holy Heavens Academy was very lively. On the Invincible Peak, a few sect leaders came together. They had never thought of leaving. As soon as they landed on the Invincible Peak, they felt that the Invincible Peak was extraordinary. It was a real paradise. The effects of cultivating here were unimaginable. Everyone, welcome to my humble abode. Lin Fei came out to welcome them. The 6 sect leaders were shocked, but they were still very happy. At least, Lin Fei did not arrange for an immortal emperor to welcome them. At least he knew his place. Lin Fei smiled and led them in. In a courtyard he asked them to sit down. Actually, I've been wanting to chat with all of you for a long time. Since we're finally free tonight, let's have a drink together. Lin Fei sat down and picked up his wine cup as he spoke. The 6 sect leaders picked up their wine cups immediately. Even though the banquet was filled with celestial wine and celestial fruits, they were not here to eat, so none of them were calm. Not long ago they did not take Lin Fei seriously. As long as they mobilized their forces, it would be easy to suppress Lin Fei. They believed that they had the ability. No matter how strong a person was, how strong could he be? In the blink of an eye they were splashed with cold water. Lin Fei used his strength to tell them that the sect was nothing in front of him. Even powerful immortal emperors were defeated by Lin Fei. If they were not mistaken, the 4 sect leaders were killed by Lin Fei. If they were alone, they would not be a match for him. Unless they left the Greater Heaven Realm, their lives would be in danger as long as they were in the Greater Heaven Realm. Dean Lin, we were disrespectful at the last banquet. Let us toast you. One of the sect leaders, Immortal Emperor Kuan Ling, picked up his wine cup and took a sip. There was nothing wrong with apologizing. Everyone could see what the situation was like. Immortal Emperor Kunling was the first to lower his head. The other immortal emperors did not dare to disdain Immortal Emperor Kunling for lowering his head so quickly. Previously they had discussed that they should at least put on airs in front of Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye their battle line was broken. Lin Fei chuckled. These sect leaders were quite smart and knew what to do. Everyone drank a cup. Actually, you don't have to be like this. I, Lin Fei, am very easy to talk to. Easy to talk to? Was that possible? Everyone cursed silently. Lin Fei was a violent maniac. Once he made a move he would beat people to death. Chapter 1244. Everyone was restless. Lin Fei gave them too much pressure. One look, one action, it was unprecedentedly terrifying. If they could, they would never want to face Lin Fei, let alone attend the banquet tonight. Who knew what Lin Fei wanted to do? If he killed them it would be a big loss. Among the 6 sect leaders, Immortal Wuxia was the only one who could sit still. He had no enmity with Lin Fei, so he would not cause trouble for him, right? Immortal Wu Mu was delighted. If he had known, he would not have done it in the first place. Of course, Lin Fei did not care about what they thought. He picked up a glass of wine and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone felt goosebumps. If it was any other time they would have glared at him and stood up. The purpose of inviting everyone here tonight is actually very simple. It is to discuss one thing. I believe it will be beneficial for everyone. Lin Fei took a sip of the celestial brew and said faintly, although our great metropolis world is not famous, the battle of the Boundary Lord will begin soon. My original intention is to let someone from our great metropolis world be the Boundary Lord. What do you all think? What was Lin Fei thinking? They could not figure out Lin Fei's thoughts. Dean Lin, you are right. The position of Boundary Lord is ours to begin with. Immortal Wu Mu said. Immortal Emperor Kunling also said, that makes sense. That's right. Yes. Lin Fei said again, the battle of the Boundary Lord is destined to be a bloody battle. Because of this, we, the big sects, should be united. We call the shots in our territory. Everyone could only go along with Lin Fei's words. Subconsciously, they caught a few hints and seemed to understand what Lin Fei was saying. I plan to completely clean up our great metropolis world. Lin Fei threw out a bomb with a smile. For example, to clean up some sects that betray us so that the great metropolis world will not be in a mess in the future. What do you all think? So soon. The 6 sect leaders sucked in a mouthful of cold air as they understood Lin Fei's intention. This was to clean up some united people. Those who were not united were naturally the Black Heaven sect and the other sections. This emperor is the first to agree with Dean Lin. The battle of the Realm Lord should be fought by the people of our world. It's quite necessary to clean up the sects that aren't united. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu said in a deep voice, moreover, after eliminating the unstable existences, we can unify the great metropolis world. The other sect masters looked at Immortal Emperor Wu Mu in disdain again. Aren't you a little too fast to have sided with Lin Fei so quickly? No matter what, you're still one of the 10 great sect leaders. Disagree? They knew very well that Lin Fei was taking advantage of the situation to get rid of Black Heaven sect and the others. As long as they didn't agree, it would soon be their turn. If Lin Fei acted alone, it would set off a huge wave in the great metropolis heaven. People would think that he was too domineering and would easily arouse the disgust of the masses. But once they all joined in, Lin Fei's actions would be justified. He wanted to drag them down with him. What a good method. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Immortal Emperor Wu Mu's words. What do you think? He was making his stand. There are indeed some unstable existences in our great metropolis world. We should unite and eliminate them all at once to maintain the stability of the great metropolis world. Immortal Emperor Kunling wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Once there was a stand, there would be a second stand. The rest did not dare to hesitate. Apart from the sky-cracking sect, the other 3 sects would be completely removed from the great metropolis world. In the future, there would only be the 6 sects left in the great metropolis world. They had to agree even if they didn't agree. To avoid trouble, why don't we all go back now and prepare to depart tomorrow morning? Lin Fei finished the celestial brew in one gulp and put down the cup. I believe no one has any objections, right? Objections? Who would have any objections? Of course, the only thing they did not expect was that Lin Fei could not wait to act. The 6 sect leaders swore a heavenly Tao oath that they would not dare to spread the news. Husband, you're planning to act against them so soon? A beautiful woman walked in from outside. Their sect leaders died in my hands and I slaughtered all their elders during the day. Now that we've become enemies, why don't we get rid of them all at once? Lin Fei smiled. Moreover, they're not good people. If we don't drag them down with us, they might stab us in the back. Husband, are you worried that the experts from the other worlds would occupy these sects and obtain the slots to enter? Is that why you want to destroy them first? Lin Jiqing laughed lightly. That's right. You're the best. I'm indeed worried about this. Lin Fei did not hide it. Anyone who wants to participate in the Great Metropolis world has to be from the Great Metropolis world. Therefore, I want to control the Great Metropolis world and try to control the number of people, to prevent unnecessary things from happening in the future. Lin Fei had thought about this for a long time. It was finally time to carry it out. He would first eliminate the 3 sects and leave the sky-cracking sect for the time being. Other than that, Lin Fei did not plan to let go of the old fogies cultivating in the Great Metropolis world. He wanted to eliminate every single one of them and make them a powerful force for the Divine Heaven Institute. Lin Fei wanted to build his own team. Everyone, are you all ready? Nightfall. On the peak of a mountain. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The 6 sect leaders appeared one after another with their people. They were all elders. The weakest among them was a half-step immortal emperor. Apart from them, they were all first-step immortal emperors. Facing Lin Fei's threat, the 6 sect leaders brought their strongest elders. There were a total of 70 to 80 people. The overall strength of the Great Metropolis world is still too weak. Looking at the 70 to 80 experts, Lin Fei shook his head. The Great Metropolis world was really a rural place. Any major faction could easily eliminate these factions. It was more than enough to deal with the 3 sects. Let's go to the Black Heaven sect now. I'll break the Mountain Gate formation. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you guys. Just take out all the higher-ups in one fell swoop. It's best if you don't let any of them escape. I'm sure everyone can do that. Lin Fei did not care whether they agreed or not. He took out a document and showed it to everyone. It was filled with the names of the higher-ups and elders of the 3 sections. We can do it. Facing Lin Fei's gaze, they nodded. No one could stop the destruction of the 3 sections. Lin Fei said, "That's great. You guys can distribute the disciples below the higher-ups. I don't want any of them. As for the herb mountains and fields, you guys can distribute them. I want 2/3 of the sect's treasury. You guys can distribute the rest." They would not reject such benefits. Their eyes lit up. At least, Lin Fei did not take all the benefits for himself. Chapter 1245. Black Heaven Sect. This was one of the top 10 sects in the Great Metropolis Heaven. At this moment, the atmosphere inside was very depressing and gloomy. The news from the day came back very quickly. At first, no one believed it. So what if Demon Lin was strong? Would he really dare to kill someone? The news that came back after that made their jaws drop. The entire sect was shrouded in dark clouds. Demon Lin really made his move. Not only did he attack the Black Heaven sect, but he also attacked the elders of the other 2 sects, causing them to perish on the spot in the Divine Heaven Academy. This was something they could not imagine. After that, the new sect master of the Sky-Cracking Gate, Immortal Emperor Duanyun, a heaven-defying immortal emperor of the Sky-Piercing Gate, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Demon Lin and left in a sorry state. There were even rumors that Immortal Emperor Duanyun was ambushed on his way back and almost died outside. When this news came out, everyone was restless. Sect leader, what do we do now? Many elders were gathered in the palace. All of them were the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect. The one who was addressed as sect master was the vice sect master. Initially, the Black Heaven sect had a main sect master and 2 vice sect masters. After the immortal emperor of the Black Heaven sect fell, White Heaven sect lost another sect master, leaving only the vice sect master. 9 Heaven's immortal emperor had an ugly expression on his face. Demon Lin was extremely daring and killed the people from the 10 great sects on the spot. The 9 Heaven's celestial emperor didn't have the courage to question him and annihilate the Holy Heaven Academy. He was afraid that if he went there, he would definitely die in the Holy Heaven Academy. Everyone calm down. The 9 Heaven's celestial emperor said solemnly, Demon Lin killed our Black Heaven sect's vice sect master on the spot. The Black Heaven sect's sect master must have died in his hands. We must take revenge for this. This celestial emperor has already decided to join forces with the other sects to deal with Demon Lin. After that, we will uproot the Divine Heaven Academy and remove it from the Great Metropolis world. Avenge the leader of the mysterious martial school. Kill Demon Lin. All the elders were enraged. This was the only solution the 9 Heavens immortal emperor could think of. Boom boom boom, suddenly the palace shook. Everyone was swaying, almost unable to stand. Not good, someone is breaking the formation. The 9 Heavens immortal emperor cursed inwardly. He had already appeared outside the palace. One by one, figures flew out from the Black Heaven sect. Ripples appeared on the Mountain Gate's grand formation. It's Demon Lin. Outside the Mountain Gate formation, Lin Fei had transformed into a giant and was attacking the Mountain Gate formation. With every punch, the Mountain Gate formation would ripple. The people from the 6 great sects are here too. This is bad. The Black Heaven sect elders' expression changed as well. With just Demon Lin, they thought that with the Mountain Gate formation he wouldn't be able to break through. Now that the 6 sects were all out, the situation was totally different. Demon Lin, what do you want? The 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor said sternly. You people from the Black Heaven sect don't know what's good for you. I'm here to remove your name today. Lin Fei laughed and punched the Mountain Gate formation again. The entire Mountain Gate formation was on the verge of collapse. Everyone head to the formation and activate it. We can't let Demon Lin charge in. 9 Heavens Celestial Emperor said hurriedly. He landed in the formation and controlled it to try to stabilize it. Too strong. Back then, more than 10 Celestial Emperors couldn't even shake Black Heaven sect's Mountain Gate formation. I didn't expect Demon Lin to be so strong. Not long from now, the Mountain Gate formation will be broken. The 6 sect leaders and the Celestial Emperor elders behind them looked at one another. Lin Fei's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. They had never seen a person with strength that could shake Black Heaven sect's Mountain Gate formation. This key was used to deal with their sect? Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They still had to help out later. Initially they had planned to go easy on him, but it seemed like that was impossible. Lin Fei, this fellow, was truly terrifying when he became savage. Walala, walala, the Mountain Gate formation rippled like waves and gradually couldn't hold on any longer. 9 Heavens Celestial Emperor was shocked by Demon Lin's strength. No wonder the elders who went during the day died in his hands. If this continued, the Mountain Gate formation would be destroyed. Pung, finally, a crack appeared in the formation of the Mountain Gate. The fierce force caused the Mountain Gate formation to not be able to repair in time. Lin Fei broke a hole and rushed into the array formation. Activate the internal array formation and kill Demon Lin. 9 Heavens Celestial Emperor couldn't care less. He informed everyone to activate the array formation within the Mountain Gate formation and kill Demon Lin. He had reason to believe that as long as Demon Lin was killed, the 6 sect leaders outside would definitely not attack again. Boom boom boom, once Lin Fei entered, the array formation attacked. It was enough to kill an Celestial Emperor. Black Heaven sect's Mountain Gate formation is indeed terrifying. Can barely block a 3rd step Celestial Emperor. Lin Fei walked in the array formation and allowed the attacks to land on him. They were quickly disintegrated by the runes and did not cause any damage. In one of the array formation's eyes, Lin Fei punched through the air and broke through countless layers of space, killing a half-step Celestial Emperor inside. Although the Mountain Gate formation was amazing, Lin Fei did not think much of it and directly broke it with force. We can't block it anymore. He's a demon? Inside the Mountain Gate formation, the elders died one after another. Lin Fei was like a demon, rampaging in the Mountain Gate formation and killing everyone. Blood flowed like a river, and no one could withstand the power of his punch. Break. Lin Fei stepped on the center of the array formation and a terrifying ancient power spread out. Boom boom boom, the powerful Mountain Gate formation collapsed at that moment. Cough cough cough, 9 Heavens Celestial Emperor who was in the center was sent flying by the terrifying power. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched the huge Mountain Gate formation being broken. The Mountain Gate formation left by our ancestor has been broken just like that. Kill. As soon as the Mountain Gate formation was broken, 70 to 80 powerful cultivators outside rushed in. 9 Heavens Celestial Emperor, after tonight, the Black Heaven sect will cease to exist. Lin Fei strode forward and grabbed the 9 Heavens Celestial Emperor by the neck and lifted him up. If you guys did not go against me, everyone would be fine. Unfortunately, you can only blame yourselves for being too confident. No, Lin Fei grabbed lightly, and the 9 Heavens Celestial Emperor was crushed into a pile of minced meat. The difference in power between the two was too great, and it was a one-sided battle. An hour later, the upper echelon elders of the Black Heaven sect were all killed. As for the disciples, when they saw the elders killed and the deputy sect leader dead, they knew that the situation was hopeless, so they surrendered and spared their lives. The 6 sect leaders and the elders behind them sighed. The huge Black Heaven sect was destroyed in less than an hour, and all the upper echelon elders were killed. From then on, the Black Heaven sect no longer existed in the great metropolis realm. When they saw the Black Heaven sect disciples as well as the herbs and immortal beasts left behind, they were relieved. Especially when they saw the black figure Lin Fei, they no longer had any thoughts. Who asked you to offend Lin Fei? Leave a few immortal emperors to guard the place. The rest follow me. Lin Fei was not worried that they would be greedy, so he led them to immortal Emperor Ming Xian's sect. The three sects had to be dealt with before daybreak. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. First it was Black Heaven sect, then the other two sections. They were all removed from the Great Metropolis realm, and now the three sects no longer existed in the Great Metropolis realm. When Lin Fei attacked, even though the two sects had many experts, they weren't enough for him to kill. The upper echelon elders were easy to deal with, and the disciples all chose to surrender. As for the fanatics, no one would hold back. They were destroyed one by one. When dawn arrived, the three sects were removed from the list. This news spread right away. The entire Great Metropolis realm was in an uproar. Demon Lin was indeed Demon Lin. The day before he came to ruin their plans, and at night he brought people to take revenge, wiping out the three sections. After the six sects were involved, they all knew that. After losing their sect leader and some elders, the three sects became toothless tigers. It was no wonder that they would attack. Even they were tempted. The three sects were wiped out, and all the factions, big and small, shut their doors and ordered their disciples not to go out. They didn't want to be involved in such a huge matter. Lin Fei, I wanted to ally with the three sects, but he beat me to it and wiped them all out. Cough cough cough. In a secret room. Duanyun's celestial emperor's face was ashen white, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After hearing the news, he spat out another mouthful of blood. During the battle at Holy Heaven Academy, Duanyun's celestial emperor was heavily injured, and his treasures and top celestial pills were stolen. Along the way he was ambushed by the enemy and he fought bravely, barely keeping his life. Duanyun's celestial emperor had already cursed all 18 generations of Lin Fei's ancestors. Killing with a borrowed knife was done to perfection, and he was nearly finished. Before Duanyun's celestial emperor could recover, Lin Fei made a huge move, wiping out the three sects in one go and even pulling the six sects in. In the eyes of outsiders, it wasn't Lin Fei who did it alone. Duanyun's celestial emperor was clear that this was definitely Lin Fei's doing. This person was unbelievably cruel. Sect leader, then what should we do now? Just open the mountain gate formation. Duanyun's celestial emperor said, no matter how bold Lin Fei is, he wouldn't dare to attack us. But even so, the elder was still panicking. Duanyun's celestial emperor sent the elder away. I still underestimated Lin Fei's means, and his strength is also slightly higher than mine. Looks like I have to inform Master and ask him to arrange a few senior and junior brothers to come over, or else I can't do it alone. In Great Metropolis World, some rogue celestial emperors also heard the news. Apart from shock, there was more shock. After a few days, another piece of news came out. A piece of news targeted at rogue celestial emperor. The current dean of Holy Heaven Academy, Lin Fei, sent out a message, inviting rogue celestial emperor to be a guest. This made many people feel incredulous. Was Demon Lin planning to attack rogue celestial emperor? Rogue celestial emperor's circle was also filled with shock and anger. Because Lin Fei gave them a deadline of 1 month, after which he would take the initiative to be a guest. This was clearly not taking them seriously. This made rogue celestial emperor lose face. Chapter 1246. Great Metropolis Heaven. On a black swamp. On the black swamp, corpses were everywhere. There was no lack of skeletons that were tens of thousands of yards long. After a long time they gave off a terrifying aura. This swamp had a very impressive name. Swamp of Death. Back then this place was once an ancient battlefield. It was said to be an ancient battlefield, but there were no treasures left behind. Apart from endless skeletons, there were rumors that the treasures were taken away. There were also rumors that the ancient battlefield was actually a small battlefield back then. Whether it was true or false, no one knew for now. On this swamp, a powerful immortal emperor lived, and he made the Swamp of Death his territory. Outsiders would die if they stepped in. On this day, on the Swamp of Death, 3 powerful auras descended. On the swamp, giant beasts of death grew their black heads out from the rotting mud and tried to capture their prey in the sky. Light exploded, and the heads of the giant beasts of death exploded. Fresh blood flowed everywhere. Old ghost, if you don't want all your beasts to die, put them away quickly. A hoarse voice reverberated throughout the Swamp of Death. The beasts of death crawled back into the Swamp of Death. Peace returned to the Swamp of Death. How arrogant! The beasts returned and bubbles popped up from the Swamp of Death. A gray-robed elder with an ice-cold body came out from the swamp of death. He stood on the swamp of death and looked at them coldly. Old Ghost Yudu, an old friend is here, but you don't have to pull a long face. This gray-robed elder's Dao title was Yudu Devil Emperor. He was the master of the swamp of death. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then scram. I have no time to accompany you. Yudu Devil Emperor said coldly, even though that person was a friend of many years. Old Ghost, you are still the same. No wonder you can't come out from the swamp of death alone. The person opposite him was a black-robed elder with thick brows and big eyes. His Dao title was Devil Emperor Chu Feng. The two behind him were also Devil Emperors. Their reputations weren't as great as Yudu Devil Emperors. They could be said to be their seniors. Old Ghost, I'm actually here to tell you something in case you lose your life carelessly. Devil Emperor Chu Feng said. Do you know that the 3 big sects have been wiped out? That brat from the Holy Heaven Academy let out some ruthless words, asking us seniors to be his guests. Otherwise he will personally pay a visit and have a talk with us. If that's all, you can leave now. Yudu Devil Emperor said, if Lin Fei really comes to find us in this swamp of death, I'm the heaven. Even if he's a dragon, he has to lie down. This old ghost, his temper is still so bad. Devil Emperor Chu Feng shook his head. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you are in trouble in the future. Let's go. The 3 silhouettes broke through the sky and left. Humph humph, Devil Emperor Chu Feng, you want to pull me into your group? Nice try. Yudu Devil Emperor sneered. Isn't it just a Lin Fei? He's not even a world lord. Does he really think he's the #1 person in the great metropolis heavens? It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he does, I'll definitely make that brat suffer the consequences. Gulp, 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 peace returned to the swamp. Brother Chu, what do we do now? Devil Emperor Chu Feng waved his hand. No matter, there are many rogue immortal emperors and devil emperors in the great metropolis heavens. If Lin Fei wants to take the lead, he has to ask us first. Originally, old Ghost Yudu was willing to come out, which greatly increased our power. Now, it looks like we should find other immortal emperors and devil emperors. We have to stop Lin Fei. Ever since the news of Lin Fei inviting immortal emperors and devil emperors to be guests spread, the entire great metropolis heavens was in shock. The 3 big sects were wiped out and a large amount of wealth was divided. Lin Fei came with great momentum, so many people didn't dare to doubt Lin Fei's words. However, his words were like a huge wave among the rogue immortal emperors. They didn't care about the affairs of the world and focused on cultivating to prepare for the tribulation. Now that a rising star had said that he wanted them to be guests, how could the immortal emperors and devil emperors sit still? Devil Emperor Chu Feng was one of them. At the same time, Devil Emperor Chu Feng was one of the good friends of Black Heaven Sect's Immortal Emperor Shen Sect. He had gone out to purchase materials a few days ago and didn't know about this. When he returned, there was a huge change. Therefore, Devil Emperor Chu Feng gathered a few like-minded people to make Lin Fei feel better. Didn't Lin Fei want everyone to be guests? Let's see who will go in a month. Let's see what he'll do then. If he really dares to make a move on the Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors, it'll be interesting. Devil Emperor Chu Feng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. After the 3 big sects were wiped out, Holy Heaven Academy would have to be curried favor again. This was no longer something that Lin Fei needed to worry about. After releasing the news, Lin Fei first found a time to break open the black bead and kill the Dao imprint in it. He refined it completely, turning it into an ownerless object, and handed it to Saint 33. Lin Fei really didn't care for such a defensive treasure. After knowing its effects, Saint 33 couldn't bear to part with it. It was a peak-grade immortal artifact that was personally refined by a few almighty beings. With this peak-grade immortal artifact, Saint 33's combat power had increased significantly. After that, Lin Fei divided the wealth. He ate the meat while the others drank the soup. Everyone was happy and let out all kinds of rumors to smear the 3 big sections. Lin Fei was very happy. At the very least, they had done something good. The sky-cracking gate didn't move, which surprised Lin Fei. Duanyun Immortal Emperor wasn't an idiot, he knew how to endure. The more it was like this, the more unhappy Lin Fei was. For the time being, he could still make a move and let him be free for a period of time. Outside, Lin Fei waited for the Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors to come to visit. As time passed, there wasn't much time left in the month. None of the Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors who were cultivating in Great Metropolis Heaven appeared, and no one came to visit. A bunch of old fools. I gave you face but you don't want it. Don't blame me then. On the invincible peak, Lin Fei sneered. Until the last day, Not a single immortal emperor or devil emperor came to visit. Lin Fei's words were like a fart. No one cared about it. The people outside were all watching. Many people had guessed this result. Even though Lin Fei had been in the limelight recently, no one would care about Lin Fei since he hadn't become an emperor yet. If you don't come, I'll go and find you. A month later, many people saw a figure walking out of the Holy Heaven Academy. He took a step and traveled billions of miles. In a few steps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. He's going to make a move. Demon Lin is going to make a move himself. Quick, follow him. The shocking battle is about to begin. Will the east wind suppress the west wind, or will the west wind suppress the east wind? I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1247. In the void. Lin Fei strode toward the south. During this month, Lin Fei did not idle around. He asked for help from the sect to collect information on immortal emperors and demon emperors. After a month, he already had a list in his hands. Demon Emperor Kilo, mid-stage first step immortal emperor. This was the first demon emperor that Lin Fei wanted to find. Not long after, Lin Fei appeared in a dangerous place filled with thick fog. He opened his mouth and blew away the terrifying poisonous fog, revealing a sinkhole in the depths. Demon Emperor Kilo lived in this sinkhole. Demon Emperor Kilo, I'm here to pay a visit. Please come out. Boom, boom. A deafening sound rumbled and exploded. The whole sinkhole shook. Who's causing trouble? A thin figure flew out of the sinkhole. It was Demon Emperor Kilo. Without saying a word, he took out a black gourd and spat out black fog. As soon as the black mist appeared, even the void was corroded. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? After being hit by my bone-dissolving black fog, no matter how strong your body is, it's useless. I can borrow your name to display my power. Blame yourself for finding me. Holding the gourd, Demon Emperor Kilo revealed a proud expression. Everyone in the great metropolis world knew about the news that Lin Fei had spread. How could Demon Emperor Kilo not know about it? In fact, he did not take Lin Fei seriously. A rising star would not believe it if he did not see it with his own eyes. Demon Emperor Kilo, is this the reason why you didn't come? Lin Fei leisurely walked out of the black fog. He shook his head lightly and struck a palm at Demon Emperor Kilo. If that's the case, you're not qualified to put on airs. Demon Emperor Kilo was very confident in his treasure. But when Lin Fei walked out, his expression changed drastically. How could his opponent's body be so strong? Bang! This palm swept across like a monstrous flood, crashing into Demon Emperor Kilo's body. Demon Emperor Kilo's tyrannical body encountered great terror, and his entire body was sent flying hundreds of millions of miles. Pervert! After sending Demon Emperor Quile flying with a palm strike, Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared in the sky above Demon Emperor Quile. Then he stomped down on Demon Emperor Quile. Boom, boom, boom. Within the bottomless pit, Demon Emperor Kilo's miserable screams could be heard. This emperor admits defeat. Don't hit me anymore, my immortal armor is about to break. Demon Lin is indeed a pervert. I didn't expect Demon Emperor Kilo to lose so miserably. Those who had caught up heard Demon Emperor Kilo's miserable cries before they even arrived. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A demon emperor had been dealt with so quickly. Was Demon Lin really going to visit them one by one? That was a huge sum of money. If that was the case, then from today onwards, Demon Lin would be the #1 person in the great metropolis heaven and no one would be able to compare to him. Southern region. Beside a large azure lake. There were a few immortal emperors sitting together. I heard that Lin Fei went out personally. I wonder who he will look for first. An old woman said expressionlessly. They won't come looking for us anyway. A middle-aged man sneered. If they come looking for us, with just the few of us, he won't be able to return. We, the 5 emperors of Luo Water, are not just for show. If Lin Fei dares to come, we will really defeat him and let him know the power of the 5 emperors of Luo Water. Beside the lake, 5 people said disapprovingly. These 5 people were rogue cultivators. Back then, they had become sworn brothers and settled down beside the Luo Water Lake. They had opened up a sacred cultivation ground and had made quite a name for themselves in the great metropolis heaven. They had naturally heard the news that Lin Fei had released, but they didn't pay much attention to it. If the 5 of them joined forces, they could easily dominate the second step immortal emperors, unless they encountered a heaven-defying immortal emperor. With the 5 emperors of Luo Water here, I can save myself a lot of trouble. Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky. A black-robed man walked out. Who are you? How did you get in? The 5 emperors of Luo Water were shocked. Someone was able to avoid their divine senses and appear in the sacred ground silently. Their expressions instantly turned ugly. If the other party made a move on them, they would obviously be at a great disadvantage. I'm Lin Fei, the current dean of the Holy Heaven Academy. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Lin Fei introduced himself. The 5 emperors of Luo Water were shocked once again. So you're Lin Fei? They had heard of his name, but they had never seen him before. Compared to him, he was ridiculously young. Since everyone knows my name, then it's fine. I won't waste any more words. I believe you all know why I'm here. Lin Fei said indifferently, the 5 of you come at me together. Let me witness the power of the 5 emperors of Luo Water. The 5 emperors of Luo Water were not ordinary people. They knew why Lin Fei came looking for them. Great, we also want to experience fellow Taoist Lin's power. The old lady was the first to speak. She opened her mouth and spat out a snow lotus. The snow lotus landed on Lin Fei and froze the spacetime of this area, making it impossible for him to move. Do it, the old lady said. The other 4 celestial emperors attacked one after another. The 5 emperors of Luo Water had great teamwork. Among them, the old lady had comprehended the spacetime Tao and could freeze spacetime. She had a great advantage and many people had fallen because of this. After the old lady froze spacetime, the other 4 attacked immediately. Terrifying emperor might filled the air. Their divine abilities were like the sun and the moon, shaking the heavens and earth. They wanted to completely defeat Lin Fei. Not bad spacetime power, but it's a pity that it's still too weak. The snow lotus above her head spun rapidly. It was sent flying by a punch. Lin Fei walked out from it, waving his hand to summon a flood of energy that blocked all the attacks. He had already appeared in front of the old woman and tapped out with a finger. The old woman was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The remaining 4 celestial emperors were shocked. Lin Fei easily blocked their attacks. His battle prowess far exceeded their imagination. It was unbelievable. All of you lie down too. The sword in Lin Fei's hand slashed out, slicing through their waists. The 4 immortal emperors coughed out blood at the same time, losing all color in their eyes. The sharp aura left a ghastly crack on their immortal armor. We lost. At this time Lin Fei had already turned and left. The 5 emperors of Luo Water had never been defeated so thoroughly before. But in front of Lin Fei they knew how quickly they were defeated. Before they didn't take Lin Fei seriously. Only now did they know how terrifying he was. He could kill them with just a thought. Even though they were wearing immortal armor, they couldn't block Lin Fei's killing intent. Not long after, the news of the 5 emperors' defeat spread, causing another huge uproar. Lin Fei headed south. He went to visit all the devil emperors and immortal emperors. To Lin Fei it was a visit. But in the eyes of others, Lin Fei was beating them up one by one. The cultivating immortal emperors and devil emperors kept scolding Lin Fei for not knowing what was good for him, but no one was willing to take revenge. At first, it was the first step immortal emperor who was defeated. Not long after, the news of the second step immortal emperor old monsters being defeated spread out. Everyone's nerves had become thick. He was really going to sweep the entire great metropolis heaven. From the south to the north and then to the west. No one could stop Lin Fei's footsteps. Everyone who came knocking on his door was defeated without exception. Only then did they realize that there was always someone better out there. They had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Lin Fei's influence also reached a peak. Such a feat was almost 1 in a million for someone who hadn't become an emperor yet. Back then there were some geniuses in this world, but they weren't as terrifying and heaven-defying as Lin Fei. Yudu Devil Emperor, rumored to be a third-step Devil Emperor, a true big shot. I wonder how strong he is. On this day Lin Fei appeared outside Death Swamp. Along the way, almost no one could force Lin Fei to use his full strength, so he had already lost interest. This third-step Devil Emperor made Lin Fei look forward to it. It was rumored that this was an old Devil Emperor that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Dao friend Lin, since you're here, why don't you come in and take a seat? On Death Swamp. Gurgling sounds could be heard. After that, a huge, lifelike face appeared above the Death Swamp and spoke to Lin Fei. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared above Death Swamp. The face on the swamp opened its mouth to bite at Lin Fei, and the entire sky was under the face. Go down. Lin Fei raised his hand and pressed down. A huge palm no smaller than the face appeared in the sky. The palm pressed down on the opponent's face, and the huge Death Swamp instantly tumbled non-stop. Not bad, it can withstand 70% of my power. Lin Fei rushed down and a huge pit appeared above Death Swamp. It was forcefully squeezed out, and a black palace appeared 100,000 yards below the surface. It was filled with a deathly aura. No wonder you could sweep through everyone, no wonder their skills are inferior. On the palace, a gray-robed elder appeared. It was Yudu Devil Emperor. The black face on the swamp was one of his divine arts. Even though it was just a face, it could swallow a strong practitioner at the peak of second step Immortal Emperor in one gulp and kill him directly. Otherwise, Devil Emperor Chu Feng wouldn't have come looking for him. "You're flattering me," Lin Fei said. What hadn't Yudu Devil Emperor seen before? There were also a few heaven-defying immortal emperors that died in his hands. It could be said that it was unprecedented for him to sweep through everyone as an immortal emperor. This made him interested. "I've cultivated for a long time, and it's hard for me to be interested in anything in this world. Today I'm interested in you. I wonder how big of a surprise you can bring me." Whoosh! Yudu Devil Emperor transformed into black water and rushed up. This was a divine art. Undying divine art. The black water merged and a huge black iron rod smashed down from the sky. The ferocious power smashed onto Lin Fei's corporeal body, forcing him to take a step back. What powerful power! After cultivating the body of chaos, Lin Fei was protected by the power of chaos. This rod of Yudu Devil Emperor didn't cause too much damage to Lin Fei. To be able to force Lin Fei to take a step back, this Yudu Devil Emperor was very impressive. For the time being, there was really no one who could do this. Chapter 1248. Lin Fei took the initiative to attack and swept away all the Devil Emperors and Immortal Emperors along the way. He covered all the big and small things in Great Metropolis Heaven, and everyone paid attention to him. When Devil Lin found the legendary Yudu Devil Emperor, the legendary Third Step Devil Emperor, it caused an uproar. All kinds of mocking and ridicule came continuously. No one was optimistic about Devil Lin. In Great Metropolis Heaven, Devil Lin's battle power was unparalleled, and he suppressed the Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors. Who was Yudu Devil Emperor? The legendary Third Step Devil Emperor's power was unfathomable. He cultivated the undying god's pain. Back then, a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor tried to take him as a follower, but he didn't succeed. His name spread throughout the worlds. Ever since that battle, no one dared to find Yudu Devil Emperor. The chances of Devil Lin finding Yudu Devil Emperor weren't high. It was a pity that they didn't dare to chase after him to take a look. Yudu Devil Emperor's Swamp of Death was a terrifying existence in Great Metropolis Heaven. Whoever went would die. While the outside world was guessing, underground palace. Lin Fei was fighting Yudu Devil Emperor. Yudu Devil Emperor showed enough respect and showed his full power as a Third Step Devil Emperor. He didn't hide anything and went all out. Bang 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 bang, a huge iron rod would sometimes transform into a black current, sometimes as fierce as a tiger and sometimes as soft as water. With a thought, it would burst forth with terrifying power. This power was enough to kill immortal emperors below Third Step Devil Emperor. Normal Third Step Devil Emperors might not be able to handle it. Lin Fei, who was wearing a black robe, had 6 arms that were like rainbows that smashed onto the iron rod. The void behind them shattered. As expected of my fierce reputation. Now try my secret technique rod skills. The older Yudu Devil Emperor got, the more shocked he was. Ever since that battle back then, he had displayed his divine might and escaped from a heaven-defying immortal emperor. His name had spread throughout the worlds, and he had comprehended the undying divine art. Unless it was a heaven-defying immortal emperor of a Fourth Step Devil Emperor, normal immortal emperors wouldn't be able to kill him. After cultivating for thousands of years, Yudu Devil Emperor's power had increased again. Normal Third Step Devil Emperors would be defeated in 3 moves. This was the confidence that belonged to Yudu Devil Emperor. Yudu Devil Emperor had naturally heard of the name Lin Fei before. The Heaven Devil Emperor of First Step Devil Emperor had died in the hands of this young man, but he didn't care. Even when Immortal Emperor Chu Feng personally invited him, he didn't give him any face. After exchanging blows, Yudu Devil Emperor finally realized how powerful Lin Fei was. His physical body was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, if he wasn't a Third Step Demon Emperor, the force of the slap on the iron rod would have bounced back and sent it flying. Boom boom boom, Yudu Devil Emperor's aura rose again. Ordinary methods could not do anything to Lin Fei. He had no choice but to use a secret technique. Huan hua, like the sound of flowing water, it rushed up, black shadows densely packed. Fellow Taoist Lin, if you can block this old man's secret technique, this old man admits that he is inferior to you. Behind him, a cold wind assaulted him. Another gust of cold wind came from the left. Gusts of cold wind surged towards Lin Fei. What a powerful secret technique. The cold wind blew across his skin, causing his skin to crack like silk. It's nothing to block your secret technique, divine art. Lin Fei was full of heroism. He retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms and stood with his hands behind his back. I'll stand still and witness Senior's secret technique, divine art. You are too arrogant, you are destined to regret it. Yudu Devil Emperor's voice came from all directions. Body of chaos. Faint ripples came from Lin Fei's body. Bang 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 bang, gusts of cold wind that were like 10,000 mountains smashed onto Lin Fei's unyielding body. Over 100 cold wind attacks. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's body. This divine art secret technique is indeed very strong. As expected of a strong practitioner of the older generation in Great Metropolis world. He probably occupies a position among the 3rd step demon emperors. Lin Fei thought to himself, the body of chaos is ridiculously strong. My corporeal body is as sturdy as a mountain, it doesn't move an inch. Whoosh, black shadows and cold wind surged towards Lin Fei continuously. The entire process lasted for over 10 breaths. Whoosh, the black shadows dispersed, and Yudu Devil Emperor let out a light sigh. He said helplessly, I'm not your match. I didn't expect a heaven-defying immortal emperor like you to appear in Great Metropolis world. When you succeed, you will be a heaven-defying immortal emperor. Disappointment. Yudu Devil Emperor had been famous for a long time. He had used all his divine arts and secret techniques, but he was still helpless against Lin Fei. He was convinced of his loss. To be able to admit his failure, Lin Fei's impression of Yudu Devil Emperor became much better. Standing in this position, there weren't many who could be so upright. I admit it. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, I'm not confident in dealing with your undying divine art. Yudu Devil Emperor was most proud of comprehending the undying divine art. Back then, heaven-defying Devil Emperor couldn't do anything to Yudu Devil Emperor because of the undying divine art. I want to know if you have cultivated the body of chaos. Yudu Devil Emperor's eyes were like torches as he stared at Lin Fei. He wanted to know urgently. And that's right, I have indeed cultivated the body of chaos. Lin Fei thought to himself. Yudu Devil Emperor's knowledge wasn't bad, and he could even recognize the body of chaos. It is indeed the body of chaos, no wonder my secret technique is useless against you. Yudu Devil Emperor sighed. Back then the body of chaos appeared and fought against the heroes. Never did I expect the body of chaos to appear again. What an eye-opener. I admit my defeat in this battle. Dao friend Lin, if you don't mind my old age, I'm willing to run around for you. In Great Metropolis world, as long as I say the word, those people will have to give me face. Everyone knew about the body of chaos. The cultivation of the body of chaos was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was already not bad to be able to cultivate a part of it, much less the entire corporeal body. There was such a good thing. Lin Fei naturally accepted Yudu Devil Emperor's good intentions without hesitation. Old ghost, come out quickly. In Great Metropolis world, a loud voice came from a dark space filled with the chirping of birds and fragrance of flowers. It startled all kinds of immortal birds and beasts and they flew everywhere. God damn it, old ghost Yudu, you are here to cause trouble again. In the distance, a stream of light came over and a scolding voice came from it. Not long later, an elder that had gone through the vicissitudes of life appeared. Old ghost Yudu, why didn't you stay at your place and came over to my place? You want to freeload again? Why did you bring a young person? You know my rules. Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian was precisely this elder. He scolded, but he was curious. This good friend of Yudu Devil Emperor didn't take in disciples and was alone. When would he bring someone over? It was rather inconceivable. Old ghost, your temper is still so bad. Isn't it just one person? Yudu Devil Emperor said unhappily. He isn't an ordinary person. Not long ago this emperor lost to him, and I couldn't even break his corporeal body. Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian stared with his eyes wide open, and he sized up this young man. Are you joking? Lin Fei introduced himself. Senior Zheng, I'm Lin Fei, the Dean of Holy Heaven Academy. You are the devil Lin that caused a commotion outside? You are indeed young. Whoosh. Chapter 1249. P.S. Sorry, last month's promise has disappointed everyone. Last month, there were a total of 130 votes, and the monthly votes added up to 57. In other words, we owe 14 chapters. Including the reward of 10,000 coins and 3 chapters, we owe a total of 17 chapters. This month, Xiaoke will pay them all back one by one, so don't worry. Today is Valentine's Day. I wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. Brother Chu, It's not impossible to deal with Lin Fei. You know how I am. It's impossible for me to deal with Lin Fei with just a few words. This emperor is a third-step demon emperor. As long as you take out enough things, this emperor will help you deal with Lin Fei without hesitation. Corpses and bones were everywhere on the mountain of white bones. On the White Bone Mountain, there was an eye-catching white bone palace. This was a demon emperor palace. A ferocious demon emperor, Bone Emperor, lived here. He was a third-step demon emperor. In the vast greater heaven world, there were only a handful of third-step demon emperors and third-step immortal emperors. Bone Emperor was one of them, and it was rumored that he was preparing for a fourth-step demon emperor. This step was too difficult. Even though there were safety precautions, no one dared to undergo the tribulation. He had no confidence. Devil Emperor Chu Feng visited many immortal emperors and formed a temporary alliance to stop Lin Fei's ambitions. Although he had gathered many immortal emperors and devil emperors, he still lacked a powerful one. Previously, Devil Emperor Chu Feng had taken a liking to the Hades Devil Emperor and tried to invite him out, but he was rejected. Devil Emperor Chu Feng was very unhappy. Thus he found the Bone Emperor. Senior Gu, how can we possibly take out the things that you've taken a fancy to? Devil Emperor Chu Feng was very clear about Bone Emperor's character. He was an unscrupulous person. As long as he paid the price, he would do anything. Among the third-step realm, his reputation was not good and he was quite hated. However, the Bone Emperor was powerful. He was a third-step demon emperor. He did not go out much and lived a carefree life. Bone Emperor was dressed in a black robe. His entire body was covered by a cloak, and his face could not be seen clearly. Upon closer inspection, one could still see that the black robe was empty, as if it would be blown away by a gust of wind. Jejing, if you don't have anything good, then you better scram. The Bone Emperor had heard of Lin Fei. He was a rising star and was very ferocious. Recently he had made all kinds of big moves. It was impossible not to know about him. Many famous immortal emperors were defeated by him. Of course, in the eyes of the Bone Emperor, what that brat did was nothing more than a small matter. Really, it was nothing. Senior Gu, listen to me. Devil Emperor Chu Feng hurriedly said, we don't have anything on us, but Lin Fei has something good on him. I heard that Senior Gu is about to cross the tribulation and become a fourth-step Devil Emperor. Everyone knows that this step is very dangerous. One wrong step and all the other steps will be wrong. What if Senior Gu obtains a powerful physical cultivation technique? Very good, you've successfully piqued my interest. That's right, it was just an interest. 3,000 years ago, the Bone Emperor was ready. He had not gone through the tribulation to become a great emperor, so he was not confident. When Devil Emperor Chu Feng heard this, he knew that there was hope. He hurriedly explained Lin Fei's situation, emphasizing his physical body. Everyone in the great celestial realm knew that Lin Fei had a powerful physical body. This fleshly body was terrifyingly powerful. It was unknown how many people had been defeated by this body. If it's really as powerful as it is said to be, this emperor will go and get it back to study. Bone Emperor thought to himself, this emperor was born with a powerful body, but unfortunately it has a flaw. The lightning tribulation of a fourth-step Devil Emperor can destroy the heavens and earth, a total of 9,999 bolts. If Lin Fei's cultivation technique is really that heaven-defying, this emperor's chances of crossing the tribulation will increase by 10%. Just in case, this emperor has to experience this cultivation technique no matter what. The Bone Emperor would not give up any opportunity to improve his tribulation. You've convinced this emperor. The Bone Emperor said indifferently, if it's not as heaven-defying as the legends say, you know the result. He casually glanced at them. With this glance, Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others immediately fell into an endless abyss, shrouded in death. A third-step Devil Emperor was truly terrifying. He was very strong, but Devil Emperor Chu Feng still couldn't withstand a glance from a third-step Devil Emperor. Senior Gu, you can rest assured. This junior can guarantee it with his head. Devil Emperor Chu Feng gritted his teeth and patted his chest to guarantee that Lin Fei's physical body cultivation technique was definitely a technique worth fighting. This emperor will personally make a trip. Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian pointed at him. It's really the same as what the Yudu Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei had already known about this move. On the way here he had heard the Yudu Devil Emperor mention it. He didn't dodge. Lin Fei allowed the other party to do as they pleased. He learned many secrets of the great celestial world from the Yudu Devil Emperor. For example, a third-step Immortal Emperor. In the great celestial world there were as many experts as there were clouds. Unfortunately, the Realm Master had fallen, and a large amount of wealth had been plundered. In addition, the experts had fallen, leading to the current situation. The Yudu Devil Emperor had once said that in the entire great celestial world, there was not a single fourth-step Devil Emperor. A third-step Devil Emperor was at most. At the mention of this, the Yudu Devil Emperor felt a wave of sorrow. A small world, it was indeed a small world. The other worlds had at least a fourth-step Immortal Emperor, but the great celestial world didn't have a single one. It was innately weak. There were also very few third-step Immortal Emperor realm experts. They either died of old age or forcefully transcended the tribulation. In the end, they failed at the last step and died under the lightning tribulation, or they were attacked by the heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. The Yudu Devil Emperor had said that as long as he displayed his strength, with his and the Jianghu Immortal Emperor's help, Lin Fei wouldn't have to do anything. Everything could be resolved. Clang. This finger landed on the heart of his brows. The sound of a bell exploded. That finger couldn't move an inch. What a strong corporeal body. No one dared to take the finger of the Jianghu Immortal Emperor head-on. Even the Yudu Devil Emperor didn't dare to. It contained an attack of the Great Tao. Defeated. The Yudu Devil Emperor laughed loudly. The Yudu Devil Emperor couldn't do anything to Lin Fei's chaotic body. Such a person was a headache for all the Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors. If his corporeal body was strong and his abilities were average, they wouldn't care. If they really wanted to deal with him, there were still ways. Unfortunately, not only was Lin Fei's corporeal body strong, but his power was also unfathomable. The Yudu Devil Emperor didn't know how to deal with such a person. Seeing his old friend defeated, the Yudu Devil Emperor was in a good mood. Again? The Jianghu Immortal Emperor's finger failed. Seeing his old friend's expression, he tried to be brave. I don't believe that a young man can be so strong. You must be lying. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Ah. The Jianghu Immortal Emperor glared at the Yudu Devil Emperor, and his aura rose. The aura of a third-step Immortal Emperor was no weaker than that of the Yudu Devil Emperor. He was another powerful third-step Immortal Emperor. Young man, once I attack, there is no chance for me to stop. Senior, feel free to attack. There is no need to hold back. Alright. One had to admit that as a third-step Immortal Emperor, the Jianghu Immortal Emperor's abilities weren't just for show. Powerful secret arts and divine arts were endless. His abilities had already reached the peak of the third-step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain, allowing the attack to land on his body. At the beginning, the Jianghu Immortal Emperor was aggressive. Back then, he was also a prodigy and had the pride of a prodigy. When had he seen a young man more arrogant than him? Even the Yudu Devil Emperor didn't dare to boast. He unleashed all his divine arts and secret arts without holding back. He planned to teach this youth a lesson, but he wouldn't really kill him. He still had to give face to Yudu Devil Emperor. As time passed, the Jianghu Immortal Emperor was stunned. With his strength, it was extremely easy for him to kill a third-step Immortal Emperor. Last time, when the third-step Immortal Emperor came to ask for the sacred medicine, he severely injured the other party in 3 moves. The other party was even wearing a top-grade immortal armor. That scene was still vivid in his mind. I have no choice but to admit defeat. After a series of attacks, Lin Fei didn't move at all. Ripples spread out from the other party's body and easily dissipated the attacks. The Jianghu Immortal Emperor was shocked beyond words. He stared with his eyes wide open and retracted his divine arts. He stared at Lin Fei from head to toe. Your corporeal body is too terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying defense in the world? Although I'm not a fourth-step Immortal Emperor, I believe my abilities can fight against one without losing. But you. Even though the Jianghu Immortal Emperor was a third-step Immortal Emperor, he couldn't help but be shocked in the face of such a situation. Hehe, now you know Dao Friend Lin's defense can't be broken unless it's a fourth-step strong practitioner. The Yudu Devil Emperor attacked. You won't be able to guess that Dao Friend Lin cultivates the incomparable immortal body, the body of chaos. The body of chaos. The Jianghu Immortal Emperor dragged out his voice. Everyone in the universe knew about the body of chaos, especially the immortal emperors and devil emperors. I admit defeat. After a long time, the Jianghu Immortal Emperor said with a serious expression, Dao Friend Lin, I shouldn't have asked this. If I don't ask, I won't be at ease. May I ask if you have any more Chaos Divine Stones? After saying that, he revealed an urgent expression. The Yudu Devil Emperor's eyes flashed. Old Ghost, are you thinking of? Lin Fei didn't answer in a hurry. No one knew the importance of the Chaos Divine Stones better than him. Back then, the Jianghu Devil Emperor emphasized that it couldn't be leaked. Looking at this fellow, the Jiangxian Immortal Emperor panicked and hurriedly explained, Dao friend Lin, I can guarantee that no one other than you and me will know about today's matter. I can even swear a heavenly Dao oath. The Yudu Devil Emperor took the initiative to say to Lin Fei, Dao friend Lin, I actually know about the old ghost. He probably wants to repair an Emperor Divine weapon in his hands. Repair an Emperor Divine weapon? That's right. The Yudu Devil Emperor and the Jiangxian Immortal Emperor often quarreled, but they knew each other's situation. To be able to cultivate the body of chaos he might be holding back. The Yudu Devil Emperor had to help his old friend no matter what, so he briefly explained the situation. It was actually very simple. The Emperor Divine weapon encountered great terror in a secret realm and was partially damaged, causing the power of the divine weapon to be reduced by 30%. If he wanted to completely repair it, he would need some special materials, and the Chaos Divine Stones were an important part of it. The Jiangxian Immortal Emperor wanted to buy the Chaos Divine Stones. An Emperor Divine weapon had a huge impact on one's abilities. Dao friend Lin, I don't need a lot, just half the size of a fist. I'm willing to use all kinds of materials to exchange for it, even if I have to go bankrupt. As long as it's in the great celestial world, we'll help you. The Jiangxian Immortal Emperor really needed the Chaos Divine Stones. They were priceless. Chapter 1250. On this day, a few uninvited guests arrived outside Holy Heaven Academy. Senior Gu, this place is the Elysium, and that kid Lin Fei is the dean of this place. He holds great authority in the academy, and he's already secretly hailed as the #1 power in the great metropolis world. Following the destruction of the 3 great sections, the influence of Sacred Heaven Academy was advancing at a rapid pace. Every day there would be a large number of genius disciples trying to become a disciple of the academy. Back then, the Holy Heaven Academy had been expanded by a great divine ability. Looking down from above, one could see a continuous chain of buildings and students flying in the sky. It was full of vitality. It does have some tricks up its sleeve. The person in the lead wore a white robe, and a monstrous aura of death gathered above his head like a black cloud. A cold aura of death instantly enveloped the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy as gales whistled. This white-robed man was the Bone Emperor whom Devil Emperor Chu Feng had spent a lot of time persuading. He was a third-step Devil Emperor and had a notorious reputation in the great metropolis world. Devil Emperor Chu Feng chimed in. It's rumored that there are all sorts of treasures in the academy. How can a person like Lin Fei possess such treasures? In my opinion, these treasures should belong to a peerless expert like Senior Bone. Yes. We think so too. The other immortal emperors and devil emperors agreed. Haha, I like those words. The Bone Monarch had been here before. Back then, the Saint Sky Immortal Emperor of the Academy was a powerful character, but the scale of the Academy was far from what it was now. With a casual glance, the Bone Emperor knew that the Holy Sky Academy had many good things. Devil Emperor Chu Feng's words were exactly what the Bone Emperor wanted. You've done a good thing. Devil Emperor Chu Feng was overjoyed. This is what I should do. Everyone knew that the Bone Emperor was not easy to serve. He was ruthless when he turned hostile, sinister, and cunning. He killed people like flies. In recent years he had curbed his infamy, but it had not been forgotten. Devil Monarch Chu Feng signaled to a Devil Monarch. That Devil Monarch was pleased and quickly walked out. The peerless expert Bone Emperor has personally arrived. People of the Divine Heaven Academy, why are you still not coming out? The Demon Emperor's voice resounded in the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy. Devil Emperor Chu Feng thought to himself, Lin Fei, I wonder what your expression will be like if I take over your lair. I'm really looking forward to it. In the great metropolis heavens, who didn't know of the news that Lin Fei had released? If his lair was captured, he would become the laughingstock of the world. It's the Bone Emperor. I've seen him before. This is too frightening. The Bone Emperor has actually appeared. Get out of here. Outside the academy, many of the factions dispersed. The Bone Emperor's ferocious reputation had been built up over a long period of time. He was 10,000 times more ferocious than Lin Fei. More importantly, he had been famous for a long time. The Bone Emperor's name was like a terrifying demon king that spread like the wind. In just a short while, the originally bustling entrance of the academy was completely empty. No one was willing to offend this terrifying demon king. Logically speaking, apart from immortal emperors, no one else could withstand the Bone Thearcha's aura. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Other than being astonished at the beginning, the disciples of the Elysium Academy returned to normal after that. They went back to whatever they were doing and no one stayed behind. Disapproving. truly disapproving. Was the Bone Emperor amazing? Ferocious reputation? These were of no interest to them at all. Which disciple of the academy hadn't seen a grand scene before? During the ceremony, the dean had gone on a killing spree. He had killed the high and mighty immortal emperors and demon emperors with a wave of his hand. His heroic spirit had shocked the world. They would never forget that scene. The disciples of the academy were fanatical. Another blind person has come to court death. Not far away, two disciples passed by. After taking a glance, they revealed disdainful expressions. Their companion nodded and said seriously, "That's right. He only dares to come when the dean isn't around. I heard that the Bone Emperor has a great reputation, but it seems like he's just a coward." The other person sneered. "Great reputation? What's the use? He's just a coward. When the dean comes, he'll probably be the first to run. This kind of person is the most promising." "That's right. I hate this kind of person the most." The two of them didn't hide anything. The high and mighty third-step demon emperors were like ordinary people in their eyes. Demon Emperor Chu Feng peeked at the Bone Emperor's expression. The latter was expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Those familiar with him knew that the Bone Emperor was enraged. The people of the Elysium Academy were too daring. They even dared to disregard the Bone Emperor? Even Demon Emperor Chu Feng didn't have the guts. Now there was no need for him to bewitch them. Just based on what he said earlier, the Elysium Academy would have to face the wrath of a third-step Demon Emperor. They asked for it. Demon Emperor Chu Feng was immensely proud. The Elysium Academy was finished. "I haven't refined blood in a long time." His words were filled with killing intent. The air instantly turned cold. Everyone, including Demon Emperor Chu Feng, had goosebumps as fears spread from the bottom of their hearts. The Bone Emperor walked forward. With a step, the void collapsed. "Senior Bone, you can't go any further. If you go any further, you'll be crossing the boundary. The Academy has the right to suppress you." Saint 33 walked out of the void and said to the Bone Emperor, "A first-step immortal emperor. You dare to suppress me?" The Bone Emperor swept his cold gaze across. A cold gleam shot out from his eyes. White bones were like mountains wailing for thousands of miles. A casual glance from him could kill a first-step or second-step immortal emperor. A first-step immortal emperor dared to stop him. He was simply courting death. It didn't matter if he killed such a person. "Senior Bone, you're old. It's better for you to leave." After taking another step, Saint 33's voice came from the front again. He stood in the sky with a slightly pale face. However, he had withstood a casual attack from a third-step Demon Emperor. He actually didn't die. Demon Emperor Chu Feng and the rest behind him also widened their eyes and kept saying that it was impossible. How could a first-step immortal emperor withstand a gaze attack from the Bone Emperor? This didn't make sense. Since when could a first-step immortal emperor be this strong? "So it's the immortal robe on you. It can actually withstand my attack. Good stuff." The Bone Emperor took a casual glance. His gaze landed on the immortal robe on the other party's body. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I like this immortal robe very much. From now on, it belongs to me." A bone spear pierced through the sky and pierced towards Saint 33. Facing this domineering attack, Saint 33's expression didn't change. He endured the immense pressure and said coldly, "How dare you cause trouble in the Elysium Academy? I don't care who you are. I'll suppress all of you." "Aha, you think you can suppress me? I should say that I'm going to suppress all of you today, including Lin Fei." The Bone Emperor laughed loudly. "Just a few people in the Academy? In the entire great metropolis world, apart from those few, who would dare to suppress him? You dare to act tough?" Boom! In the depths of the Elysium Academy, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. The bone spear instantly turned into dust. In the void, a giant finger covered with runes flew out. The color of the sky changed. The finger pressed down on the Bone Emperor's body. The Bone Emperor's expression changed drastically. "Impossible, impossible." Bang! Chapter 1251. An aura burst out from the depths of the Holy Sky Academy. The Bone Emperor, who was flaunting his prowess earlier, exploded with a single finger. With just one finger, the powerful third-step demon overlord exploded. The onlookers outside were stunned. No one could react in time. Everyone knew that the strongest person in the Holy Sky Academy was Lin Fei. His combat strength was unfathomable. Until now, no one knew what realm Lin Fei was at. Apart from Lin Fei, there were very few immortal emperors in the Holy Sky Academy. Since when did the Holy Sky Academy hide a powerful demon emperor? How could the ferocious demon emperor suppress the Holy Sky Academy just like that? Luckily, we weren't naive enough to think that the Holy Sky Academy would collapse at the first blow without Demon Lin. Demon Lin is too calculative. Who would know that there is a terrifying demon emperor hidden within the Holy Sky Academy? He is at least a third-step demon emperor and is several times stronger than the Bone Emperor. When we return, we must arrange for disciples to join the Holy Sky Academy. With such a hidden peerless demon emperor, the Holy Sky Academy will definitely be the overlord of the great metropolis world. Demon Emperor Chu Feng and the rest were all dumbfounded by this sudden scene. The Bone Emperor exploded? It was unbelievable. If it hadn't happened in front of them, they would have doubted if it was real. How could this be? Didn't the information say that the Holy Sky Academy only has 2 to 3 immortal emperors, and all of them are first-step immortal emperors? How could there be an expert who is at least a third-step demon emperor? Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't have another chance. These devil emperors and immortal emperors realized how terrifying this was. They cursed Lin Fei for being so shameless, hiding such a devil emperor and almost causing them to be crippled. We were tricked. After his flesh was pierced, the Bone the Arch reassembled his body. His face was filled with fear. He glared at Demon Emperor Chu Feng. Who could guarantee that the Holy Sky Academy didn't have any experts? Who could guarantee that the Holy Sky Academy would collapse at the first blow? Who could guarantee that the Holy Sky Academy didn't have any opponents? Devil Emperor Chu Feng felt a chill down his spine. He knew that this savage Devil Emperor bore a grudge against him. This was a matter of life and death. He said anxiously, "Senior Gu, listen to me? I really didn't know." The Bone Emperor didn't listen to him. He sent out a palm strike and a white bone mountain came crashing down. Devil Emperor Chu Feng's strength as a second-step Devil Emperor wasn't enough. He was instantly suppressed under the white bone mountain and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Why is my life so bitter? Demon Emperor Chu Feng's resentment was very deep. With this move, the huge finger jabbed out again. "Sir, let's talk things out. This emperor isn't targeting the Holy Heaven Academy on purpose." The Bone Emperor had only spoken halfway when the white bone mountains crumbled. Another finger poked his body. "This emperor is dead because of you." The powerful Bone Monarch's body exploded for the second time. This emperor was wrong. After the second reconstruction, the Bone Emperor used his divine ability to escape. He never dared to come to this nightmarish place again. It was truly terrifying. "He's here. You don't have to leave." The third time, the Bone the Arch was pierced through once again. This time, the powerful Bone the Arch didn't come back to life. The terrifying finger obliterated all vitality. The ancient Bone the Arch died just like that. Unimaginable. Quick, send the news back. The death of a third-step Devil Emperor was definitely shocking news. The Holy Heaven Academy was suspected to have a fourth-step Devil Emperor, or at least a third-step Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor Chu Feng shook off the white bone mountain. When he saw that the powerful Bone the Arch was pierced to death with 3 fingers, his scalp went numb and his body trembled. A third-step Devil Emperor died just like that. "You guys don't have to leave either." In the void, a huge hand reached out and covered the heaven and earth. Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the other immortal emperors and devil emperors all fell into the palm of the other party. "Junior brother is really amazing. You left behind such a great god." The Holy 33 had seen many big scenes, but they were still deeply shocked. The Bone the Arch, a third-step Devil Emperor, died just like that. Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others who were second-step Devil Emperors couldn't even block one move and were all captured. In the depths of the Holy Heaven Academy. "Master, you're so amazing," a young girl said in adoration. Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others who were showing off just now were trembling in someone's palm. With a flip of someone's hand, they fell out. "They are too weak." Although that was what he said, Devil Emperor Silence Earth was still very proud. "You will become an expert of this realm in the future. Let's build a good foundation." Devil Emperor Silence Earth said kindly. "Master, these fellows are too evil. They purposely came to cause trouble when my father wasn't around. They are simply too despicable. Why don't you kill them?" Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others had just come out. They were so scared that their limbs went soft. A terrifying aura enveloped them. When they heard that this girl wanted to kill them, they instantly broke out in cold sweat. "Don't kill us. We were wrong. It was Bone the Arch who forced us. We are all immortal emperors and devil emperors. As long as Senior doesn't kill us, we are willing to become your servants." In order to survive, they said that they wanted to become servants. Even Bone the Arch was dead, let alone them. Devil Emperor Silence Earth said, "They are all second-step Devil Emperors and can be used to guard the gate. Killing them would be letting them off too easily." With a single sentence, their fates were decided. As long as they didn't die. They all regretted it now. It was so good to be free and unfettered. Now they had become gatekeepers. Lin Fei didn't know about this. At this moment, Lin Fei was accompanied by Immortal Emperor Jing Xian and Yudu Devil Emperor. They went to visit a few third-step Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors. That day Lin Fei agreed to Immortal Emperor Jing Xian's request. Third-step Immortal Emperors were the older generation of Great Metropolis World. With their help he could save a lot of trouble. Lin Fei really didn't care about a small piece of Chaos Divine Stone. Of course Lin Fei didn't need anything. He gave it to Immortal Emperor Jing Xian, which surprised Immortal Emperor Jing Xian. He was very grateful. With his identity he couldn't do that. Immortal Emperor Jing Xian, Yudu Devil Emperor, how can I reject your invitation? In a dark space. Another Immortal Emperor accepted the invitation. Two third-step Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors came together, along with the mysterious Lin Fei. They didn't give him a chance to reject. Lin Fei didn't go to the second-step Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors. He went to find the third-step Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors. If they agreed, it was easy. If they rejected, Lin Fei's request was very simple. He wanted them to swear to Heaven Dao that they wouldn't lay a hand on Holy Heaven Academy. If they didn't swear, Lin Fei wouldn't be courteous and would just suppress them. Lin Fei didn't have any information on the older generation of Great Metropolis World. With the help of Immortal Emperor Jing Xian and Yudu Devil Emperor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. In less than 3 months, the top-notch Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors all fell into Lin Fei's control. Half a year later, shocking news came from Holy Heaven Academy. Third-step Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors, ancient existences, took the initiative to join Holy Heaven Academy and become guest elders of the Academy. Once the news came out, it shook Great Metropolis World again. Holy Heaven Academy's overall strength soared and became the #1 power in Great Metropolis World. Everyone knew that such a day would come. The time was too short and it was beyond their imagination. They couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's methods. With the ancient existences joining them, no one would be able to shake their position. Holy Heaven Academy would become a terrifying existence. Among them, the most terrifying one was Lin Fei. Other than the Heaven-cracking sect, the rest of the 6 sects took the initiative to congratulate Holy Heaven Academy. Now we can finally heave a sigh of relief. On Invincible Peak, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Outsiders will always be outsiders. I still have to nurture a batch of experts. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. No one knew what he meant. With the help of the third-step Devil Emperors and the chaotic reincarnation formation, Holy Heaven Academy wouldn't have to worry about anything for a short period of time. Anyone who dared to attack Holy Heaven Academy would have to think twice. Heaven-cracking sect. It was once the #1 sect in Great Metropolis World. Now that they had fallen from the top, the sect's influence had shrunk, and they had given up a lot of territory. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They seemed desolate. A beauty in her twilight years. No one would have expected that the once mighty heaven-cracking sect would lose so much in such a short period of time. The sects that were on good terms with them had started to drift apart. Currently, the heaven-cracking sect was cold and cheerless. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor, the Immortal Emperor of the Tongtian sect, said 2 unexpected words in one breath. He really didn't expect Lin Fei to be so generous. He really didn't expect Lin Fei to have the ability to form such a powerful force. Even though this power was nothing in the face of the Tongtian Gate, it could at most raise its strength by a significant margin. Sect leader, what should we do now? According to Demon Lin's personality, he'll definitely attack our sky-cracking sect after he gathers all these forces. The elders didn't have such a good attitude. They couldn't bear to see the rise of Holy Heaven Academy. It was as disgusting as eating a fly. Calm down. Duanyun Immortal Emperor stood up, dissatisfied with these elders. No matter how powerful Holy Heaven Academy is, it is still limited. It won't be able to achieve anything great. You should know that Heaven-cracking sect has the Heaven-cracking sect behind it. That is enough. After saying that, he turned around and left. Lin Fei's force is getting bigger and bigger. I have underestimated him. Duanyun Immortal Emperor underestimated Lin Fei's ability. There are still a few years before the battle of the Sector Lords. I can't let Lin Fei have it so easy. Duanyun Immortal Emperor thought. I should go and find them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He really needed to take action. On the world bridge. A figure walked over and disappeared at the end of the world bridge. That person, why does he look so familiar? Not long after, another person appeared on the world bridge. He looked at the figure in the distance and blinked. He looks like Duanyun Immortal Emperor? Lin Fei was curious. This guy didn't stay in the sect and came out instead. Did he go to get reinforcements? Forget it. I don't care if he is reinforcements or not. I'll just go and do my own things. Lin Fei had a lot of things to do on this trip. If not for that, he would have been interested in following them to take a look and get rid of that fellow. Even if he died, he wouldn't know who did it. Wow. Chapter 1252. The information I collected is not accurate. I have to make a trip to the Tianyun Tower. They will have the corresponding information. In a desperate situation, a stream of light came out from the abyss. Looking at the abyss below, he shook his head gently. Lin Fei was not satisfied. Only then did he realize that the information he had collected was far from what he had imagined. Ancient mutated beasts are really hard to find. He couldn't help but think of the demon snake he had killed in the abyss. That demon snake was very strong at the Immortal King level. It was terrifyingly powerful, but it was still not satisfied with Lin Fei's words. Tianyun Tower. It existed in every world. Its power was unimaginably terrifying. After coming out of the abyss, Lin Fei went all the way to the Tianyun Tower. This time, Lin Fei's purpose was very simple. He wanted to hatch some powerful mutated beast. The current him couldn't be compared to the past. His target was at least ancient mutated beasts. Others might not be able to cultivate powerful immortal beasts in a short period of time. Lin Fei was different. After inheriting everything from the insect queen, Lin Fei would be able to cultivate a group of loyal and devoted warriors. The grade had become incomparably important. Only ancient mutated beasts could unleash their strongest strength. Unfortunately, after coming out, he didn't encounter any ancient mutated beasts according to the information. After a long time, it was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Fei put on his cloak and walked into the Tianyun Tower. This wasn't the first time he came to the Tianyun Tower. Every time he came, Lin Fei was still shocked by the terrifying power of the Tianyun Tower. It could open a branch in the universe. Fellow Taoist, do you need any service? Lin Fei covered himself with his cloak in ancient divine power. His every move released a majestic aura. As soon as he entered, people immediately noticed that he was extraordinary and took the initiative to greet him. I want information about ancient mutated beasts. The price is not a problem. After destroying the 3 major sects, Lin Fei's net worth was high and he was full of confidence. A big customer. The person was quite excited. Sir, this way please. The information about ancient mutated beasts will definitely satisfy you. As long as this customer was satisfied, it would definitely be a big business. Not long after, Lin Fei came out of the Tianyun Tower with satisfaction. As expected of the Tianyun Tower. As long as you can pay the price, you can buy anything. It's a pity that ancient beasts are hard to find. Even if they exist, once the news spreads, they'll be bought immediately. They won't wait for you. After paying a considerable amount of true essence, Lin Fei obtained the information about the ancient beast as he wished. After seeing this information, he realized that there was a huge gap between the information he had collected previously. There's no time to lose. I'll head to the nearest world to check it out. If there really is an ancient beast, I can suppress it and hatch it. It was a dusky space. Gusts of black wind blew past, and wherever it passed, large chunks of rocks would be turned into fine powder, dissipating in the air. This is it. In the void, a figure appeared. His powerful divine sense swept out, and in the end, he nodded. After confirming this was the place, he dived in. Whoosh, a black wind blew. Lin Fei allowed the black wind to fall on his body as if he had entered an uninhabited land. As he went deeper, the power of the black wind increased greatly. It was no wonder that even celestial emperors didn't dare to barge in recklessly. Lin Fei chose to ignore all of this. According to the information, there was an ancient beast living in this desolate land. It had once swallowed a first-step celestial emperor, which was known by everyone. Unfortunately, since then, no one had seen this ancient beast again. Hairball, you are from the primordial evil dragon clan. You scared the ancient beast out. Lin Fei pulled Furball out. The fellow was still sleepy and extremely displeased at being disturbed, so it flew out in a sullen manner, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Roar. Not long after, a strong gust of wind swept over like a huge army. Lin Fei's expression changed. The ancient beast has appeared. Hua Lin Fei broke through the wind array. In front of him, a beast the size of a mountain with black skin was squatting on the ground. Its long tongue kept lashing at the void and it looked very angry. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon and had the ability to control the void. It kept devouring immortals and became stronger. This ancient beast was very strong, but it wasn't an immortal emperor yet. Every time its tongue lashed it missed. Ancient beast, golden toad. This was the ancient beast recorded in the information. Croak, croak. When Jianghu saw that someone had come, he opened his mouth and spat out a black wind. His vision was filled with pitch-black darkness and a pungent smell. Poison and corrosion. No immortal dared to underestimate it. Hairball was very unhappy that this fellow attacked her master. Her body enlarged and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a horrifying primordial evil dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. Huff. Hairball opened her mouth and blew, and the black wind was torn apart. Her long tail whipped and landed on Jianghu's body. Jianghu cried out in pain and his huge body was sent flying. I don't need to do anything. Hairball can handle it. Just as expected. Hairball's huge body and terrifying strength. Jianghu was an ancient beast with great strength. Facing Hairball, he was at a disadvantage due to the innate suppression and was whipped and beaten by Hairball. After a while, Jianghu begged for mercy. Hairball's huge body sat down and pinned Jianghu down. Fortunately, Jianghu was an ancient beast and had strong vitality, so he didn't die. Huff. Lin Fei landed beside Jianghu. Hairball, you did well. An ancient beast is indeed an ancient beast. This trip wasn't in vain. Lin Fei liked ancient beasts like Jianghu very much. After hatching, it would be an immortal emperor expert and had unlimited room for growth. Go. Lin Fei released his power and wrapped Jianghu. No matter how Jianghu struggled, it couldn't escape. Golden Beetle greets Master. A few days later, the huge cocoon broke open and a sinister-looking middle-aged man walked out. Ancient beasts were ferocious and terrifying. After transforming, they looked sinister. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to give it a name. Since it already had a name, it would be easy. From today onwards, you will follow me. Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood now that he had obtained an expert transformed from an ancient mutated beast. Yes. Lin Fei asked about the situation. After hatching, Jianghu's strength wasn't affected. He already had the strength of a half-step immortal emperor. Lin Fei immediately understood that the other party was an ancient beast. After hatching, it wouldn't lose much of its strength. According to the Golden Beetle, they could fight against a first-step immortal emperor by relying on the powerful defenses of the ancient mutated beasts. If they had a suitable weapon, their strength would be even more terrifying. With an ancient beast in hand, Lin Fei was looking forward to the next ancient beast. For this information, Lin Fei had paid a huge price. Of course, he hoped that the stronger the ancient beast, the better. It would be worth it. More importantly, ancient beasts had the most room for improvement. Chapter 1253. Guiling greets Master. Wuxia greets Master. Yikong greets Master. According to the information he bought from the Tianyun Tower, Lin Fei broke into the forbidden mystic lands one by one, suppressed the ancient beasts and hatched them, turning them into the generals by his side. Just as he had guessed, the ancient beasts themselves had extremely high potential. Once they transformed, their strength did not decrease much, and they inherited all the abilities of the ancient beasts. In just half a year, there were a total of 6 generals by Lin Fei's side. These 6 generals were at least a half-step immortal emperor. If they transformed into their original forms, their strength would increase by another level, reaching a first-step immortal emperor. 6 generals plus Snake Demon and Long Tian, there are a total of 8 generals. As long as I gather 12 generals, the formation left by the Insect Queen will have a place to use. He had brought 6 generals with him. Lin Fei almost did not encounter any danger along the way. Although those forbidden mystic lands were dangerous, they could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps. With 6 generals clearing the way, the pressure of the ancient beasts saved him a lot of trouble, scaring the ferocious beasts into not daring to move. Lin Fei was very simple. They could do whatever they wanted. He specially taught them a set of cultivation techniques to devour all kinds of flesh to increase their strength. Every forbidden mystic land began to suffer. The 6 generals, equipped with the Chaos Armor and Chaos Divine Sword, swept across the entire forbidden land. Wherever they passed, there was only emptiness. Since then, news spread from many worlds that some forbidden mystic lands had inexplicably become empty, and all kinds of ferocious beasts had disappeared, causing an uproar. Many people went to watch. Many people were perplexed when the news of these miraculous events spread. What happened in the forbidden mystic lands? Lin Fei swept over. He also obtained a lot of treasures. Most importantly, the 6 generals were devouring powerful flesh, and their strength was increasing. It would not take long for them to break through to first step Immortal Emperor. Only this last general is left. A year later, Lin Fei now had 11 generals by his side. Relying on the information he had, Lin Fei didn't stop, barging into forbidden lands one after another in search of ancient beasts. Unfortunately, there were some forbidden lands where ancient beasts didn't exist. In the end, it was all for naught. In a year's time, he had suppressed 11 ancient beasts. Lin Fei was very impressive. Right now, they only lacked the last ancient beast. Among the 11 generals, there are 2 immortal emperors, 7 half-step immortal sovereigns, and 2 first-step immortal sovereigns. The last general must be the strongest. With this decision in mind, Lin Fei set his sights on the strongest ancient mutated beast mentioned in the information. That's it. The Tuyun Great World. The Tuyun Great World. It was a great world with considerable influence. Lin Fei brought 11 battle generals with him, but he did not keep a high profile. He chose to keep a low profile. In a city, he bought a map and arranged for 11 battle generals to inquire about the specific situation. Now that he had a battle general, Lin Fei didn't have to do it himself. Master, there's news. Very soon, the battle generals returned. Lin Fei obtained general information about the Land of Destruction. The Land of Destruction was the place Lin Fei wanted to go. The Tianyun Tower's information stated that there was a destruction beast in the Land of Destruction. The information also stated that this destruction beast was at least a peak second-step Immortal Emperor. Its battle strength was equivalent to a third-step Immortal Emperor. The destruction beast usually lived in the depths of the Land of Destruction. There were unimaginable destructive winds in that area. Any immortal that came into contact with it would immediately turn into a pile of white bones. The Land of Destruction became one of the 6 great forbidden lands of the Tuyun Great World. The Tuyun Great World was huge. Even an expert at Lin Fei's level had to spend half a month on the way to the Land of Destruction before he finally arrived at the Land of Destruction. When he neared the area of the Land of Destruction, the cold and gloomy aura made one's hair stand on end. This was a horrifying place. In the Land of Destruction, Lin Fei's battle generals discovered a town. People came and went, and it was very lively. There was a constant stream of people going to the town. Master, I'm back. Not long after, a skinny young man flew back. This skinny young man was an ancient mutated rat with terrifying talent. He was best at gathering information. Master, the people below said that the Land of Destruction that opens once every 500 years is about to open. These people are going there to search for treasures. Rumor has it that after the destructive winds pass, some sacred herbs will grow with the immortal chi of heaven and earth. The heavenly rat battle general knew everything about the Land of Destruction. With his eloquence, he learned some secrets that no one knew about. Master, I've also heard that many major sects are going to the Land of Annihilation to exterminate the beasts. It's said that the annihilation pearls inside the beasts are about to mature. If you take them, you'll be able to cultivate a powerful secret magic. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I'm not very lucky. So many people are eyeing the destruction beast. I'm preparing to set up the 12 battle generals formation. The importance of the destruction beast was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Let's stay in the city and observe the situation first. Lin Fei took the battle generals to stay in an inn. The heavenly rat went out every day to gather information and bring back the information. One had to admit that among the 9 battle generals, no one was better than the heavenly rat in this aspect. The other 8 battle generals weren't happy about this. He stayed there for a month. The Land of Destruction is about to open. Cheers came from outside the city in the morning. Sounds of people flying through the air could be heard. Let's go. During these days, Lin Fei had learned about the situation. It was more serious than he had imagined. Not only the elders of the big sects were coming, but the Realm Master's disciples were also coming to compete for the destruction beast. Outside the Land of Destruction. 2 extremes. Outside the Land of Destruction, the sky was clear without a cloud in 10,000 li. The area 1,000,000 li away from the Land of Destruction was a barren wasteland. There was no life, not even a blade of grass. That was because the aura of the destruction wind had shrouded this area. Within the Land of Destruction, dark clouds covered the sky. The wind was like waves, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was rumored that the Land of Destruction not only had the destruction wind, but also a lightning immortal realm that nurtured terrifying lightning. These people didn't dare to get too close. The Land of Destruction contained great treasures. No one dared to underestimate them. It was unknown how many immortal sovereigns and devil sovereigns had fallen in this land of destruction. As for immortal emperors and half-step immortal sovereigns, there were countless of them. The land of destruction is indeed terrifying. Even immortals would feel their scalps go numb. When Lin Fei arrived with his men, he knew how terrifying it was with one glance from afar. This was one of the top 3 forbidden lands he had seen. Outside the land of destruction, an opening gradually appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the black destruction wind blew out. The immortals closest to it didn't have time to scream before they turned into white bones. Within 10,000 li there were only white bones. Reckless fools. Who doesn't know how terrifying the destruction wind is? How dare they stand within 10,000 li? 10,000 li away in a central area, a sinister middle-aged man sneered. It's best if all of them die. That way they won't die in there and embarrass themselves. Brother Hua Tian, the land of destruction is about to open. You look so calm. Do you have the confidence to suppress the destruction beast? Not far away there was another group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man in green clothes. He had an arrogant expression as he spoke indifferently. Immortal Emperor Hua Tian was one of the elders of the Tuyun Great World's Purgatory Earth Palace. This time he was the leader of the group. Brother Zhou, of course I have confidence. Don't tell me your Thousand Machines sect doesn't? Immortal Emperor Hua Tian sneered. Of course our Thousand Machines sect has full confidence. When the time comes we'll see who's more powerful, Immortal Emperor Zhou Buwei, an elder of the Thousand Machines sect, said indifferently. Thousand Machines sect and Purgatory Earth Palace were both large sects of the Tuyun Great World. Both were enemies. The Tuyun Great World was overseen by the Realm Lord. Usually there would only be small fights but not extermination. The loss of any one of these large sects would have a huge impact on the Tuyun Great World. The Realm Lord would not allow that. Roar roar roar. At this moment, the roars of beasts resounded through the air. Everyone's expressions changed. Between heaven and earth, 8 immortal Lord-level golden flood dragons rode on clouds and pulled a golden carriage towards the land of destruction. It was a sea of gold. The King of Darkness is here. Even Immortal Emperor Hua Tian and Immortal Emperor Zhou Buwei, who had been bickering, stopped. One of the 3 disciples of the Realm Lord had finally arrived. Master, those 8 golden serpents are all ancient species. If we eat them, our strength will definitely increase greatly. Heavenly Mouse, Golden Beetle, and the other battle generals all rubbed their palms together. Stay here. No one is allowed to attack without my permission. Lin Fei was really worried that they would act recklessly, so he added, we'll talk about this when the time comes. Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Even if the Tuyun Great World was overseen by the Realm Lord, Lin Fei would not be afraid. Lin Fei was indeed very interested in the 8 ancient golden flood dragons. Hairball, you are not allowed to attack either. Lin Fei gave Furball another warning before turning his attention back to the situation on the battlefield. The carriage finally stopped in the middle of the crowd. The 8 ancient golden flood dragons' auras soared into the sky. Their sharp eyes made people not dare to look at them. Apart from the Realm Lord's disciples, no one in the Tuyun Great World would dare to use these ancient beasts to pull a carriage. Greetings, King of Darkness. Greetings, King of Darkness. One by one the big shots of the sects came up to greet him. The Realm Lord had accepted a total of 3 disciples, the Light King, the Darkness King, and the Destruction King. They were known as the 3 great emissaries. At the same time, all 3 of them were heaven-defying immortal emperors. The King of Darkness' arrival at the land of destruction was a huge matter. The curtains of the carriage were drawn up, and a young man could be vaguely seen sitting inside. On both sides of the carriage, there was a beautiful fairy pouring tea and water. Chapter 1254. Along with the voice, a black vertical eye appeared between heaven and earth. The black vertical eye was boundless at first, then it turned into a huge black mountain. In the middle of the mountain there was a vertical eye. Misery, resentment, love and hate, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, all gathered together. Not good, this is the demon eye. Everyone don't look. The demonic highness is here. The older generation was greatly alarmed, revealing fear. Not far away, an immortal emperor, handsome and confident, had an abnormal expression on his face. Fairy, don't go, don't go. Immortal King Fu Tian, today I will perish together with you. Another immortal emperor lost his cool. More and more immortals were coming. These immortals charged towards the demonic eye, and a ball of black fire ignited on their bodies, instantly turning them into ashes. In the blink of an eye, thousands of immortals had fallen to the black flames. King of Darkness, the people of your world are too weak. This young master has helped you clean them up. Don't thank this young master too much, ha. On Demon Eye Mountain, the black-robed young man looked down from above. Young Master Mo, your strength has grown. Do you want to fight 300 rounds with me? The King of Darkness didn't move as he coldly spoke. 300 rounds, this young master is very willing. The two of them stared at each other from a distance. Master, that young noble demonic is rumored to be the disciple of a certain realm lord. The mount he's riding on is the demonic eye. It's rumored to be an ancient mutated beast that contains the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If an immortal were to look at it, they would definitely die. This subordinate feels that the golden flood dragon is more delicious. When I look at the demonic eye, it looks like the meat is very hard. It doesn't feel chewy at all. Lin Fei was sweating. Were all ancient xenogeniacs that greedy? Little did they know that Lin Fei was not a good person himself. Ever since he saw the golden flood dragon and the demonic eye, he had been thinking about them. The Realm Lord's disciples really don't need to rely on a big tree to enjoy the shade, even their mounts are so awesome. Lin Fei thought, however, compared to my pet hairball, it's still too far off. Lin Fei was in no hurry. The disciples of these 2 world overlords were clearly extraordinary and extremely terrifying. How can we, the immortals of ice and fire, miss out on such a good deal? 2 streaks of light, one red and one green, flew over. One cold, the other hot. The ice and fire immortals under Sword Immortal by D. The appearance of these 2 people caused another uproar. In order to destroy the ferocious beasts, the disciples of the 3 world overlords came one after another. Immortals of ice and fire, weren't you 2 in seclusion? Why are you still thinking of coming out? Rumor has it that you 2 stumbled in a lesser world. I wonder if that's true? The demonic prince sneered. Demonic Highness, can I take this as a provocation? Xuebing laughed coldly. The sword sheath behind her trembled as she stared straight at young noble Missouri. The King of Darkness didn't like young noble demonic. That fellow was a heaven-defying devil emperor of the devil race world and was extremely arrogant. The King of Darkness admitted that he was arrogant, but the other party was even more arrogant than him. This made him feel even more annoyed. He couldn't wait for the ice and fire immortals to fight. It would be best if both of them were heavily injured and he could kill them all at once. Even though everyone here was the disciple of the World Overlord and the World Overlord was from the same faction, the World Overlords were all from the same faction. The World Overlord Master of the Darkness King and the World Overlord Master of Young Noble Devil were not on the same mountain peak. Hence, every time they met, they would clash. The Realm Lord also silently allowed this. The matters of the younger generation were naturally sparring between the younger generation. Of course, it was impossible for him to kill her. The Realm Lord would never do that. Haha, the disciple of Sword Immortal by D, I have long wanted to spar with you. Legend has it that Sword Immortal by D is unparalleled in the world. It's just that he has lived longer than me. One day I will definitely pay him a visit and learn from him. Young Noble Missouri said arrogantly. The Ice and Fire Immortals were defeated in a small world previously and had to use their immortal talismans. Initially, Zhang Xian had intended to find Lin Fei for vengeance and wipe out the entire Holy Sky Academy. However, it just so happened that he heard about the Destruction Ferocious Beast. As such, he decided to put it aside. The Destruction Ferocious Beast was more important than killing Lin Fei. Last time, they lost their Emperor's divine weapon and suffered great losses. If they could get their hands on the Destruction Bead, they could exchange it for an astronomical number of true spirits to make up for their losses. Big words. When we get to the land of destruction, we will definitely let you have a taste of our power. Xuebing's killing intent was cold. She had already made up her mind to kill the young noble Missouri. With the disciples of the 3 realm lords present, the rest of the sect elders did not dare to interrupt. The realm lord was someone they did not dare to offend. I didn't expect them to come. Lin Fei's eyes darted around as he thought to himself, looks like they have recovered from their injuries and are going to take revenge on me. I might as well choose another day. Today will do. I'll kill the 2 of them. Last time Lin Fei had wanted to get rid of them. However, he was not strong enough and they used their immortal talismans to escape. Lin Fei believed that they would not be able to escape this time. Those expensive immortal talismans might not exist anymore. Even if they did, with his strength he could still kill them. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew in the land of destruction. For some reason, the wind stopped spreading after traveling for thousands of li. At this time, the land of destruction was really open. The land of destruction is finally open. Rumor has it that in 500 years, the wind of destruction will be at its most stable, without the chaos of the past. Everyone charge. The people present could no longer hold it in. The land of destruction not only had the destruction beast, but also some holy grass and medicine. If they could gather one or two of them, they would also be valuable. Whoosh whoosh, someone was faster than them. The immortals of ice and fire were the first to charge in. King of darkness, this young master is going. The huge demonic mountain eye crashed into dozens of immortal kings and immortal emperors, smashing them into pieces. After laughing loudly, they entered the land of destruction. Damned young master demon, I will kill you sooner or later. King of darkness cursed and urged his mount to charge in with a group of Jianghu. As for those who suffered, no one dared to say anything. They were the disciples of the realm lord. They had the right to die, or they could only swallow their anger. Let's go. After half of the people had left, Lin Fei led them in. The moment they entered the land of destruction, a black wind blew. The immortals put on their immortal armors to resist the wind of destruction, but there were still some who were blown away by the wind of destruction, leaving only white bones. The ground below the land of destruction was filled with white bones. Master, can we eat them? The ancient mutant warriors hatched by the insect queen all showed fierce expressions as they faced the immortals who were struggling to resist the wind of destruction. Do you want to die? Wait until we go in before you act. It's best if you don't get discovered. To become a warrior, one needed to devour immortals and immortal beasts. Lin Fei had known all of this a long time ago. Lin Fei had no pity in his heart. In this world, strength was the only guarantee. Ancient warriors needed to devour and kill, so he naturally wouldn't stop them. In a place like the land of destruction, with a terrifying existence like the wind of destruction, it didn't matter if some people died. Even if someone suspected something without evidence, no one would say anything. They could only say that they were unlucky. Master, this is great. These immortals have rich blood qi. They are great nourishment. Because Lin Fei and the others had monstrous physical bodies, they quickly put some distance between themselves and the others. When there was no one nearby, they let the 9 warriors out. Chapter 1255. I hope it won't cause too much trouble. After letting them leave, Lin Fei shook his head. At their current realm, if they wanted to improve, it would definitely take a few thousand years or even longer. There were very few ancient beasts that could become immortal emperors, and their cultivation time was also extremely long. Using the insect queen to hatch them would increase their potential. They could continuously devour flesh and absorb energy, speeding up their cultivation time. Once ancient beasts became immortal emperors, they could instantly kill those of the same level. This was a path that Lin Fei could not stop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the destructive wind was said to be stable. But it was still extremely dangerous. It's been 500 years and I heard that there was only 1 month where it was stable. This stable destructive wind is also terrifying. In the destructive wind, the few of them flew forward. This is much better. Normally, when the destructive wind blows, you will be left with bones. Someone at the side said seriously. Everyone look carefully. Don't miss anything. These people had all formed groups, and they were specifically here to search for sacred medicines and some treasures. At this time, a figure flew past them. Damn, that person is not wearing immortal armor, he's just using his physical body. The guy who complained earlier widened his eyes. He really isn't wearing it. Who is he? He's not afraid of the destructive wind. The others also noticed it. They all knew how terrifying the destructive wind was. If anyone dared to travel with their physical body, they would be left with a skeleton in no time, adding another part of the land of destruction. This person was naturally Lin Fei. This destructive wind is really powerful, not inferior to the wind source astral wind at all. Lin Fei thought as he flew. The wind source astral wind sword river divine ability was now a terrifying divine ability. When the river swept over, even immortal emperors would be severely injured or even killed. Not long later, a long river lay in front of Lin Fei. This long river was turbulent, waves rolling up and down. When Lin Fei arrived, many people stopped by the river, not daring to barge over. This long river stretched from east to west with no end in sight. If it was wide, it would be about 10,000 zhang. For an immortal, they could fly over with a thought. At this time, they all stood still. This river is too strange. Just now, Hai Qing Immortal Emperor was swallowed by a sea monster halfway through his flight. With this river here, it won't be easy for everyone to cross. Most of them were immortal emperors and immortal kings. That's easy. Another figure tore through the air, and with a grab, more than 10 celestial kings were caught and thrown into the river. The great river surged. The immortal king struggled to sink down, producing bloody bubbles. That person moved through the air, rushing past everyone's faces just like that. The river monsters on the Great River didn't take action again. Everyone's eyes lit up. Good idea. These immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperors didn't hold back as they threw people in. Other than a few unlucky ones, the rest of them rushed in. Kid, get over there. A huge hand swept across the sky and a sharp voice rang out. It turned out that a ferocious-looking fellow had somehow set his eyes on Lin Fei and wanted to throw him inside to feed the monsters inside so that he could break through. Lin Fei saw that the Great River wasn't ordinary and he was thinking. Suddenly interrupted, he didn't even look, and with a grab he pushed the other party away, rushed in front of the other party and grabbed his neck. You've got guts. While Lin Fei casually threw the person into the Great River. Kid, you're courting death. The immortal emperor was shocked. He couldn't accept being thrown into the river by a junior. In the next second, fear spread and he soared into the sky. Below, a big mouth opened and swallowed the other party in one gulp. What abundant lifeblood. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This river monster not only had a lot of lifeblood, but it also gave a lot of experience. Before everyone could react, Lin Fei took a step forward, appeared above the Great River and fell into the Great River. Is that kid crazy? Why did he go down by himself? He was in the river. The destructive force blew over and it hit Lin Fei's body, but it was all bounced off. A 300-meter-long fish with teeth that gleamed with cold light opened its mouth, which was like a bottomless pit, and bit down on Lin Fei's legs. Damn, even a fish is so bold? Lin Fei was furious. He punched the weird fish's head and its huge head exploded. Immediately, another weird fish rushed out, opening its mouth to bite. Good fellow, not simple. This bite would give even celestial emperors a headache. That weird fish was quickly dismembered. At this moment there were more than 100 weird fish charging over. Kill. Lin Fei slashed with his sword and blood spurted out and a corpse floated up. Thick lifeblood, good stuff. The heaven and earth furnace flew out, collecting the weird fish. These were all good stuff. Destruction beasts shouldn't be so easy to deal with. Let me refine more of them. Lin Fei himself was overpowered. The monsters beneath the river were all in trouble. These weird fish, over the years, absorbed the destructive force and became violent and violent. Their strong bodies would be bitten off, turning into white bones in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei's chaotic body was at large success, and his entire body was terrifyingly tough. The monsters beneath the river couldn't break through his defense. At the start, Lin Fei used his sword to kill them, but later on he took out the heaven and earth furnace and sucked them in, refining them on the spot. A large amount of experience points rose rapidly. Lin Fei was just farming monsters. His speed was really quick. No matter what kind of monster came, Lin Fei sucked them in. These monsters and weird fish came one after another, making Lin Fei so happy that he didn't know what was going on. Only when the place he passed by was empty was he satisfied. Good fellow, I actually collected so many God Power pills. The heaven and earth furnace was huge. God Power pills piled up like a mountain. This is. Beside the God Power pills, Lin Fei was shocked to find black pills. These pills were one by one, and this was something that hadn't been seen before. Lin Fei took one out and sliced his palm with the power of a wind blade. This power. Isn't this destructive power? Lin Fei's mouth was agape. He cultivated the destructive power from the weird fish? This was the first time that Lin Fei had come across such a thing. A moment later, he regained his composure and understood what was going on. That should be the case. That weird fish monster must have absorbed a large amount of destructive energy. That's why it was extracted by the heaven and earth smelt. This destructive energy might be able to help me cultivate a terrifying mystic skill, right? Lin Fei didn't hesitate and took out all the black pills. Keep. With the experience of refining the wind source astral wind, this time there wasn't much trouble. Lin Fei easily cultivated the new skill. A black river that looked like a black ribbon appeared in Lin Fei's hand. This was a river formed from Lin Fei's destructive power, and it contained a terrifying destructive power. That's right. If any immortal emperor has these two divine abilities, their strength will increase greatly. With the river covering his body, there were no longer any obstacles in the land of destruction. I am just too smart. He was just testing it out. Lin Fei didn't expect it to work. A few 100 million miles later, there were fewer and fewer people appearing. The wind of destruction became chaotic and wasn't as calm as before. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. He headed deeper and wasted some time. Someone must have met a destructive beast, right? After all, in the land of destruction, apart from sage herbs, there were also destructive beasts. Not long later, an energy wave spread out from the void ahead. In the land of destruction, There were very few who could be as fast as Lin Fei. When he was close, Hairball started shouting. Lin Fei saw a golden shadow moving and recognized it immediately. Wasn't that King of Darkness's ride? No wonder Hairball was so excited. Wah wah wah, the waves continued to spread out. Not a single person could be seen within the perimeter. Young noble demon, you are shameless. King of Darkness's voice could be heard. Then young noble demon's voice could be heard. He who is shameless. The destructive beasts are terrifying. It is normal for you to die here. Ah. Very quickly all sorts of voices could be heard. Lin Fei laughed. The disciples of the three sects are plotting against each other. No wonder they can't get along. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to enter. The disciples of the three sects were very powerful. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of them. The destructive beasts were very important to him. It would be best if he could take it away without anyone noticing. Sword Immortal by these disciples were there too. Lin Fei had long wanted to deal with them. It would be best if they didn't find him. Got it? Deep in. The disciples of the three sects, along with hundreds of immortal emperors, were attacking a huge beast. Waves of destructive wind covered the sky and shot towards the hundreds of immortal emperors. Logically, when hundreds of immortal emperors work together, they should be able to suppress everything. But here it was extremely taxing for them and they could only restrain the destructive beast. King of Darkness, we have underestimated the destructive beast's strength. It is so strong in the second step. Purgatory Earth Palace's immortal Emperor Hua Tian blocked a wave of destructive wind. Its destructive wind is too strong and endless. Our immortal force is being consumed too quickly. If this drags on, we won't be able to hold on. Thousand Machines Sect's Zhou Buwei said. King of Darkness had already gotten off the carriage. His fists were covered with Emperor Divine Weapon gloves. His fists broke through the air and blocked the destructive wind. Useless things. You can't even deal with a Step 2 realm ancient beast. King of Darkness's face was gloomy. The ancient beast was too strong. More importantly, the destructive wind was many times stronger. Many of the hundreds of immortal emperors were already bleeding and suffering heavy injuries. Looking at the destructive beast, its body was 100,000 feet long. It coiled on the ground and opened its mouth to release destructive wind. Their attacks couldn't land on it at all. King of Darkness, I asked for a Sect's Lord treasure specially used to suppress the destructive beast. Why didn't you take it out? Young Master Emo laughed. Are you afraid that I will snatch it? Chapter 1256. The beast's huge body bobbed up and down as black destructive winds blew out from the abyss. A second step beast was able to fight against hundreds of immortal emperors, including 3 heaven-defying immortal emperors, and it wasn't at a disadvantage. At this rate it would be difficult to kill the beast. Xiong, the destructive winds formed a black river that crashed into the hundreds of immortal emperors, causing them to spit out blood and their attacks to stop momentarily. The other immortal emperors weren't having a good time either. Young noble demonic, everyone has seen how strong the beast is. Without using treasures, don't even think about killing it. King of Darkness punched out. If this drags on, it won't be good for anyone. Barging into this region, the wind was like knives and with their immortal armors, it was tough for them to block it. Young noble demonic predicted that King of Darkness would speak up and said proudly, "You are the disciple of the Realm Lord, just use your treasures. Why do you need my help to suppress the beast? I don't have that ability." King of Darkness was extremely unhappy. If young noble demonic wasn't here, he could use his treasures because no one would dare to snatch it from him. But young noble demonic was different. This fellow was born bad and there was nothing he wouldn't do. If he took out his treasures he might be robbed. Set up the formation and delay young noble demonic. King of Darkness gritted his teeth and decided to take action. A few more immortal emperors were heavily injured and time waited for no one. Ice and fire immortals, if you don't interfere, I will owe you a person. King of Darkness transmitted again. With his identity they would definitely give him face. As long as they didn't interfere, no matter how arrogant young noble demonic was, he would still suffer today. Should we attack? Shuabing asked. I heard that King of Darkness and young noble demonic aren't on good terms. The rumors are true and the beast is indeed an ancient mutated beast with incredible strength at the second step. It seems like King of Darkness wants to use treasures to suppress it. It is good that they owe us a favor. Shuahua thought about it and said. The two of them retreated from the battlefield and revolved their sword intents to defend against the destructive winds. King of Darkness heaved a sigh of relief. Hundreds of immortal emperors formed a huge array and trapped Mr. Demonic within it. Young Master Devil, Don't blame me if you don't give me face. After I suppress the beast, I will find you and have a good spar. The King of Darkness rushed towards the beast and punched out. The King of Darkness took out an ancient black stone bowl. As soon as the stone bowl appeared, a terrifying aura covered the entire region. The black light shot towards the destruction beast, and a large area of the destruction wind was pierced through. Roar, 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 roar. In the blink of an eye, the destruction fierce beast was covered in blood, its huge body a bloody mess. Under the terrifying black light, the destruction ferocious beast's injuries worsened. It could no longer recover its flesh and dispel the black light from the bowl. Young noble devil was surrounded and attacked by over 100 immortal emperors, but he was still as calm as the wind. As expected, the Realm Lord bestowed a treasure to you, allowing you to easily suppress the destructive beasts. King of Darkness had used up a lot of his immortal energy in order to activate the stone bowl. However, he was extremely happy that he managed to suppress the beast. Young Master Mo, I'm sorry. The beast belongs to me now. As long as he continued to deplete the life force of the beast, his strength would be greatly affected. You have to use all your strength to activate the treasure of the Realm Lord. I wonder how much strength you have left. Young noble devil laughed and disappeared. A black pearl appeared in mid-air, emitting a destructive aura. The expressions of the 100 immortal emperors changed. Not good, this is the pearl of destruction. Hurry up and leave. They couldn't leave in time. A destructive power burst out from the black pearl and spread out like a wave. The formation formed by over 100 celestial emperors was knocked away. This terrifying power continued to spread. Bastard. King of Darkness couldn't care less. He was a heaven-defying immortal emperor, and he didn't dare to face the pearl of destruction head-on. He placed the stone bowl on top of his head and gave up on attacking the beast. Hua hua hua, hua hua hua. The black power was mercilessly wreaking havoc. Time seemed to have passed. In reality, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Outside, everything quietened down. Young noble devil suddenly appeared amidst the chaotic destruction wind. 1 pearl of destruction to get a beast. It's not a bad deal. Young noble devil had already predicted that King of Darkness would target him. He purposely acted weak to trick him. Beast of destruction, this young noble is here. The beast of destruction, due to its huge body, had long lost the ability to fly. It could only stay in the ground. The stone bowl and the pearl of destruction were so powerful that the beast of destruction would definitely be heavily injured. Looking in the direction of the beast of destruction, young noble devil frowned and exclaimed, "Where is the beast of destruction? Is it dead?" At the place where the beast of destruction was, there was only a bottomless pit. The beast was gone. According to his calculations, this shouldn't be the result. Ha ha ha, young noble devil, it seems like there are times when you get schemed against. King of Darkness laughed coldly at young noble devil. Being schemed against, he was naturally unhappy. Young noble devil was cruel and used the pearl of destruction. Now that the beast of destruction was gone, if he didn't mock him, he wouldn't be the King of Darkness. It belongs to this young noble. No one can take it away. Shion young noble devil dashed through the sky. Until now, young noble devil still couldn't believe that someone could withstand the destructive power of the pearl of destruction. Even he had to use treasures to hide. After being schemed against by young noble devil, I was schemed against by someone who stole the beast of destruction right under my nose. I sure want to see who that person is. Plus, the beast of destruction is huge. I can't take it away. That kid won't be able to get far. King of Darkness chased after him. The annihilation bead in the annihilation beast's body was too valuable. Unlucky. So unlucky. Ice and fire immortals were affected. Though they weren't heavily injured, they weren't feeling good either. Young noble devil is unscrupulous. He even dared to use the pearl of destruction. Shuehua said coldly, "Let's go." To be able to steal the beast of destruction right under our nose, he isn't weak. There's no need for us to join in the fun. We can't go. Shui Bing nodded. Let's find a place to heal. After we recover, we'll go find Lin Fei. There's no need for the two of you to go. I, Lin Fei, am already here. Lin Fei walked out of the crater unhurriedly. So you're the one who stole the beast of destruction. The two exchanged glances and immediately understood what was going on. The powerful enemy in their eyes was Lin Fei, the genius from the small world. Unacceptable. After killing you, the beast of destruction will be ours. After suffering a loss, the two unsheathed their swords. Sword chi surged and their minds were connected. For the first time they attacked. 2 sword rivers, one left and one right, swept over. Same old trick. Boring. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. He pounced towards the two sword rivers. His left and right palms slapped at the sword rivers. The sword rivers rippled and split into pieces. In the blink of an eye he was already before them. Bang bang. Chapter 1257. All the attacks were too fast. A casual sword intent attack from the Ice and Fire Immortals was not something an ordinary Immortal Emperor could block. After witnessing Lin Fei's terrifying divine power last time, they joined forces right from the start, attacking from afar, not giving the other a chance to attack. The most perfect combination was to injure Lin Fei's body. Regrettably, they had underestimated Lin Fei's speed of growth. The sword intent river split apart. Lin Fei rushed up and slapped with two palms, hitting their chests from afar. The two were sent flying tens of millions of li, smashing into a barren hill. We couldn't even block one palm? The two thought that they had lost because they underestimated Lin Fei last time. This time they were confident and had simulated it in private. If they met Lin Fei again, the one who lost would definitely be Lin Fei. There would not be a second result. The current situation was no less than another slap to their arrogant faces. How can he be so strong? My body is still shaking. Even the immortal armor cannot block the recoil of power. The two's expressions changed. They could not accept this result. You two not bad, right? Lin Fei's voice followed. Two more palms came. A torrent of divine power slammed into the two. Crack crack. The immortal armor was covered in cracks. How can your strength rise so quickly? Shueho pointed at Lin Fei and said shakily. Why not? Lin Fei strode over and said, Do you think I will sit here and wait for the two of you to kill me? Let's go. The two knew that they were not Lin Fei's match. The situation was disadvantageous to them. Even though they were very unwilling, they also knew the gap between them. Their strength was like that of a child in front of Lin Fei. It was best to go back and find their senior brothers to fight. Swoosh swoosh, the sword intent was easily dispelled by Lin Fei. I will kill you today. No one will be able to leave. With the true self-apocalypse sword in hand, terrifying divine power poured into it. He slashed out, leaving a ripple in the void that swept past the two. The current Lin Fei was terrifyingly powerful. This was especially so after his divine power broke through to the primordial divine power. His divine power contained the primordial divine power, which was the most terrifying destructive power. Coupled with the invincible sword art's blood splatter, he was no longer at the same level as before. If you didn't come to die, I wouldn't have been able to find you. This is your fate. The immortals of Ice and Fire were not as lucky as last time. They encountered Lin Fei, whose strength had greatly improved. They died in less than a few rounds. This sword strike was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. 4 parts of the corpse, fresh blood dripped down. Lin Fei charged forward and snatched the 2 storage rings. He believed that the disciples of the 2 sword immortals would definitely have a bountiful harvest. The fury of sword immortal by D? Lin Fei didn't really care. Kill them all. Lin Fei turned around and left. Not long after, 2 silhouettes rushed back. We've been fooled. The King of Darkness and the demonic prince returned at the same time. However, the 2 of them did not look happy. They had painstakingly schemed against each other, but in the end, someone beat them to it. The immortals of Ice and Fire are gone. Suddenly, young noble demonic flew in a direction. King of Darkness's expression changed again as he followed closely. The corpses of the immortals of Ice and Fire appeared in front of him. Their eyes were wide open as they died with grievances. What a domineering sword strike. Even the immortal armor couldn't block it. This is really troublesome. Young noble demonic frowned. Sword immortal by D's disciple died here. King of Darkness looked up and down and realized that trouble was coming. The immortals of Ice and Fire were dead just like that. The surrounding battle aura was not obvious and it happened in a short period of time. Indeed, we are in big trouble. The death of Sword Immortal by D's disciple in Tuyun Great World was definitely a huge matter. The first to bear the brunt of it was the Realm Lord who would face the wrath of Sword Immortal by D. King of Darkness, we suffered a huge loss this time. No one got the upper hand. I will remember the mastermind. One day I will find him. Young noble demonic turned around and left. Sword Immortal by D's disciple was dead. Young noble demonic did not want to provoke Sword Immortal by D, who had insane combat power. King of Darkness's face fell. It's all this guy's fault. Otherwise, how could this happen? We have to seal the exit and not let that guy out. I finally got it. So when the destruction bead exploded with destructive power, Lin Fei used his primal chaos body and true self body to take the risk and collect the destruction beast. Then he hid in the crater and misled them. After choosing a safe place, Lin Fei stopped. Within the heaven and earth smelt, the gigantic body of the destruction beast was a mess of flesh and blood. It was torn from top to bottom, revealing its bones. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He turned the destruction beast into a huge egg and waited for it to hatch. I killed the immortals of ice and fire. Someone will definitely be angry. I have to leave the land of destruction immediately. The 9 generals hunted immortal emperors and even immortal emperors in the land of destruction. With the 9 of them working together, along with the ancient beasts and the primal chaos armor, they were invincible. Gradually, there was a group of people who were hunting down immortal emperors and immortal emperors in the land of destruction. Everyone was shocked by the news. Why was there such a group of people in the land of destruction? When Lin Fei saw Tianshu and the others, he was shocked. In a short time their auras had grown a lot stronger. After asking, he found out that many immortal kings and above had fallen at their hands. It was hard to see any lone cultivators anymore. You guys. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. But he had to admit that devouring powerful existences could increase their strength. This speed, other than their physique, was due to their terrifying cultivation method. According to them, even a first-step immortal emperor and a first-step demon emperor were no match for them when the 9 of them worked together. They were instantly killed. After keeping them in the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei rushed to the land of destruction. In a space filled with sword intent, tens of thousands of immortal swords danced in the air. Each immortal sword was of supreme grade. They emitted boundless sword intent as they flew around a sword-shaped mountain. On this day, a sword intent flew out from the sword-shaped mountain. Shuehua and Shuebing are dead. Order the human sword team to investigate. If they find anything, kill without mercy. The sword intent dissipated. Lin Fei didn't stop along the way. The wind of destruction that he came with had mostly disappeared. Some people were even collecting them. Lin Fei even saw some fighting over sage herbs. As for lone cultivators, he didn't see them. They were all in teams. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the deterrence of a battle general. How many people had they killed? It must be an astronomical number. Continuing on his way, the exit of the land of destruction was far away. Why haven't these people gone out? As they neared the exit, Lin Fei suddenly frowned. There were many people gathered at the exit, and there was a commotion from time to time. So fast. Lin Fei's heart sank. He was glad that he had kept the battle general. Otherwise he would be suspected if he said anything. Fellow Taoist, what's going on in front? Are they not letting us out? Lin Fei asked a middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man was an immortal emperor. He looked back and saw a young man. He whispered, "Don't you know? Something big happened inside." Lin Fei feigned ignorance. What happened? I've been at the periphery recently. I heard that a group of murderous maniacs appeared inside. The middle-aged immortal emperor purposely showed off. That's right. I heard that the ice and fire immortals under Sword Immortal White Emperor were killed. Realm Lord Tu Yun was furious and sealed the exit. Now, everyone who goes out will be investigated. Moreover, the Sword Immortal team under Sword Immortal White Emperor is here. They killed many immortal emperors and a few immortal emperors. Lin Fei regretted not keeping the corpses. Now even the Realm Lord was involved. What sort of mortal team was there? Outside the land of destruction. It was filled with an oppressive aura. In the sky, 8 golden flood dragons were pulling the carriage. King of Darkness stood motionlessly on the carriage. He was shocked by Sword Immortal White Emperor's attitude. He had mobilized the Sword Immortal team. The Sword Immortal team had a great reputation. Their purpose was simple. They specialized in cleaning up the matters of the sect. For example, traitors. Those who attacked White Emperor's disciples. The outside world liked to call them the punishment team. No one who was targeted by the punishment team would survive. It was said that this time, they had mobilized a 5-man punishment team. King of Darkness didn't dare to look down on such a team. It better not be done by people from our world. Otherwise it will be troublesome. King of Darkness thought. He didn't get the destruction beast. At the exit, a sword gate stood tall. Those who came out had to be checked by the Sword Immortal White Emperor before they could leave. Hearing that it was Sword Immortal White Emperor's punishment team, no one dared to go against them even if they were unwilling. Back then, the punishment team once chased after a 4th-step Immortal Emperor for 100 years. In the end, they killed that 4th-step Immortal Emperor in a great world. From then on, no one dared to underestimate the punishment team. It was said that even the world overlords of that great world lowered their heads, not wanting to attract trouble. They were very impressed. Who was so daring to kill the Ice and Fire Immortals? During this time there were people who were unwilling to be checked. The Sword Immortals of the punishment team didn't stand on ceremony and killed them. Many corpses lay on the ground, especially some immortal emperors. They wanted face and didn't think that the punishment team would dare to kill them. But in the end they were all killed on the spot. Next. At the exit, there were Sword Immortal disciples standing. Their sword chi was so strong that no one dared to look at them directly. Not far from the sword gate, there were 5 or 6 Sword Immortal disciples surrounding a young man in a brocade robe. Leader, will he run away? The young man in the brocade robe was like an immortal sword. He hadn't even unsheathed his sword. He won't. A very cold voice. Chapter 1258. Sword Immortal Bai's men are so domineering. That's right. That Celestial Emperor just showed some reluctance and was killed on the spot. That was an Celestial Emperor. Everyone better behave. Sword Immortal Bai is the #1 Sword Immortal. Who dares to offend them? It's just a check. They won't lose anything. I won't come here again. Everyone in the land of destruction was talking among themselves. They were extremely wary and fearful of Sword Immortal Bai's men. Through the exit, they could clearly see that those who weren't convinced were killed on the spot. Everyone was furious but didn't dare to say anything. King of Darkness and Realm Lord's disciple were there personally, giving face to Sword Immortal Bai's disciples. But to someone this wasn't good news. Sword Immortal Bai's men are really domineering. Lin Fei observed for a long time and realized that they were going to find him. Kill my way out? Lin Fei was wary of the Sword Immortal's door outside. He heard that it was a tracking treasure used by the punishment team. When there were fewer and fewer people they would find out sooner or later. How to get out of this place had become a big problem. Should he start a massacre? Sword Immortal Bai's disciple and Realm Lord Tu Yun's disciple were outside. If he went out and started a massacre he would be hunted down unless he could kill them all. He had even snatched the destruction beast. Lin Fei wasn't willing to expose himself. There were fewer and fewer people in the land of destruction. Lin Fei had already left the exit of the land of destruction and returned to the depths. The destruction beast was about to be hatched. Things were different now. Hatching an ancient beast didn't take as long as in the past. Boom 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 within the heaven and earth furnace. 9 generals gathered. In the face of the giant black egg, the 9 generals all felt a great deal of pressure. If it weren't for Lin Fei they would have fled immediately. Ancient mutated beasts like the destruction dire beasts were stronger than them, and their bloodlines were also noble. Beams of light shot out. In just a moment the black egg was riddled with holes. A black wind blew past and the egg broke into pieces. It's out. What a terrifying aura. A mountain-like black shadow walked out, and gusts of black wind surrounded him. Exploding destruction greets Master. That mountain-like shadow, with its imposing aura, knelt on one knee in front of Lin Fei. What a terrifying aura, even stronger than these generals. Lin Fei sensed that the other 9 generals were trembling from the depths of their souls. Get up. The black wind dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was a muscular bald man with demonic runes all over his body. He looked sinister and terrifying. Thank you, Master, for allowing me to take human form. Explosion Destruction's voice was cold, and a cold light flickered in his huge pupils. Shockingly, the destructive wind was spinning. From now on you are their boss. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Now that violent destruction had successfully transformed into a human form, he was much stronger than he had imagined. Master, we're not convinced. If you want to be our boss, you must defeat us. Yi Kong, Hu Si and the others disagreed. Ever since they hatched, they had human intelligence and were very competitive in front of their master, Lin Fei. All of them wanted to be the top general. Now, Explosion Destruction had appeared. Although his aura was strong, their aggressive nature made them unwilling to give up the position of the top general, so they proposed to fight with Explosion Destruction. Lin Fei frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After thinking about it, he agreed. All of you attack together. Explosion Destruction, don't kill them. Explosion Destruction's eyes were cold. Attack together. Attack. Yi Kong was an ancient giant crocodile. He directly returned to his original body, and his huge body turned into a black light that collided with Explosion Destruction. With this move, he shattered a first-step Immortal Emperor on the spot. A long black rod appeared in Explosion Destruction's hand. It was actually formed by the destructive wind. He smashed the rod on Yi Kong's body, knocking him to the ground. Then he charged at the 8 generals. Block it, block it. Lin Fei was shocked by Explosion Destruction's strength. Previously, the Destruction ferocious beasts could only rely on the destructive wind to form a forbidden land to prevent outsiders from entering. In the end, their combat strength was not particularly strong. After hatching, Explosion Destruction's strength was unfathomable. With the black rod in his hand, he danced up and down with great strength. When he hit the generals, they cried out in pain. Not long after the 9 generals joined forces, they were completely defeated. Be it in their original bodies or in their transformed forms, they were no match for Explosion Destruction. I'm convinced. We're convinced. When Lin Fei asked them, the hot-tempered Yi Kong and the others all expressed their admiration. They were all ancient mutants with strong defense and attack power. Facing Explosion Destruction, they were no match for him even if they joined forces. They suffered a crushing defeat. In the future, Explosion Destruction, you will be the top general. The top general was out. Lin Fei took advantage of this opportunity to rearrange the ranking of the generals, so that they would not fight again in the future. From the 2nd general to the 12th general, he arranged them all. The 1st general, Explosion Destruction. The 2nd general, Yi Kong. The 3rd general, Broken Axe. The 3 of them were the strongest and the rest were basically at the same level. Naturally, the Snake Demon and Long Tian were at the bottom. Is he really gone? The Land of Destruction was still sealed. It had been 2 years. The treasure hunters had basically all come out. But the killer of the Ice and Fire Immortals did not appear. Some said they left. Some said they were still in the Land of Destruction. All kinds of gossip were spreading. Everyone in the Tuyun Great World wanted to know who did such a big thing. They did not have the guts to offend several major forces at once. Until the last person. The punishment team still did not find the killer. Captain, it seems like there is no one inside. The young man in embroidered clothes looked at the Land of Destruction. The culprit is really patient, enduring until now. I can guarantee that he is still inside, watching, waiting for us to leave. Should we kill our way in? The young man in embroidered clothes said, no rush. We cannot lose anyone in the punishment team. That guy is hiding inside. Naturally, there will be people who will fight for us. The King of Darkness had always been there. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The killer had not been found and the King of Darkness was not in a good mood. The Realm Lord had left him here to help the other party. Search the Land of Destruction? I suspect that the person is still inside. Since we do not have many people, we can only trouble the King of Darkness. As long as that guy appears, he will not be able to escape. The young man in embroidered clothes said. Small matter. I will arrange it immediately. The King of Darkness was disdainful, but he still had things to do. He summoned his subordinates and gave a few orders. Not long after, a team of 1,000 people appeared outside the Land of Destruction. This was the King of Darkness' own force. They were all immortal kings and the leader was an immortal emperor. Search the Land of Destruction from top to bottom. Chapter 1259. 1,000-man team. Close-style search. This action caused quite a stir. Sword Immortal by D's punishment team really wanted to find the culprit behind the scenes, and the King of Darkness took the initiative to cooperate. This was unprecedented. Many forces sent spies to check from afar. Close-style search. Deep in the Land of Destruction. Lin Fei received this news immediately. 1,000-man team, aren't they just cannon fodder? Lin Fei really looked down on this 1,000-man team. The real powerful ones were the punishment team. If they took the initiative to come in, it would be easy to catch them all. Master, let me go and destroy them. Yi Kong, the 2nd general, took the initiative to volunteer. This fellow's killing intent was already very heavy. They dare to encircle us, it's only right to destroy them. The 3rd general also said. The 3 of you go. Lin Fei had a certain advantage. After all, no one knew who he was. If they wanted to find him, they had to pay the price. Not here. Not here either. 1,000-man team, a carpet search. Everyone kept their distance and moved forward carefully. After the destruction beast disappeared, the destruction wind also gradually dissipated. These immortal kings could only search carefully. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in front of them as fast as lightning, rushing over. Who are you? Another immortal king shouted. The 3 black figures did not react. In a few breaths, they rushed in front of them and sent an immortal king flying with a palm. After landing on the ground, they were already dead. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The 3 black figures were not afraid of the attack. Their fists whistled and no one could stop them. Someone attacked. The King of Darkness received the news immediately. When ordering them to search, The King of Darkness had ordered them to inform him immediately if there was any news. My people were ambushed inside. 3 people, I don't know if they are the people you want. The King of Darkness told the news to the young man in embroidered clothes. Thank you. The young man waved his hand. Let's go in. The news so quickly surprised the young man in embroidered clothes. He felt strange. Were there 3 people? The entire punishment team except for 2 people went in. Young master, are we going in? The King of Darkness also wanted to know who did it. Perhaps the destruction beast was with the other party. When they arrived at the place, the desiccated corpses of 1,000 people were strewn all over the place. It was a ghastly sight. The King of Darkness furrowed his brows, but he quickly recovered. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. How dare you kill my men? Although a 1,000-man team wasn't much, it was still under the King of Darkness' control. Now that all of them had been killed, it was akin to slapping his own face. The King of Darkness, who originally didn't want to interfere, was now filled with resentment. Young master, I heard that there's a group of people in the land of destruction. They're very strong and they specialize in attacking experts. They even killed a few first-step immortal emperors and first-step demon emperors. The King of Darkness was surprised. There's such a thing? Yes, it should be true. These celestial kings have lost all of their essence. It was indeed done by them. If it's them, the punishment team has probably met their match. An immortal emperor was powerful, but he was besieged and fell. No one would underestimate the strength of this team. Let's go up. Captain, that person killed 2 junior brothers. He's still in the land of destruction. It's a pity that he doesn't know that we have the Gate of Sword Immortals. A Sword Immortal Gate was released and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the depths of the land of destruction. The entire punishment team revealed angry expressions. The young man in embroidered clothes wasn't surprised. Get ready. No matter who the other party is, kill without mercy. Speaking of which, Bao Extermination and the others killed 1,000 people and returned to their original spot. Master, those guys can't even withstand a single blow. It's really boring to kill them. Crocodile Space licked the corner of his mouth. It's not as exciting as killing immortal emperors. Broken Axe Battle General followed. They were all ancient mutated beasts. The attacks of immortal kings and immortal emperors couldn't even break through their defenses. It was a one-sided battle. Suddenly, Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. The experts are here. Everyone get ready. The 10 generals didn't change at all. Instead, they revealed fighting spirit. I like this. I can already smell their auras. These generals were all ancient mutated beasts. They could all sense the terrifying auras. Lin Fei ordered them to cover their faces. It wasn't suitable to reveal their true faces at this time. At the same time, he knew that he had underestimated the punishment team. Swoosh, a sharp aura tore through the air. An immortal sword flew out of the void. Without anyone controlling it, it slashed at Lin Fei, bringing with it a stream of light. Bao Extermination tore through the air. The black iron rod violently hit the immortal sword, causing the void to shake. With such power, the immortal sword wasn't damaged and blocked Bao Extermination's attack. Bang bang bang, after a series of attacks, the immortal sword was smashed away. Bao Extermination's eyes revealed a serious look. Even immortal emperors didn't dare to take his power head-on. It was really rare for an immortal sword to be able to take continuous attacks without being damaged. This made Bao Extermination very unhappy. Wait, the 10 of you set up the formation. Before they arrived, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the punishment team was. That immortal sword was extraordinary. It was indeed from Sword Immortal by these people. The young man in embroidered clothes arrived with his men. He saw 10 people covered in black masks. These people all gave off a fierce aura like ancient beasts. Did you kill Xuebing and Xuehua? The young man's gaze landed on the person in the middle. Do you believe me when I say that I didn't? You dare to kill Sword Immortal by these people. You are really bold. Unfortunately, bold people are destined to die. Kill them. The young man said arrogantly. Wah wah wah, the team members behind the young man got into formation. A black immortal sword appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards where Lin Fei was. Formation. Bao Extermination revealed a strong fighting spirit. The 10 generals got into formation for the first time. The main attacker was Bao Extermination. With a black iron rod in hand, he charged into the sky and slashed towards the black immortal sword. The two powers clashed and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The moment they clashed, both sides knew that the other's formation wasn't simple. Bao Extermination raised the black iron rod and attacked the black immortal sword. Rod after rod, the void shook as it smashed onto the black immortal sword. This was the first battle. Bao Extermination couldn't afford to fail. He definitely couldn't embarrass his master. Fortunately, they had trained for the past 2 years. This formation could be used with a thought. Moreover, they all had chaos battle armor. Their defense was very strong and they weren't afraid of the recoil at all. Once they started fighting, Bao Extermination was the main attacker. Were they stronger or were they stronger as ancient beasts? On the other side, the punishment team had always had a smooth journey killing people. Once their name was mentioned, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They would lose 30 to 40% of their battle power. When they clashed just now, they felt immense pressure. A formation formed by 10 people was strong enough to fight them. This was unprecedented. In the sky above the land of destruction, the black iron rod and black immortal sword exchanged blows. They seemed to be fighting intensely. However, if one looked closely, the punishment team was on the defensive. As the leader of the group, the young man had chased and killed many experts. There was no lack of immortal emperors among them. Seeing someone fight the formation head-on and not be at a disadvantage, he was shocked. No wonder you are so bold to dare to kill Xuebing and Xuehua. You do have some ability, the young man said. You have the right to know my name. Remember it, Kongqiong. Hua Kongqiong moved. The immortal sword that was blasted away flew back and landed in her hand. She slashed and the sound of waves came. It was clear and pleasing to the ears as it pressed towards the masked man. Lin Fei wasn't worried about Bao Extermination's side. If there was no Bao Extermination, the formation's power would be limited. However, with Bao Extermination, it was enough to fight the punishment team. He was shocked at how strong the punishment team was. Those fellows were all first-step immortal emperors. There were a total of 20 first-step immortal emperors. After setting up the formation, their strength would increase by several levels. No wonder everyone was wary of them. Looking at Lin Fei's side, besides Bao Extermination, the other generals were all different in strength. Let's get rid of this fellow first. A black iron rod appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was formed by the wind of destruction. He swung it at the boundless ocean and used brute force to break everything. As for using the black iron rod, it was to conceal his identity. The rod smashed into the ocean. The tough power was held back by the gentle power. The ferocious ocean became gentle. This was clearly a combination of tough and gentle power. The ocean shook and a powerful force was reflected back. The iron rod was about to fly out of his hand. You only know how to use brute force. You will only be defeated by me. Kongqiong laughed. After probing, she knew that the other party was a brute. She heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he wasn't an amazing beauty. Kill? Lin Fei purposely shouted. Brute force can still kill you. Hoo-hoo-hoop, the sound of the wind could be heard. Many black shadows smashed over, covering the sky. When the black shadows hit the waves would explode. Then they would recover and explode away. The combination of tough and gentle was displayed vividly in Kongqiong's hands. In the distance, the King of Darkness was here too. When he saw the battle, he frowned once more. There was actually someone who could fight on par with the punishment team. Young master, the formation of those 10 is really strong. Especially that burly man. He attacked Meng De fiercely and the punishment team was suppressing him. They couldn't gain any advantage at all. The King of Darkness naturally saw the formation of those 10. The chaotic combination of the formation was so strong that even the King of Darkness didn't think that he could block it. This was the first time the King of Darkness had seen something like this. I've never heard of an expert using a rod. The King of Darkness pondered. What? That black rod gives off a familiar aura. That's right, that's the wind of destruction. Could it be related to the destruction beast? The King of Darkness couldn't think of an answer. His gaze turned and landed on Kongqiong and the masked man. I've really seen a ghost today. Kongqiong's sword technique is already a combination of tough and gentle. The might of a single sword can heavily injure a third-step immortal emperor. That brat's brute force is actually able to neutralize all of it. This was the first time the King of Darkness had seen such a ferocious force that could disregard any sword technique. Kongqiong's sword technique couldn't gain any advantage at all. Chapter 1260. King of Darkness, who had been chasing, was secretly shocked. Even King of Darkness himself did not dare to underestimate the punishment team under Sword Immortal by D. Now, 2 rod users had appeared and they could actually fight against them. This was really rare. Young master, should we go and help? Asked his subordinate. King of Darkness understood his subordinate's intention. If they helped now, they could definitely suppress the other party and do them a favor, alleviating the matter of ice and fire immortals dying in the Tuyun Great World. No need to help, you don't understand. King of Darkness naturally would not interfere. Any sword immortal was arrogant and would not allow others to help them. If King of Darkness acted rashly, he would not be able to get a favor. Instead, he would be hated. He had already decided to watch from the sidelines while searching his memories to find out where these two rod users had come from. In the void, Explosion Destruction's attacks became fiercer. Rod after rod smashed onto the black sword, forcing the punishment team to take the attacks head-on. The rebounding force made their faces pale, and their immortal power was constantly being depleted. Damn it, this guy is too strong. The sword immortals and immortal emperors were all shocked like never before. Someone's formation could contend against them. Secret killer move. The leader knew that they could not take it head-on. Their people could not withstand the waves of attacks. As time went on, they would be the first to collapse. Ordinary sword might could not do anything to them. The black immortal sword's aura rose again. Whoosh, the black immortal sword slashed forward, and a black light swept across the sky towards the black metal rod. Secret art, dissipate. This sword slashed forward, and space-time and space became chaotic. Explosion Destruction's rod smashed forward, and space-time slowed down, clamping down on the rod, preventing it from moving forward and suppressing the attack. A black light swept over, blocking the formation. Damn it, such a powerful secret art. Luckily Master let us wear the chaos armor. The terrifying sword strike crushed everyone's body, leaving a white line on the chaos armor. Explosion Destruction snorted, "See that? We almost died. What will Master think of us? He thinks we are useless. We have to eliminate these guys." Angry. They were all ancient mutated beasts, and that sword had almost taken their lives. The ancient mutated beasts were angry. "You deserve to die." Extermination was thoroughly enraged. His black rod turned into a sky full of shadows. The chaotic time-space and space collapsed as he charged out. Secret technique, destruction. This time, explosive destruction used all the power of the formation. Between heaven and earth, there was only an enormous black rod left. It smashed towards their heads, smashing into the black immortal sword. The destructive wind seized the opportunity to blow over. They actually blocked our secret technique. The leader of the group was shocked. He activated his black immortal sword to avoid this powerful strike. Clang clang clang, with this strike, sparks flew on the black immortal swords, and the black immortal swords they controlled were sent flying. Blind fool, eat another stick. Exploding Destruction appeared out of thin air and smashed the black immortal sword with his staff again. The sword immortal of the punishment team couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of the recoil finally injured them. Again? Hoo. Brutal Destruction was the strongest, and he was an expert in rod techniques. Rod after rod smashed down, taking advantage of their weakness and not giving them a chance to catch their breath. "Leader, we can't hold on any longer." After more than 100 strikes, they were in a bad situation. They were forced into a desperate situation and their lives were in danger. "We can't hold on any longer." Kong Qiong was shocked. He looked over and saw that his punishment team was in a desperate situation. How long had it been? They were already defeated. If not for the support of the formation, who knew how many people would have died? A whistling sound rang in his ears. "It's better to worry about yourself." Kong Qiong blocked with his long sword and retreated. The sword wheel in front of him shattered. His expression was solemn. "Who are you? You don't have the right to know." Lin Fei charged up again, attacking fiercely like explosive destruction. Kong Qiong's heart was in turmoil. He thought, "I, Sword Immortal Baidi's disciple, the leader of the punishment team, can't do anything to a small fry. What a joke. Even my subordinates are in danger. This guy's ferocious strength is endless. He's not easy to deal with. I have to use my treasure." Kong Qiong suddenly put away the immortal sword and an immortal talisman appeared in her hand. She sneered, "You are very, very strong, but you killed the disciple of Sword Immortal Baidi. No matter how strong you are, you will still die here today. This immortal talisman has a trace of Master's sword intent sealed in it. You will definitely die." Kong Qiong tore open the seal of the talisman. The sky darkened and a black sword will broke through the seal. The moment the black sword will appeared, a terrifying and sharp aura engulfed the entire land of destruction. King of Darkness, who was watching from afar, shouted. He quickly retreated and an immortal armor appeared on his body. Bastard, he used the talisman. Sword Immortal Baidi sword will. That kid is dead. No one can withstand a trace of Sword Immortal Baidi sword will. Bang bang bang, the black sword will surged over like a wave. Lin Fei's expression suddenly turned solemn. Sword Immortal Bai Di's disciple was indeed not simple. He used a treasure like the talisman. Kong Qiong knew his own strength. The masked man's strength was ferocious. He could destroy anything with his strength. It was unprecedented. Even if Kong Qiong used a secret technique, she might not be able to kill him. Thus she used the talisman. A trace of Sword Immortal Patriarch's sword will. You're dead. Kong Qiong said proudly. This is the result of going against us. Sword Immortal Patriarch's sword will could kill anyone he wanted. The black sword will rippled. The hair-like sword will shot over. What a strong sword will. It's filled with killing intent. No wonder they say that sword immortals are filled with killing intent. The hair-like sword will was blocked by a layer of energy. Even so, it caused his blood and chi to be in chaos. After all, this was Sword Immortal Bai Di's sword will. You want to kill me with just a trace of sword will? Lin Fei picked up the black iron rod. With himself as the center, it turned into a huge black storm. In the end, it became a black whirlpool that swept towards the opponent. The hair-like sword will fell into it, and ancient divine power surged out like a flood. How arrogant! How dare you fight against my sword will? Let's see how you die. Kong Qiong was very confident. Back then, a third-step demon emperor was killed with one sword. She was not afraid of this guy in front of her. Hua hua hua, the black whirlpool swept over. There was only the black whirlpool left in the world. Swoosh, the black sword will broke the black whirlpool and slashed at the person in the center. One sort of reincarnation. In the black whirlpool, Lin Fei used the black rod to use the second move of the invincible sword technique. The strongest defensive move. The black sword will rushed into the whirlpool, and the ancient divine power was shattered. The ancient divine power behind it surged up again and again, obliterating the opponent's sword will. What a condensed sword will. It contains endless killing intent. With the sword will in front of him, Lin Fei felt like he was facing a killing field. The killing field alone could make people collapse. Break, 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 the black reincarnation whirlpool rushed up, and the ancient divine power opened a path to destroy the sword will. Now it should be dead. Chapter 1261. This was the first time Kong Qiong had met someone who could destroy everything with brute force. The sword techniques that he was proficient in were both hard and soft. At his realm, it was rare for him to meet someone like this. Today was the only time he had met someone like this. Only when the punishment team was in a desperate situation did Kong Qiong use the talisman. It was totally worth it to kill such a powerful existence. Sword Immortal Bai Di's disciple wasn't someone anyone could kill. One had to pay the price. The black storm continued to spin and didn't stop. Instead, it spun at a terrifying speed, turning large pieces of rocks into dust. Is he not dead? Kong Qiong had a bad feeling. If the person in the storm was killed, everything would stop. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Could he still be alive? Hua hua hua, the black storm exploded like a water bag and towering waves surged up. Kong Qiong sensed great fear and the sword landed in his hand once more. His aura rose, and his sword intent surged forward while he retreated. The waves were too fast like ripples. Those sword intents disintegrated the moment they met. What kind of power is this? Kong Qiong hesitated for a moment, and the waves washed over him. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying power of the ripples exploded on his body, and he was sent flying. The second wave rushed over, and Kong Qiong was completely shocked as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. King of Darkness, what are you waiting for? After 2 consecutive attacks, Kong Qiong's vitality was greatly injured and the third wave came. Death. Boundless death aura. He couldn't block this wave of power anymore. King of Darkness, I advise you not to be a good person. A cold voice rushed towards the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness had been watching from the side. Who would have thought that the situation would change so drastically? The sword intent left by Sword Immortal Bai Di couldn't kill the masked man, and Kong Qiong himself was in grave danger. To help or not to help? The King of Darkness hesitated. If he helped Kong Qiong, he would immediately become a target. Kong Qiong was heavily injured, and he had less than 10% of his combat strength left. He had become a burden, and he didn't have the confidence to deal with the masked man alone. King of Darkness, you saved me. I owe you a favor. Kong Qiong kept using secret techniques to resist the black ripples, but he couldn't block them. King of Darkness, you're a smart person. If you help him, do you think you'll have a chance to leave this place? That voice came again. As the third disciple of the Realm Lord, when had the Darkness King ever been threatened like this before? He spoke in a low voice. Sir, are you threatening me? This is the Tuyun Great World. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape from Master's wrath. King of Darkness, stop talking nonsense and help. The black ripples drew closer and closer. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do anything. If he dies, then so be it. When the time comes, I'll just shift the blame to someone else. No one will know. Could it be that Sword Immortal by D will personally come to investigate? The King of Darkness wasn't confident that he could defeat the fellow in front of him. If even Sword Immortal by D's sword will could not kill him, how could he not be terrifying? The moment the King of Darkness hesitated, the black ripples swept past Kong Cheong's body once more. The immortal armor on Kong Cheong's body started to crack inch by inch, and the pieces of armor started to dance in the air before being drowned by the black ripples. Captain. Kong Cheong's tattered body fell from the sky. The punishment team of the Black Immortal Sword cried out. Their captain had been killed. They were originally at a disadvantage, but now that they were distracted, the black cudgel smashed down, and the sky was filled with shadows. The 21st step Sword Immortal Emperors were sent flying, and the entire formation collapsed. Aha, all of you are dead. Explosion Destruction charged towards the nearest Immortal Emperor and smashed his black cudgel down. Before that first step Immortal Emperor could react, his body was smashed into a pile of mud. Kill, kill, kill. These fellows are too weak. The formation formed by Explosion Destruction had terrifying strength. With a single cudgel, no one could block its sharpness. The Immortal Emperors of the punishment team felt their scalps go numb. Their proud identities were useless at this moment. They fled in all directions, but they were unable to escape from Explosion Destruction's pursuit. One Immortal Emperor after another was killed. Satisfying, this is really satisfying. Explosion Destruction killed the last one, kept all the corpses and walked over. Master, should we beat this guy to death? Blitzkrieg, who was holding his black iron rod, looked at the King of Darkness. It seemed as though he would beat the King of Darkness to death as soon as Lin Fei gave the word. Sir, you killed the punishment team and Captain Kong Cheong. You can't possibly start a massacre and kill me too, right? The King of Darkness's brows twitched. What was the background of these fellows? Why were they all like this? They were filled with dense killing intent. King of Darkness, you are the host here, so why would I kill you? I'm afraid that you will chase me all the way. After killing the punishment team under Sword Immortal by D, Lin Fei was already satisfied. King of Darkness was the disciple of the World Lord, and he had a high status. There was no need to offend the World Lord for now. Chase. You even destroyed the punishment team, so there was no need for you to treat this young master as a threat. This was the first time the King of Darkness had seen such an arrogant fellow. In his heart, he regretted not bringing more experts with him. He had been careless and fallen into Lin Fan's trap. Sir, you are strong, so why would you be afraid of being chased? The King of Darkness didn't want to have any relations with these people. You killed the punishment team, so you better find a place to hide. You killed the punishment team, and above them there are still Earth and Heaven realm experts. Their combat power is terrifying. Many thanks. In the future, if I have the fortune to fight with them, I will definitely thank you for what you said today. Lin Fei waved his hand. Let's go. The King of Darkness's face sank. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said anything. The King of Darkness wasn't happy with Sword Immortal by D's disciple. Young master, should we inform our men outside to kill them? One of his subordinates asked in a trembling voice. Let them go. The King of Darkness waved his hand. From the earlier battle, how could he not tell that regardless of whether it was the dark-skinned man or the fellow with the iron rod, both of them weren't people to be trifled with. Even if he were to make a move himself, he would have to pay a huge price. With his men outside, it wouldn't even be enough to stop them. 21st step Immortal Emperors, including Captain Kong Cheong, had died in the hands of the other party. The King of Darkness didn't want to pay a price, so there was no need for him to do so. Send someone to the Tianyun Tower to investigate the origin of this group. The King of Darkness really wanted to know where these people came from. Right now, the King of Darkness was at a loss on how to resolve this matter. Could he say that he had been watching from the sidelines, but the other party was too strong and he could only watch as they were killed? If he really said that, it would be a problem whether the other party would believe him. Big trouble, this is really big trouble. Master, how did we kill that guy just now? One look and I knew that he was up to no good. Lin Fei didn't take off his mask. It's enough for us to kill the punishment team. As for the King of Darkness, there's no need to deal with him. He has a headache now. So many people have died and they are all disciples of Sword Immortal by D. There's no way he can explain himself. The exit of the land of destruction. Lin Fei rushed out and two members of the punishment team rushed over. Stop. You're not allowed to leave. Just as he said that, Baomier and the others rushed forward and killed the 2 members of the punishment team. Killer Samsara. No one dared to stop Lin Fei from charging out with his men. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him and he tossed out a name and swaggered off. During this time, some people tried to attack but were killed, leaving a bloody trail. Not long after, a shocking piece of news spread. It was like a heavy bomb had been dropped on a flat land. The punishment team had been annihilated. The person who killed them even left his name, Samsara. This news spread like the wind in the Tuyun Great World. The upper echelons were shocked. For a world controlled by a realm lord, such a big thing hadn't happened in a long time. But someone really did it right under their noses. How audacious. The upper echelons of the Tuyun Great World were furious. Soon there was a bounty on Samsara's head, offering a high bounty for their capture. The Tuyun Great World was too slow. By the time they issued the bounty, Lin Fei had already left the Tuyun Great World. After coming out, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to return. Instead, he sent a message saying that he would stay outside for a few more days and would return later. After killing Sword Immortal by Di's disciple, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to return. He didn't want to be targeted and attract trouble. Master, where are we going now? After devouring the corpse of a first-step immortal emperor, they felt extremely refreshed. Their strength had increased again. Master, I suggest that we find a place to increase our strength. Broken Axe said fiercely, but he pointed out an important point. Indeed, we need to increase our strength. Regardless of what the King of Darkness meant, Lin Fei already knew that he would be facing the Earth-ranked punishment team. Their overall strength would be even more terrifying. Lin Fei also discovered that this formation wasn't perfect. There were 12 people and only 10 of them. There was indeed an impact. There was a difference in everyone's strength, and some of them had yet to become immortal emperors. In order to deal with them, he had to increase their strength. Snake Demon, Sky Dragon, they had to be summoned and integrated into the formation to increase their strength. As long as they all became immortal emperors, the formation's strength would increase greatly. There is a difference in strength between us. It isn't balanced. Bao Extermination nodded. The power of my staff technique hasn't reached its limit yet. If they were all first-step immortal emperors, we would have broken their formation long ago. Killing them would be as easy as flipping our palms. Lin Fei didn't doubt this at all. This was a formation specially targeted at the 12 battle generals. Who would dare to underestimate it? After this battle, Lin Fei was even more confident. Chapter 1262. The commotion in the Tuyun Great World could not be hidden. The punishment team under Sword Immortal White Emperor was completely annihilated. There was even news that the killer was Samsara, causing many forces to secretly keep an eye on this Samsara, especially at the exit. 2 members of the punishment team were brutally killed in front of everyone. The punishment team was made up of first-step immortal emperors, and all of them were sword immortals. Their battle prowess was several times higher than others of the same level. Realm Lord Tuyun was furious and personally issued a warrant for Samsara's arrest. In addition, Sword Immortal White Emperor also released news to hunt down Samsara. The bounty was so high that it made people jealous. Imperceptibly, the myriad worlds were in chaos. When Sword Immortal White Emperor released the news, everyone realized that this was a chance to curry favor with Sword Immortal White Emperor. As a result, everyone became even crazier. Unknowingly, the black market also issued a warrant to hunt down Samsara. The target was also Samsara. Unknowingly, this Samsara was known by everyone. Everyone knew that capturing Samsara would benefit them. Just as everyone was in an uproar, the Samsara mask and the others disappeared. No matter how many people they sent out, Samsara disappeared without a trace. In the next few years, there was news of Samsara appearing from time to time. Every time they appeared, they were in danger. The most recent appearance was said to be in the Endless Sea region. They hunted sea beasts and massacred them, causing the experts of the Sea Clan to chase after them. 5 years. In a space. Young Master Sword God sat in a pavilion by the lake. A maid stood beside him, pouring tea for him. Young Master, we did not do our job well. Please punish us. Opposite the young man, a few young people knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man in white was the sword god that he had killed in the lower realms. Compared to before, the sword god today had a sharp sword intent. The sword intent around him rippled. Useless, a bunch of useless people. You can't even follow one person. The cup in front of the young master sword god exploded. The tea spilled everywhere. With a flick of his hand, water droplets shot out. The few young people in front of him groaned and were all sent flying. Young master, being angry is not good for your health. You don't have to be angry over such a small matter. The maid at the side said softly. They're a bunch of good-for-nothings. In 5 years they haven't even found the shadow of Lin Fei. What use do I have for them? Young Master Sword Divine's face twisted. The elder brothers and elders of the sect aren't satisfied with me. Some of them even blamed the death of the Immortals of Ice and Fire, the Punishment Squad, and Kong Cheong's death on me. Bunch of old fogies. In the past, one of his clones in the lower realm had been destroyed by someone, causing his almost complete cultivation technique to be crippled. Sword God Prince hated Lin Fei to the core. When Lin Fei ascended, young Master Sword God had secretly sent people to kill him. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would escape? Coupled with the fact that young Master Sword God was in seclusion, a mere heavenly immortal coming to the great metropolis celestial world was simply courting death. The moment he came out of seclusion, the Sword God young Master heard a piece of bad news. In just a few years, not only did Lin Fei not die, but he also made breakthroughs and reached a terrifying height. In the end, he destroyed the Nether Palace with his own hands. This was a slap in the face to the arrogant Sword God young Master. Thus, even with the help of the Immortals of Ice and Fire, they were still defeated. This made the Sword God young Master grit his teeth. How could Lin Fei, who was in the lower realm, grow to this realm? The Sword God young Master was unwilling to accept this, so he once again arranged for his subordinates to deal with Lin Fei in the dark. Who would have thought that in 5 years Lin Fei would never appear? He didn't see Lin Fei, but the Immortals of Ice and Fire were destroyed. Instead, the flames of war spread to him. Sword God, come over. In the air above the lake, a face appeared and said something to Sword God before disappearing. Master is looking for me? The Sword God young Master's twisted face returned to normal. Continue to keep an eye on him. The Sword God young Master stood up and flew into the sky, crossing the void and landing in a small courtyard. Under a celestial tree in the courtyard stood an old man with a sage-like demeanor. Master, you are looking for me? In front of his master, the Sword God young Master was very respectful. I heard that you have always wanted to deal with Lin Fei? The Sword God young Master said, yes, disciple can't take this lying down. Sadly, that guy is like a mouse, never appearing again. Sword God Qingyun looked at his disciple. Among all the disciples, this disciple was the most favored. He almost cultivated a great secret technique, but sadly he failed at the last moment. You really want to deal with Lin Fei? The Sword God young Master was overjoyed. Disciple and Lin Fei have an irreconcilable feud. Disciple must kill him. If I don't kill him, disciple can't rest easy. That's fine-tuned. There is a big matter recently. If you can obtain the qualifications, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with your enemies in the lower realm. Sword God Qingyun said, in the entire universe, there will be a total of 18 realm lords fighting for it. Your hometown great metropolis world just happens to have one. The Sword God young Master's eyes lit up. Disciple is willing to go. His master was under Sword God White Emperor, one of the 3 sword immortals. He was also known as one of the 3 giants. With your qualifications, Master actually plans to arrange for you to fight for the qualifications in the other worlds. Your hometown great metropolis world is too weak. Sword God Qingyun said, you have to think carefully about this matter. The mortals in the lower realm will wait for you to become the realm lord. It will be a simple matter. No, disciple wants to go to great metropolis world. The Sword God young Master's expression turned malevolent. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, disciple definitely wouldn't have failed at the last moment. He has already become disciple's heart demon. Disciple must kill him personally, as well as the Holy Heaven Academy under his name. Disciple must destroy everything that belongs to Lin Fei. Sword God Qingyun sighed lightly. Fine, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. 3 days later, your senior brothers and sisters will fight with you for the qualifications. The Sword God young Master's eyes flashed coldly as he thought, Lin Fei, just you wait. This time I will take back all the hatred from back then. I will let you know what despair is. I will destroy your strength bit by bit. Ha! Great metropolis world. Skycrack sect. This was the #1 sect in the past. In recent years, it had always been holed up without any movements. It seemed like it was recuperating. The Skycrack sect's reputation was far from what it was a few years ago. Junior brother Duan, you sure are enjoying yourself. On the mountain behind the Skycrack sect, Duanyun Immortal Emperor was drinking wine. In the void, loud laughter could be heard. Immortal emperors with powerful auras walked out. There was a total of 12 immortal emperors. Senior brothers, you are finally here. I have waited so long for you. Duanyun Immortal Emperor stood up and said excitedly. Chapter 1263. When the senior brothers saw junior brother Duanyun's appearance, their expressions couldn't help but change. Junior brother, what happened? Is it really that Lin Fei? The leader of the 12 senior brothers had a stocky build and sharp eyebrows. When he raised his eyebrows, he could see his junior brother's exhaustion and powerlessness. They had a good relationship with Duanyun. They knew junior brother Duanyun's personality very well. In the sect he was very arrogant. When they heard that he had gone to a small world to be the sect leader, they were all envious. At least he could enjoy the breeze for a while. Once he did his job well, his status in the sect would immediately rise. But who would have thought that in just a few years, Immortal Emperor Duanyun would complain to them? This kind of thing was rare. Immortal Emperor Duanyun invited the senior brothers to sit down and arranged for people to serve immortal wine. After some small talk, he poured out his grievances. He told them about how he had dealt with Lin Fei a few years ago. Junior brother Duanyun, I was wondering why your Sky Fisher sect is so quiet. It turns out that it's Lin Fei's doing. This Lin Fei is too bold. Who doesn't know that junior brother is from the sky-piercing sect? He still dares to strut around. Senior brother, let's go and destroy that Lin Fei. Not everyone can bully us from the sky-piercing sect. Today we're here to help you vent your anger. These senior brothers were also bored to death in their own world. This time the higher-ups had asked them to help. In their opinion, no one dared to go against the sky-piercing sect. Hearing that the number one sect was holed up, they were the first to be unhappy. They shouted that they would go and teach Lin Fei a lesson. Stop. Who gave you permission to go? All of you stand still. The burly man from before shouted. They, who were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They were full of fear towards the burly man and really stopped. We can't let a bumpkin bully our junior brother, can we? Someone said unhappily. They were all immortal emperors of the Tongtian sect. Only the Tongtian sect could have so many immortal emperors. Duanyun Immortal Emperor was really worried that they would come knocking on his door. Fellow senior brothers, Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. If you want to deal with Lin Fei, you must think thrice before acting. Junior brother is right. The burly man said, if I'm not wrong, the reason why Lin Fei didn't attack you is probably because of the Tongtian door. Senior brother Zhuoyu, you're the best. You saw through me with one look. Duanyun Immortal Emperor did not feel embarrassed. Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Over the past few years, Holy Heaven Academy's influence had been expanding, and it was hailed as the number one academy in the great metropolis world. The meaning behind their words was clear. The number one power. Since we're already here, there's no hurry to deal with Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Zhuoyu tried to calm everyone down. Junior brother, the reason we are here to help you on this trip is actually to help you obtain the position of Realm Lord. This way we can expand the influence of our heavenly sect. The higher-ups are very concerned about this matter. They were all from the heavenly sect. They all knew the importance of a Realm Lord. Once one became a Realm Lord, one would be qualified to participate in many great mystic realms, forbidden grounds and other places. This was a privilege that belonged to a Realm Lord. The great metropolis realm was just a small world. In their hands it could be of great use. Duanyun Immortal Emperor's expression turned solemn. Junior brother is also preparing for the matter of becoming a Realm Lord. We will definitely not let the sect down. There's a prerequisite, and that is to get rid of Lin Fei. Only with him in the great metropolis realm will he be a terrifying enemy for us. Some senior brothers were dissatisfied. Junior brother is just one Lin Fei. Don't boost their morale and diminish our own. How strong can he be? Coming from the heavenly sect, they looked down on outsiders. Duanyun Immortal Emperor wanted to remind them, but he also knew that they were arrogant and could not be reassured with a few words. He forced himself to say, Junior brother, it's better to advise everyone to be careful. Zhuoyu Immortal Emperor shook his head slightly. Where was the arrogance of this junior brother? A mere Lin Fei scared him to this extent. Wasn't this diminishing the prestige of the heavenly sect? Once things had stabilized, he must teach Lin Fei a good lesson. To dare bully people from the heavenly sect, they must be tired of living. Young master, you're finally back. It was a dark and windy night. In a forbidden ground of the great metropolis realm. The ferocious beasts that were seen as a flood by golden immortals and zenith immortals had long disappeared out of fear. A white-haired young man stood with his back facing the crowd. Behind the young man on the left and right sides stood men in black. They were brimming with murderous intent and traces of sword chi. The pebbles exploded. There were many people kneeling on the ground. They were all looking at the white-haired man with fanaticism. My sword god is back. The white-haired man turned his head. His white hair draped over his shoulders. Sword intent swirled in his left and right eyes. He was the sword god young master who had won the qualification and returned. That day, the sword god young master defeated his senior brother and chose the great metropolis realm as his goal. Everyone was shocked. He gave up the opportunity to become a great realm lord and chose to become a minor realm lord. Was it worth it to kill a lower realm kid? Who knows how many people were discussing in private. Young master, you're back. You will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei and avenge the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei is just a lower realm guy, how can he be the young master's opponent? These people were all the people from the Netherworld Palace who retreated in advance. They didn't die in that battle and kept in touch. They only showed up when they came back. Young master, what should we do next? Are we going to kill the Holy Heaven Academy? These people thought about the young master for a long time. The sword god young master sneered, don't worry, since this young master is back, dealing with Lin Fei is only a matter of time. Now we should go visit the old people. Visit the old people? The remaining people of the Netherworld Palace didn't come back to their senses. Holy Heaven Academy. In these few years, with the expansion of its influence, the overall strength of the Holy Heaven Academy was improving. Junior brother Lin, you're really good at running. You've already left for a few years. The World Overlord battle is going to start in another 2 years. You mustn't delay or things would be bad for you. At that time I'll pick a world and inform everyone. Saint 33 stood at the lakeside and looked at the sky, at the figures flying past unceasingly. He couldn't help but mutter. Regarding the current development, Saint 33 was very satisfied. In these few years he went from initial first step Celestial Emperor to intermediate first step Celestial Emperor. His combat strength had increased by a lot. This was something that he didn't dare to imagine in the past. Vice-Dean, this is bad. A streak of light charged over from not far away. Vice-Dean Su-Yi landed with an ugly expression on his face. This fellow had been cultivating hard for the past few years, and with the resources of the academy, his strength had reached the Celestial Emperor realm. It was already not bad for him to be a Vice-Dean. As the Vice-Dean, Saint 33 was the one with the greatest authority. Seeing Su-Won's reaction, he felt that he should give him a reminder. Su-Won, you are now the Vice-Dean and an Immortal Emperor expert. You have to be steady when you do things. Even if the mountain falls and the earth cracks, you have to remain calm. Su-Yi lowered his head in shame. I understand. Saint 33 was very satisfied. Dean Saint, this is bad. Just as he said that, another person came. It was Elder Du Tao. His strength was also at the Celestial Emperor realm. He had the combat strength of a half-step Celestial Emperor. This was all thanks to the large amount of resources that Lin Fei had left behind. It was simply wishful thinking for anyone to break through continuously without cultivation resources. What's the matter? You guys. After Elder Du Tao came down, a few other elders rushed over. Saint 33 realized that this matter wasn't simple. Otherwise they wouldn't have rushed over. What happened? Look at all of you. Saint 33's face turned black. Look at the Vice-Dean and the elders. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't say anything. After all, their status and actions were indeed different from others. Principal Saint, we just received news that 2 of the 6 great sects have merged. The 2 sect leaders have also fallen, and the higher-ups have all joined a new sect. As the vice principal, Su-Yi was still unable to remain calm and hurriedly spoke. Who did it? 2 sects merging? How is this possible? Could it be done by external forces? Saint 33 was shocked. This was definitely a big matter. Elders, you look at me, I look at you. Sword God Young Master did it. He rebuilt Netherworld Palace. This was what Su-Yi said. Netherworld Palace? This time, Saint 33 finally understood their expressions. Sword God Young Master had made a comeback and annihilated 2 sections. He took in their people. His overall strength was many times stronger than Netherworld Palace. Dean Saint, should we inform the Dean to come back? These elders knew about the conflict between Netherworld Palace and the Dean. This was a great hatred that could not be extinguished. One side had to fall before it would end. Saint 33 realized the seriousness of the matter. Sword God Young Master came with such force. He will definitely gnash his teeth at our Saint Heaven Academy. Immediately inform all the students and elders to return to the academy. Also, prohibit everyone from going out. At least before the Boundary Lord War ends, no one is allowed to go out. Elder Du Tao said, I will do it immediately. Go open the outermost layer of the academy's array. From today onwards, everyone must be careful. Sword God Young Master is vengeful. He will definitely act against our academy. Before the dean returns, no one is allowed to act recklessly. Saint 33 warned. As expected of a sword immortal. His methods are extraordinary. Heaven Fisher Sect. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu and the rest received the news. They had heard of Sword God Young Master under Sword Immortal by D. He was cruel and vengeful. On top of that, he was a sword immortal. His battle strength was extremely strong. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu said, "For a Lin Fei Sword God Young Master returned to his hometown and gave up on becoming a great boundary lord. This kind of person is the most terrifying. This boundary lord war will be very interesting." Duanyun Immortal Emperor said, "What do you think we should do?" Chapter 1264. The Nether Palace had made a comeback. Such a big thing couldn't be hidden. The next morning the news spread like wildfire. All the big and small forces were shocked. The Nether Palace that had been single-handedly destroyed by Demon Lin had once again made a comeback. They were several times stronger than before. The mysterious Sword God Young Master was in charge of the Nether Palace. It was shocking and terrifying. After the Nether Palace had been destroyed, some celestial emperors had called for a meeting to deal with Demon Lin. However, Demon Lin took care of them quickly and a few sects were destroyed. It had only been a few years and the Sword God Young Master was back. The two sects that were destroyed were usually close to Holy Sky Academy. Who would have thought that the situation would change overnight? There was going to be a good show. Many of the big shots shook their heads. The smart ones had already linked it to the upcoming fight for the Sector Lord. The Sword God Young Master had rebuilt the Nether Palace to fight for the Sector Lord. Apart from that, he had another intention to deal with Lin Fei of Holy Sky Academy. Everyone knew what was going on between the two. A few days later, just as everyone was waiting to see if the Nether Palace would make a move against Holy Sky Academy, something big happened in the great metropolis world. The Sky Cracking sect, which had been keeping a low profile, took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted by the Nether Palace to attack and destroy the other two sections. By the time everyone reacted, the Sky Cracking sect had taken control of the situation. Their overall strength had increased once again and they were now stronger than the Nether Palace. Back then, the Sky Cracking sect had targeted Holy Sky Academy with the Tongtian Gate behind them. In the end, they were easily dealt with by Lin Fei. They lost face in many experts. In the next few years, they kept a low profile and gave up many territories. This time, they realized that they had underestimated the Sky Cracking sect. The Tongtian Gate's support was indeed not simple. First, it was the Sword God Young Master's domineering return. Then the Sky Cracking sect took advantage of when everyone was unprepared and bared their fangs, catching everyone off guard. A storm was coming. "Junior brother, you're finally back." Half a year later, Lin Fei, who had not returned for a long time, had finally returned. Saint 33 had lost a lot of hair these days. The situation in the great metropolis world was constantly changing. The Holy Heaven Academy was like a tall tree that attracted the wind, and it was already at the top of the waves. Upon hearing that his junior brother had returned, Saint 33 immediately rushed over. A relieved expression appeared on his exhausted face. With junior martial brother back, this old man can relax. Even though everything in the Elysium Academy was on track, Saint 33 felt that he had lost his backbone. Now that Lin Fei had returned, his heart was at ease. Especially with the recent situation, Saint 33 was having a headache. "Senior brother, what's wrong? You look like you haven't rested for a long time." Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Saint 33's exhausted appearance. At the Immortal Emperor realm, one's essence, chi, and spirit should all be at the peak. Why would one feel so fatigued? It was as though something was pressing down on him. Lin Fei didn't understand. It's because of the battle between sector lords. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could I forget about this? All these years he had been leading Bao Mie and the rest to hunt and increase their strength. He really didn't pay much attention to the battle between sector lords. After seeing Saint 33's appearance, he felt rather apologetic. What made Saint 33 tremble in fear in the academy was that he was incompetent as the dean. He had to reflect on himself. Rumble, rumble, just as Saint 33 was preparing to report the situation. A loud rumbling sound came from outside. At this moment, outside the Elysium Academy, two middle-aged men who were first-step immortal emperors, were activating immortal artifacts and treasures and blasting them towards the Elysium Academy. Rays of light appeared in the sky above the academy. "Elysium Academy's bastards, you guys can really endure. It's already been half a year. One of the immortal emperors mocked, and his voice echoed in the sky above the academy. Elysium Academy's bastards. What #1 faction in the great metropolis world? You guys only know how to hide in the array. Sooner or later, this emperor will charge in and kill all of you. Outside the Elysium Academy. Two first-step immortal emperors were leading people and insulting Elysium Academy unscrupulously. Perhaps in order to let everyone hear them, the two immortal emperors activated their immortal energy. Their thunderous voice reverberated throughout the entire great metropolis world. After the two immortal emperors mocked for a while, they handed it over to their subordinates to continue. The insults continued, and the insults became more and more unpleasant. It was hard to imagine that these words came out of their mouths. It's already been half a year. The Elysium Academy can really endure. The Netherworld Palace's methods are also dishonorable. They directly blocked the Elysium Academy and prevented their students from going out and outsiders from entering. I heard that the Netherworld Palace did this to provoke Demon Lin and force him out. Who doesn't know that the Divine Sword Prince of the Netherworld Palace has an irreconcilable feud with Demon Lin? It's strange. It's already been half a year. According to Demon Lin's temper, he definitely won't swallow his anger and come out to deal with them a long time ago. Why is there no movement until now? Idiot, I heard that Demon Lin isn't in the Elysium Academy. The Netherworld Palace is purposely coming to the Elysium Academy. That's true. After all, there's at least a third-step demon emperor in the depths of the Elysium Academy. He's extremely powerful and has an extraordinary background. The Divine Sword Prince won't act rashly. Moreover, the competition for the Realm Lord is approaching. Outside the Elysium Academy, the scouts were discussing with their divine senses. Brother Chiuhua, I really don't know what the Palace Lord is thinking. Why doesn't he act against the Elysium Academy? Is there a need to provoke the Elysium Academy? Said a short immortal emperor. Chiuhua's eyes were filled with fear. It's best if we don't say anything about the Palace Lord. Don't forget that day. The short immortal emperor's body trembled as if he was recalling something. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Chiuhua, for the reminder. Our mission is to provoke them every day. We'll kill every one of them that comes out." "How leisurely," said Chiuhua. "That's right. It's good as long as we complete the mission. It's a pity that Demon Lin didn't take the bait. Otherwise, with our strength, killing that guy would be equivalent to making a great contribution. The Palace Lord would definitely reward us greatly." The two immortal emperors chatted with each other. It had already become a daily habit. Since 3 months ago, no one dared to stand out in the Elysium Academy anymore. Their daily mission was to provoke the Elysium Academy. Once they were done, they could leave and report back. "Do you people from the Netherworld Palace really think that there's no one in my academy?" Within the academy, a towering evil aura erupted. A huge hand made of divine power flew out of the academy and slapped Immortal Emperor Chiuhua and the others mercilessly. The bodies of the immortal emperors behind them exploded into blood mists. Go. When Immortal Emperor Chiuhua and the others saw this, the complacency on their faces disappeared and was replaced with fear. Peng Peng. Chapter 1265. Peng Peng. The surrounding scouts were all dumbfounded. Even their divine senses stopped fluctuating. Oh, who attacked? Could it be the third-step demon emperor of the academy? It seemed that only the third-step demon emperor had such terrifying combat power. He killed 2 first-step immortal emperors and the people brought by the 2 immortal emperors of the Netherworld Palace. Subconsciously they retreated. They didn't want to be the target of the attack. The attack of a third-step demon emperor was too terrifying. They had to be careful. "Scouts of the Netherworld Palace, please go back and tell your palace master to deal with these disgusting things." A sharp voice came from the academy again. There was indeed a scout from the Netherworld Palace among the scouts. They were also shocked by the sudden scene. 2 immortal emperors died just like that. When did immortal emperors become so cheap? Oh no, the Elysium Academy is going to fight back. The scout didn't dare to stay, fearing that he would be killed. He turned around and ran. Haha, good job. It's so satisfying. They're just immortal emperors, but they're still going to die. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. I didn't expect them to die today. Alright. That voice sounds so familiar. It seems to be the dean's voice. It really is the dean's voice. The dean must have come out of seclusion. In the Elysium Academy, the disciples could finally vent the anger that they had been holding in for a long time. It was the first time that they couldn't sit still after being provoked every day. If it wasn't for the repeated reminders from the higher-ups and the activation of the Academy's formation, they really couldn't help but attack. With a large number of cultivation resources, many geniuses emerged from the academy. Their strength was constantly breaking through, and with the help of the sky-defying formation, their growth was unimaginable. Hearing that it was the dean who attacked, the entire academy cheered. Only their dean could speak in such a tone. No matter who the other party was, he would kill them without giving them any chance to speak. Satisfying. Really satisfying. Even though they hadn't made a move yet, that palm strike felt as if they were there. It was no different from making a move themselves. Senior brother, why didn't you activate the formation and destroy these pieces of trash? Lin Fei showed rare anger. During the days when he was not here, some people came to the academy to do evil things. He killed them without any explanation. One palm. Kill them all and spread the word. Even so, Lin Fei was still full of anger. Also, what's with this nether palace? Saint 33 smiled bitterly. Junior apprentice brother, I'm doing this for the good of the academy. When you weren't here, our world was in chaos. Lin Fei suppressed his anger. Back then, when he left, he handed the academy over to his senior brother. If there were any problems that he could not solve, he would let Demon Emperor Ji Kun take action. Together with the Chaos Array, no matter how many came, they would all be killed. Speak. Lin Fei had no idea what had happened in the past few years. Junior brother, the Nether Palace that appeared today is the same Nether Palace that you single-handedly annihilated. Their current palace master is young Master Sword Divine. Saint 33 quickly explained the situation to Zhang Xin, including the fact that he had signed up to wipe out the two great sects and make a comeback. It's him. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect him to come back and rebuild the Netherworld Palace. He even subdued two major sections. It's indeed good to have a strong backing. After hearing this, Lin Fei was also surprised. Then why didn't you report it before? Saint 33 explained, originally I wanted to report it. But I thought that junior brother must have something important to do since you haven't returned for a few years. So I didn't inform you. I was afraid that it would affect your matters. Moreover, the Nether Palace wouldn't dare to attack. At most, they would do some disgusting things. Anyway, it's nothing much. What a nice guy. Lin Fei sighed in his heart, but he had to admit that this method was very appropriate. The Nether Palace's actions were nothing more than provoking the Academy to achieve their goal. Maybe it was because of Demon Emperor Ji Kun's presence that they were afraid and didn't dare to act recklessly. From today onwards, this kind of thing will never happen again. Lin Fei said in a deep voice, it's fine if young Master Sword Divine doesn't return. Since he is back, we have to fight. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. Senior brother did the right thing. Saint 33 was relieved. He wasn't a violent person. Plus, his realm hadn't increased. When dealing with such matters, he always pursued stability. Let's talk about other things. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that young Master Sword Divine had returned. He admired that guy's methods. He destroyed two large sects in one go. It was just like his ambitious methods in the lower realm. The Sky-Cracking sect has reinforcements and destroyed two large sections. Their strength has increased greatly? Hearing senior brother say that the Sky-Cracking sect had devoured other sects, he was a little surprised. Back then, the Sky-Cracking sect had kept a low profile. Lin Fei believed that they would show their fangs sooner or later. Unexpectedly, they had the Heaven-Connecting sect behind them. With the support of large sects, the sects of the great metropolis world were nothing in front of them. After the Sky-Cracking sect devoured the two large sects, they didn't do anything and went into hibernation again. I heard that the Sky-Cracking sect and the Nether Palace fought secretly a few times. They were evenly matched. Saint 33 added. It's normal for them to fight each other. One of them is Sword Immortal by D's backing, while the other is Heaven-Connecting sect's backing. Neither side is willing to submit to the other. It's normal for them to fight. Saint 33 continued to talk about other things. Some sects from other worlds brought people to invade the great metropolis world. The heavyweight sects all arranged for their people to enter the great metropolis world. Some of them had great backgrounds and mountains behind them. Apart from that, some medium powers joined together and invaded. They gathered the sects of the great metropolis world and formed their own sect. They fought against the other powers and didn't fall into a disadvantage. Everyone is very concerned about the competition for the Sector Lord position. Sitting on the Sector Lord's position brings unimaginable benefits, even if it's just a small Sector Lord. Saint 33 revealed a helpless expression. Our great world hasn't had a Sector Lord for too long. The other worlds are all tempted. Lin Fei understood the importance of the Sector Lord position. In the end, it was the great metropolis world's weakness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone fighting for the Sector Lord position. These are the strongest powers that have entered the great metropolis world. There's still a year before the Sector Lord battle. I believe they will make a move against our Holy Heaven Academy. Saint 33 took out another jade scroll. Go and rest first. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to do anything. That's good, that's good. After sending off Saint 33, Lin Fei checked the information in the jade scroll. Ever since he heard about the Sector Lord battle, he knew that such a day would come. The importance of the Sector Lord made all the powers want to take a bite out of it. The information in the Jade Scroll was very detailed. Sky-cracking sect represents heaven-reaching sect. Netherworld Palace represents Sword Immortal White Emperor. Pill Cauldron sect. Brahma Immortal sect. Fire Alliance, Medium Sect Alliance. 12 Palaces Water Palace. A total of 6 powers. Lin Fei saw the unexpected powers with a glance. Water Palace of the 12 palaces, I didn't expect them to come as well. Lin Fei had come into contact with these powers before. For example, Golden Palace and then Thunder Palace. He didn't have a good impression of them. How could he not be surprised to see Wind Palace? There's still a year before the Sector Lord battle. There should be many powers that have entered. I wonder who will be the first to find trouble with the academy. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It should be Lin Fei. Netherworld Palace Main Hall. Sword God Young Master was dressed in white, sitting on the throne. In the empty main hall, a scout was kneeling and reporting the situation during the day. Continue to watch. Sword God Young Master sent the scout away. Ever since the reconstruction of Netherworld Palace, Sword God Young Master's face became more and more dignified. Especially Sword Immortal, he could kill an Immortal King level Immortal with just a glance. Young Master Lin Fei has appeared. Just as you imagined, that guy should have rushed back from afar. Otherwise, with Lin Fei's temper, he wouldn't allow Chiu Hua Immortal Emperor to discuss them outside. A young maid appeared beside Sword God Young Master. It's good that he's back. Sword God Young Master smiled sinisterly. This young master was afraid that he would be a coward. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, a mere Holy Heaven Academy wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from this young master. Even if that third-step demon emperor wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult. Why wait until now? Sword God Young Master stood up. It's been so many years, it's time to meet an old friend. Outside Holy Heaven Academy, there was a fluctuation in the air. Then a white-clothed, white-haired young man appeared. As soon as this person appeared, sword chi danced and traces of sword intent cut through the air. The sword intent behind him formed a throne and a golden blade horse sat on it. To the left and right of the sword intent throne, all black-armored people lined up in a row. Lin Fei, your good friend is here. Aren't you going to come out and meet him? The surrounding scouts recognized the person. Netherworld Palace Master. They were all shocked. This powerful palace master took the initiative to come to Holy Heaven Academy. Was he going to make a move on the academy? They had to report it as soon as possible. Lin Fei was accompanying his wife and children. He had already noticed the fluctuation in the air, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After hearing the voice, he stopped. I'm going out to meet my friend. In the next second, Lin Fei appeared outside the academy. Sword God Young Master, long time no see. Your hair is all white, it seems like you've had a hard time. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he laughed at Sword God Young Master as if he was very familiar with him. Sword God Young Master's gaze landed on Lin Fei and said word by word, hard, it's indeed very hard. This head of white hair has been urging this young master to complete what I've never been able to complete. This guy was too patient. Lin Fei thought that Sword God Young Master would make a move. After all, he was his mortal enemy. The surrounding scouts were even more shocked by his appearance, especially when they heard Lin Fei's words. They couldn't help but admire this demon's courage. Facing the powerful Sword God Young Master, he actually dared to say such words. Lin Fei smiled. Then you have to keep up the good work, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 1266. Outside the Holy Heaven Academy. The two did not fight the moment they met. From afar, they looked like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, shocking many people. There was no big fight that happened for 3 days and 3 nights. Who did not know about the matter between Nether Palace and Lin Fei? That could not be erased. Sooner or later there would be a battle between the two. What's going on? I can't hear them. Sword God Young Master set up a soundproof formation. Whether it was Lin Fei or Sword God Young Master, both of them were heaven-defying people. Everyone was concerned about what these two old rivals would say. Soundproofing made them quite surprised. They missed out on many secrets and could not help but feel regret. Now no one will disturb us. Sword God Young Master set up a formation, the surrounding ripples flowed, isolating all sound, traces of sword intent danced around. The people outside are indeed quite noisy. Lin Fei agreed, I wonder what Sword God Young Master wants to say? Could it be that you have a lot of intimate words to say to me? You don't want them to listen? Lin Fei did not underestimate this true opponent in front of him. To be able to command ice and fire immortals, two sword immortals, Sword God Young Master's position should not be low under Sword Immortal White Emperor. Sword God Young Master stared at Lin Fei and said, Lin Fei, you are still the same as when you were in the lower realm. Do you know what I regret the most? Killing me in the lower realm. That's right, what I regret the most is that when you showed your talent, I did not kill you with one sword, which led to everything that happened later. Sword God Young Master said with a gloomy face. Lin Fei laughed out loud, Sword God Young Master, I also have to thank you. If it was not for your arrogance and ambition wanting to kill me, maybe we could have become friends. What a pity, what a pity. Mentioning this matter, Sword God Young Master felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Today Sword God Young Master was not here to kill. Lin Fei was not as easy to kill as he thought. It is indeed a pity that you became famous with the help of Nether Palace. Sword God Young Master said, who would have thought that a bumpkin in the lower realm would grow to this level? You are the most outstanding person I have ever seen, but regretfully, you are my enemy. This Sword God Young Master had changed a lot. He could hide his killing intent so deeply. It's because of the Netherworld Palace that I can become who I am today. It's a pity that you weren't at the Netherworld Palace that day. Otherwise I could have killed you and put an end to everything. I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the Sword Celestial, Emperor Bai. It seems like your position is quite high. The Sword God Young Master sneered, there are even more things that you can't imagine. I believe that before long this young master will personally kill you and destroy your academy. Just you wait. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I will wait and see if you, Sword God, have the ability to kill me, or if I will pull you down from your altar and bury you in the great metropolis heaven. The two were at each other. The formation dispersed and the two went back to their own places. Sword God Young Master brought his men into the void and disappeared from Elysium Academy. The spy disappeared and the outside was quiet. Ice and fire immortals are dead, Sword God Young Master has become cautious. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. Impulsive people were easy to deal with. Sword God Young Master was not as impulsive as before, which made Lin Fei realize that this guy was not easy to deal with. Young Master Sword God's main goal should be the position of the World Overlord. As for me, that's something to be done after that. Once I become the World Overlord, by borrowing the power of the world, I would become the #1 expert in the great metropolis heavens. I would be invincible and it would be extremely easy for me to destroy my academy. However, the position of the World Overlord is mine. Sword God Young Master, Lin Fei's strength is indeed unfathomable. I feel a terrifying destructive power from him. Sword God Young Master nodded. He is indeed terrifying. No wonder he could destroy the entire Netherworld Palace. He cultivates invincible divine power. It seems like he has reached the realm where he can destroy everything with his strength. His strength is indeed unfathomable. Sword God Young Master nodded. He is indeed terrifying. No wonder he could destroy the entire Netherworld Palace. He cultivates invincible divine power. It seems like he has reached the realm where he can destroy everything with his strength. His strength is indeed unfathomable. Sword God Young Master's trip was to understand Lin Fei. There were rumors about how powerful Lin Fei was. Sword God Young Master had a lot of information. Before seeing the real person, it was not good to make a plan against Lin Fei. After seeing him once, Sword God Young Master cursed in his heart. How the hell did this guy cultivate? Terrifying divine power reached a terrifying realm. Sword God Young Master did not dare to underestimate the destructive power of this realm. He is indeed terrifying. However, it will not be long before he dies. At that time, not only us but others will also deal with Lin Fei. After Netherworld Palace left, Elysium Academy became quiet. The other forces did not come looking for trouble. Even the disciples of Netherworld Palace's Sword God Young Master and Sword Immortal by D did not attack Elysium Academy. This Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. Cracking Sky Gate Main Hall. After destroying 2 large sects, Cracking Sky Gate's strength increased greatly. Hearing that Nether Palace's Sword God Young Master was going to attack, the Heaven-connecting sect disciples were eager for them to fight. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end they did not fight. This made Immortal Emperor Zhuyu and Immortal Emperor Duanyun very dissatisfied. They were both immortal emperors from Heaven Connecting sect. They were not reckless people. Lin Fei had always been the most mysterious person in front of them. His strength was also unfathomable. Yeah, I don't know what Sword God Young Master is doing. He actually did not make a move. The sun must have risen from the west. Immortal Emperor Duanyun scolded, there is a deep hatred between them. The battle for the Realm Lord is not far away. If I am not wrong, Lin Fei's death is coming soon. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu squinted his eyes. His strength is unfathomable. He will definitely not be able to take that step. The Heaven Connecting sect disciples seem to have a telepathic connection. Great Emperor. Pill Cauldron sect, Fire Alliance, Wind Palace. They were discussing Lin Fei immediately. In the Great Metropolis world, Lin Fei's strength was rumored to be the strongest in the Great Metropolis world. Even though this was a rumor circulating privately, it was not groundless. Regardless of who it was, they all feared Lin Fei to a certain extent, especially when he was called a demon. Cracking Sky Gate did not attack Elysium Academy. Nether Palace's Sword God Young Master did not attack either. As long as they were not fools, they knew that Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Chapter 1267. You are about to become a great emperor. 2 months after Nether Palace's Sword God Young Master left the college. When they heard the news, Saint 33 and the other vice deans were shocked. Becoming a great emperor. It was such a terrifying thing to look forward to. How many half-step immortal emperors had died at the checkpoint of becoming a great emperor? One step at a time was like a huge knife hanging above their heads. Without absolute confidence, they wouldn't dare to try. After all, it was a terrifying thing. Out of tens of thousands of immortal emperors, 60 to 70% would die. Lin Fei only mentioned it to them. Becoming a great emperor was a must. 10 years to become a great emperor, you really did it? Unfortunately, your timing is not good. Devil Emperor Silence Kuan frowned. The World Overlord battle was about to begin soon. Everyone was rubbing their palms in glee, preparing to seize the position of World Overlord. Lin Fei had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. He would definitely face a situation where everyone would gang up on him. No one was willing for Lin Fei to become a powerful first-step immortal emperor. His strength was already immeasurable before becoming a great emperor. If he became a great emperor, he would really become the #1 expert in Great Metropolis world. It wouldn't be a good thing for the Realm Lord battle. Instead, it would be a bad thing. No one was willing to see Lin Fei become a great emperor. I have to become a great emperor. Lin Fei was suffering in silence. He had already reached the required experience and the system gave him the mission of becoming a great emperor. He couldn't reject it at all. Apart from that, the lowest cultivation for the position of Realm Lord had to be a first-step immortal emperor. Lin Fei had no choice. You are too strong. Becoming a great emperor will be very terrifying. Demon Emperor Silence Kuan said, the attack of the Heavenly Dao treasure will be ranked very high. It definitely won't let you pass it easily. Becoming a great emperor. Demon Emperor Silence Kuan understood. One step was difficult, every step would be difficult. Now, Demon Emperor Silence Kuan was a third-step immortal emperor. After cultivating the secret technique, his combat strength was at fourth-step immortal emperor. However, he wasn't confident in becoming a great emperor. Lin Fei was stronger than him. Becoming a great emperor seemed simple, but the difficulty was no lower than the tribulation of a fourth-step immortal emperor. It boded ill. No matter how terrifying it is, I still have to achieve the martial monarch realm. Besides, who knows how many people will try to kill me in the dark. This is a good chance to teach them a lesson. Lin Fei knew very well that the reason why young Master Sword God and the rest did not make a move was because they were waiting for him to become a martial emperor. If you try to become a divine emperor, the academy will become a target. Are you ready? Even though becoming a martial monarch was a simple task, the slightest change could affect everything. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. As long as the academy exists, they will not like it. This time they will definitely not miss this good opportunity. Once I attract the heavenly lightning, they will definitely attack the academy, which will affect the process of becoming a great emperor. What you need to do is to protect the academy. As for the other matters, you can leave them to others. Hua hua hua. One figure after another appeared in front of Lin Fei. Waves of tyrannical auras instantly caused Demon Monarch Ji Kuan's expression to change. This terrifying aura was ferocious and terrifying. A primordial beast. Greetings, Master. Whoosh, the 12 battle generals all knelt down. Lin Fei got them to stand up. He is my trump card. Do you think that after activating a simple array and using them to deal with him, will they be able to give them a memorable lesson? Very strong, very strong. Demon Monarch Ji Kuan had the strength of a fourth-step Demon Emperor and could already sense the terrifying aura from their bodies. Even though the strongest one was only at the peak of second-step Demon Emperor realm and the other 11 were at first-step Demon Monarch Ji Kuan, he didn't dare to underestimate them. Why don't you try them? That's good too. Demon Monarch Ji Kuan had still underestimated the power of these 12 battle generals. Once they formed an array, the main attack of explosive destruction brought about violent gales. They attacked ferociously and didn't stop. As a third-step Demon Emperor, Ji Kuan had to defend with all his strength. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. After Demon Monarch Ji Kuan blasted them away, he didn't attack anymore. They weren't too satisfied with explosive destruction as they couldn't do anything to a Demon Monarch. In the sea region they had joined forces and killed many sea race immortal emperors. Here they couldn't do anything to a Demon Monarch, making them lose face. All of you can be content. At his peak, he has the combat strength of a fourth-step Demon Emperor. Lin Fei scolded with a smile. He was very satisfied with their performance. At the same time, he was using their strength to tell Demon Monarch Ji Kuan that he wasn't the strongest among his subordinates and there was no need for him to be complacent. Master, with this trump card we can activate the Chaos Array. Anyone who enters will never be able to return. At this moment, Demon Monarch Ji Kuan finally said the word, Master. Previously, Demon Monarch Ji Kuan was willing to be a follower, so he really couldn't say the word Master. After seeing these terrifying battle generals, Demon Monarch Ji Kuan realized that he wasn't the only one. These battle generals and ancient mutated beasts still had limitless potential. In a one-on-one battle, Demon Monarch Ji Kuan wasn't afraid as he could sweep them. Once they joined forces and formed an array, Demon Monarch Ji Kuan knew how powerful they were. Once they reached third-step Demon Emperor realm, the array's power would be enough to sweep all fourth-step Demon Emperor realm experts. Terrifying. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. Bao Extermination, talk to him when you have nothing to do. It will be very helpful to your combat strength. Yes. Bao Extermination looked at Demon Monarch Ji Kuan with eyes filled with fighting spirit. Demon Monarch Ji Kuan's brows jumped and he could only smile bitterly. He couldn't afford to offend such a violent fellow. He was obviously unhappy with the previous battle and wanted to defeat him. If they didn't fight, no one would know how terrifying they were. Demon Monarch Ji Kuan knew how terrifying they were. The battle armor on their bodies was the Chaos Battle Armor. In addition, they were ancient mutated beasts and were born with strong defense. Together with this powerful array, they could even ignore the recoil. Whoever had such a sharp blade would be a headache for everyone. The people from Tianyun Tower are here? Just as Lin Fei was preparing to become a great emperor, someone came in to report that the person in charge of Tianyun Tower was here. He even said that they were old acquaintances. Bring them in. Lin Fei was curious why Tianyun Tower would come at this moment. He decided to meet them first and get someone to invite them in. They arrived very quickly. Dean Lin, you have been living such a carefree life. Lu Ziyue, who was dressed in black, walked in with a servant beside her. Lin Fei didn't get up. So it's Fairy Lu. What brought you here? Lu Ziyue sat down without any courtesy. The servant stood at the side without moving. It's nothing. Can't I come? Unless Dean Lin doesn't welcome me? Fairy must be joking. I welcome you very much. It's just that great metropolis world is a poor and remote place. It's not as prosperous and lively as those big worlds. Lin Fei chuckled. He didn't know why this woman came here. Lin Fei was thinking about the purpose of this woman's visit. Tianyun Tower was a huge force that could affect the entire universe. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate them. Dean Lin, the reason I came here today is to discuss a business deal with you. A deal that will be beneficial to you. Lu Ziyue was a capable person. After a few words she got to the point. Business deal? Lin Fei was curious. If it's for the celestial god fruit, I'm sorry. I don't have it anymore. I can't do anything about it. This guy is pretending to be confused. Lu Ziyue had seen all kinds of young elites. People like Lin Fei were really rare. His skin was also thick. It's not about the celestial god fruit. Lu Ziyue said with a smile. It's about the fight for the realm lord. This woman's appetite was really big. Lin Fei's heart stirred. He asked, could it be that you want to intervene in the fight for the realm lord? To expand your influence? Wrong. Our Tianyun Tower has never intervened in this kind of thing. We are just discussing a business deal with you. Lu Ziyue shook her head. In this world, anything can be bought and sold. It can be a small business or a big business. It's just that the trading partner is different. Don't you think so? Damn, what this woman said makes sense. Lin Fei secretly cursed. Tianyun Tower's appetite is not small. They can even intervene in the fight for the Realm Lord. Thinking about it, their influence can spread throughout the entire universe. Then the fight for the Realm Lord doesn't seem to be a big deal. Can I listen to your business deal? Lu Ziyue knew that this guy would be interested. Very simple. We will support you to become the Realm Lord. We will provide all kinds of information and manpower. After you become the Realm Lord, we will need 80% of the shares. With our support, you will have a 70% chance of becoming the Realm Lord. As for you, you will only have a 10% chance or even less. Tianyun Tower was a big power. What they were doing was buying. In the eyes of others, the position of Realm Lord was also a business deal in their eyes. It was just a big deal or a small deal. In essence, the meaning was the same. Lu Ziyue threw out another benefit. As long as you form a cooperative relationship with us, when you are becoming a martial emperor, we can help you eliminate all your worries and guarantee that you will succeed. You should be very clear that your accumulation is too deep. The difficulty of becoming a martial emperor is 100 times more than the same level. In addition, there are people secretly preparing to act. Do you think you can handle it? With our help, it will be different. They won't dare to not give face to our Tianyun Tower. I don't believe you are tempted. Lu Ziyue understood Lin Fei's situation very well. She even had some secret information in her hands. The reason she came here personally was to cooperate with Lin Fei and obtain the position of Realm Lord. According to their Tianyun Tower's calculations, if Lin Fei had help, he had a high chance of obtaining the position of Realm Lord. Lu Ziyue believed that Lin Fei would not reject this kind of benefit. After all, in the entire universe, who didn't want to cooperate with Tianyun Tower? Lin Fei was silent for a moment before saying to Lu Ziyue, I'm very curious. Why didn't your Tianyun Tower do it yourself? Instead, you came to find a nobody like me. Lu Ziyue's expression changed slightly. Lin Fei said again, if I didn't guess wrong, you peak powers have an agreement with each other. You are not allowed to interfere. The fight for the position of Realm Lord should be limited to a certain area. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. I wonder if I guessed correctly? Lu Ziyue stared at Lin Fei as if she wanted to see something from his face. She smiled lightly, you are very amazing. You guessed it correctly. This is already a secret of the upper echelons. Chapter 1268. You guessed it right. From the beginning, Lin Fei had his guesses, but he wasn't sure. The myriad worlds were so big and there were many small worlds. Great Metropolis World was just a small world, and it wasn't considered much in the myriad worlds. The fight for the Realm Lord shouldn't be a fierce battle. It should be limited to a certain range. Hence, with Lin Fei's probing, Lu Ziyue didn't hide anything and admitted what Lin Fei said. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The fight for the Realm Lord was indeed a secret of the upper echelons. Fairy Lu, I want to buy information about the Realm Lord. I wonder if your Tianyun Tower will sell it? Lin Fei asked Lu Ziyue. The fight for the Realm Lord was indeed a secret of the upper echelons in the small worlds. The Tianyun Tower knew it very well. What if I say no? Lin Fei said, then I don't care. I'm just asking casually, but it will make me feel disappointed in your Tianyun Tower. This guy was a rascal. From his previous tone, Lu Ziyue knew that this guy had already rejected. Otherwise he wouldn't have said such words. This is a secret of the upper echelons and the price is very high. Do you think you can afford it? Lu Ziyue was also dissatisfied. Lin Fei's choice of rejection was too different from what she expected. Lin Fei didn't think so. As long as you name the price, you will definitely be able to buy it. I believe that this information is in the upper echelons, and it isn't really a secret. What do you think, Fairy Lu? Lu Ziyue had never seen such a conceited person like Lin Fei. She wasn't willing to sell any information to Lin Fei. Many people wanted the Tianyun Tower to help in the dark. Miss, don't be impulsive. The servant at the side transmitted his voice. The secret that Lin Fei mentioned is indeed not a secret in the upper echelons. As long as you have enough time, you will be able to understand it. This old servant suggests that you sell it to him. I won't send you off. After getting the information, Lin Fei didn't say anything more to Lu Ziyue. In any case, it was impossible for them to cooperate. The Tianyun Tower was a terrifying existence, and cooperating with them was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. In the end, the one to suffer would still be him. After buying the information, Lin Fei didn't mention the matter of cooperation again. After tactfully refusing them, He used the excuse that he had something to do and sent them away. He held a jade slip in his hand. This woman is so black-hearted. I'll teach her a lesson sooner or later. For the information in this jade slip, Lin Fei was swindled, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the great metropolis celestial world, there was no one in the upper echelons. Information about the upper echelons was a secret that ordinary people could not know. Let me see what's in the jade slip. Lin Fei deserves to die. After Lu Ziyue was sent out of the Sacred Heaven Academy, she turned her head back and looked at the Sacred Heaven Academy. She would remember this fellow Lin Fei. Missy, we have to keep in touch with Holy Heaven Academy in the future. All of a sudden, a strange glint flashed in the eyes of the servant at the side. His left and right eyeballs rotated as traces of energy were released. In his eyes, the Holy Heaven Academy had changed into another appearance. What happened? Lu Ziyue stopped. He knew how powerful the servant beside him was. Although he said that he was a servant, he had indeed watched her grow up. Although he seemed to be unknown, only she knew how powerful a servant was. What a good Holy Heaven Academy, to actually hide so deeply. I'm afraid that everyone has been deceived by him. The old man's eyeballs stopped moving as his face revealed an astonished expression. Fortunately, our Tianyun Tower has never interfered in other people's matters. Otherwise, we would really suffer a huge loss in the Holy Heaven Academy. Suffer a huge loss? Lu Ziyue looked at the Holy Heaven Academy again. It looked very ordinary and there was nothing worth paying attention to. She would not doubt Uncle Xing's words. Elder Xinghai's expression turned grave, because they laid down a great chaos array in the academy. Ordinary people would not be able to see through it, but if someone were to recklessly attack the Holy Heaven Academy, no matter how many of them come, they would just be sending themselves to death. Great chaos array? Lu Ziyue was moved. Is it a semi-finished product or a complete product? Complete product, there are at least 500 array flags, it's the real deal. Elder Xinghai was also astonished. It was rare to see a great chaos array in a small world, moreover, it was of such high quality. Isn't this comparable to the great array of some top-notch sects? How could the Holy Heaven Academy have such a great array? Being born in the Tianyun Tower, Lu Ziyue knew many secrets. Great Chaos Array. One of the ancient great arrays. It was refined using primal chaos divine stones and could be used to lay down an ancient and ominous array. Due to the rarity of primal chaos divine stones, great chaos arrays were rarely seen. Other than the top-notch sects, there were almost no such arrays in the outside world. Even if there were, it would be a small chaos array that could make a name for itself. Yes, that's why this old servant said that Lin Fei is very mysterious. With this great array, anyone who forcefully attacks will definitely suffer a great loss. If Lin Fei has a trump card, even a third or fourth step immortal emperor wouldn't have a good ending if they barge in. After Lu Ziyue confirmed it again and again, she realized that this matter was very serious. If I'm not wrong, this Lin Fei should have primal chaos divine stones in his hands. Primal chaos divine stones? Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. The jade letter in Lin Fei's hand suddenly shattered. This was a one-time use jade letter. After reading the information inside, the jade letter would automatically shatter and there wouldn't be any more information inside. This was to prevent others from copying it. So the great metropolis world belongs to the Iron Blood Alliance. After reading the information, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. The Iron Blood Alliance is formed by a total of 18 realm lords and controls a world. In this world, outsiders can't interfere with the competition for the realm lords. No wonder there aren't many people here. It's an internal division. Lin Fei could finally put down the matter that he had been worried about previously. Sword Immortal by D. Pill Cauldron Gate, Fire Alliance, Tongtian Sect, Wind Palace, they all belong to the Iron Blood Alliance. The information says that there won't be more than 10 forces fighting for the realm lords. There won't be any external forces interfering. In the information there was a detailed introduction of the Iron Blood Alliance. These things were definitely big secrets in the various worlds. The people at the lower levels wouldn't know about it. Who would know that the forces in the various worlds were divided? The Iron Blood Alliance was such a big force. It was formed by 18 realm lords. It controlled one of the regions. This time, the competition for the realm lord of the great metropolis world belonged to the internal division of the Iron Blood Alliance. It didn't belong to the great metropolis world but to other forces. That's a good plan. None of you can snatch the position of the realm lord. Lin Fei already had a rough understanding of the situation. The vast 10,000 worlds were divided into pieces by people. The world overlords formed their own powers and controlled the worlds under them. As for why no one controlled the great metropolis world, it was because the previous realm lord died. The great metropolis world didn't have any resources or spots. Naturally, it was abandoned. Chapter 1269. The sun rose. Another day had arrived. Great metropolis world welcomed another beautiful day. Recently, the great metropolis heaven had enjoyed a rare period of peace. It was as quiet as still water, but everyone knew that beneath this tranquility was a terrifying storm. Swoosh! On this day, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Elysium Academy and disappeared in the east. That figure headed east and disappeared into the distance in just a few steps. At the end of the east, it was a desolate and uninhabited place. On a barren mountain in the wilderness. A figure stood casually on it with his long hair fluttering in the wind. Haha, Lin Fei is going to become a great emperor. I thought he would have to endure it. Several figures soared into the sky above the sky-cracking gate. The Duanyun immortal emperor finally smiled. In order to deal with Lin Fei he had endured until now. Now he could finally act and finish Lin Fei off in one fell swoop. East, a desolate place, he really knows how to pick a good place. Immortal Emperor Zhuoyu could sense the approximate location. Unfortunately, once he becomes a great emperor he will definitely die today. No one can help him. They had not taken action all this while because they were waiting for Lin Fei to become a great emperor. They all knew how powerful Lin Fei was. Even the Sword God Prince of Netherworld Palace did not take action personally because he was afraid of Lin Fei's strength. Senior brother, everything has been arranged. Duanyun Immortal Emperor said, not only will Lin Fei die today, but Elysium Academy will also be uprooted. Finally going to become a great emperor? Nether Palace Main Hall. Sword God Prince opened his eyes, sword intent surged as he stood up. Have you prepared the arrangements? Immediately, an immortal emperor came up and said respectfully, everything is ready. Sword God Prince sneered, in the future he will destroy my Nether Palace. Today I will exterminate Elysium Academy. I will pay him back 100-fold for what he did that day. In his eyes, Lin Fei was already a dead man. Palace Lord, don't worry. With so many of us, it will be easy to exterminate Elysium Academy. Pill Cauldron Gate, Fire Alliance, Wind Palace. These three forces also knew that Lin Fei was going to become a great emperor. A storm began to descend upon the great metropolis heaven. Secretly, many people began to take action. Lin Fei, Demon Lin, was secretly known as the #1 expert. Ever since he showed his talent, he had never been defeated. He killed his way up from the bones. The destruction of the Nether Palace made Lin Fei known as the Supreme Demon. Today, Demon Lin was going to become an emperor and it was going to be a huge massacre. If Demon Lin could still become a great emperor under such circumstances, then no one in the great metropolis world would be able to stop him from fighting for the position of World Lord. Demon Lin's chances of becoming a great emperor were slim. His chances of becoming a martial emperor were less than 10%. I want to become a great emperor. I wonder how many people will take the bait. I am really looking forward to it. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Fei looked at the Elysium Academy with a sneer on his face. Half a day later, Lin Fei moved. The aura around him reached its peak, breaking through all the way. On the barren land, the wind and clouds surged, and the terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao engulfed this area. The immortals and beasts in the vicinity trembled with fear, a tremor that came from the depths of their souls. Hoo, in the barren land the wind whistled like knives. The ground cracked and the mountains and rivers evaporated. This area had become a terrifying place. Demon Lin is becoming a great emperor. The entire great metropolis world was in motion. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura from the heavenly Tao. In the east, someone was becoming a great emperor. Huan billions of miles away from the nearest area. Experts gathered and looked at the barren land that had turned into a terrifying area. The people from the Nether Palace were the first to arrive. The Sword God Young Master was in the lead, and behind him was a black armored army of about 50 people. They were covered in black armor and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. After that, Immortal Emperor Zhuoyu arrived with his men and occupied an area. They were very cold towards the Sword God Young Master of the Nether Palace. However, their gazes were all focused on the barren land. The Fire Alliance, Pill Cauldron Sect and Wind Palace had all arrived. At this moment they didn't greet each other. Their goal was the same. To attack Lin Fei. They were all from the Iron Blood Alliance. The fight for the position of Realm Lord was also an internal struggle. Lin Fei wasn't one of them. He was a dangerous fellow. Now that he was taking the risk to become a great emperor, it was a good opportunity for them to attack him. According to their plan, they should get rid of Lin Fei first. After getting rid of a powerful opponent, the rest would be easy. They could slowly discuss their own matters behind closed doors. This time they were unprecedentedly united. They wanted to kill Lin Fei. The lightning is here. Dark clouds rolled in the sky above the barren land and lightning flashed. A bolt of blue lightning as thick as a water bucket struck down from the dark clouds. The entire great metropolis world shook. What a terrifying lightning! This is only the first bolt. Everyone could feel the terror of the lightning. Those who had already become great emperors couldn't help but shiver in the face of this lightning. This bolt of lightning was far more powerful and terrifying than they had faced. If they had faced this level of lightning before, they would have died without a doubt, not to mention becoming an immortal emperor. Those who doubted Lin Fei's strength had to admit that this terrifying accumulation wasn't just an ordinary kind of terror. He was the #1 expert of the great metropolis world. If the first bolt of lightning was so terrifying, how terrifying would the next 98 bolts be? Boom, boom, boom. The mountain beneath Lin Fei's feet suddenly collapsed and was flattened. Above his head, lightning struck down with a terrifying aura. I've cultivated the true self body, the chaotic body. Let me see who is the strongest. Boom. The first bolt of lightning struck Lin Fei's body. The surrounding hundreds of millions of li was flattened, leaving no signs of life. Lightning fragments were everywhere. The terrifying first bolt of lightning in everyone's eyes was forcefully withstood just like that. The second bolt of lightning followed without any pause. What a powerful body! He withstood the first bolt of lightning without relying on external objects. What kind of body is this? The fact that Lin Fei withstood the first bolt of lightning shocked everyone. He relied on his body and not any treasures. Boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. There was only lightning left in the world. Everyone could see that under the lightning, Lin Fei's body was like a towering mountain. He just stood there as the terrifying bolts of lightning struck his body. In the blink of an eye, 10 bolts of lightning passed. Lin Fei still relied on his body and didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom, boom. The 20th bolt of lightning struck down. Lin Fei easily withstood it. The strength of his body was beyond everyone's imagination. No matter how strong Demon Lin's body is, it will completely collapse after 40 to 50 bolts of lightning. That's right. Only ancient experts could become great emperors by relying on their bodies. Most people who become great emperors nowadays rely on treasures. I dare say that after 60 bolts of lightning, Demon Lin's body won't be able to withstand it. Once he lets out that breath, he will die without a doubt. While the people outside were shocked, they expressed their opinions one after another. They really didn't expect that someone's body could be so strong. When becoming a great emperor, having a strong body was also a strategy that could last longer. The 30th bolt of lightning. Lin Fei's body didn't move and he continued to withstand it. The 40th bolt of lightning. The 50th bolt of lightning. The 60th bolt of lightning. It was the 60th bolt of lightning. Everyone was dumbfounded. He relied on his body to last until now. What a joke. They almost suspected that the lightning was fake. It was simply a joke that it couldn't destroy an immortal's body. If it wasn't for the terrifying aura of the lightning that made even their hearts palpitate, they would be willing to go down and try the power of the lightning. Is this a peerless immortal body? I'm afraid even the legendary peerless immortal body isn't at this level, right? Demon Lin's strength is beyond our imagination. If he doesn't die, his body's defense will be even stronger after being tempered by the lightning. From now on, our attacks will be like tickles to Demon Lin. The Nether Palace, the Heaven-Cracking Sect, and other major factions. Their faces were solemn. Even though they had investigated Lin Fei, it was an investigation after all. They only had a vague idea of Lin Fei's strength. However, it was unprecedented for someone to withstand the 60th bolt of lightning. Monster. What a monster. Senior brother, did you see that? This guy really isn't human. Duanyun Immortal Emperor's eyes widened. Back then, when he became a great emperor, it was far less dangerous. After withstanding 20 bolts of lightning, he had to take out a treasure to endure. But now, Lin Fei was unbelievably ferocious. He relied on his body to withstand 60 bolts of lightning. There were only a few people in the Tongtian sect who specialized in cultivating their bodies and had peerless immortal bodies. They could barely withstand 40 bolts of lightning. They couldn't find anyone like Lin Fei. If our sect obtains such a strong physical body, it will increase our chances of becoming a martial emperor by more than 80%. Immortal Emperor Zhuoyu stared at Lin Fei, who was standing under the lightning. This time Lin Fei must not be allowed to survive. The heaven-cracking sex conversation was similar to that of the other factions. Lin Fei was too strong. He didn't need any treasures to become a great emperor. He was like an ancient god of war with just his body. Lin Fei was under the lightning. Bolts of heavenly lightning descended and struck his physical body. Cracks appeared on his body as lightning flickered. This feels great. Only these heavenly thunders can break through my body. Whoosh, large amounts of immortal force were used up. The lightning was forced out to repair his body. Luckily, I cultivated 2 powerful bodies so I could endure it. It wouldn't have been so easy with just my true self body. Lin Fei knew very well that the people outside were watching him, and they were even more determined to kill him. However, not now but when he was at his weakest. After the 99 bolts of lightning, it would be the attack of the heavenly treasure. Once he withstood it, he would be in a weakened state. That was the time for them to attack. As for now, whoever dared to attack would be targeted by the lightning. That was why they didn't attack. Let the heavenly thunder come even more fiercely. Chapter 1270. Desolate Land. Bolts of heavenly lightning filled with boundless heavenly might bombarded Lin Fei in the center. From 60 bolts of heavenly lightning to 80 bolts. Lin Fei did not use any treasures to block the heavenly lightning. Monster, truly a monster. The 81st bolt of heavenly lightning fell. Lin Fei, who was in the lightning, soared into the sky and punched the heavenly lightning, creating an unimaginable scene. Boom! This was a clash of strength. Everyone saw the terrifying heavenly lightning explode in front of them, sending shards of heavenly lightning flying in all directions. Ha ha, heavenly lightning is only SOSO. Lin Fei's voice came from the lightning. The dark clouds rolled again. The great path seemed to see the sky provoking it. After 2 consecutive bolts of heavenly lightning, they rushed down like 2 lightning snakes. Bang, another 2 punches. The lightning wrapped around Lin Fei's arm. Lin Fei had 2 divine physiques, so his defense was terrifying. The 2 bolts of heavenly lightning were not enough to destroy his body. Everyone in the great metropolis heavens would never forget this scene. Lin Fei not only resisted the heavenly lightning, but his strength could also collide with it and destroy it. Boom boom boom, the great path was even more furious. This time, 6 bolts of heavenly lightning fell at once, not giving Lin Fei any chance to catch his breath. Good timing. Lin Fei shouted. His 3 heads and 6 arms swatted at the heavenly lightning at the same time. He blocked it again. The 6 terrifying heavenly lightning were struck in midair. Lin Fei was unscathed. The success of the ancient divine power had made Lin Fei confident that he could block the heavenly lightning. The next heavenly lightning increased in power, but it could not do anything to Lin Fei. The last bolt of heavenly lightning. Everyone was numb. They had all been defeated by Lin Fei. So this was how one could become a great emperor. Within the roiling black clouds, a colossal being pushed aside the black clouds, revealing its terrifying appearance. Its lake-sized eyes gave off a cold glint as it looked down at the lowly fellows below. This is a heavenly beast, a legendary heavenly beast. His aloof and emotionless gaze caused everyone to subconsciously tremble. The rumors are true. When it accumulates to a terrifying level, it will be attacked by a heavenly beast, forming the final heavenly lightning. I never thought that the legendary existence would really appear. The leaders of the top sects were all shocked. The heaven beast in the roiling dark clouds opened its mouth and inhaled. Everything within billions of kilometers was sucked into the bottomless pit. Kacha kacha. In midair, a tall mountain was reduced to dust. Such a strong suction force. Lin Fei immediately felt a powerful suction force lock onto him, and his entire body flew towards the black vortex. There's a power that's destroying my body. Strands of blue energy revolved around his body. His physical body was affected to a certain extent. Damn, this is a heavenly beast, I didn't expect to meet it. In fact, Lin Fei knew what it was like to become a great emperor. When this huge creature appeared, he immediately knew that he had encountered a heavenly beast. The suction force continued to envelop them. Lin Fei's entire body flew up, and a horrifying twisting force came crashing down. His 2 divine bodies were pushed to the limit. Come on, come on. Lin Fei knew that he couldn't resist the suction force, so he might as well obey it. He sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. Hua hua hua, when the terrifying suction force attacked. A sound like seawater flowing exploded in Lin Fei's ears. Immediately, a vast ocean appeared in front of him, and the salty sea breeze blew towards him. Boom, Lin Fei's entire body sank and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It's actually a soul attack. Just this one spiritual attack had almost caused him to fall. A soul projection attack directly attacked the soul's core. Without a strong soul, a soul attack would definitely kill him and there wouldn't be any results. The people outside were so shocked that their faces changed. A soul attack appeared. This last heavenly lightning attack is really terrifying. Although the soul projection just now wasn't targeted at them, they who were outside could more or less sense it. Those with average strength were swaying and their faces were pale and they almost died. Under the attack, Lin Fei only suffered a small injury. This made everyone's eyes widen. Not only did he have a monstrous physical body, his soul was also so strong? What a joke. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei was shocked. The soul projection attack was really mysterious. When the attack started, a statue appeared in the depths of his soul, blocking the soul attack. I have to be careful of these soul attacks in the future. Following that, a few more soul projection attacks were unable to do anything to Lin Fei. Waves of suction force passed by him. Lin Fei endured the heavenly beast's attack unscathed. Roar! The heavenly beast roared as if it was very unwilling to accept that it couldn't even deal with an immortal. Its huge body rolled and disappeared in the dark clouds. 99 heavenly lightning strikes had passed. Half of the great emperor stage had passed. The attack of a heavenly treasure was truly terrifying. As expected of the great metropolis world's #1 expert. Strength trumps all arguments. After becoming a great emperor, no one would dare to question him anymore. In the void billions of miles away, a small warship stopped in the depths of the void. Lu Ziyue was also shocked by Lin Fei's powerful great emperor stage ability. Miss, did you notice the divine body that Lin Fei displayed just now? Elder Xinghai couldn't suppress his excitement. It should be a top-notch body tempering technique that is specially used to resist heavenly lightning. From the information we collected, there are records that Lin Fei is strong. Not only is his strength terrifying, his defense is also strong, so strong that others can't break through it. However, I've looked into it in detail and none of the body tempering techniques match. Lu Ziyue was doubtful. Ever since she found out that Holy Heaven Academy had a chaos array, Lu Ziyue re-evaluated Lin Fei. She seemed to know too little about this guy. To be able to set up such an infamous chaos array, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Fei has cultivated several body tempering techniques, and this old servant saw a body tempering technique that has been lost for a long time. Back then, it was rumored that if one cultivated this body tempering technique, they would have a 90% chance of becoming a great emperor. Now it seems that it is true. Lin Fei does have a 90% chance of becoming a great emperor. 90%? Lu Ziyue was stunned. 90%, what kind of concept was that? A body tempering technique that has been lost for a long time? Lu Ziyue's body tempering techniques appeared and suddenly stopped on a body tempering technique. Are you talking about the chaotic body? It requires a large number of chaotic divine stones to successfully cultivate it. How long has it not appeared in our world? How did Lin Fei succeed in cultivating it? If it was true, then it was too terrifying. Chapter 1271. Lu Ziyue was still in shock. After the 99 bolts of lightning, the next wave of terrifying aura came. The attack of a heavenly treasure. Lin Fei passing the 99 bolts of lightning was indeed out of everyone's expectations. Apart from that, they also learned of Lin Fei's terrifying potential and powerful physique. He was truly the #1 expert in the great metropolis world. No one could achieve this during the great monarch realm. No, absolutely not. A powerful immortal physique gave them the cultivation method to take away the immortal physique. This would make it much easier for the disciples to achieve the great monarch realm in the future. Even though they didn't know the origin of this immortal physique, it wasn't hard to tell from the resistance of the lightning bolts. This was a terrifying immortal physique. After the 99 bolts of lightning, the attacks of the heavenly treasures followed. Rumble, a black divine pagoda, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It turned into a ray of light and smashed down on Lin Fei, the 88th ranked heaven-destroying divine pagoda. The appearance of this heavenly treasure was both expected and reasonable. The first time a great monarch appeared, it was usually a heavenly treasure that was ranked below 90. The heaven-destroying divine pagoda was ranked 88th and possessed terrifying power. Every time it turned into a ray of light, the sky would fall and the earth would crack. Even the entire great metropolis world could feel the terrifying attack from the heavenly treasure. The black heaven-destroying divine pagoda shook its body and turned into a black giant. It held a heaven-destroying divine pagoda in its hand, causing people's eyes to shake once again. Materialized. The legend says that after accumulating enough, the heavenly treasure will materialize. It's true. This is the heaven-destroying demon monarch, ranked 88th back then. After materializing, his battle prowess will increase by several folds. After materializing, the heaven-destroying demon monarch activated the heaven-destroying divine pagoda and its power increased greatly. The heaven-destroying divine pagoda suppressed the entire area, stopping time and space. Boom! The heaven extermination demon emperor's fist landed on Lin Fei's body, sending him flying and creating a huge crater. What a powerful demon monarch. As expected of the 88th ranked 100 monarchs, Lin Fei soared into the sky with 3 heads and 6 arms as he charged towards the heaven extermination devil emperor. Streaks of light slammed towards the heaven extermination devil emperor, shattering the space and time that had come to a standstill. Let me see how strong you, ranked 88th among the 100 emperors, are. With his powerful immortal physique, Lin Fei was like a god of war. His fists whistled through the air, constantly blasting at the heaven extermination devil emperor. His ferocious attacks repeatedly shattered the void. The heaven exterminating demon emperor was merely a manifestation of the heaven exterminating divine pagoda, not the real heaven exterminating demon emperor. Die. Boom. Lin Fei's ferocious attacks finally destroyed the 88th ranked heaven extermination devil emperor. The area that he was suppressing also disappeared. The sky extermination monarch is indeed very strong. If I hadn't suppressed him with a single attack, it wouldn't have been easy for me to defeat him. The moment the heaven exterminating demon emperor was blasted apart, the dark clouds started to churn again. The 2 heaven destroying devil emperors walked out and started to work. Time and space were frozen. Lin Fei's speed slowed down. This was time and space being affected. The 2 heaven exterminating demon emperors were obviously enhanced by the heavenly Tao. Their strength was also at the peak. In the sky, 2 black figures surrounded and attacked Lin Fei. Too terrifying. The heavenly Tao has manifested 2 heaven exterminating demon emperors with the same strength. Demon Lin is going to suffer. Demon Lin is vomiting blood. What terrifying strength. He killed 2 heaven exterminating demon emperors despite being injured. In the sky, Lin Fei vomited blood. He forcefully resisted the attacks of the 2 heaven exterminating demon emperors and finally killed them. The heavenly Tao didn't seem to give up after the death of the 2 heaven exterminating demon emperors. The third wave of attacks came, and it was directly against 3 heaven exterminating demon emperors. Every time the heavenly Tao added another heaven exterminating demon emperor, the situation would expand. On one side was the heavenly Tao, which could manifest the heaven exterminating demon emperors with endless energy. On the other side was Lin Fei, who needed to be constantly exhausted. As time went on, the situation would become one-sided. The 3 heaven exterminating demon emperors attacked. Palace Lord Lin Fei's injuries aren't light. His movements are starting to slow down. In the region where the Netherworld Palace was located, a demon monarch said. The sword god young master sat on the throne and looked at Lin Fei with satisfaction. He knocked on the throne with his fair fingers and said, "Send a message to the people outside. They can attack the Elysium Academy now." The demon monarch accepted the order and left. The sword god young master stood up and looked at Lin Fei, who was surrounded by the 8 heaven exterminating demon emperors. Lin Fei, you are indeed a good opponent. You have accumulated so much. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao doesn't allow you to become a demon monarch. In a few days, you will die under the attacks of the heavenly Tao treasure. Now, I have already arranged for people to attack the Elysium Academy. I want the Elysium Academy to be removed from the great metropolis world. Ah, you are shameless. Lin Fei was infuriated. A moment of carelessness in his defense caused him to be sent flying. He vomited mouthfuls of blood and glared at the sword god young master. The sword god young master laughed. "Ha, this isn't shameless. This is returning the favor. You destroyed the Netherworld Palace while I was in seclusion. Today I am just returning the favor." Lin Fei, who was surrounded, was infuriated again. Countless wounds appeared on his body and he was covered in blood. The 8 heaven exterminating demon emperors attacked without any regard for their lives. "I won't let you off," Lin Fei said while gnashing his teeth. The sword god young master didn't care. "I will wait for you here. I am just afraid that you won't be able to break through the attacks of the heavenly Tao treasure. Unfortunately, your Elysium Academy will be removed soon." In the Elysium Academy, all the students could feel the heavenly Tao attacks that made them tremble. They were all praying for the dean to succeed in becoming a demon monarch. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the Elysium Academy. The neat and tidy black armored army had a total of 50 people. Behind them were the immortal emperors, devil emperors and immortal emperors of the Netherworld Palace. There were at least 300 to 400 people. The leader was an immortal emperor. His voice was as sharp as sword chi. The sky was filled with attacks towards the Elysium Academy. Boom boom boom, the attacks from immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperors all landed on the sky above the academy. Suddenly, a layer of ripple appeared above the Elysium Academy, blocking all the attacks. The people of the Netherworld Palace didn't care. A mere mountain gate array was nothing in their eyes. In order to destroy the Elysium Academy, the sword god young master had mobilized 1/3 of his forces. He only had one goal: to destroy the Elysium Academy. 1/3 of his forces and the black armored army was enough to sweep through any obstacles. The ripple spread out like a wave. All the attacks were blocked. The Netherworld Palace has made their move. The people hiding around the Elysium Academy couldn't sit still anymore. The people of the Crack Sky sect came out of the void and chose a direction to attack. The leader of the Netherworld Palace was obviously unhappy. The people of the Crack Sky sect really didn't know what was good for them to choose this moment to attack. The Pill Cauldron Gate and the Fire Alliance also started to attack. 4 forces and 4 regions attacked the Mountain Gate array together. In the void, the people of the Wind Palace didn't make a move. Elder, they've already made their move. Should we act as well? The white-haired old man, the leader of the immortal emperors, stared at the Elysium Academy. No hurry. Let them break the Mountain Gate array first. The Mountain Gate array of the Elysium Academy does have some power. It can block the attacks. However, the consumption of the array won't last for too long. Lin Fei is a promising talent. It's a pity that he is overbearing and has conflicts with the Thunder Palace. Naturally, he is our enemy. Now that we have dealt with him, the Thunder Palace will owe us a favor. The white-haired old man smiled when he thought of this. It wasn't easy for the Thunder Palace to owe them a favor. That day, outside the inheritance ground, the people of the Thunder Palace weren't a match for Lin Fei. In the end, they helped Lin Fei and made a name for themselves. This caused the Thunder Palace to become a joke among the upper echelons. This time, when they heard that the Wind Palace had a chance, the people of the Thunder Palace naturally had to repay them. Once they met Lin Fei, within the Elysium Academy, the disciples of the academy didn't panic. Immediately, an elder came out to calm them down. Saint 33's expression was more solemn than usual. Demon Emperor Silence Earth took up the heavy responsibility. With this third-step Demon Emperor overseeing the place, everyone present was very calm. Especially those immortal emperors who had benefited from it. Facing such a siege, they were more or less unnatural. Now listen to my instructions. Enter the designated array I and activate the array. Your mission is to activate the array. You don't need to do the rest. Demon Emperor Silence Earth didn't care about the attacks outside. He gave out orders in an orderly manner. Using the array to block them? The Elysium Academy didn't seem to have any powerful array? The immortal emperors and demon emperors present were all confused. They were curious and didn't dare to question Demon Emperor Silence Earth's words. They followed the instructions and entered the center of the array I. Not long after, everything was set up. Demon Emperor Silence Earth stood up and Bao Extermination and his group of battle generals appeared. The outermost layer of the array is about to be broken. The show is about to start. I will leave the important part to you all. Bao Extermination said, a bunch of shameless fellows. Today we will let them taste the power of our battle generals. I guarantee that none of them will be able to leave alive. Demon Emperor Silence Earth smiled. Then this emperor shall wait for the good news from Dao friends. Bao Extermination and the others walked out. Above the academy, the ripples were getting slower and slower. They were at their limit. Kacha, another wave of attacks landed on the ripples. The array was already at its limit and was about to break. Aha, the death of Elysium Academy has arrived. Rumbled, the array was broken. With the 4 factions attacking, it was only a matter of time before the array was broken. An academy's array was nothing in the eyes of the 4 factions. They didn't even need to invite array masters. They could just use their strength to break it. Once the array was broken, a starry sky appeared above the academy. It blocked everything and made it so that no one could lock onto Elysium Academy. They clearly knew the location, but it was a starry world in front of them. There's something going on. The immortal emperor of Netherworld Palace waved his hand and a small team immediately charged out. There were teams that went in from all 4 directions to break the array. Chapter 1272. In the endless starry sky, the dazzling stars seemed to be right in front of them. They were so real. At this moment, there were people advancing in the starry sky. It was a team of people in black led by a half-step immortal emperor. They exuded endless cold air. Hee, we'll be able to start a massacre later. One of the immortal emperors chuckled. He subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. Demon Lin is infamous. I'm afraid he wouldn't have thought that the people of Nether Palace would be able to kill their way in. I heard that there are many geniuses in the school. Killing geniuses is a very satisfying thing. As these people advanced, they had a smug look on their faces. The outermost array formation was broken. The beauties of Holy Heaven Academy appeared in front of everyone. Ever since young Master Sword God made a move and integrated the power of the two sects, his strong methods and seduction caused the group of immortals below to follow him closely. The half-step immortal emperor in the lead was a chubby man with a smug look on his face. Hurry up and advance. We have to be the first to kill our way in. Immortal Emperor Left Wolf shouted at everyone. The array formation outside was broken. In Immortal Emperor Left Wolf's eyes, the academy was too weak. Yes. Such a situation happened to 4 forces at the same time. Holy Heaven Academy was famous. Apart from the reputation of Demon Lin, its overall strength wasn't strong. The Mountain Gate array formation was ordinary. Their imagination told them that Holy Heaven Academy was too weak. If they broke the starry sky, what would the people of the academy do? In the endless starry sky, a tall and sturdy man stood in the starry sky. Activate the first layer of the array formation and give them a taste of our strength. The tall and sturdy man's voice spread out. In the starry sky, the immortal emperors activated the array formation with all their might. The legendary Chaos Grand Array, which had a fearsome reputation, began to spin. Under the vast starry sky, endless danger began to envelop everyone. Huff! In the starry sky, a star moved, bringing with it a tail of brilliance, shooting over like a shooting star. Ha! A star is coming for us. In the area where Nether Palace was. These immortal emperors didn't think much of it. Who's going to destroy it? Immortal Emperor Left Wolf said calmly. Damn it. One of the immortal emperors rushed forward and struck out a divine ability with his bare hands towards the star. The meteor smashed into the immortal emperor's divine ability, shattering it into pieces. The flowing light flashed past and collided with the immortal emperor. The mighty immortal emperor exploded into pieces on the spot, perishing together with the immortal emperor. He was actually killed? Immortal Emperor Left Wolf's face darkened. A star killing an immortal emperor? What kind of joke was this? This was a formation set up by the Divine Heaven Academy. Its constellation again. In the starry sky in front of them, stars fell one after another, bringing with them streams of light. A meteor shower was heading towards them. Block it. Wah wah wah, the stars were like a river. While beautiful, it was also filled with danger. Swish swish swish, the sky was filled with shooting stars. Their expressions finally changed as terror enveloped them. Bang bang bang, more than 10 celestial emperors were killed on the spot. The remaining immortal emperors panicked and used their divine arts to attack the stars with all their might. The stars shattered one by one and they finally managed to hold on. They lost half of their men in the first wave of attack. What's going on? How can a small academy have such a powerful formation? Immortal Emperor Left Wolf wore a top-grade celestial armor and struggled to resist the attacks. He was full of doubts. Wah wah wah, another wave of stars. This time, it was densely packed and they surged towards them as if all the stars had fallen. Oh no, I'm going to die. The densely packed stars streaked across their bodies. Immortal Emperor Left Wolf let out a helpless cry as he watched his body shatter into pieces with his eyes wide open. Haha, they're all dead. Long live the Dean. The immortal emperors who were in charge of the formation eyes began to cheer. They began to cheer. Just the outermost formation had easily wiped out the forces of 4 forces. It was impossible not to be shocked. The power of the first wave of star attacks was too terrifying. If it were them, they would have to pay a huge price to break through the densely packed stars. Originally, they were already scared when facing the attacks of 5 major forces. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Law Oath, they would have run away immediately. The power of the formation undoubtedly gave them confidence. Long live the Dean. For no reason, they said in unison. With such a powerful formation, what was there to be afraid of? Nether Palace, Pill Cauldron Gate, Sky Cracking Sect, Fire Alliance, prick up your ears and listen up. Don't think that our academy is easy to bully. Ah! Loud laughter came from the starry sky. It was the voice of the Vice Dean Saint 33. The expressions of the four major forces outside suddenly collapsed and their faces darkened as they divined something. They're all dead. In the Nether Palace region, the leader divined that Immortal Emperor Left Wolf's team had all been wiped out. Amazing there's such a formation. The leader sneered and summoned a demon emperor. Tianqi, bring half of the Immortal Emperors and Demon Emperors in. I want you to kill your way in and destroy the Holy Heaven Academy's formation. I want to kill Saint 33 personally. Demon Emperor Tianqi was a middle-aged man with two sword-like eyebrows. He replied, "We'll definitely destroy the Academy's formation within an hour." The leader was very satisfied. "You're the best formation master. I believe they will also send out formation masters. I want you to make a name for yourself and I'll give you a huge contribution." Demon Emperor Tianqi brought 100 people and they were all Immortal Emperors and Demon Emperors. Their cultivations were basically between first step Immortal Emperor and first step Demon Emperor. These Immortal Emperors were all formed through pills and they belonged to the upper echelons of the top two sections. The four major forces didn't care about the loss of Immortal Emperors. For the second wave they sent out formation masters and together with the experts, it would be easy to destroy the formation. They had never placed any importance on the Holy Heaven Academy. There was no news of the Holy Heaven Academy buying the formation from the secret channel. The formation in front of them didn't matter much to them. Charge. Demon Emperor Tianqi brought his men in. Soon they encountered the attacks of the stars. These attacks were powerful. They were all Immortal Emperors and their defenses were stronger than Immortal Emperors. They attacked ferociously and killed their way out. Humph, a bunch of trash. Demon Emperor Tianqi attacked along the way but there were still 20 weak Immortal Emperors and Demon Emperors that died. This made him very unhappy. It was good that they died because they were all cannon fodder. They charged through the attacks of the stars. In front of Demon Emperor Tianqi's vision, there was no longer a starry sky but a stretch of tall mountains. There were tens of thousands of mountains that were both real and fake. They were densely packed together. Demon Emperor Tianqi was bursting with confidence. The attacks of the stars in the first stage couldn't even break through his defenses, much less here. If he pointed out the location of the formation core, he would charge over with a single word. Hong hong hong, the mountains smashed down one after another. Dong dong dong. The sky was densely packed with divine art attacks. The mountains passed through the attacks and landed in their hearts. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 1273. Spirit Projection Attack. No one expected to see a spirit projection attack on an array set up by an academy. Even sacred arts couldn't attack it. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, a solid and dull sound echoed in their minds. PFFF 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 PFFF. The weak Immortal Emperors behind Demon Emperor Tianqi coughed out blood and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the Immortal Emperors had fallen. Damn it, why does Holy Heaven Academy have a spirit projection attack? Didn't they say that this kind of spirit projection attack only exists in top sects? Why did it appear in Holy Heaven Academy? Leave, we can't block it. The Immortal Emperors that survived the first wave had pale faces. They definitely didn't expect this outcome. Miserable laughter could be heard. It was a spirit projection attack. They wouldn't encounter such a terrifying attack in their lives. Even if it appeared once, they might die. After all, they didn't become emperors through normal means and were weaker than ordinary first-step Immortal Emperors. This was fatal. Hoo, the sky full of mountains attacked again. No. I don't want to die. Another wave of attacks landed. The remaining Immortal Emperors and Immortal Emperors all fell. In the blink of an eye, only Demon Emperor Tianqi was left. Even he wasn't in a good state and his face was filled with shock. All dead, all dead. Demon Emperor Tianqi retreated. I swear I will never come back. This is a killing array. Holy Heaven Academy has set up a terrifying supreme killing array. Demon Emperor Tianqi had lingering fear. Even though he was under sword immortal by D, he couldn't withstand a single blow from the spirit projection attack. The spirit projection attack was too terrifying. As Demon Emperor Tianqi retreated, the spirit projection attack came again. Tens of thousands of mountains were faintly discernible. Aw, damn it. Wave after wave of spirit projection attacks landed on his body. No matter how Demon Emperor Tianqi used his sacred arts and treasures to protect himself, he couldn't block the attacks. Dead. Demon Emperor Tianqi is actually dead. Outside the academy, the leader of Netherworld Palace had a rare look of shock in his eyes. Half of the power disappeared into the array. The one in the lead had a jade talisman in his hand shatter into pieces. Demon Emperor Tianqi's strength has already reached the second step realm, and he has treasures on him. He can definitely fight against a third-step realm powerhouse. Could it be that the third-step demon emperor of the academy has made a move? The leader shook his head. Even if he did, Devil Emperor Tianqi wouldn't have fallen so quickly. For a moment, the academy was shrouded in a layer of mystery. The person in the lead looked at the boundless starry sky with a grave expression. Perhaps, I have underestimated the Holy Heaven Academy. At the same time, the expressions of the other three forces changed. They had also received the news that the teams they had arranged to enter had all perished inside. He was completely moved. The first wave of squads was nothing more than a probe. It was fine even if they died. On the other hand, the second group was more than 10 times stronger than the first group. On top of that, they also had a formation master, so they shouldn't have lost so quickly. More importantly, not a single one of them managed to escape. Even though this power wasn't their true power, they wouldn't feel any heartache if they lost it. He couldn't keep his face. What's going on? Why are they all gathered together? The expression of the Wind Palace, who had been watching the show from the outside, changed. It was hard to imagine that the leaders of the four forces would gather together as if they were discussing something important. Could it be that they can't break the academy's formation? Or is it the people from before? The white-haired old man subconsciously frowned. An academy's formation blocked the attack of four forces? How could this be possible? The great metropolis world was only a small world, a remote and desolate place. Fellow Taoist Myriad Immortal, your Wind Palace has been watching for so long. Are you not going to make a move? Xiao, the four figures arrived near the Wind Palace's area. Myriad Immortal Emperor chuckled. When one is old, one will always hesitate. I've let everyone see a joke. I wonder what is the meaning of this? His heart sank. He understood that the four forces had met with trouble and were forcing him to make a stand. Even though the four forces were opponents, they were still in the same organization. After asking each other, they knew that they had met with big trouble in the formation. Thus, they temporarily joined forces. They were prepared to join forces. Before joining forces, they couldn't stand the actions of the Wind Palace. No matter what, they had to make a stand. Either they left or they joined forces. They couldn't let the people of the Wind Palace exist. 2 probing attacks and the losses were so great. They couldn't accept it. Moreover, they all came under orders. No matter what, they had to complete the mission. Behind them were top forces that even the Realm Lord had to pay attention to. Myriad Immortal Emperor originally wanted to be the fisherman, but when he saw them joining forces, he knew that his wish had fallen through. Either they left and got nothing or they joined forces. Myriad Immortal Emperor really couldn't let go of the fat piece of meat that was Holy Heaven Academy. After a round of excuses, Myriad Immortal Emperor swore a heavenly oath to break the formation together. As for the distribution of benefits, it would depend on themselves. The most important thing now was to break the formation. I would like to see exactly how powerful the Divine Heaven Academy's formation is. A sharp sword intent flashed. Nether Palace's sword Immortal Ning Chuan was the first to enter the starry sky with his subordinates. Then Sky-Cracking Sect, Pill Cauldron Gate, Fire Union, and Wind Palace entered one after another. Good, they finally all came in. At the center of the formation, the tall and sturdy man laughed. 5 forces joining forces, it's more satisfying to kill. The people behind him also laughed. They shouldn't have gone against Master. At the second layer, they will lose at least 90% of their 2,000 men. These black-clothed generals were all brimming with battle intent. If not for the order, they would have already made their move. Apart from the few leaders, the rest of the 5 forces couldn't withstand a single blow. Killing them was like killing chickens or ducks. A sky full of starry attacks. This time, the 5 forces joined forces. These starry attacks were blocked by their treasures. The attack on this layer is not bad. Does anyone know what formation this is? Sword Immortal Ning Chuan asked everyone. Never heard of it. The others all shook their heads, but they were also surprised. It was indeed surprising for such an offensive formation to appear on Holy Heaven Academy. An ordinary world with such a formation could also reach the level of a first-rate force. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this formation was not ordinary. The attack on this layer is not a threat to us, but the next layer seems to be dangerous. The leader of the Fire Union, Immortal Emperor Ross, was wearing a red robe and was not tall, and he reminded everyone. Isn't it just Holy Heaven Academy? Is your Fire Union afraid? Immortal Emperor Qiu Yuan of the Pill Cauldron Gate mocked. If we join forces, we can easily destroy the entire great metropolis world, let alone a small academy. Everyone, it's better to be careful. After all, Holy Heaven Academy is not simple. Everyone wants to deal with them. I don't want to waste time here. The leader of the sky-cracking gate was a young man named Immortal Emperor Jianghu. After a round of argument, it quieted down. Very quickly. They dodged the starry attacks. They didn't lose many people. The alliance of the five forces displayed extraordinary strength. The treasures they took out were enough to disintegrate all attacks. Immortal Emperor Wuxia, you specialize in formations. Do you see anything? The leaders asked Immortal Emperor Wuxia. They entered this area and saw tall mountains, but they didn't see any attacks. It's a bit familiar. Immortal Emperor Wuxia wasn't sure, but I'm sure that this formation feels familiar. I just can't remember what it is. Isn't it just a mountain? How dangerous can it be? Immortal Emperor Ross of the Fire Union casually whipped at the mountains, causing them to crumble. See, it's nothing special. This time, everyone was even more confused. Isn't this the range of the formation? Suddenly, there was a disturbance in front of them. They saw 12 people in black armor appear on the mountains. Welcome to Holy Heaven Academy. The voice of a stalwart man reverberated in the air like a huge bell. Haha, 11 first step immortal emperors and a peak second step immortal emperor. This is the power of your academy? Haha, what a joke. Immortal Emperor Ross laughed sinisterly. You dare to kill people from the Fire Union? You're dead. Sword Immortal Ning Chuan stared at these people. He could sense a dangerous aura emanating from them. He seemed to understand how his men had died. You're not bad. You actually managed to kill my men. But if you think you can stop us, then you're sorely mistaken. You're destined to be disappointed. It's just 12 people. Our sky-cracking gate will take them. Immortal Emperor Jianghu didn't care. He almost waved his hand and killed them. Immortal Emperor Wuxia frowned even more. His gaze fell on the stalwart man as if trying to figure something out. Aha, you five forces are indeed arrogant. The stalwart man revealed his white teeth. But, you're all going to die today. Boom boom boom, all of a sudden. The mountains that were originally motionless moved as if they had come to life. Mountains fell one after another. Have a good taste of our gift to you. The 12 people dispersed. Dong dong dong, a thick sound exploded in their minds. The immortals at the very back paled and fell to the ground one after another, their auras dying. At this moment, a 10,000 zhang long dragon appeared below them. Its ferocious aura swallowed the corpses unscrupulously. Oh no, this is a spirit projection attack. Immortal Emperor Wuxia was the first to shout. A black bell was taken out and covered the sky. The other four forces came to a realization and quickly took out their treasures to block part of the influence. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, mountains continued to fall and hit the five forces. Immortal emperors and demon emperors fell one after another. We've been tricked. This is a chaos array. Immortal Emperor Wuxia's voice sounded again. Impossible, how can it be a chaos array? The leaders' expressions changed. If it was a chaos array, then today they didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 1274. The spirit projection attacks were ferocious. In an instant, the five factions fell into a trap. In the distance, the 12 generals watched coldly. Their weak strength could not withstand a single blow from this. They did not need to take action personally. They just needed to attack later and kill the strongest few. As for the others, they could ignore them. Too strong. The Dean is so smart to set up such a grand array. Luckily, we were not the Dean's match back then. Otherwise, we would not have a good ending if someone provoked us and really attacked. We must unite firmly around the Dean in the future. Any one of the five factions is a top faction. I did not expect them to be so weak in front of the array. Joining the Academy was the wisest choice of our lives. Within the chaotic reincarnation array, the consecrators who were activating the array were all shocked. Only now did they know how fortunate it was to join the Academy. The future of the Academy was bright. They worked even harder to activate the array. They wanted to leave a good impression. The terrifying power of the Chaos Array made these consecrators unprecedentedly united. Saint 33 knew how powerful the chaotic reincarnation array was. He only knew how terrifying it was after witnessing it for himself. The Chaos Array lives up to its name. These people are dead for sure. Saint 33 could see the situation within the array. He looked to the east, his heart trembling. I wonder how Junior Brother is doing. Dead, they are all dead. The spirit projection attacks of the tall mountains constantly attacked everyone. Other than a few people, they could not withstand the spirit projection attacks. The ferocious beasts below were like fish in water, constantly devouring the corpses. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Retreat. Retreat. If we don't leave now, we are doomed. The 5 major powers who were initially aggressive were now speechless. After being defeated, the only thing they could do now was to leave this damned place. Not good, the path of retreat has been sealed. We can't break it. Screams could be heard. Everyone's expression changed drastically. All they could see was a boundless mountain range. The spirit projection covered them. They could not find a way out. It was a situation of certain death. Damn it, we were all fooled. Sword Immortal Ning Chuan cursed. This is not an ordinary array. It is clearly a peerless array. The surrounding immortal emperors and demon emperors fell one after another. The combined forces were utterly defeated. We have to rush up and kill them. The treasure above Immortal Emperor Myriad Immortal's head supported him as his spirit projection continuously attacked the treasure. His face turned pale. If we kill the 12 of them, we should be able to break the formation, Qiu Yuanxian of the Fire League said. They knew very well that they had suffered a crushing defeat today. Whether or not they could keep their lives was also a problem. He had to go all out. Kill? The strongest force of the 5 factions was barely holding on with their immortal armors and treasures. There were about 200 to 300 of them. Good, let's kill our way up. The stalwart man laughed heartily. The 12 generals formed a huge formation. A black shadow charged towards the nearest immortal Emperor Wanxian. Immortal Emperor Wanxian took out his treasure and instantly felt an endless amount of power surging towards him. His entire body sank uncontrollably as his heart was filled with shock. Kacha. Below, a huge dragon bit up, and the group of unlucky people was eaten in one bite. Then they fled without a trace. Too weak. The stalwart man was Baomia. With a casual move, he could fight against Immortal Emperor Myriad Immortal. Everyone be careful. Immortal Emperor Wanxian hurriedly reminded. Hua Hua Hua. Baomia waved his black iron rod. Shadows streaked across the sky. For a moment, the 5 factions were suppressed. As the black shadows shot out, the faces of those from the major factions were filled with fear. How could these 12 people have such overwhelming power? Powerful attacks accompanied by spirit projection attacks. No one was a match for them. When the attacks landed on their bodies, the spirit attacks followed. It was almost an instant kill. Baomia was also smart. He chose to attack others. Everywhere he passed, people were killed. A one-sided massacre. Too scary. How could this be? They could not imagine this result. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 people had fallen. Other than them, even so, they were bitterly holding on and could not hold on for too long. My master knew that you would gang up on him. This is the big gift he prepared for you. Baomia's figure filled the sky as he charged towards the nearest immortal Emperor Myriad Immortal. His mouth was filled with disdain. Immortal Emperor Myriad Immortal took out his treasure to block the spirit attacks and the man's attack. He was in so much pain that his 2 arms could not hold on much longer. Bang bang bang, dozens of attacks landed on Immortal Emperor Myriad Immortal. This old man regrets it. With a bang, Immortal Emperor Myriad Immortal's body exploded. All that was left was a tattered immortal armor and a storage ring. His body was completely destroyed. Baomia relied on his defense to ignore their joint attack and directly killed an immortal emperor. He was from the Wind Palace. His powerful advantage was not displayed in this formation. If Immortal Emperor Myriad Immortal had the chance, he would not have come. Too scary. This place was a dangerous place. A peerless dangerous place. The mighty immortal emperors and devil emperors in the outside world were slaughtered like cabbages in this place, then eaten by a ferocious beast. This was the most terrifying thing in the world. Don't be anxious. It will be your turn soon. Baomia turned his head and laughed. His smile was like a demon as he charged towards Immortal Emperor Qiu Yuan of the Fire Alliance. Damn it. This emperor is from the Tong Tian sect. You dare to kill me. Immortal Emperor Qiu Yuan was scared out of his wits. Why did they find him? He threatened the other party and lost his wits. These 12 people fighting together was really terrifying. Even if they joined forces, they were blocked by the immortal armor on the other party. What was the point of fighting? 100% attack. Less than 10% of the attack landed on them. If it was them, they would also kill with gusto. Is the Tong Tian sect so amazing? Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. You dare to disrespect Master and attack the academy. You are asking for it. Baomia charged forward. Threat? What the hell? Anyway, all of you are going to die today. None of you will survive. You, Immortal Emperor Qiu Yuan lost his confidence. 10 or so breaths of time later, he was killed by the violent destruction. He then pounced towards the other few people. They were so scared that their souls were trembling. They were high and mighty existences, Yet they were defeated by 12 people. That was rare in the world. If there was medicine for regret, they would rather stay in the sect than come. Conceit could kill. Baomia was like a fish in water. In less than an hour, there was no one left in the formation. The last sword immortal Ning Chuan was crushed by the fierce power. Chapter 1275. Great Metropolis World, East, Barbarian Zone. This place was emitting a terrifying aura. All the forces in Great Metropolis World were paying attention to an important matter. Could Demon Lin succeed in becoming a great emperor? Many people didn't have high hopes for Demon Lin from the 5 forces. Everyone saw Holy Heaven Academy being besieged. That was a sign of annihilation. Ning Chuan, that trash, why hasn't there been any news after so long? Sword God Prince's face darkened. If the academy was breached, he could use it to provoke Lin Fei. The longer it took to become a great emperor, the more arrogant Sword God Prince was. Up until now, Lin Fei, who was under the attack of the Heavenly Dao treasure, continued to persevere and kill Heaven Devastator Demon Emperors. This was Heaven Devastator Demon Emperor, who was ranked 88th among the 100 emperors. Palace Lord, junior brother Ning Chuan should have succeeded. He will send back good news soon. An immortal emperor said. A small Holy Heaven Academy was attacked by an immortal emperor from Netherworld Palace. Without Lin Fei's support, just those worshippers and that third-step demon emperor wouldn't be able to do much. The Sword God Prince's gaze landed on Lin Fei, who was under the dark clouds. Lin Fei was as weak as an ant back then. Now he had grown into a big tree. Once he became a great emperor, no one would be his match, at least in Great Metropolis World. Even the Sector Lord might not be his match. A huge threat. A lower realm kid can be so powerful. I wonder if he is the reincarnation of a great emperor. Sky-cracking gates area. Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu's expression was solemn. He was shocked by Lin Fei's power. Heaven Devastator Demon Emperor, who had been reborn and was at his peak, couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. No one dared to doubt Lin Fei's true strength. He was a monster. The more monstrous he was, the more Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu would know how to deal with Lin Fei. How terrifying was he? If Lin Fei came from our heaven-connecting gate with his talent, he would definitely become the strongest immortal emperor in the history of our sect. Duanyun Immortal Emperor sighed. Unfortunately, this person is our enemy. Duanyun Immortal Emperor's words were approved by everyone. Lin Fei was indeed a cultivation genius. No matter where he was, Lin Fei would be able to stand out. What a pity! Lin Fei's body is strong. His strength is terrifying, and even if he succeeds in becoming a martial monarch, he will still be in a weakened state. On top of that, he is severely injured and unable to absorb the energy from the heavenly Tao. Today he is destined to die in the wildlands. Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu was impressed by Lin Fei's strength. It was just that they were enemies. Their backer would not allow someone like Lin Fei to exist. After eliminating Lin Fei, they no longer needed to care about others in the fight for the position of Sector Lord. They were glad that they had come. He was glad that he had made Lin Fei his target. He was glad that he had killed Lin Fei. It was something to be proud of to have such a powerful heavens chosen. Boom boom boom, when the last 20 heaven-destroying devil emperors were destroyed one by one. The rolling dark clouds finally stopped. The great emperor proclamation was about to come to an end. At this moment, under the dark clouds, Lin Fei's body was trembling. There was not a single part of his body that was not injured. He was already in a severely injured state. The dark clouds dispersed. The heavenly Tao's aura dispersed. The sky was filled with immortal light. It was sacred and inviolable. The terrifying aura disappeared and was replaced by a warm, spring-like immortal light. Demon Lin succeeded in becoming a martial monarch. Damn it, there is still immortal light falling. Once he refines the immortal light, Demon Lin's strength will increase greatly and he will not be in a weakened state. Everyone was shocked. This was a very rare occurrence. The cloud-like immortal light made everyone restless. The warm immortal light shone on Lin Fei's body. The injuries on his body were visible to the naked eye. They were recovering one by one. Whoosh! In the void, a sharp sword intent pierced Lin Fei's forehead. The attack was too sudden. Sword God Prince's figure slowly appeared. Everyone has underestimated you. Facing the heaven-exterminating demon emperor's attack, you were actually able to hold on and successfully become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, you are not fated to refine the immortal light after becoming a martial monarch. Sword God Prince's sword was sharp and domineering. He revealed a smile that only a victor would have. Do you know how long I've waited in order to kill you? Now you've already been defeated by me. With a single thought from me you'll die here. The 5 factions, including the spectators, all revealed a rare look of shock. Sword God Prince's speed had reached such a level. In the blink of an eye, the heavily injured Lin Fei was in a hopeless situation. Just as Sword God Prince said, as long as he moved, the domineering sword intent attack would be enough to kill Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who was in a hopeless situation, didn't reveal any fear. Sword God, this is the performance of a weakling. Only a weakling would sneak and attack. Suddenly Lin Fei laughed. Now that I have become a martial monarch, I will become the top expert in the great metropolis world. All of you will be my stepping stones. From today onwards my name will be Dition. Everywhere I go will be my world. Dition? Everyone was astonished. Lin Fei, who was in a hopeless situation, still dared to announce his martial monarch title as Dition. His arrogance was unprecedented. Especially the 2 words Dition, it was filled with heroism. Everywhere I go will be my world? Even their realm lord wouldn't dare to say that. Lin Fei slapped out with his palm, creating a huge current. You are courting death. Sword God Prince was enraged. His sword intent pierced forward, wanting to pierce through Lin Fei's head. But something unexpected happened. The sword intent couldn't advance any further. It was as if it had met a boulder, unable to move an inch. You can't even break my defense. What right do you have to kill me? Lin Fei sent out 3 palm strikes, forcing Sword God Prince to retreat. He then stood with his hands behind his back. Hua Hua Huang, the heavenly Tao sent down an immortal light. This immortal light contained terrifying energy. It was the benefit of powerful immortal emperors. Ordinary immortal emperors wouldn't have such immortal light. Kill Lin Fei and snatch the immortal light. The terrifying immortal light made everyone's eyes turn red. After snatching the immortal light, Lin Fei wouldn't be that strong no matter how strong he was. Swoosh swoosh, the sky was filled with figures. All of my doppelgangers, come out. The immortal light was filled with terrifying energy. Lin Fei wouldn't let them snatch it. After shouting, the 14 clones soared into the sky. They opened their mouths and devoured the immortal light. 14 black vortexes appeared in the sky. 14 clones? These clones are so powerful. Each of them is comparable to a second-step immortal emperor. No wonder Lin Fei is so powerful. It must be an ancient cultivation technique. The people who rushed up were startled. They had seen clones before. How could they not be shocked when they saw 14 clones with the strength of a second-step immortal emperor? Many people guessed. Lin Fei wasn't an immortal emperor. They couldn't figure out why he could contain such shocking divine power. Now they finally understood. This was the answer. 14 clones, extremely powerful clones. Lin Fei released the 14 clones and devoured the immortal light to their heart's content. The bottomless vortexes devoured large amounts of immortal light. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers flew out. Blocking in front of everyone, an immortal sword appeared in his hand. He swung it at the people who rushed over. Invincible sword art, blood splatter. 100% strength. A terrifying wave of sword light flashed in front of everyone. The great terror crushed over. What a fast sword. Is this emperor dead? The powerful immortal emperors and demon emperors at the front were sliced in half. One by one they fell from the sky, losing all signs of life. Just one sword. Lin Fei killed dozens of experts. How can he still be so strong? Impossible, impossible. Lin Fei used blood splatter more than 10 times consecutively. Sea of sword light. The people surrounding him were utterly defeated. Every sword light was reaping lives. The people from the 5 factions were shocked. They had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He had hidden it so deeply. Lin Fei moved his sword. Everyone is surprised, right? This emperor said that today, you will all become my stepping stones, an unforgettable nightmare. With this obstruction, the 14 clones devoured more than half of the immortal light. Lin Fei's attack had clearly frightened them. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu, everyone attacked together. Delay Lin Fei, then arrange for others to deal with Lin Fei's clones. We cannot let him refine it successfully. Sword God Young Master shouted, sensing that the situation was not good. The injured Lin Fei's strength was not affected. This was out of everyone's expectations. All right, everyone attacked together to delay Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu charged forward, a black axe in his hand. He used mountain-splitting move, terrifying and domineering. The people present were not fools. Lin Fei had once again performed a miracle. If this continued, they would be the ones to suffer. Your strength is not enough. Lin Fei's true self World Annihilation Sword swung out a sword light, striking the other party's axe. Just as said, Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu's strength was too weak. My strength is actually inferior to his. With this, Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu was sent flying, crashing into a mountain range. His face was filled with unimaginable shock. In the Heaven Ascension Gate he was proficient in close combat. The power of his axe was absolutely terrifying. But now he could not block Lin Fei's sword. His hands were numb and he almost dropped his axe. Senior brother? Duanyun Immortal Emperor was shocked. His senior brother, who was proficient in close combat, was actually sent flying by a sword. After Lin Fei sent Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu flying, a huge black bowl appeared above his head. Terrifying black light shone down, accompanied by a smug voice. This is our Pill Cauldron Gate's myriad transformations immortal bowl. It can refine anything. In a few breaths you will become a pile of blood. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. The black light was corrosive. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, it tried to corrode his flesh. Lin Fei had long attained the primal chaos body. His flesh and blood were terrifyingly strong. With a slight tremble, the black light shattered. The true self-world annihilation sword stabbed upwards, shattering a huge patch of black light. A sword pierced through this immortal bowl. The 7 to 8 immortal emperors who were working together to activate it vomited blood on the spot. They hurriedly kept the myriad transformations immortal bowl, looking at it as though their parents had died. This broken bowl of yours is not much. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. Sword light swept across like silk threads, killing the people of Pill Cauldron Gate. Immortal emperors and devil emperors fell. Chapter 1276. How can this be? After becoming a great emperor, Lin Fei revealed his terrifying invincible strength. The 5 factions were all dumbfounded. Even Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu from the Tongtian Gate, who was known to be invincible in close combat, was instantly suppressed by Di Tian's invincible strength. He was no match for Di Tian in a head-on clash and was sent flying with a single sword strike. Pill Cauldron Gate's side suffered even more losses. The sect treasure they brought had a large hole pierced through it and its power was greatly reduced. It would take a long time to repair. Sword God Prince from the Nether Palace couldn't break through Lin Fei's defense even though he had the upper hand. Everyone suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Fei was an invincible god of war. With a light suppression he held back some of the experts from the 5 factions. After destroying Di Tian's clones, his strength will definitely be greatly reduced. The 5 factions understood how difficult it was to deal with Di Tian. With powerful divine power and invincible defense, it would definitely be difficult for them to deal with Di Tian. The clones were Di Tian's foundation. Roar! Everyone who charged forward unleashed a sky full of divine art attacks that were as resplendent as the stars. All of a sudden, a loud roar rang out as a huge black ferocious beast exuding a vicious aura swam out. Countless attacks landed on the beast, but it was fine. Its huge body swept out and smashed into the bodies of the immortal emperors and devil emperors, causing their corpses to explode. Blood mist filled the sky. The sudden attack caught them off guard. A ferocious beast was hiding in the void. The immortal emperors and demon emperors reformed their bodies. The ferocious beast opened its mouth and swallowed the pitiful group of immortal emperors and demon emperors. The extinct primordial evil dragon. The huge ferocious beast was Hairball. Furball devoured the celestial emperor and demon emperor in one bite, then disappeared into the void once more, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Boundless fear enveloped everyone. They were stopped by Hairball. The 14 clones devoured all the immortal light. Sunlight appeared again. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. All clones fuse. Hua hua hua! The clones entered Lin Fei's body one after another. Huge power was added to his body and his aura rose. Quickly stop Di Tian. Young Master Sword God was anxious. The great secret art blasted out, and the great millstone of sword intent crushed everything in its path. Pill Cauldron Gate, Tongtian Gate, Wind Palace and Fire Union all made their moves. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would understand that as long as Lin Fei fused with all his doppelgangers, no one here would be able to withstand a single move. Lin Fei pointed his finger and a black vortex appeared in front of him. Invincible sword technique, reincarnation sword. The attacks that filled the sky were all shattered by the vortex. The rest of the power couldn't harm Lin Fei at all. When the 14 clones entered Lin Fei's body, an unprecedentedly powerful force caused the space around them to tremble. A terrifying pressure bore down on them, causing their faces to turn pale. When everyone looked at Lin Fei, they felt like they were facing an ancient god of war. The power of the ancient war god continued to rise. Everything is over. Lin Fei moved, waving the true self world-destroying sword in his hand. Invincible sword technique, blood-spurting sword. The wave-like sword intent spread out in all directions. Danger. Everyone's hearts were trembling. Bam 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 bam. After becoming an emperor, a terrifying sword appeared. Young Master Sword God didn't have his previous arrogance. Facing this sword, his eyes changed and he retreated rapidly. A golden flower appeared in his hand, which he crushed on the spot, and a jingguang protected his body. I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. Young Master Sword God was very clear that he couldn't deal with Di Tian today, and it was unknown whether he could leave this place alive. Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't care less. Junior brothers, quickly fly to me. A black pearl was crushed in an instant. A layer of black energy appeared around Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu. The Immortal Emperors and Demon Emperors from the Heaven Ascension sect were completely flustered, and they hurriedly burrowed into the void. On the Pill Cauldron sect's side, they activated the myriad transformations Immortal Bowl again, and all of them hid under it, activating their energy to escape into the void. This sword was unstoppable. It swept through everything. The invincible power crushed over. One by one, the Demon Emperors and Immortal Emperors were cleaved in half at the waist, their bodies shattered, and they didn't even have the chance to regenerate their flesh and blood. After devouring a large amount of immortal light, and with the 14 doppelgangers as one, their strength was unprecedented. God Force evolved into Ancient God Force, and not only did it destroy their bodies, but it also crushed everything. Bam bam bam, the terrifying power crashed against the secret treasures. One sword contained more than 100 attacks. Even under the protection of the secret treasures, the terrifying power made their hearts tremble, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood as they looked in horror at Di Tian, who was standing with his hands behind his back. To be able to block this emperor's first sword, I wonder what the second sword will do. Lin Fei slowly walked over. The second sword came with great momentum and its power increased significantly. The terrifying power swept over. The secret treasures that withstood the first wave exploded on the spot when they met the second sword. Although their treasures were strong, they couldn't withstand Lin Fei's incomparably tyrannical power, and this result was not surprising. After losing the protection of their treasures, the people from the 5 forces realized that they were the only ones left in the sky. As for the others, they had all disappeared. In other words, they had all been killed and their hearts were in turmoil. The people from the 5 forces looked at each other, unable to conceal the fear and bitterness in their hearts. One day they had suffered a crushing defeat. The power of a single person had crushed them. They, who were so high and mighty, felt fear when facing a single person. Lin Fei, you win today. As long as you are willing to let our Pill Cauldron gate off, we can announce our withdrawal from the fight for the Realm Lord, and withdraw our sect's branch from the great metropolis realm. Said a pale-faced immortal emperor from the Pill Cauldron gate. Don't worry, this emperor will not kill you. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, unafraid that they would escape. This emperor will only invite you to the academy for a cup of tea and a chat. They were all injured. The powerful Lin Fei was not someone they could contend with. They would definitely die if they went all the way. Since it had come to this, they might as well admit defeat. As you wish. The Pill Cauldron Gate's immortal emperor heaved a sigh of relief, and kept the tattered myriad transformations immortal bowl. A bunch of bastards admitting defeat just like that. Immortal Emperor Zhuiyu scolded the Pill Cauldron Gate for being useless, raising the white flag so quickly. He could only say, as long as Dao friend Lin doesn't kill us, our heaven connecting gate will also announce our withdrawal from the fight. The Fire Union had suffered the heaviest losses. Seeing that the 2 major sects had admitted defeat, they immediately admitted defeat. The Wind Palace's Immortal Emperor and Devil Emperor also admitted defeat after a moment of hesitation. They did not want to be killed by Lin Fei, and even if they had treasures, they did not dare to use them in front of Lin Fei. What if they couldn't? The outcome would be very terrifying. Admitting defeat was quite embarrassing, but in order to survive, they were willing to do so. After they died, they would still be eaten by ancient beasts. Just the thought of it made their scalps go numb, and it constantly stimulated their fragile hearts. They did not want to be eaten after they died. 4 of the 5 forces admitted defeat. Chapter 1277. The ending came too quickly. They came with great fanfare, but in the blink of an eye, only the remnants were left. Lin Fei was like an insurmountable mountain, pressuring them to the point of suffocation. This was a terrifying enemy, even their secret treasures could not withstand his attack. Fortunately, they came from a sect. They could barely survive. Lin Fei, you are very powerful. You are now the #1 expert in Great Metropolis Heaven, suppressing our 5 factions to the point of not being able to raise our heads. Even the Heaven Extermination Demon Emperor formed by the Heavenly Tao treasure could not kill you. You are really powerful. The Sword God Prince laughed sinisterly, but no matter how strong you are, the Holy Heaven Academy that you came from has already become a pile of ruins. Your wife and daughter are already dead. In the end you are still a pitiful worm. Sword God Young Master knew that he had lost, utterly lost. Not only did he lose the power to compete, even his senior and junior brothers were mostly dead. When danger came he used secret treasures to survive, but he was injured. But the others were not so lucky. Sword God Young Master knew that he would face the criticism of the other elders when he returned. Lin Fei shook his head. You are wrong. Your people did not kill their way in. Otherwise there would be no news of you. Your small actions are useless against me. The Sword God Young Master was a smart person. He went crazy. That's impossible. Your entire academy doesn't have anything good. Don't even mention powerful formations. How could they block the attack? You will not repent until you see your coffin. I will do as you wish, I will make you convinced. Roar. In the void, the primordial evil dragon shrunk, turning into a small guy, landed on Lin Fei's shoulder, spitting out a jade slip. After crushing it, a canopy appeared in the sky. We are finished. The scene of Sword Immortal Ning Chuan being killed by a rod came from the sky. Lin Fei looked up at Sword God Young Master. Are you satisfied now? Boom. Sword God Young Master suddenly had an item in his hand, which he crushed. Lin Fei, you can't kill me, you can't. Swoosh, terrifying light speed. Young Master Sword God turned into a stream of light and left. When this young master returns, sooner or later, there will be a chance for me to make a comeback. This young master will use the treasure of extreme speed of the heavenly way. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, he won't be able to catch up. The Sword God Prince was very confident in his treasures. This was something that he had paid a huge price to buy back then, all for the sake of dealing with situations like this. Heavenly Tao extreme speed. No one could catch up to him unless he broke through that step. Do you really think you can leave? Lin Fei's voice resounded throughout the world. A pillar of light shot up from the void of space. After that, pillars of light rose all over the sky. The Sword God Young Master, who had the extreme speed of the heavenly law, felt as if he had encountered mud. His speed kept on slowing down and he was restricted in a narrow space. Damn it! What kind of spell formation is this? Why can it stop the speed of the heavenly Tao? Up and down, sword intent attack. The space inside the light pillar was unbelievably sturdy. The Sword God Prince was unable to break out of the encirclement. Behind him, Lin Fei slowly walked over, stepped into the space and swung his sword. Run. Why aren't you running? A blood-curdling scream. Sword God Young Master's left arm flew up, fresh blood gushing out. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he had arranged for his clone to lay down the formation. If not, he would have really let Sword God Young Master leave today. Heavenly Tao extreme speed. Even Lin Fei couldn't catch up to him. You lowly brat, why would the heavens care for you? Why? Sword God Young Master had a smooth life since he was young and cultivated a miraculous technique. Unfortunately, he met Lin Fei in the lower world and was killed by his clone. When Lin Fei came to the upper world, he wanted to kill Lin Fei, but who knew that he would end up like this? Another sword flew over. Sword God Young Master's right arm was also chopped off. The ancient god power affected the wound, causing Sword God Young Master to be unable to regenerate his flesh and blood. If I am a lowly brat from the lower world, then what are you? You have lost to me. Life is full of ups and downs. It doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want just because you are born in a higher world. Today you are destined to die by the hands of the lowly brat you speak of. You dare. Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword. Sword God Young Master's heart trembled and he finally panicked. He used all sorts of secret techniques to attack this sword. However, this sword was like a water droplet that pierced through all the attacks and headed for his brow. Death energy descended. You dare to kill my disciple. A supreme will descended from the heavens. All living beings in Great Metropolis world were trembling. This was a true invincible expert. No one dared to go against this intent. Space-time, everything stopped. Just this intent alone could cause normal third or fourth step experts to fall on the spot. Sword God Young Master's panicked eyes revealed joy. Master, quickly kill him. No one can stop me from killing someone I want to kill. Lin Fei's heart was firm and he wasn't affected by this intent. His strong god power shook and time and space were shattered. He stabbed his sword into Sword God Young Master's brow and twisted it forcefully. No, this young master will not die, master, hung a terrifying ancient god power strangulation. Sword God Young Master's head was twisted into mush. The supreme intent was totally enraged. He dared to kill his own disciple. Sword God. The supreme intent transformed into an old man with a strong aura. He pointed at Lin Fei with the extreme speed of the heavenly Tao and pointed at Lin Fei's brow. Die. A ferocious power surged over. Lin Fei's body shook and he stabilized himself. He was shocked. This fellow is definitely the strongest undying old man I have ever seen. Old undying, if you want to kill me, then come with your main body. With this intent of yours, you don't need to leave today. Lin Fei hollered. The terrifying ancient god power shook and shattered the finger. A light pillar charged into the sky and cut off all connections between heaven and earth. He slashed with his sword. If the old man came with his main body, Lin Fei might feel some pressure, but this intent was nothing. After losing connection, the old man was surprised. He used all sorts of secret techniques and they were at least 10 times stronger than Sword God Young Master. The old man underestimated Lin Fei's strength. After cutting off the connection, Lin Fei didn't hold back anymore. The powerful ancient god power appeared and each sword was stronger than the one before. It is actually ancient god power. The old man recognized it right away and was totally shocked. How can you cultivate ancient god power? Lin Fei slashed once more. When you reach hell, you will know. Hua Hua Huang, the ancient god power was like an ocean. Wave after wave, it crushed over and over again. Xiao Lin Fei's true self-world-destroying sword pierced through the old man's brow. He didn't die on the spot. He looked at Lin Fei. Amazing, really amazing. In the future, I will personally deal with you. This supreme intent exploded. This undying old man is really amazing. Luckily, my 14 clones merged into one and refined the celestial light, otherwise I would have died today. Why didn't you guys leave? Waiting for Lin Fei to return. Pill Cauldron Gate, Tongtian Sect, Fire Union, and Wind Palace didn't leave and stayed where they were. If one observed carefully, they could see that their hearts were trembling. They admitted defeat because they were pressured by Lin Fei's strength and didn't want to be the unlucky ones under his sword. Sword God Young Master used his secret treasure and displayed the extreme speed of Heaven Dao. They also wanted to know. If Lin Fei couldn't catch up, they would take the opportunity to leave. It was best to have Sword God Young Master test the waters. In the end, it was unexpected. Lin Fei had set up an array in advance and secretly trapped Sword God Young Master. This time they were well behaved. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. We said that we would be guests, so we will definitely be guests. Because we are all honest people. Immortal Emperor Zhuoyu said shamelessly, cursing Lin Fei in his heart for being sinister and secretly setting up an array to bait them. We agree with Immortal Emperor Zhuoyu. The others hurriedly said. In fact, they were all cursing Lin Fei in their hearts. Too evil. Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in the great metropolis world and suppressing the 5 major factions. The 5 major sects will definitely be shocked by your strength and won't dare to act rashly again. Lu Ziyue came in dressed in black again. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Ziyue came with her old servant. She took the initiative to congratulate him. You flatter me. This little achievement is really nothing in the eyes of your Tianyun Tower. Lin Fei knew that Lu Ziyue was here, but he didn't expose her. The people from the 4 major factions were surprised to see Tianyun Tower's Lu Ziyue. They couldn't figure out the situation. Lu Ziyue thought highly of Lin Fei, but that was all. She didn't think that he had a chance to become a great emperor. In the end, she played a huge joke on her. Lin Fei really became a great emperor and his strength was terrifying. Even Sword God Young Master's treasure that displayed the extreme speed of Heaven Dao couldn't escape the fate of being killed. At this moment, Lu Ziyue couldn't help but take Lin Fei seriously. If Lin Fei killed the people from the 4 major factions, he would be a brute. However, Lin Fei didn't kill them. Instead, he invited them to be guests. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as Lin Fei withstood the pressure, the position of Great Metropolis World's Boundary Lord would belong to Lin Fei. Lu Ziyue didn't like Lin Fei's complacency. At this moment, she could only suppress it and smiled. Our Tianyun Tower doesn't have anyone who can suppress everyone alone. Who didn't like compliments? Lin Fei also liked it. Anyway, after becoming a great emperor, the entire great metropolis world would be under his control. He wasn't afraid of Lu Ziyue doing anything. After chatting for a while, Lu Ziyue was about to leave when she suddenly stopped. Before I leave, I'll give you a message. The person who attacked you just now was Sword God Young Master's master, Xiao Wuhuan. He is one of the three major factions under Sword Immortal White Emperor. Sword God is his most beloved disciple. She turned and left. Could it be that this woman just wanted to give me a message? When did she become so generous? Could it be that she is plotting something? Lin Fei was shocked at the background of Sword God Master. Three major factions under Sword Immortal White Emperor? What a great background. This identity wasn't ordinary. Chapter 1278. We didn't lose for nothing. When we were scheming against Lin Fei, he was also scheming against us. We are old and not as good as him. He had planned for this day. Only we foolishly thought that we had him. He had already dug a huge hole and was just waiting for us to jump in. We went all out and brought most of our men. The remaining strength isn't enough to deal with Lin Fei. We are really going to lose the right to fight for the position of Sector Lord. When these immortal emperors and demon emperors were invited to Holy Heaven Academy, the air was filled with the stench of blood. As for their men, they were all gone. They were all dead. All dead. Not a single one was left. When Lin Fei returned to the academy, he was met with cheers. Seeing Immortal Emperor Zhuoyu and the others dejectedly, he ignored them and found people to arrange places for them to stay. No one would be able to escape once they reached the academy. The elders and consecrators accepted all of this. Their hearts were filled with shock. The dean's strength after becoming a great emperor was beyond their imagination. His every action was like a tall mountain, pressuring them to the point where they couldn't breathe. He wasn't targeting them on purpose. His casual aura shocked everyone. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Qianlan, there was one thing that needed to be done. Lin Fei disappeared from the Holy Heaven Academy and came out from the void. He appeared outside the Netherworld Palace and slammed his palm onto the formation of the Netherworld Palace. A huge area collapsed. The mountain gate formation was broken. The remaining people of Nether Palace were shocked. Why was Demon Lin here? Where was Palace Master? Lin Fei didn't start a massacre. His huge aura crushed over. The elders, immortal emperors and demon emperors that charged out all fell to the ground, their faces filled with shock. The first to bear the brunt were the disciples of Sword Immortal by D. One by one they died at Lin Fei's hands. All of them were killed in one move. He even killed Sword Immortal Young Master and fought with Sha Wuhuan. None of the leaders and elders survived. As for the remaining people, Lin Fei found people to guard them. This was equivalent to putting them under house arrest. What to do with them was another matter. Lin Fei had succeeded in becoming a great emperor and was given the title Di Tian. This news spread like the wind and shocked the entire world. The neighboring worlds were also shocked. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei. After returning to the academy, Lin Fei gave a few instructions, and then announced that he would be going into seclusion and not meeting anyone. At this moment, no one dared to show dissatisfaction with the magnificent feat of suppressing the 5 great forces. While he was in seclusion, the grand array outside opened. This was to prevent others from taking the opportunity to plunder the peaches. After seclusion, Lin Fei's original intention was to refine the immortal light. The benefits of becoming a great emperor were immense. His strength was rising with every passing moment, and there was no sign of it stopping. There's no need for me to refine it myself. My clone can refine it perfectly. This is unnecessary. Don't worry. Lin Fei then checked the seed in the depths of his knowledge sea. When he used his divine sense to take a look, he was immediately given a fright. The seed that had not moved all this time had already sprouted, growing into a Dao tree that took root inside. It was imposing, and a vast great Dao aura pervaded the air. Great Dao of true self. Vast and imposing. Lin Fei opened his palm and the aura of the Dao appeared in his hand. It was flawless and the flame-like Dao danced in his hand, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The true self world destroyer sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. The true self great Dao poured into it, and the sword let out a sword hum filled with joy. As expected, it is stronger than using celestial force. It is at least 10 times stronger. Lin Fei was satisfied and his face was full of confidence. With the support of the great Dao who was afraid of who? Previously, when he used celestial force or God force to activate the true self-world destroyer sword, its power was always lacking. With the appearance of the great Dao, Lin Fei's strength increased once again. No one could compare to this speed of improvement. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the Immortal Emperor title. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for becoming an Immortal Emperor. As soon as he opened the upgrade system, the sound of the system kept ringing. I have finally become an Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. If he did not upgrade the system, it might have been impossible for him to reach this step in his entire life. Along the way he had been on the path of killing. After going through all kinds of hardships, he stepped onto the peak and became an immortal emperor. After sighing for a while, Lin Fei returned to normal. The system is so stingy. I have already become an immortal emperor and there is no reward for me, Lin Fei complained. Suddenly, a sound came from the system. Ding. Because player Lin Fei has reached the maximum level and become an immortal emperor, the system will no longer reward you. Ding. Player Lin Fei has advanced to the immortal emperor realm. New main storyline unlocked. Ding. Main storyline unlocked. System setting in progress. Lin Fei was stunned. What was the upgrade system doing again? As soon as he heard this, he immediately realized that something bad had happened. His sixth sense was never wrong. Ding. Because player Lin Fei has become an immortal emperor, the upgrade system has analyzed and set a new mission successfully. Ding. World Overlord mission unlocked. Ding. World Overlord side mission unlocked. Lin Fei was having a headache. World Overlord mission? What a joke. Why would the upgrade system give such a mission? More importantly, it didn't sound very reliable. Mission issued. Mission 1, become a sector lord within a year. Mission 2, expand the territory of the great metropolis world within 10 years. Swallow at least 2 worlds. Lin Fei's face fell. I knew it was nothing good. It really is nothing good. Let me swallow 2 worlds? Expand the territory of the great metropolis world? This territory can still be expanded? What a headache. The first mission was easy. If nothing went wrong, becoming a sector lord was a sure thing. The second mission was not an ordinary difficulty. Ever since this world belonged to the Iron Blood Alliance, he knew that the forces in this world were complicated. Expanding the territory meant poking a hornet's nest. It was not an ordinary hornet's nest. Who knew how many people's interests would be affected? Ding. Completed 2 missions. You will open the invincible devil world and summon an army of devils to help you achieve great hegemony. Ding. If the mission is not completed, the system will forcefully erase the player and help the next player. Lin Fei opened his eyes wide and scolded, "Damn. System, you don't have to be so scary." Upon hearing about the rewards, their eyes naturally lit up, especially when it came to the invincible demon world. With just a single word, they could tell that these demons were extremely powerful and monstrous. However, the next sentence immediately silenced them, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Forcefully erased? The system must be faulty. Ding. Player has become an immortal emperor and possesses great strength. The upgrade system's main storyline has just begun. Player can only truly immerse themselves in this game and rule the world. Note, our system needs strong people. A truly invincible strong person. I hope player will not lose their courage. The system seemed to have guessed what Lin Fei was thinking and said coldly, "Damn.